Chapter 3051. Target, Diverse City. Even if Lin Yuan had not asked Qin Yu to allocate the resources to the Elisa clan, she would have done so. Qin Yu did not harbor many emotions for the entire East Universe's bloodlines. Her emotions were all invested in the Elisa clan. If Lin Yuan had not given the instructions, Qin Yu would still have done her best to use the resources that Lin Yuan had given her to develop the Elisa clan. However, now that Lin Yuan had personally said that the Elisa clan would be prioritized for development, Qin Yu naturally would not hold back. As Qin Yu's assistant, Tina was the second Bloodline queen in the entire Scarlet Territory to come into contact with Lin Yuan, and she likewise received preferential treatment. Had Tina not understood her identity and position, she would have likely immediately expressed her gratitude to Lin Yuan when he promised resources to the Adana clan. However, Lin Yuan made it clear that he was only communicating with Qin Yu, completely ignoring her. She would just be a supporting role by Qin Yu's side. Otherwise, not only would she not be able to gain Lin Yuan's favor, but it might even affect the good cooperation between her and Qin Yu. Lord Lin Yuan, there are 9 powerful faction experts locked up in this corridor now. They are all members of the factions that entered the land of Bloodline ancestors with the other Bloodline queens. What do you think we should do with these people? If these people stay in the Scarlet Territory for too long without communicating with the factions they're from, those factions will definitely dispatch more people to the Scarlet Territory again. If we can't give a good explanation, those factions will most likely start a war with the Bloodlines. After Qin Yu explained the situation to Lin Yuan, she stood there quietly and waited for him to make a decision. Lin Yuan had not forgotten these members of the various factions who had established ties with the Bloodline clans. Among them were the members of the ancient water pythons who helped a mysterious faction in trafficking the Bloodlines, as well as the so-called Lord Lanling behind this faction. All of these issues needed to be addressed, but it was certain that Lin Yuan wouldn't be able to handle them all by himself. The Scarlet Territory was now unified under Qin Yu's control. However, the current unification was just a facade enforced through strength. There were still many obstacles to overcome in order to bring about complete unity in the Scarlet Territory. This battle between the Bloodlines and the other factions was the best way to win the hearts of the Bloodlines in the Scarlet Territory. There were still many things that had to be done to make the Scarlet Territory completely loyal. This battle between the Bloodlines and the other factions was the best way to win the hearts of the Bloodlines in the Scarlet Territory. There were still many things that had to be done to make the Scarlet Territory completely loyal. Qin Yu, this fantasy crystal birthstone flower ortet allows you to not only communicate with me but also with others in the surrounding area with you as the center. This ortet I gave you has already grown 2 ramets. For the time being, hand one to me and the other one to Autumn. If you encounter any powerful enemies that are difficult to resist in the Scarlet Territory in the future, contact Autumn. He will help you solve the problem. As for the rest, you can handle it yourselves. Now that the Scarlet Territory has just been unified, this blade needs to be sharpened before it's truly sharp. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment before continuing. In a few days, I'll arrange for a few Grade 4 creators to come to the Scarlet Territory and help it develop. With these creators joining the Scarlet Territory, it will be much more prosperous than it is now. Upon hearing that Lin Yuan had asked Autumn to help solve the problem, Tina and Qin Yu were completely relieved. Currently, Qin Yu and Tina were both planning to reform the Bloodline clans. They aimed to gradually eliminate those clans unwilling to follow their orders and allocate more resources to those willing to comply. This strategy would ensure a growing number of Bloodlines supporting their rule. The best way to update the current Bloodline composition was through initiating a war. If Lin Yuan seeking Autumn's help reassured Qin Yu and Tina, then Lin Yuan sending creators to the Scarlet Territory provided a vibrant source of motivation for its development. The Bloodlines were excellent fighters but did not produce creators. There were fewer than 300 creators among the Bloodlines in the Scarlet Territory, and 95% of them were below Grade 3. There were no Grade 5 creators and only 5 or 6 Grade 4 creators. Fortunately, the Bloodlines only needed fresh blood and did not require extensive creator resources. Otherwise, they would have long declined and wouldn't possess such powerful might in the East Universe. With the addition of a Grade 4 creator and the abundant resources provided by Lin Yuan, the East Universe's Bloodlines would undoubtedly develop better than before, no longer subject to ridicule by Bloodline factions in the other 3 universes. After Lin Yuan made the necessary arrangements, he no longer concerned himself with the Scarlet Territory. Lin Yuan summoned Sun Yin, who had been with Shi Mei. Upon seeing Lin Yuan, Sun Yin bowed respectfully and, with a somewhat resigned tone, said, "Lord Lin Yuan, the dimensional space in the land of Bloodlines ancestors is extremely mystical. However, the blood-red crystal in the Bloodlines king's hand was too small to last long. I'm not at liberty to use too many means, or else it would have raised suspicions. Otherwise, I would truly want to explore the land of Bloodlines ancestors. Sun Yin was extremely curious about everything, which was one of the reasons he had achieved such high accomplishments in the creator field. His rapid growth wasn't solely due to his talent. Lin Yuan looked at Sun Yin's interested expression and said confidently, "Senior Sun, when you reach the area where Sky City is located, you will definitely find that it is even more mystical than the land of Bloodlines ancestors. Didn't you say that the traveling dragon palace in Diverse City is going to publicly sell the blessed land in their hands and the resources that have reached the blessed land level to gather the resources of creators above grade 4? Why don't we go to Diverse City and see how many outstanding resources the traveling dragon palace has put forth? I'm very interested in these blessed lands." Lin Yuan had obtained 2 blessed lands and integrated them into north of the Lonely River. At present, the environment there was much better than before. It was impossible for Lin Yuan to move Sky City away from north of the Lonely River. Establishing Sky City on the back of Sky Sea made relocation quite simple. However, the faith country could not be moved. The stronger a fey, the higher the quality of faith power produced. Improving the environment of north of the Lonely River through the Blessed Land could strengthen and develop the faith country more effectively. Lin Yuan's original intention in establishing the faith country was indeed to obtain faith power, but he did not treat the life forms living in it as tools. Instead, he did his best to increase their happiness and improve their living environment. The life forms in the faith country were like refugees in north of the Lonely River, living a precarious life. Now, not only were these life forms able to sustain themselves in the faith country, but they also had access to a wider variety of food. In addition, they could save up resources to construct their own homes. There was even no need to worry about diseases now. When Su Yiren and Luolan were building and managing the faith country, they allocated more than 40% of their resources to the construction of public facilities. Since Sun Yin joined Lin Yuan, he had been very curious about Sky City. Hearing Lin Yuan's words only intensified his curiosity about the situation there. Sun Yin wondered how Yi and the other creators were faring in Sky City. As Lin Yuan's personal creator, he imagined that Yi and the others must be extremely envious of him. Diverse City was considered a super city in the East universe, ranking in the top 30 of all cities. Sun Yin had visited Diverse City a few times but never had a favorable impression of it. When Sun Yin went to Diverse City, he was only an intermediate grade 4 creator. Generally, an intermediate grade 4 creator would be respected wherever he went. However, due to Sun Yin's social circle and the numerous powerful factions in Diverse City, he encountered some trouble. He was defeated despite his status and had to leave Diverse City dejectedly. This happened hundreds of years ago. This time, his identity had changed, and he was accompanied by Lin Yuan, who had a formidable background. It was often said that even a powerful dragon didn't oppress the local snake, but Lin Yuan, this formidable giant, could probably extract the dragon tendons and strip off the dragon scales if faced with a true dragon. The Traveling Dragon Palace was a native faction in Diverse City, deeply rooted and developed within the city, but its influence extended beyond just Diverse City. It had branches in many super cities, although its development in these cities was not as strong. It was said that the Traveling Dragon Palace had a conflict with one of the top 3 factions in Extreme Wood City, Grey Smoke Stronghold. The Traveling Dragon Palace invested many resources in Extreme Wood City, aiming to develop it into their second headquarters, like Diverse City. As a result, they had to resist attacks from Grey Smoke Stronghold with all their might. The conflict between these 2 huge factions involved not only martial battles but also significant resource expenditure. The Traveling Dragon Palace had released so many resources in exchange for creator resources of grade 4 and above, most likely to fight Grey Smoke Stronghold to the end. However, the Traveling Dragon Palace wouldn't willingly relinquish those blessed lands that were accumulated after many years of development unless they were at a critical point of competition. Sun Yin quickly introduced Diverse City to Lin Yuan and told him about the Traveling Dragon Palace. Lin Yuan had not previously encountered such large-scale factions, and during his visit to Diverse City, he also had no intention of forming alliances with these factions. Lin Yuan only wanted to use this trip to Diverse City to obtain resources to develop the region governed by north of the Lonely River Sky City. For a long time to come, Lin Yuan's influence wouldn't likely extend to super cities like Diverse City. Of course, this was only Lin Yuan's current thought. He did not know what would happen when he arrived at Diverse City. Lin Yuan did not want to befriend other factions in Diverse City, nor did he want to cause trouble. However, if any faction provoked Lin Yuan, he would not hold back no matter how much he did not want to cause trouble. Lin Yuan would only bring Sun Yin and Winter along for this trip to Diverse City. Autumn would probably have to stay near the Scarlet Territory for a long time. Lin Yuan had already sent the hunting team to the Scarlet Territory. Apart from being in charge of the bloodlines, Autumn was also in charge of helping the hunting team hunt star pirates. When Autumn first joined Lin Yuan, he had stayed by his side with spring, summer, and winter. However, after coming to the sky beyond the clouds, spring and winter had obviously spent more time by Lin Yuan's side, which made Autumn feel somewhat insecure. He was afraid that Lin Yuan would abandon him. However, after following Lin Yuan for some time, he could sense that Lin Yuan treated everyone equally. Even if he did not follow by Lin Yuan's side, staying in the Scarlet Territory was also helping Lin Yuan share his burdens. Autumn could sense that Lin Yuan cared deeply about the Scarlet Territory. Under his protection, the Scarlet Territory would definitely not encounter any problems. Lin Yuan kept a low profile as he set off for Diverse City. Chu Xi, who had returned to Lin Yuan's side, said helplessly, "Brother, I'm too weak. Besides fighting those star pirates, I hardly have any chances to take action by your side. I might as well let Little Iron Block and Chimey train their combat skills in the Spirit Lock spatial zone." Lin Yuan replied seriously, "Chu Xi, it's not just you. Even I don't have many opportunities to take action. Compared to fighting, increasing your knowledge is also beneficial to your growth. Sometimes, gaining knowledge and experience is more important than honing combat skills. There weren't any suitable feys for you in the land of Bloodline ancestors, but don't be in a hurry to contract the 2 feys you have now. We might find something during this trip to Diverse City. Even if the Traveling Dragon Palace auction doesn't offer suitable feys, we can still search in a big city like Diverse City. I'm also looking for a suitable fey there." Previously, Lin Yuan had not deliberately searched for feys suitable for Spirit Lock. The feys he obtained for Spirit Lock mostly depended on fate. However, Lin Yuan wanted Morbius grade to increase quickly so that the Spirit Lock spatial zone could produce grade 6 creator resources. When Chu Xi heard that Lin Yuan was interested in contracting a new fey, she asked with interest, "Brother, do you have any goals or plans for choosing feys this time?" Lin Yuan pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Typically, Spirit Chi professionals needed a clear goal when contracting feys. A Spirit Chi professional without a clear goal could not be considered mature. However, this rule didn't apply to Lin Yuan because he had contracted so many feys. From a battle perspective, Lin Yuan no longer had any shortcomings, so he only needed special functional type feys. Chapter 3052, Sun Yin's Plan. Functional feys like the Business Flourishing Flower and Enlightenment Cicada did not have any so-called connection with Lin Yuan's other feys. However, they could significantly increase Lin Yuan's strength and abilities. Before Lin Yuan contracted the Business Flourishing Flower and Enlightenment Cicada, he had never thought there would be such mystical feys in the world. Although Lin Yuan did not have any thoughts, he would know if the target fey was what he wanted once he encountered it. Lin Yuan did not want to set a bad example for Chu Xi, so he simply said, "I have a clear goal regarding the types of feys. As for the rest, like you, I need to see them first before making a decision. Chu Xi, if you see anything that interests you during your trip to Diverse City, just use this crystal card to pay for it." Lin Yuan handed a crystal card to Chu Xi, which had been provided by Fortune Treasure Palace and contained a significant amount of honor-absent dollars. Fortune Treasure Palace managed these cards. The card Lin Yuan gave to Chu Xi had a total of 50 million honor-absent dollars, allowing her to buy most of what she desired without needing to inform Lin Yuan every time. Previously, Chu Xi did not go out for training, so Lin Yuan did not need to make any preparations for her. Now that Chu Xi had started training, Lin Yuan felt it was necessary to prepare a small treasury for her. This treasury would enable her to purchase suitable resources or even engage in resource plundering, which was a form of capability. Chu Xi did not stand on ceremony with Lin Yuan. If she did, it would be equivalent to breaking his heart. Chu Xi happily put away the crystal card Lin Yuan had given her and prepared to go to Diverse City to purchase useful resources. At the same time, she planned to use the money on her card to buy gifts for Lin Yuan, Lu Ji and Wen Yu, who usually treated her very well. Sun Yin watched the interaction between Lin Yuan and Chu Xi, feeling the flow of kinship in their interaction. During the time Sun Yin had been by Lin Yuan's side, he could sense that Lin Yuan valued relationships very much. Lin Yuan's attitude toward relationships made Sun Yin certain that Lin Yuan was worth befriending. Even as a servant, there was a possibility of forming a strong bond with Lin Yuan, his superior. Young master, the Traveling Dragon Palace is not the only faction in Diverse City. Even though we came to Diverse City for this trade fair hosted by them, we can communicate with more than just the Traveling Dragon Palace. No matter what, I'm a grade 5 creator. As long as I reveal my identity, even in a super big city like Diverse City, the other factions will definitely give me some face. Besides, we have resources in our hands. We're not reaching out to those factions for no reason. These factions should be very willing to trade with us. Young master, if it's not convenient for you and these two lords to reveal your identities, leave this matter to me. I'll handle this matter in a splendid manner and won't let you down, young master. Lin Yuan smiled and said, I really have to trouble you to do this. It's indeed inconvenient for others to handle this. It just so happens that you can accumulate some connections in Diverse City this time. Perhaps these connections will be useful at some point. At first, Sun Yin did not understand what Lin Yuan meant. What was the use of establishing connections in Diverse City? However, Sun Yin quickly understood what Lin Yuan meant. Lin Yuan wanted him to establish connections to facilitate his future control over Diverse City. At the very least, it would make it easier to obtain resources from there. This was similar to how Lin Yuan had gained full control of the Scarlet Territory by controlling a clan with a royal bloodline. Young master, you can rest assured. When we reach Diverse City, I'll leverage my status as a grade 5 creator to network and see if we can find any species that will be useful to us. Even in a large city like Diverse City, there are many weaker species eager to obtain the support of a powerful entity and seek opportunities to change their fates and rise to prominence. Although the sky beyond the clouds is vast, very few species are capable of providing such opportunities. Young master, if you are willing to help, these species will be deeply grateful. Upon hearing Sun Yin's words, Winter looked at him with admiration. Sun Yin's insight showed his intelligence. He immediately grasped the implication behind Lin Yuan's words. Indeed, someone like him was worth nurturing. Without intelligence, even great abilities would not help one progress far alongside Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan praised Sun Yin, I once asked you what you need as a creator. You said that, apart from exploring the evolution of life, you also seek recognition, fame, and fortune. I'll give you a chance to pursue fame and fortune in Diverse City. If you perform well, I will entrust you with all future dealings between Sky City and Diverse City. This will allow you to use Sky City's influence to become a distinguished guest throughout Diverse City. If someone else had said that to Sun Yin, he would most likely have sneered and dismissed it. However, these words were spoken by Lin Yuan. Despite the decline of the East Universe's bloodlines, they were still not ordinary individuals. Lin Yuan's ability to effortlessly take control of the entire Scarlet Territory at the first opportunity, without fearing the factions equal to the bloodlines, showcased his confidence. If Sun Yin could rely on Sky City and his grade 5 creator status, he would be able to make a name for himself in Diverse City. Otherwise, achieving such an opportunity as a grade 5 creator would be very difficult for him. After all, as a grade 5 creator without a faction, he was merely someone with some ability. Compared to the truly powerful top-tier factions, he was just a skilled individual. The large factions respected him but didn't necessarily fear him. In a large city like Diverse City, there had to be at least 3 to 5 grade 5 creators presiding. These grade 5 creators in Diverse City were quite opposed to those coming from outside. If he caused trouble in Diverse City alone, he would definitely be targeted by these grade 5 creators. However, with Lin Yuan's support, the grade 5 creators and the factions behind them were insignificant. Sun Yin knew that Sky City had 5 grade 5 creators and a grade 6 creator presiding. Previously, Sun Yin had suffered losses in Diverse City. This time, he was confident he could make up for all the losses he had previously endured. Among the local factions in Diverse City, a few had feuds with Sun Yin. However, Sun Yin would not proactively seek trouble with these factions. He hoped that none of these factions would provoke him first. Young master, if you're interested in cultivating your own faction in Diverse City, I have a good recommendation. This faction has a certain level of strength and is not considered a bottom tier one in Diverse City. Because their leader died some time ago and this faction has always relied on him, this faction is no longer sustainable. The last time I went to Diverse City, I formed a rather good friendship with the heir of this faction. I trust his character. Do you think I should inform him about my trip to Diverse City this time? With him as the local tyrant of Diverse City, it will be more convenient to deal with some things. Lin Yuan shrugged. Since I've handed this matter to you, I won't interfere. If you think it's necessary to contact him, then contact him. If you don't think it's necessary, then forget it. As for whether to support this faction, you can investigate when we arrive in Diverse City and then inform me later. Time has passed, and I believe you may not be as familiar with the current situation in Diverse City as you were before. Upon hearing that, Sun Yin immediately realized he had said something wrong. It had indeed been a long time since he had visited Diverse City. What he had just Lin Yuan was completely based on his impression of Diverse City. In the past few hundred years, Diverse City must have gone through countless changes. Sun Yin realized that it seemed a little irresponsible for him to give such a suggestion so easily. Young master, when we arrive at Diverse City, I will first investigate the factions I mentioned just now and then choose the best. At that time, we will definitely choose a faction that is most suitable for us to support. Lin Yuan could sense that Sun Yin was eager to show off, as his desire to do so was extremely obvious. When an individual was eager to prove themselves, mistakes were inevitable. Having the ability to recognize mistakes promptly and make corrections were a rare quality, and it was obvious that Sun Yin had such potential. Sun Yin, if you need anything, you're free to go as you need. You don't have to worry about me. Having Winter by my side is enough. It won't be too late for you to return to my side after you've investigated everything. I have given you the thoughts letter paper and the raiment of the fantasy crystal birthstone flower. You can contact me through them at any time. Recently, Lin Yuan had been exceptionally busy and had not rested for a long time. This trip to Diverse City gave Lin Yuan the feeling of taking his sister on a vacation, which was quite pleasant. There were many large chambers of commerce in Diverse City. At the same time, there were also branches of Fortune Treasure Palace. Lin Yuan intended to stay in that branch. As a special honor guest, he could live in Fortune Treasure Palace and use its channels in Diverse City. Chu Ci was exceptionally excited upon their arrival to Diverse City. When Chu Ci was in the main world, she rarely had the chance to travel, let alone travel with Lin Yuan. After arriving at Diverse City, Lin Yuan finally understood why Diverse City was called a megacity. A trading city like Treasure City was not even qualified to be compared to Diverse City. From the scale of the city, Treasure City was like a mud house in the countryside, while Diverse City was a garden castle built in a blessed land. Only World Emperor/Divine Kingdom life forms could pass through the main entrance of Diverse City. Those who were not could only go through the thousands of corners of Diverse City. Even without any major events to attract people, the daily foot traffic in Diverse City reached billions. In such a densely populated city, only powerful factions had a presence. The moment Chu Ci saw Diverse City, she was stunned by its vastness. Chu Ci muttered to herself, "Brother, if I hadn't come here, I would never have believed there could be such a huge city in this world. Even hundreds of our royal capitals would pale in comparison to the magnificence of Diverse City." Lin Yuan looked at Diverse City and felt Chu Ci was being too conservative. Even thousands of royal capitals would likely pale in comparison to Diverse City. Sun Yin had already left when they were still half a day away from the city. He preferred to act alone in Diverse City, not wanting anyone to discover his relationship with Lin Yuan. He feared it might affect Lin Yuan's future actions and bring unnecessary trouble. Otherwise, Sun Yin would have been shocked by Chu Ci's naive reaction. In Sun Yin's eyes, both Chu Ci and Lin Yuan were from a super powerful faction, so they should not have such an outlook. Over time, Lin Yuan's perspective gradually expanded. Having ventured through the sky beyond the clouds for so long, he wasn't overly surprised by the bustling atmosphere of Diverse City. After recovering from her shock, Chu Ci would undoubtedly become much more powerful in the future. Chu Ci, the sky beyond the clouds is a higher level world than the one we were in before. We're only in one universe of the sky beyond the clouds. There's also an enormous abyss outside the sky beyond the clouds. Do you remember what Sun Yin said about large cities like Diverse City? In the East universe alone, there are no fewer than 30 such cities. Being in the sky beyond the clouds, you must look at this world with a broader perspective. Let's go into the city. Once we settle into Fortune Treasure Palace, you can truly enjoy the kind of service appreciated in this world. There's a special beverage for honor guests in Fortune Treasure Palace. Drinking it deeply relaxes the soul, which is very helpful for comprehending willpower runes. It's already evening. Have a meal and rest well for the night. Tomorrow, we'll explore Diverse City together. Chu Ci nodded excitedly. Brother, there should be many delicacies in the sky beyond the clouds too, right? We can go shopping tomorrow and find special snacks in Diverse City. Lin Yuan knew his sister well. Chu Xi was undoubtedly a true glutton. Chapter 3053. Wang Ying and Dragon Plum Family. Since Chu Xi wanted to look for delicacies in the city tomorrow, Lin Yuan did not disappoint her by telling her that all the delicacies in the city could be ordered in Fortune Treasure Palace. It was not an exaggeration to say that Fortune Treasure Palace treated top-notch guests of honor as well as their biological parents. There were actually many factions like Fortune Treasure Palace in the sky beyond the clouds, and those who could become guests of honor of these factions were either top experts or came from powerful factions. And factions like Fortune Treasure Palace could often provide services to these experts in terms of channels. Since there was no difference between everyone's convenience here, the defining point came in the standard of service. In Fortune Treasure Palace, as long as you wanted to enjoy something, it could be provided. The status of Fortune Treasure Palace in Diverse City was far less imposing than in Treasure City, but they still occupied a considerable territory. The person in charge of Fortune Treasure Palace in a megacity like Diverse City was of a higher rank than Zhan Lu, second only to the three leaders of Fortune Treasure Palace. Lin Yuan's visit was low-key. However, upon showing his special honor guest card at Fortune Treasure Palace, the person in charge promptly approached him. With great warmth and respect, she said, "I didn't know young Master Lin would honor us with your presence. Please forgive me. I am Wang Ying, the person in charge here at Fortune Treasure Palace." The manager of the branch in Diverse City was a woman with stunning dark purple hair that flowed down to her waist. Her fair and delicate face featured striking pink and purple eyes, adding a unique and exotic charm to her appearance. Lin Yuan smiled at Wang Ying's warm reception. "Manager Wan, you're too polite. My sister and I are here in Diverse City to attend the auction held by Traveling Dragon Palace. I wonder if you could secure 3 spots for us at the trade fair." Lin Yuan directly expressed his purpose for coming to Diverse City. As a newcomer, obtaining a spot in Traveling Dragon Palace's auction would be challenging without assistance. However, Fortune Treasure Palace was likely capable of helping. As a special honor guest, Lin Yuan could make any request of Fortune Treasure Palace, and the faction would strive to fulfill it. Lin Yuan's past transactions with Fortune Treasure Palace had brought them significant benefits. Few factions had as many high-class creator resources to trade with them as he did. Fortune Treasure Palace was well aware of this. This was why Ling Muzhuo, one of the 3 leaders, had personally formed a friendship with Lin Yuan. Wang Ying appreciated Lin Yuan's straightforward nature. Compared to other special honor guests who required her to guess their needs, Lin Yuan was undoubtedly easier to assist. "Young Master Lin, many people have come to Diverse City for Traveling Dragon Palace's trade fair. The trade fair only has 1,000 slots. Fortune Treasure Palace only has 15 spots. Each spot represents 1 person. If it were any other special honor guest asking me for a spot, I would definitely hesitate. However, you're the one asking me for this spot. There definitely won't be any problems. You have 3 people here. I can reserve 3 spots for you." Wang Ying did not say that to curry favor with Lin Yuan, but because she knew how important Lin Yuan was to Fortune Treasure Palace. Every special honor guest card issued by Fortune Treasure Palace was labeled with the corresponding identity information. If it was an ordinary special honor guest, Wang Ying would not personally appear to receive them. She would only arrange for a reception officer. Wang Ying had 30 receptionists under her. With the traffic in Diverse City, special honor guests would basically come every day. However, Wang Ying only personally received no more than 2 people every month. Fortune Treasure Palace had 3 leaders, so it was impossible for a faction with multiple leaders not to have internal competition. It was the same for Fortune Treasure Palace. Wang Ying was on Ling Muzhuo's side, so she treated Lin Yuan warmly. When Wang Ying received the news of Lin Yuan's arrival, she quickly informed Ling Muzhuo. She had a feeling that if Lin Yuan stayed in Diverse City long enough, Ling Muzhuo might come personally to meet him. As she spoke to Lin Yuan, Wang Ying's gaze landed on Chu Xi. Lin Yuan had just introduced Chu Xi as his younger sister. In the sky beyond the clouds, where all species valued bloodlines, only those with the same father and mother would address each other as siblings. If they were cousins of the same species, they would address each other as cousins. Out of respect for their bloodline, there was no such thing as a god-sister. Chu Xi did not have the ability to conceal her aura, nor did she deliberately try to. Chu Xi was about the same age as Lin Yuan. She had only lived for a few decades but had already reached World Emperor/Pinnacle Divine Kingdom. This surprised Wang Ying. Chu Xi, who was standing beside Lin Yuan, had an extremely close relationship with him. This was enough to prove that Chu Xi was highly favored in Lin Yuan's faction. This realization made Wang Ying understand that she needed to show the same respect to Chu Xi as she did to Lin Yuan. Wang Ying did not pay much attention to Winter, who was standing behind Lin Yuan. No matter how strong Winter was, he was only Lin Yuan's guard, responsible for protecting him. There was no need for her to make friends with such a person. She might be misunderstood by Lin Yuan if she took the initiative to befriend his subordinates. As the manager of such a huge city, Wang Ying was much smarter than Zhan Lu. Lin Yuan smiled and said, "Manager Wan, thank you very much. The diverse city branch will definitely accumulate more resources than Treasure City. I hope to trouble you later to let me use my grade 4 and above creator resources to exchange for a batch of supplies." Wang Ying had treated them very well and clearly shown him respect, so Lin Yuan was naturally willing to repay her. Moreover, Lin Yuan had come to Diverse City with the intention of obtaining some gains from Fortune Treasure Palace. He could fulfill Wang Ying's wish. When Wang Ying heard Lin Yuan's words, her face lit up. She had heard from Ling Muzhou about Lin Yuan's magnificent feat in the Treasure City branch. Subsequently, Zhan Lu made use of that event to brag. Even the people in charge who were of a higher grade than Zhan Lu were extremely envious of this. Zhan Lu had relied on Lin Yuan's extensive acquisition of resources to surpass his old rival in Fortune Treasure Palace's evaluation, with his ranking rising by more than 160 places. The officials at Fortune Treasure Palace were well aware of Zhan Lu's capabilities. The primary reason for his sudden rise was Lin Yuan, a special honor guest. Now, she was essentially receiving the same dividends as Zhan Lu. The Diverse City branch had always ranked below the other major cities' Fortune Treasure Palaces, and in recent decades, its ranking had been steadily declining. A few years ago, it had plummeted to third from the bottom. Traveling Dragon Palace had been developing rapidly in Diverse City, leading to frequent conflicts among the city's major factions. The commotion in Diverse City affected the flow of people. While the powerful special honor guests with influential backgrounds in Fortune Treasure Palace were unaffected, the number of ordinary customers was halved. The true profits of Fortune Treasure Palace came primarily from these ordinary customers. Wang Ying could do nothing about the disputes and conflicts in Diverse City. She was already prepared for her ranking to drop again. However, Lin Yuan's words presented an opportunity for Wang Ying. Wang Ying personally arranged accommodations for Lin Yuan and Chu Xi, assigning a total of 4 receptionists to receive Lin Yuan, Chu Xi, and their companions. The 4 receptionists were very surprised by her arrangements. 4 receptionists for 3 guests, and these 3 guests were in cahoots? This had never happened before. It wasn't that there hadn't been extremely distinguished special honor guests staying at Fortune Treasure Palace before, but those guests could not bring as many benefits as Lin Yuan could. There were even so many benefits that they could help Wang Ying turn things around. Chu Xi had never seen such a scene before. The residences arranged by Fortune Treasure Palace for special honor guests were all built like paradise, and the facilities inside were extremely luxurious. Chu Xi touched the sofa made of some unknown animal skin and said, "Big brother, I didn't expect you to be doing so well in the sky beyond the clouds." As she spoke, Chu Xi gave Lin Yuan a thumbs up. Lin Yuan raised his brows. In fact, even before encountering the Epic God Palace, he had already confirmed the existence of higher-class worlds above the main world. Lin Yuan had always both yearned for and feared these higher-class worlds. He wasn't worried about his own safety but was concerned that those around him might suffer calamities. At that time, Lin Yuan believed it would be difficult for him to explore a higher-class world with only his current resources in the main world. However, after meeting Spring, Summer, Autumn, and Winter, who became his followers, everything changed drastically. With their strength, almost all problems could be resolved. This allowed Lin Yuan to develop Sky City rapidly and even create a faith country. Without the 4 of them, even if Lin Yuan had the ability to create a faith country, he wouldn't have been able to develop it so quickly. Previously, Lin Yuan had sent Jin Chen to Fortune Treasure Palace in Treasure City to trade, which had attracted a small hunting team. Without Spring, Summer, Autumn, and Winter, this hunting team would have been enough to overthrow Sky City. The sky beyond the clouds was filled with danger, but the presence of the 4 followers gave Lin Yuan the confidence to face these challenges. Upon hearing Chu Xi's words, Lin Yuan smiled and told her seriously, "Chu Xi, it's all thanks to Spring, Summer, Autumn, and Winter that I was able to develop in the sky beyond the clouds so quickly. Otherwise, even with the resources accumulated in the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone, we wouldn't have reached this stage even in 1,000 years." Winter hurriedly said, "Young master, the 4 of us are your followers. It's our honor to share your burdens. We must thank you for giving us the chance to follow you. Your spirit lock spatial zone will soon transform. How could you develop slowly with the creator resources you have in your hands? Spring, summer, autumn, and winter were aware of Morbius' situation and knew that Lin Yuan would soon be able to control grade 6 creator resources. Even class 5 creators would have to submit to such power. Lin Yuan shook his head and said, Winter, you're saying this because you've been looking at the problem from the perspective of an expert. Even if I really have grade 6 creator resources, without you, how would I dare to use these resources? Without a strong martial force as support, as long as the grade 6 creator resources are slightly revealed, they will attract the covetous eyes of powerful factions. We don't even have to talk about the lifespan mouse. If you hadn't been by my side and intimidated others, it would have been impossible for me to subdue those grade 5 creators through the lifespan mouse. Even if we really hid and developed slowly, we would have no choice but to face the powerful enemies we might encounter in the outside world. Lin Yuan was really grateful to spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Otherwise, he would not have said such words. One had to know that Lin Yuan was not a sentimental person. Indeed, spring, summer, autumn, and winter had given Lin Yuan the confidence to develop recklessly. Ever since Sun Yin had parted ways with Lin Yuan, he had contacted him regarding his previous relationships in Diverse City. The last time Sun Yin visited Diverse City, he had been a grade 4 creator. The factions that had come into contact with Sun Yin had tried their best to recruit him and invited him to join Diverse City. However, Sun Yin ultimately declined their offers. Sun Yin knew very well that with his talent, he could indeed secure the support of a faction. However, this support would come with restrictions. Even if he was not directly constrained, he would still be entangled in the karma associated with that faction. Sun Yin cherished his freedom. Otherwise, he would not have endured so much when he first met Lin Yuan. The Dragon Plum family was thrilled to receive Sun Yin's correspondence. Centuries passed in the blink of an eye for World Emperor/Divine Kingdom life forms. However, many events had transpired in Diverse City over the past 100 years. Although the Dragon Plum family was not directly involved, they were significantly affected. Everyone living in Diverse City felt as if a lifetime had passed. 6 years ago, the grade 4 creator in the Dragon Plum family had died of old age. Without this grade 4 creator and another who eventually left, the family clearly felt they were on an irreversible decline. There were quite a number of pinnacle grade 3 creators in the Dragon Plum family, 8 to be exact. However, none of these 8 pinnacle grade 3 creators showed potential to become grade 4 creators within the next 100 years. Only powerful factions in Diverse City were qualified to enjoy high-quality resources. Given the current situation of the Dragon Plum family, it would likely be difficult for them to protect their territory. At this moment, Sun Yin took the initiative to interact with the Dragon Plum family. One could imagine how excited they were. However, the Dragon Plum family did not know that Sun Yin was no longer a grade 4 creator but had become a genuine grade 5 creator. Chapter 3054. A grade 6 creator. Behind Honor Absent Mall on 9th Street in Diverse City, in an ancient residence on the south side of Ancient Bell's Garden, over 200 people sat in a meeting hall. For an aristocratic family in a super large city like Diverse City, having only 200 people in a meeting hall was considered a small number. The leader was an old man with white hair and a beard. One of his eyes was extremely cloudy, with a scar running across half of his face. This blind eye gave him a somewhat ferocious appearance. However, to the other members of the Dragon Plum family, this one-eyed old man was the kindest elder. Soli, where are you meeting Master Sun? When you do, I'll accompany you to welcome him. We must not let Master Sun feel neglected. Remember to prepare a few bottles of cherry plum wine. When Master Sun Yin visited us before, he praised the cherry plum wine more than once. Soli quickly responded to her grandfather's words, Grandfather, I'll bring a few core members of the family to receive him myself. There's no need for you to go personally. I've already prepared 2 jars of cherry plum wine. I'll bring them to meet Master Sunday. Soli had not met Sun Yin in Diverse City. She met him while training elsewhere and invited him to develop his skills in Diverse City. When Sun Yin arrived, Soli invited him to stay with her family for a few days. Soli intended to invite Sun Yin to be a guest of the Dragon Plum family. However, after learning that Sun Yin valued his freedom and could not stay with them, she refrained from making the request. At that time, her grandfather had advocated keeping Sun Yin in the family, but he was somewhat of a snob. The Dragon Plum family was trying to align itself with the Warm Water Palace and was closely connected to a Pinnacle Grade 4 creator. For some reason, this Pinnacle Grade 4 creator had a conflict with Sun Yin. Consequently, her grandfather decided not to rope Sun Yin in and even kept a deliberate distance from him. This left So Li feeling very helpless. When Sun Yin left, her grandfather was unwilling to use a few jars of Sun Yin's favorite cherry plum wine to send him off. It had not been easy for her to obtain a few jars to avoid ruining Sun Yin's mood. Now that her grandfather had changed his mind, she felt a little vexed. The current Dragon Plum family was no longer as powerful as before. During the period when the Dragon Plum family had successfully become acquainted with the Warm Water Palace, they had been completely glorious. Unfortunately, during Traveling Dragon Palace's 100 years of rapid development, Warm Water Palace offended Traveling Dragon Palace and was wiped out. Although the Dragon Plum family had successfully gotten rid of their relationship with Warm Water Palace and was not destroyed because of this, the Dragon Plum family had still been severely affected. If the Dragon Plum family wanted to rise, they would most likely not have another chance. This was because too many factions in diverse city wanted to curry favor with Traveling Dragon Palace. These factions were suppressing the Dragon Plum family not because they had a grudge against the Dragon Plum family, but because they wanted to use this opportunity to gain Traveling Dragon Palace's favor. Traveling Dragon Palace had been using this method to get rid of dissidents all these years, tacitly allowing this to happen. So Li knew very well why her grandfather was doing this. Now that the Dragon Plum family no longer had a Grade 4 creator, they urgently needed a Grade 4 creator to support them. However, Sun Yin's motive for coming to Diverse City this time was most likely to revisit his old place or to settle some matters. Given Sun Yin's yearning for freedom, it was impossible for him to stay in Diverse City forever. Her grandfather would most likely be disappointed. No, little Li. I have to go with you. This is the only way to show my respect for Master Sun. Everyone present was family. There was no need to say anything insinuating. Su Zhongshan told So Li in an extremely serious tone, "Little Li, you're a smart child. You know very well what I want to say. Give me a definite answer. Do you think it's possible for Master Sun to stay in the Dragon Plum family and become a guest elder?" So Li looked at the expression on her grandfather's face and really could not bring herself to say that it was impossible. "Grandfather, I haven't seen Master Sun in a long time. I'm not sure if I can invite Master Sun to be the Dragon Plum family's guest elder. However, with my understanding of Master Sun, the possibility is not high. If Master Sun doesn't have the intention to become a guest of the Dragon Plum family, forcefully inviting him will most likely affect our relationship with him. That's why we have to be careful before making a decision." Su Zhongshan knew very well that the Dragon Plum family had reached the end of its rope. In order to revive the Dragon Plum family, he was willing to do anything. Just because the possibility was small did not mean that there was no chance. As long as there was a chance, Su Zhongshan would work hard. "Little Li, I'm well aware of the situation. When we go to see Master Sun, I won't invite him directly. In the future, when the time is right, I'll let you speak with him." After finishing his words to So Li, Su Zongsan turned to the rest of the family and said in a stern tone, "Master Sun will likely stay at the Dragon Plum family's old residence. You all must be respectful when you see Master Sun Yin. If anyone offends him for selfish reasons, I will remove them from the family and they will be condemned as a sinner, forever shamed." Sun Yin was unaware that his contacting So Li to complete Lin Yuan's mission had made the Dragon Plum family hold him in such high regard. To be honest, Sun Yin would never join the Dragon Plum family. After becoming a Grade 5 creator, the Dragon Plum family meant nothing to Sun Yin. However, Sun Yin was not willing to help the Dragon Plum family rise unless they agreed to become his pawns in return. In a place like the sky beyond the clouds, where the strong preyed on the weak, such opportunities were rare. If not for his good relationship with So Li, Sun Yin would not have offered such an opportunity. Sun Yin looked at the familiar surroundings in Diverse City and stretched. His mentality on this trip to Diverse City was completely different from before. Sun Yin visited the famous old shops in Diverse City for a good meal before waiting for So Li at the agreed location. In Sun Yin's experience, So Li was always punctual. Sun Yin had never liked dealing with people who were not timely. He did not wait long before he saw So Li, though she was accompanied by a large group. Sun Yin looked at So Li, who spread her hands helplessly, indicating she had no choice but to bring her family. At this moment, So Li did not know that Sun Yin had become a Grade 5 creator. Her attitude towards him remained rather nonchalant. If not for Lin Yuan's mission, Sun Yin would have frowned. He had never liked interacting with unfamiliar people, but to complete Lin Yuan's mission, he needed to engage with the other members of the Dragon Plum family, not just Soli. Soli greeted Sun Yin warmly, "Brother Sun, I haven't seen you in over 100 years. You look even better than before." Soli only intended to greet Sun Yin, but she did not expect him to respond to her words. "My condition is indeed much better than before. Otherwise, wouldn't I have become a grade 5 creator for nothing?" Sun Yin's words stunned Soli and the members of the Dragon Plum family standing beside her. Su Zongsan's breathing quickened as he looked at Sun Yin, as if he was looking at hope. In just 100 years, Sun Yin had transformed into a grade 5 creator. Sun Yin's talent was simply too astonishing. It was impossible for Sun Yin to lie about such things. In the sky beyond the clouds, no creator dared to lie about their creator grade. Once a creator lied about their grade, their reputation would be ruined. "Brother Sun, have you really become a grade 5 creator?" Realizing she was doubting Sun Yin, Soli hurriedly changed her words. "Brother Sun, I mean to say that you finally fulfilled your dream. Congratulations." At this point, Soli couldn't help but think of the current situation of the Dragon Plum family. She looked a little sad. Sun Yin did not put on the airs of a grade 5 creator in front of his old friend. Instead, he reached out and patted Soli's shoulder. "Didn't you say that you brought me cherry plum wine? I miss the Dragon Plum family's cherry plum wine so much. The last time I left, I drank 2 jars and still couldn't drink to my heart's content. The cherry plum wine you brought this time should be enough for me to drink, right?" Before Soli could speak, her grandfather spoke up loudly, "Master Sun, no, Lord Sun, it is the Dragon Plum family's honor that you enjoy our cherry plum wine. Naturally, you can drink as much as you want. If you don't mind, why don't you come to the Dragon Plum family for a drink? We've brewed a lot of plum wine over the past 1,000 years. If you like it, you can drink it freely." If Soli treated Sun Yin as a friend or elder brother, then Su Zongsan's attitude towards Sun Yin could only be described as bootlicking. However, the other members of the Dragon Plum family were not dissatisfied with Su Zongsan's attitude. They were, in fact, very enthusiastic. There were very few grade 5 creators in Diverse City. In Diverse City, grade 5 creators were equivalent to the ceiling. In the entire sky beyond the clouds, as long as a grade 6 creator did not appear, a grade 5 creator could be considered a supreme person. Even a faction like the Traveling Dragon Palace had to be respectful to grade 5 creators. A grade 5 creator was the wealth of the entire sky beyond the clouds. As long as the Dragon Plum family could secure a grade 4 creator, they would not fall and would be able to maintain their current glory. If they could establish a relationship with a grade 5 creator, the Dragon Plum family would be qualified to become a true upper-class faction in Diverse City. However, at this moment, Su Zongsan was somewhat afraid of Sun Yin. Su Zongsan dared to invite a grade 4 creator to the Dragon Plum family, but he did not dare to invite a grade 5 creator. A grade 5 creator was too noble. Sun Yin laughed out loud. "Since the Dragon Plum family is so enthusiastic, I won't stand on ceremony. I'll visit them later. But before that, I want Soli to accompany me around Diverse City. I haven't been here for hundreds of years and am no longer familiar with the city. I came this time intending to buy some resources. With Soli's help, I should quickly get reacquainted with Diverse City." After saying this, Sun Yin ignored the reactions of the other members of the Dragon Plum family and pulled Soli away. Su Zongsan was all smiles, surprised by the relationship between Sun Yin and Soli. He had thought they were merely acquaintances but now realized they were very good friends. If he wanted the Dragon Plum family to connect with a grade 5 creator like Sun Yin, he needed to act quickly and strategically. As Sun Yin and Soli explored Diverse City, he asked her about the city's developments over the past 100 years. Soli was always candid. Keeping her grandfather's intentions in mind, she said directly to Sun Yin, "Brother Sun, my grandfather wants you to become a sponsor of the Dragon Plum family. I know you dislike being constrained. If their future invitations bother you, I'll explain to them now. I don't want this to affect our relationship. I've never been highly valued in the family. If you hadn't contacted me this time, I wouldn't even have been qualified to attend a family meeting." Soli spoke openly, not out of naivety, but because she was extremely smart. Whether her family could align with Sun Yin was uncertain, but she knew she could. As a direct descendant who wasn't valued, she didn't need to sacrifice her future for the family. If she succeeded with Sun Yin, it would benefit the family. As long as she didn't betray the Dragon Plum family, their interests would be aligned. Sun Yin pondered Soli's words before replying, Soli, I can't become a guest of the Dragon Plum family because I've already joined a faction. Soli had anticipated Sun Yin's rejection and guessed his reasons. However, she never imagined that someone like Sun Yin, who cherished his freedom, would join a faction and accept its restrictions. This was unlike the Sun Yin she knew. Before Soli could express her surprise, Sun Yin continued, the faction I joined has a grade 6 creator. Soli, I'm sure you understand the significance of this faction. Chapter 3055, Bizarre Plant Demon Hall. Soli spoke directly to Sun Yin, who did not hide anything from her. Lin Yuan needed a family he could use as a tool. If he chose the Dragon Plum family, he had to make this clear to them. He released such a message to intimidate both Soli and the Dragon Plum family. Sun Yin was not worried about whether the Dragon Plum family would spread this matter. Even if they did, it wouldn't matter. Sun Yin had already confirmed this with Lin Yuan. If the news spread, it might not be a bad thing. Sky City's roots were far away in the north of the Lonely River, and those with ulterior motives would not be able to find any traces of Sky City through the Dragon Plum family. If this news spread, it would definitely attract powerful factions or experts who needed grade 6 creator resources. Lin Yuan was willing to trade with such powerful experts and factions. This was because trading with these factions and experts would allow Lin Yuan to obtain great benefits. When Soli heard that Sun Yin had become a grade 5 creator, she was extremely surprised. She knew that Sun Yin was an exceptionally talented creator. Even so, he became a grade 5 creator too quickly. If Sun Yin was fortunate enough to join a faction with a grade 6 creator and obtain guidance, it would all make sense. Amidst her shock, Soli's imagination ran wild. She did not know that Lin Yuan had nothing to do with Sun Yin becoming a grade 5 creator. No wonder Sun Yin was willing to give up his freedom to join this faction. There were only a few grade creators in the entire sky beyond the clouds. If such a big shot could come to Diverse City, the City Lord and the major factions would probably kneel to welcome him. Sun Yin's status as a grade 5 creator was already very precious. But now, Sun Yin represented a faction with a grade 6 creator. The famous traveling dragon palace in Diverse City would probably immediately put down their arrogance and treat Sun Yin as a distinguished guest if they knew about his situation. Soli was very good at seizing opportunities. When she first met Sun Yin, it was she who seized the opportunity. She had a good relationship with Sun Yin. Otherwise, Sun Yin would not have thought of her immediately upon coming to Diverse City. Soli mustered her courage and said, Brother Sun, I've always treated you as my good brother. I wonder if you can bring me along if there's a chance in the future and give me a chance to be your retainer? If you allow me to follow you, you don't have to worry that the Dragon Plum family will affect your work. Sun Yin looked up at Soli, whose eyes were filled with anticipation and caution. He thought to himself that Soli was really a smart person. However, in Sun Yin's opinion, Soli's actions were somewhat abrupt. His relationship with Soli was indeed good, but it was far from the extent where he could change Soli's fate at will. Soli was desperately creating an opportunity for her future. Sun Yin was still thinking about how to guide Soli. But now, he even skipped the leading words. Soli, do you know how many people want to work for me since I became a grade 5 creator? But until now, I haven't had a retainer by my side. You should still remember Ronnie, right? I've been communicating with Ronnie for more than 100 years. Ronnie wanted to stay by my side as a retainer, but I rejected her. When Soli said those words just now, she already realized that she had been a little abrupt. However, since she had already said it, there was nothing she could do even if she was rude. Soli was afraid that Sun Yin would think she was going to do something wrong and, because of what he said just now, he would pull away from her. Ronnie and Sun Yin's relationship was closer than hers and Sun Yin's. Moreover, she had not contacted Sun Yin many times in the past few years. Sun Yin had even rejected Ronnie, so he naturally could not agree to her request. Just as Soli was contemplating how to steer the conversation away from the awkward topic, she heard Sun Yin change the subject. Actually, it's not impossible to bring you along. Coincidentally, I plan to develop some projects in Diverse City in the future. However, I won't stop you from continuing to stay with the Dragon Plum family. Soli was a very smart person, which was the main reason Sun Yin valued her. Sun Yin observed Soli's shifting expressions and knew she had understood his implications. Soli hesitated for a moment before speaking solemnly, "Brother Sun, I'll say it again. As long as you are willing to guide me, I will do whatever you ask in the future. I'll do my best. If you need anything, the Dragon Plum family will support you as well." Sun Yin's words made it clear that he wanted to use the Dragon Plum family as a foundation to develop in diverse city. This was a huge opportunity for the Dragon Plum family. She wondered how happy her grandfather would be when he found out. A direct descendant like her, who was not valued, could use Sun Yin's connections to become an even more important figure in the Dragon Plum family than her grandfather. And power was what Soli had always pursued. She had just never had the chance to express her ambitions to the outside world. Sun Yin patted Soli's shoulder. "All right, I'll ask you to help me with my responsibilities in diverse city from now on. We'll be having dinner together later. Come and introduce the situation in diverse city to me. I heard that Traveling Dragon Palace is planning to use resources like blessed lands as exhibits for the trade fair. Do you know about Traveling Dragon Palace's situation?" Soli had been wondering why Sun Yin would go to diverse city. It turned out the catalyst was the trade fair organized by Traveling Dragon Palace. "Brother Sun, I know a little about Traveling Dragon Palace, but only superficial matters. The Dragon Plum family is not qualified to come into contact with a faction of Traveling Dragon Palace's level. The news we heard is just hearsay. We can't guarantee that it's true." Soli was cautious by nature. Now that she had just joined Sun Yin, she was even more so. She feared she might give Sun Yin false information that could affect his judgment. "Just say it. I need to come into contact with Traveling Dragon Palace in the future. I heard that Traveling Dragon Palace has basically defeated all the factions of the same level in diverse city and even suppressed Bizarre Plant Demon Hall." When it came to Bizarre Plant Demon Hall, Sun Yin's expression did not change, but Soli felt suffocated. The last time Sun Yin came to diverse city, he had become enemies with a grade 4 creator from Bizarre Plant Demon Hall. This creator had cornered Sun Yin twice, causing him public humiliation. Otherwise, Sun Yin would not have left diverse city in such a hurry. To a certain extent, he had been chased out of diverse city by Bizarre Plant Demon Hall. "Brother Sun, you're right. Among all the factions in diverse city that fought against Traveling Dragon Palace, Bizarre Plant Demon Hall suffered the most. Even one of the 3 evil eye ghost curse trees had its trunk broken by Traveling Dragon Palace. 2 of the 6 elders of Bizarre Plant Demon Hall died in the battle with Traveling Dragon Palace. Now, with the current strength of Bizarre Plant Demon Hall, they are one of the top 5 factions in diverse city. However, Bizarre Plant Demon Hall has already completely shrunk. They have given all their resources in diverse city to Traveling Dragon Palace. There's a rumor in diverse city that Bizarre Plant Demon Hall might leave to develop in another city." At this point, Soli paused and said in a low voice, "Brother Sun, I think this is just a rumor. Bizarre Plant Demon Hall should not leave diverse city, which has been developed for hundreds of thousands of years. Bizarre Plant Demon Hall is a very special faction. Leaving diverse city is equivalent to losing their foundation. I keep feeling that the shrinking of Bizarre Plant Demon Hall is the calm before the storm. It will eventually clash with Traveling Dragon Palace. Especially now that Traveling Dragon Palace is clashing with Grey Smoke Stronghold, Traveling Dragon Palace is at a disadvantage in Extreme Wood City. 60% of the experts from Traveling Dragon Palace in diverse city have been sent to Extreme Wood City. Now, it can be said to be the best opportunity for Bizarre Plant Demon Hall to snatch back the resources from Traveling Dragon Palace. I think the people from Bizarre Plant Demon Hall have most likely already contacted the people from Extreme Wood City's Grey Smoke Stronghold." Soli knew that Sun Yin had not been to diverse city for a long time and did not know the situation there. Otherwise, he would not have asked about this kind of information that all the factions in diverse city knew. Soli analyzed the situation in diverse city. In the past, when Soli and Sun Yin were together, Soli talked more. At that time, when Soli was analyzing something, Sun Yin was listening, so Soli was not afraid that Sun Yin would dislike her analysis. When Sun Yin heard Soli mention Bizarre Plant Demon Hall, her tone was extremely careful. He knew that Soli was thinking about the conflict between him and Bizarre Plant Demon Hall. Sun Yin indeed hated Bizarre Plant Demon Hall in the past, especially the Grade 4 creator of Bizarre Plant Demon Hall. If Sun Yin had not bet on Lin Yuan, he would have definitely beaten up the creator of Bizarre Plant Demon Hall as a Grade 5 creator in diverse city to regain his dignity. However, now that Sun Yin had joined Lin Yuan and seen a higher perspective, he no longer cared about Bizarre Plant Demon Hall. Sun Yin was not willing to affect Lin Yuan's plan because of Bizarre Plant Demon Hall. Of course, the prerequisite was that Bizarre Plant Demon Hall would not cause trouble for him. When I was still in Diverse City, I remember that Bizarre Plant Demon Hall wanted to suppress Traveling Dragon Palace. Traveling Dragon Palace couldn't surpass Bizarre Plant Demon Hall in a short period of time. Traveling Dragon Palace has been accumulating for at least tens of thousands of years to rise. They have been holding back all this while, and they only showed their prowess in the past 100 years. With my understanding of the people of Bizarre Plant Demon Hall, they must have contacted Grey Smoke Stronghold. I've heard about the situation in Grey Smoke Stronghold. They can be considered a top faction in Extreme Wood City. Grey Smoke Stronghold is so angry about the expansion of Traveling Dragon Palace. With Bizarre Plant Demon Hall taking the initiative to make contact, they will definitely be very willing to cooperate with Bizarre Plant Demon Hall. If they can defeat Traveling Dragon Palace, all of Traveling Dragon Palace's arrangements in Extreme Wood City will belong to Grey Smoke Stronghold. It seems that Traveling Dragon Palace is in trouble this time. When Sun Yin informed Lin Yuan about the situation in Diverse City, Winter mentioned that the Traveling Dragon Palace's circumstances were far from optimistic. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sold their blessed land, even if they wanted to expand their power. Traveling Dragon Palace had the strength to become a local tyrant in Diverse City. However, despite years of accumulation, they were not satisfied with their current status. Overreaching could lead to a significant backlash. This was something Sun Yin had not considered before. Compared to his talent as a creator, Sun Yin was not adept at scheming, developing a faction, or strategic planning. As Sun Yin pondered over discussing this with Lin Yuan, he heard So Li say, "Brother Sun, if you want to attack Grey Smoke Stronghold, you could collaborate with Traveling Dragon Palace. But this might offend Grey Smoke Stronghold, who is opposing Traveling Dragon Palace, so it may not be worth it. However, this would certainly earn Traveling Dragon Palace's friendship. If you plan to develop in Diverse City, building a good relationship with Traveling Dragon Palace would be highly beneficial." So Li continued to devise strategies for Sun Yin, aware that Sun Yin would not easily let go of the schemes and insults from the Bizarre Plant Demon Hall. Sun Yin solemnly responded to So Li's words, "So Li, remember that I'm no longer independent. I've joined a faction and can't do anything that would implicate it. You are now my retainer, and I hope you can act accordingly." After their conversation, Sun Yin and So Li arrived at the old residence of the Dragon Plum family. Sun Yin requested the Dragon Plum family to keep his situation confidential. He then returned to the room that Su Zongsan had personally prepared for him in the old residence. He took out the thoughts letter paper and reported the situation to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan had already asked Wang Ying, the person in charge of Fortune Treasure Palace, for relevant information. Wang Ying's information for Lin Yuan was more detailed and precise than what Sun Yin had obtained from So Li. So Li suspected that Bizarre Plant Demon Hall and Grey Smoke Stronghold had joined forces to resist Traveling Dragon Palace, and Wang Ying confirmed this. Bizarre Plant Demon Hall was likely to attack Traveling Dragon Palace during the trade fair. Disrupting this transaction would impact Traveling Dragon Palace's fundraising. Lin Yuan's eyes flickered when he saw Sun Yin's message. Lin Yuan typically kept a low profile, influencing those around him to do the same. However, there were times to be high profile. Even if Lin Yuan chose to remain low profile, those around him should not. Lin Yuan, Sun Yin, I authorize you to reveal your Grade 5 creator status. Use it to gain qualifications to attend Traveling Dragon Palace's trade fair and bring a few important figures from the Dragon Plum family. There is solid information that Bizarre Plant Demon Hall and Traveling Dragon Palace will clash at the trade fair. Initially, Lin Yuan was only interested in the blessed lands and treasures that Traveling Dragon Palace intended to sell. Now, understanding the situation in Diverse City, he was even more interested in Traveling Dragon Palace itself. Through Sun Yin, Lin Yuan controlled the Dragon Plum family, but it would be challenging for the Dragon Plum family to stand out in Diverse City. Chapter 3056. The need for gourmets. Once the Dragon Plum family took out a large amount of resources in Traveling Dragon Palace, the Dragon Plum family would become the focus of the major factions in Diverse City. Moreover, in the face of the sudden rise of the Dragon Plum family, there would most likely be many factions targeting the Dragon Plum family. Since Lin Yuan was not prepared to invest too much manpower and resources in Diverse City, it would be very difficult for him to protect the Dragon Plum family, which had become the target of public criticism. Compared to the Dragon Plum family, Traveling Dragon Palace, which was already the most superior class faction in Diverse City, had long stood out and had a dominant position in Diverse City. Furthermore, Traveling Dragon Palace had a strong intention to expand and they had already opened up their territory in Extreme Wood City. This showed that Traveling Dragon Palace was very ambitious and aggressive. Traveling Dragon Palace's attitude toward the outside world was already clear. If Lin Yuan could be the driving force behind Traveling Dragon Palace, the outside world would only pay attention to Traveling Dragon Palace itself and not Sky City behind it. If Traveling Dragon Palace was in a thriving state, it would be difficult for Lin Yuan to reach an agreement with it. But now that Traveling Dragon Palace was in a difficult situation, Traveling Dragon Palace needed a strong teammate. It was very easy for Lin Yuan to come into contact with the upper echelons of Traveling Dragon Palace. Whether it was through Sun Yin, who had already become a grade 5 creator, or Wang Ying, the person in charge of Fortune Treasure Palace and Diverse City, Lin Yuan could do it. However, Lin Yuan was not in a hurry to interact with Traveling Dragon Palace because he only knew about the Traveling Dragon Palace's predicament and did not know anything else about it. Lin Yuan needed to understand Traveling Dragon Palace before making a decision. Sun Yin smiled when he saw Lin Yuan's message. It was great that Lin Yuan wanted him to expose his grade 5 creator identity. This way, he could be more high profile. If Lin Yuan did not expose his identity as a grade 5 creator, he would have to be as cautious as possible. In the evening, Lin Yuan bought a large batch of resources from Fortune Treasure Palace. He used Spirit Chi crystals and Heavenly Maiden grade elemental pearls of various types. Diverse City's Fortune Treasure Palace had more collections than Treasure City's Fortune Treasure Palace, and the level of resources was also higher. Wang Ying's authority was higher than Zhan Lu's, so she could make the decision to take out more precious resources. Compared to producing faith, hundreds of thousands of people evolved in grade every day in Faith Country, allowing Morbius to collect a large number of Spirit Chi crystals. Lin Yuan now had billions of Spirit Chi crystals in the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone. He spent nearly 10 million Spirit Chi crystals on Wang Ying this time. However, this was nothing to Lin Yuan. Wang Ying said to Lin Yuan excitedly, "Young Master Lin, thank you for being so willing to support me and use creator resources to trade for so many resources. If there's anything you want me to do in the future, just ask. I'll definitely do my best to satisfy your request." When he heard that you had come to Diverse City, Lord Ling decided to meet you here. He instructed me to treat you well. If you have any requests, just let me know. With that, Wang Ying instructed the 4 receptionists she had sent over to move many rare flowers and plants to the room and prepare many superior class delicacies. Chu Ci said while drinking the rose-pink juice that Wang Ying had just brought over. "Big brother, I don't know what kind of heavenly treasures are added to this fruit juice, but I feel much clearer after taking the first sip. The fatigue in my soul has also been washed away. The key is that this fruit juice tastes extremely good. It's been a long time since I've drunk such delicious fruit juice." Chu Ci enjoyed the fruit juice very much. Previously, she had always felt that as long as she worked hard, she would be able to help Lin Yuan sooner or later. But now, she gradually gave up on this idea. Firstly, Lin Yuan was living too well in the sky beyond the clouds. No one was looking for trouble with him, so she had no chance to help Lin Yuan. Secondly, Chu Ci realized that the gap between her and Lin Yuan was too big. No matter how hard she tried, she could not make up for it. Chu Ci understood this, but she would still work hard to improve herself. She would not embarrass Lin Yuan by falling behind among Sky City's core members. If Lin Yuan knew what Chu Ci was thinking, he would definitely be very gratified. Lin Yuan had worked so hard to develop Sky City in order to create a good living environment for Chu Ci. As such, Lin Yuan did not wish for Chu Ci to suffer so much. All she had to do was enjoy life under his protection. "Chu Ci, if you like this fruit juice, I'll get Wang Ying to prepare more for you when we leave Diverse City. I think even if we ask Wang Ying for the formula of this fruit juice, she will probably give it to us. You can drink as much as you want in the future. We can also hire gourmets who are good at using spiritual ingredients to cook delicacies and bring them to north of the Lonely River to improve the food of the core members of Sky City." There were many professions in the sky beyond the clouds, and gourmet was one of them. Gourmets could use many spiritual ingredients to make delicacies with many benefits, but these gourmets were fundamentally different from creators who concocted potions. As these gourmets could not stimulate the effects of these ingredients to the greatest extent like creators, they could only stimulate the taste of the ingredients and make them more delicious. This made the gourmet's status in the sky beyond the clouds not high. They were far inferior to creators. However, an outstanding gourmet was definitely very rich because outstanding gourmets served experts and large factions. After the initial stage of Sky City's development, Lin Yuan felt that he had to seek more benefits for the core members of Sky City. Chu Ci was moved by Lin Yuan's words. Big brother, I see that diverse city is very modern. I think there should be a talent market. We can go to the talent market and see if we can find a more outstanding gourmet. Apart from gourmets, we can also recruit more lifestyle class spirit chi professionals like spirit craftsmen and weavers. When I was in the spirit lock spatial zone, I always heard Uncle Hu complaining that he had too few spirit craftsmen under him and that there were many things he could not do. Why don't we take this opportunity to help Uncle Hu solve the problem? Moreover, there are so many people in Sky City that we can't rely on Sister Wen Yu alone to make clothes. I know that as long as we speak to Manager Wan, she can help and recommend many people to us. But how can someone recommended by others be better than someone we choose ourselves? Lin Yuan nodded. Indeed, Lin Yuan preferred his own choices over those recommended by others. In any case, we're going to walk around Diverse City tomorrow. When the time comes, get Wang Ying to arrange for someone to bring us to the talent market in Diverse City to take a look. There are many talent markets in Diverse City. It's very difficult for us to find a suitable talent market ourselves. At that time, we can get the people from Fortune Treasure Palace to bring us directly to the highest end talent market and choose talents there. There are a few feys from Fortune Treasure Palace that you can contract. Since you're not in a hurry to contract a fey, why don't you wait a little longer? Apart from selling the Blessed Land, Traveling Dragon Palace has also taken out many foundation grade feys. If one of these foundation grade feys is suitable for you, it will greatly increase your limit in the future. Chu Ci knew that Lin Yuan would always make the best arrangements for her, so she was not worried about the fey she was going to contract. Tomorrow, Lin Yuan would bring Chu Ci to Diverse City's high-end talent market to apply for a job. This made Chu Ci feel very excited and novel. Wang Ying basically served Lin Yuan the entire day and appeared in the special honor guests living area many times. This caused quite a stir in Diverse City's Fortune Treasure Palace. Because of the trade fair held by Traveling Dragon Palace, there were quite a number of large faction members who went to Traveling Dragon Palace recently. Many of these large factions members lived in Fortune Treasure Palace, and Wang Ying's attitude toward them was far less enthusiastic than her attitude toward Lin Yuan. Everyone knew very well how the people from the Fortune Treasure Palace usually handled things. These factions did not feel dissatisfied because of Wang Ying's attitude. Instead, they knew that a big shot must have come to the Fortune Treasure Palace to make Wang Ying behave like this. These special honor guests all wanted to befriend a faction that Wang Ying valued so much. Relying on the fact that they usually got along well with Wang Ying, many factions looked for Wang Ying and hoped that she could help introduce them. If these special honor guests were to find Wang Ying for help, Wang Ying would be willing to help them no matter what. However, Lin Yuan's identity was too special, so Ling Muzhuo had deliberately instructed her to receive him well. He could not let Lin Yuan feel even the slightest discomfort. Wang Ying could tell that Lin Yuan was not keen on socializing. It would not be good if she rashly led these special honor guests to interact with Lin Yuan and made him unhappy. Wang Ying could only reject the requests of the other special honor guests. However, Wang Ying's actions made the other special honor guests even more curious. The next morning, Lin Yuan found Wang Ying and asked her to arrange for 2 people to be his and Chu Ci's guides. Wang Ying immediately sent 2 receptionists to entertain Lin Yuan and Chu Ci and asked them to act as guides. The receptionists were in the middle of Fortune Treasure Palace. In Fortune Treasure Palace, receptionists were second only to Wang Ying, the person in charge. If Wang Ying usually asked the receptionists to be the guides on any other day, these receptionists would definitely not be willing. However, the receptionists Wang Ying had sent had witnessed Lin Yuan's trade with Fortune Treasure Palace yesterday. Hence, when Wang Ying was assigning this task this morning, the 4 receptionists had fought for it right in front of Wang Ying. Wang Ying looked at the 4 extremely arrogant receptionists under her and thought to herself. Although these receptionists are arrogant, they're not stupid at all. They knew that receiving Lin Yuan was an opportunity. Since it was an opportunity, Wang Ying would definitely arrange such an opportunity for her subordinates who were closer and more obedient to her. Wang Ying looked at the 2 happy receptionists in front of her and said seriously, "Ah Qian, Ah Tao, the 2 of you are my trusted aides. Among all the receptionists, I value the 2 of you the most and treat you the best. This opportunity has been given to the 2 of you. The 2 of you must seize this opportunity and serve young Master Lin as well as possible. Young Master Lin is someone that even Palace Master Ling has to show some respect to. Especially you, Ah Tao. You have to be careful in front of young Master Lin. Don't speak nonsense and make young Master Lin unhappy. Otherwise, if Palace Master Ling blames you, I won't be able to protect you. Wang Ying had always been kind to Qian and Tao and treated them as though they were her younger sisters. Hearing such serious instructions for the two of them, Qian and Tao hurriedly promised Wang Ying, Sister Wan, Tao and I know our limits. We definitely won't do anything that will make young Master Lin unhappy. Sister Wan, you've always known that I'm a timid person. How would I dare to displease young Master Lin? It's just that this young Master Lin is strange. Why is he going to a talent market for no reason? If young Master Lin has any needs in terms of personnel, just tell us. We'll recommend someone to him. Wang Ying was already a little worried about Tao. Now that she heard what Tao said, Wang Ying frowned tightly. Tao, you can't say this in front of young Master Lin. You just have to do what young Master Lin asks you to do. We don't need to make any suggestions. The two of you should start preparing. If you do well this time, I'll put in a good word for you on Palace Master Ling's side. If the two of you can be evaluated as A rank, the two of you can go to the local area to be the managers of Fortune Treasure Palace and manage the area yourselves. It's much better than the two of you following me as receptionists. I've always treated the two of you as my younger sisters. Naturally, I hope that the two of you can develop better. Good luck. If the two of you don't get the evaluation this time, you probably won't have another chance in the next 1,000 years. When Tao and Qian heard Wang Ying's words, they could not help but feel ardor and zeal coursing through their blood. The ultimate goal of all the receptionists in Fortune Treasure Palace was to become the manager of a branch of Fortune Treasure Palace. However, only 1% of the receptionists had such an opportunity. Qian and Tao did not have such an opportunity previously. Apart from Wang Ying's nurturing and Ling Muzhuo's appreciation, they also had to thank Lin Yuan for coming here. Otherwise, Qian would have a chance to become the manager of the Fortune Treasure Palace while Tao would not have such a chance at all. Tao and Qian were now treating Lin Yuan with the utmost importance. Seeing that Qian and Tao were a little nervous, Wang Ying smiled in satisfaction. Wang Ying really hoped that Qian and Tao would become the managers of Fortune Treasure Palace. Chapter 3057. Shocking Needs. Although Qian and Tao could no longer stay by her side and Wang Ying had lost two outstanding helpers, Qian and Tao becoming the managers of Fortune Treasure Palace would be of greater help to Wang Ying in the future. Not only were there competitions between the three palace masters of Fortune Treasure Palace, but there were also many competitions between the managers of the various cities. Fortune Treasure Palace had sent two receptionists as his guides and Lin Yuan was very grateful to them. He took out dozens of spirit chi crystals and rewarded them to Qian and Tao. The receptionists liked to receive charity from special honor guests. Once they served the special honor guests well, the rewards given by the special honor guests would sometimes be more than the commission earned as receptionists. If it was something bestowed by someone else, Tao would definitely accept it without hesitation. However, Wang Ying had repeatedly reminded Tao to treat Lin Yuan well. This reception was related to her future evaluation. For a moment, Tao did not know if she should take these spirit chi crystals. Qian saw Tao's hesitation and took the spirit chi crystals before thanking Lin Yuan respectfully. She also used her eyes to signal Tao not to be rude. The spirit chi crystals that Lin Yuan casually took out were not meant to show off his status in front of the two of them. Lin Yuan had already taken out tens of millions of spirit chi crystals yesterday to trade. These spirit chi crystals were nothing to him. If Tao was shy and refused to accept it, it would make people think that she was rejecting Lin Yuan's kind intentions. Seeing Qian accept these spirit chi crystals, Tao also followed suit. Qian said softly to Lin Yuan, "Young Master Lin, there are a total of 3 high-end talent markets in diverse city. Which one are you planning to go to? If you don't know the difference between these 3 talent markets, Tao and I can introduce them to you one by one." When Lin Yuan had traded resources with Fortune Treasure Palace yesterday evening, he made it clear that he had never been to diverse city before. Therefore, it was impossible for Lin Yuan to have any understanding of diverse cities' talent markets. If it were not for the huge difference between these 3 top talent markets, Qian would have made the decision herself. Before Lin Yuan could say anything, Chu Xi's interest was piqued when she heard that there were 3 areas in the high-end talent market. She asked, "What's the difference between these 3 talent markets?" "The functional professions we're looking for today are more complicated, and there might be a lot of people. However, there are requirements for these people's abilities." Qian's attitude toward Chu Xi was the same as Lin Yuan's. She was exceptionally respectful. "Miss Chu Xi, the first of these 3 talent markets is controlled by the officials of diverse city. It's located southwest of the city lord's residence. The people here are all nurtured by the officials of diverse city. There are all kinds of people inside and they accept employment. A portion of the commission earned by these people needs to be handed over to the city lord's residence. The officials of diverse city will also be responsible for these people to ensure the interests of these employers. The second place is at the foot of the Dust Abyss Mountain. It's not far from here. The people here are usually from various mercenary guilds. They can take on missions as a team. Most of the people inside have extraordinary combat strength. There are relatively few lifestyle class professionals. Thirdly, there's a riverside nearly 1,000 kilometers away from diverse city. This talent market is different from the other two talent markets. The other two talent markets are mainly for hiring, but this place is completely for business. Everyone's talent is clearly priced. They can be bought by the boss they like. The abilities of these people will be clearly marked. The major factions all have shares in this talent market. When the major factions capture prisoners during expeditions, they will be sent here after they're tamed. Therefore, the people here are the most mixed. It's far from being as safe as diverse talent market. Of course, there are always surprises here because some important captives won't show their true abilities. However, this rarely happens. Most of the captives on sale have hidden injuries on their roots. Because it's difficult to heal and too many resources are needed to heal them, these captives are all waiting to be chosen. After introducing the three talent markets, Qian did not say anything else and waited for Lin Yuan and Chu Ci to make a decision. She and Qian received Lin Yuan together, but Qian had been doing all the talking. Not only did Tao not show any dissatisfaction, but she also heaved a sigh of relief. Tao was very clear about her position. She just had to follow Qian and strive to complete this mission well. With Wang Ying's help, she could obtain a good rating. Chu Ci did not make the decision herself. Instead, she turned to look at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan thought, really found the right person from Fortune Treasure Palace to arrange for a guide. Among the three talent markets, the talent market located by the riverbank is more in line with my needs. Compared to hiring these talents who lived in diverse city, it was better to choose those capable captives to bring back to north of the lonely river. Qian, take us to the third talent market you mentioned. Since Fortune Treasure Palace also has some shares in this talent market, I think you can make some arrangements. Take us to choose 3,000 spirit craftsmen first. These spirit craftsmen have to be at least class 3. Lin Yuan directly stated his request. The rating of a spirit craftsman in the sky beyond the clouds was very different from the rating of a spirit craftsman in the main world. The beginner class 4 spirit craftsman in the main world could only be considered pinnacle class 2 in the sky beyond the clouds. Only advanced class 4 spirit craftsman could be considered beginner class 3. For example, Hu Chuan could already be defined as a class 6 spirit craftsman according to the rating of the main world. However, he was only an intermediate class 4 spirit craftsman in the sky beyond the clouds. Sky City indeed had too few spirit craftsmen under their command. It was rather difficult for Hu Chuan to command these 100 over spirit craftsmen to do many things. There were many places in Sky City that needed to be built. Even if Lin Yuan found another 3,000 spirit craftsmen to join Sky City, these spirit craftsmen would not be enough. However, it should not be difficult to find 3,000 spirit craftsmen above class 3 in a talent market as big as diverse city. If he could not even find 3,000 or more spirit craftsmen, Lin Yuan would be too disappointed. Qian and Tao were surprised when they heard Lin Yuan's request. Although spirit craftsmen were lifestyle professions, spirit craftsmen above class 3 were not cheap at all. According to the spirit chi crystals that Lin Yuan had traded yesterday, the price of each class 3 spirit craftsman differed among beginner class 3 to pinnacle class 3, ranging from 1,000 to 30,000 spirit chi crystals. Nurturing a spirit craftsman also required a lot of resources. 3,000 class 3 spirit craftsmen would at least sell for 3 million spirit chi crystals. Qian and Tao felt that Lin Yuan would not only choose beginner class 3 spirit craftsmen. This huge expenditure shocked receptionists like Qian and Tao, who were used to seeing the world in Fortune Treasure Palace. Young Master Lin, you will definitely be able to find 3,000 class 3 and above spirit craftsmen in this talent market. In the past, even a severely injured class 5 spirit craftsman had appeared. It's just that many of these captives are not tamed well. If you buy them, they might not be able to work for you wholeheartedly. You still need to subdue these spirit craftsmen yourself in the future. Some of these spirit craftsmen come from factions that have already been destroyed and they still feel some loyalty to those factions. It will be very difficult to tame them. After Qian's reminder to Lin Yuan, she did not say anything else. The Fortune Treasure Palace indeed had shares, but there were very few shares. All she could do was to give all the resources to Lin Yuan and let him choose. The other situations were not something she could determine or bear. Qian's words were both a reminder and a disclaimer. I only want to see if these spirit craftsmen can meet my requirements. I'll take responsibility for subduing these spirit craftsmen. Lin Yuan still had to hire gourmets, weavers, and other talents, but the spirit craftsmen were the most important among them. At first, Lin Yuan thought that this talent market was built so far away from diverse city by the banks of the river because it was very chaotic. Now, it seemed like that was not the case. This talent market occupied an extremely wide area and had a beautiful environment. The furnishings inside were not inferior to the furnishings outside Fortune Treasure Palace. Presumably, this talent market was most likely not tolerated by the city lord of diverse city. Because many large factions in diverse city had shares in this talent market, the city lord could not target this talent market too much. While communicating with Qian and Tao, Lin Yuan had already gained a certain level of understanding of diverse city. More than 50% of the profits of the city lord's residence, excluding taxes, came from the diverse talent market. This talent market by the riverside largely affected the profits of the diverse talent market. This talent market did not have a specific name. There were many people coming and going at the entrance, be it people transporting captives or trading talents. However, most people were not qualified to be received by the attendants at the door. These attendants did not know Lin Yuan, Chu Ci, and Winter. The three of them were unfamiliar faces to diverse city. However, these waiters knew Qian and Tao. 6 or 7 attendants quickly greeted them the moment they saw Qian and Tao. Your Excellencies Feng Qian and Ding Tao, I wonder what wind blew you two ladies here. Does anyone from Fortune Treasure Palace want to sell something here? If that's the case, we will contact Manager Sun and properly label the item from Fortune Treasure Palace. Feng Qian and Ding Tao were very cautious in front of Lin Yuan. However, Feng Qian and Ding Tao were exceptionally arrogant in front of these attendants. Fortune Treasure Palace doesn't do such a thing as taming and selling captives. However, we really have to trouble Manager Sun this time to get him to bring out all the high-quality spirit craftsmen you have. We're here to accompany the esteemed guest of Fortune Treasure Palace, young Master Lin, to choose talents. If it weren't for Lordess Wang Ying needing to hold down the fort at Fortune Treasure Palace, we wouldn't be the ones bringing young Master Lin here this time. Instead, Lordess Wang Ying would have personally brought young Master Lin here. Feng Qian knew very well that her words would definitely reach Manager Sun's ears. On one hand, Feng Qian's words were meant for Manager Sun to value Lin Yuan. On the other hand, it was also to let Lin Yuan know how much Fortune Treasure Palace valued him. The attendants were shocked when they heard Feng Qian's words. What? The Fortune Treasure Palace had actually sent 2 receptionists for the sake of this distinguished guest in front of them. This had never happened before. Since when did the receptionists of Fortune Treasure Palace become guides to the outside world? The man and woman with outstanding looks in front of him looked young. The old man behind him seemed to be a guard. The 3 of them must come from an extraordinary faction. Such a figure must have come to diverse city from outside. If they were local figures in diverse city, they should have heard of them. A few of the attendants immediately reported the situation to Manager Sun, while the other attendants led Lin Yuan and the others in. Not long after entering the market, Lin Yuan saw a meatball rolling toward him from afar. Looking closely, it quickly grew into a chubby figure. This fatso was dressed like a nouveau riche. It was as though he wished he could wear rings on all 10 of his fingers. This fatso was accompanied by the few attendants who had just left. This fatso should be Manager Sunday. Sun Yuki was quite surprised when he heard the attendants' report. He knew that an extraordinary person had arrived. Sun Yuki had always liked to befriend such people. Sun Yuki did not greet Feng Qian and Ding Tao first. Instead, he bowed to Lin Yuan warmly. Regardless of whether he knew Lin Yuan or not, he immediately said, "Welcome, young Master Lin. I heard that you've come here to choose talents. We will definitely bring out the best batch of people here. If you hadn't come here, young Master Lin, I wouldn't have released so many talents with potential." Haha, these talents with potential are high-quality resources for any faction. These resources can only be used at critical moments. If not for that, young Master Lin, it would probably be very difficult for you to obtain what you want. Young Master Lin, please follow me to the room and wait for a moment. I'll get someone to bring over all the talents you need. Ordinary talents are all available for people to choose from. If you go to the exhibition area, you won't be able to see those high-quality guys. Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows. This manager Sun really knew how to suck up to others. Lin Yuan could sense that Manager Sun was trying to please him. Manager Sun did not hide his thoughts. Instead, he openly expressed them. Not only would Lin Yuan not be dissatisfied with this behavior, but he also liked Manager Sun's directness. Since that's the case, I'll have to trouble you to arrange it. However, I think you're wrong about one thing. Those high-end talents indeed need to be sold carefully. However, these high-end talents are expensive. Only those buyers who can afford the price can support them. Chapter 3058, The Perfect Choice. Manager Sun, bring out all the quality people you have. As long as they are capable, price is not an issue. I will take them all without exception. Lin Yuan could tell that Manager Sun wanted to curry favor with him, and he was willing to accept it. However, Manager Sun's motive for currying favor with him was actually to cooperate more with him in the future. Lin Yuan's words might appear a little arrogant, but in reality, he was telling Manager Sun that he had plenty of resources. If Manager Sun had high-quality talents to offer, Lin Yuan was more than capable of affording them. On the way here, Ding Tao had briefed Lin Yuan on the regulations of this talent market. It prohibited bargaining and offered no discounts regardless of the quantity purchased. All transactions were simple and had a fixed price policy. Therefore, it would ultimately depend on the buyer's judgment to decide who to buy. However, generally, the prices set for all talents sold as commodities wouldn't be too unreasonable. When selling talents as commodities, apart from ability, looks and some external performance also became criteria for measuring their value. This led to many good-looking commodities being heavily marked up. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's rather arrogant remarks, Sun Yukai instinctively glanced toward Feng Qian and Ding Tao. If Lin Yuan had not been brought here by them, Sun Yukai would have chased him away long ago. Sun Yukai came from a hidden faction and was not a native of Diverse City. He had collaborated with many factions in Diverse City to establish this talent market. He was even willing to negotiate with the city lord manor of Diverse City without hesitation, all for the sake of profit. However, many potential buyers were hesitant to purchase high-end talents due to their reluctance to pay the high prices set by Sun Yukai. This talent market had operated for hundreds of thousands of years. Some high-end talents had died because they had not been able to sell them. Despite that, Sun Yukai was still unwilling to lower the price. It was because Sun Yukai knew that once the precedent of lowering prices was set, it would become difficult to sell talents at high prices in the future. Moreover, his non-negotiable rules might be broken by the sale of high-end talents at a lower price. If such a situation were to occur, not only would his reputation decline, but the customers who were previously rejected for bargaining would also feel offended. Upon hearing Feng Qian and Ding Tao nod at him subtly to express their approval of Lin Yuan's words, the way Sun Yukai looked at Lin Yuan changed. Sun Yukai listened to his subordinate's report and felt that if it weren't for the fact that Wang Ying, the person in charge of the Fortune Treasure Palace, had other matters to attend to, she would have personally welcomed this young Master Lin as a guide. However, judging from Feng Qian and Ding Tao's attitudes, the authenticity of their words was very high. What kind of person was this young man before him, that even someone like Wang Ying, responsible for overseeing the Fortune Treasure Palace within this megacity, felt compelled to please him? Originally, Sun Yukai had many high-end talents that he had not prepared to take out, but now, Sun Yukai felt that there was a need to take out these talents. In any case, the price he set would not decrease. If the young man in front of him was unwilling to accept this price, he could just reject it. By presenting all the high-quality talents, Sun Yukai had also made his stance clear. The VIP room of the talent market was located on the top floor. Along the way, Chu Ci restrained her original personality and frowned. Chu Ci discovered that this talent market was, in fact, a place where various life forms were traded, all of them were priced here. She found it hard to accept this situation. However, Chu Ci did not say much because she knew that this was a common occurrence in the sky beyond the clouds. Otherwise, it would not have been rationalized in Diverse City, a megacity. There were so many large factions that were shareholders of this place. In the main world, geniuses would often receive preferential treatment. For example, Lin Yuan had been taken in as a disciple by the Moon Empress because of his talent. However, in the sky beyond the clouds, talent was not worth mentioning at all. Regardless of how talented an individual was, without the protection of a powerful faction, these so-called geniuses would most likely end up as commodities, bought and sold like slaves. The rampaging star pirates did not make Chu Xi feel the cruelty of the sky beyond the clouds, but upon arrival here, she fully experienced the harshness and indifference of the sky beyond the clouds. Chu Xi could not help but clench her fists, rekindling her determination to quickly improve her strength. Lin Yuan had seen much more than Chu Xi, and his mentality had long changed from when he was in the main world. Among the talents sold here, a portion of them exuded an aura of despair, and there was no hope for the future and life in their eyes. Another portion was desperately trying to prove their worth, striving to prove their worth in the hopes of catching the eye of a buyer and gaining a new opportunity as a servant. Compared to the former, the latter was undoubtedly more intelligent and more compatible with Lin Yuan's personal will. In Lin Yuan's opinion, as long as a person was alive, there would always be opportunities. Sun Yukai followed Lin Yuan with a big belly and a smile on his face. Young Master Lin, our hospitality here is definitely not comparable to Fortune Treasure Palace. After all, our functions here are different from Fortune Treasure Palace. If there's anything I can't do well, I hope you can forgive me. I wonder what kind of talent young Master Lin wants to buy? Since you have mentioned bringing out all the good things, I won't hold back either. Even if you want Class 5 professionals, I can get them for you. However, I must make it clear in advance that once you've paid and I've handed over the person to you, the transaction is considered complete. If anything happens to the person in the subsequent transaction, even if they die as soon as they're in your hands, it will not be our responsibility. Sun Yukai knew that Feng Qian and Ding Tao would tell Lin Yuan about the rules here, but this was his first time doing business with Lin Yuan and it was better to make some things clear in advance. Lin Yuan smiled and said, I need spirit craftsmen above Class 3. Since Mr. Sun doesn't intend to hold back, kindly bring all the spirit craftsmen above Class 3 here. I'll make my selection and buy anything that catches my eye as long as the price is reasonable. Lin Yuan noticed Sun Yukai's displeased expression and guessed the reason. When conducting business, it was impossible for Sun Yukai to showcase all the goods in one go. Just like Lin Yuan had previously managed his Fey store, each batch of showcased goods had both prime items and less desirable ones. He would bring out a batch at a time, selling the prime items first, then the less desirable ones, and finally replenishing with new prime items. If all the goods were showcased at once, the prime items would be chosen and only the less desirable ones would remain for future sales. This would greatly affect the subsequent sale of the goods. Lin Yuan ignored Sun Yukai's displeasure and had no intention of changing his words. Instead, he added lightly, all the talents I bought today will be compensated with grade 4 and above creator resources as bargaining chips. Even if Mr. Sun puts all the outstanding talents in front of me and I choose them, you won't suffer a loss. Since meeting Lin Yuan, Sun Yukai had been shocked multiple times. At this moment, he once again descended into a state of shock. What? Using grade 4 creator resources to exchange for these talents? How generous! Sun Yukai could foresee how terrifying the faction that could spend grade 4 creators' resources casually was. He immediately put away all his dissatisfaction and bounced up and down excitedly like a big ball. With young Master Lin's words, I am reassured. I'll go make the preparations right away. Apart from those spirit craftsmen, you are also free to select talents with different life professions, young Master Lin. Sun Yukai mobilized his men and made arrangements. Soon, an attendant began leading in one life form after another, each with different appearances but all capable of assuming human or humanoid forms. These people were all wearing black collars covered in golden patterns on their necks. The collars could be considered a kind of precious instrument, forged by creators. It had an extremely humiliating name and was called the Captivity Ring. When hunting star pirates, each star pirate group would usually have some captives in their hands. When these star pirates targeted other factions or species, they would sell the outstanding talents of these factions as resources. Once the captivity ring was put on, as long as the wearer activated the energy in their body to a certain extent, the captivity ring would shrink and a blade would spin out from the inside. The fact that these spirit craftsmen, with the captivity ring, were willing to accept the fate of being sold as commodities indicated their strong desire to survive. Sun Yukai said warmly to Lin Yuan, young Master Lin, this VIP room can only accommodate 300 commodities at a time. The information of these commodities is recorded on their captivity ring. You can probe this information by infiltrating these captivity rings with your spiritual energy. The information I've provided here has always been very objective. You can use this information as a reference to make your choice. Lin Yuan turned to look at Chu Xi, who had been looking forward to coming to the talent market so much. Lin Yuan wanted Chu Ci to choose with him, but she shook her head in rejection. Upon witnessing this, Lin Yuan knew that Chu Ci's values had not completely changed. She had not completely adapted to the environment of the sky beyond the clouds. Lin Yuan did not force Chu Ci. He stood up and infused his spiritual energy into the captivity ring on the neck of the tall man at the front. Fu Dao, an intermediate class 3 spirit craftsman. He comes from the spirit monkey species and has no potential for evolution in his bloodline. When Lin Yuan was investigating Fu Dao's captivity ring, he could see the strong desire in Fu Dao's eyes. Fu Dao was clearly hoping to be bought by Lin Yuan. As a spirit craftsman, the treatment he received when working in the faction wouldn't be too poor. Being a servant in another faction would definitely be better than being displayed as a commodity here, waiting indefinitely to be noticed. Fu Dao had been sold here as a commodity for more than 600 years. He was afraid that he would be forced to sink here. Lin Yuan didn't linger too long on Fu Dao. Instead, he quickly gathered information about more than 200 spirit craftsmen. Lin Yuan discovered that due to the difference in bloodline and age, the prices of spirit craftsmen of the same level and class varied greatly. He planned to choose the spirit craftsman here to add to Sky City's construction. Although Lin Yuan was a savior, he would not use spirit chi crystals to save everyone. Sky City did not accept mediocre talents. Only exceptionally outstanding talents had the opportunity to become part of Sky City. Lin Yuan asked Sun Yukai, "How many class 3 and above spirit craftsmen do you have here? I need to know the general number to make my choice. Otherwise, if I'm too picky and can't even choose the number of people I want after choosing all the spirit craftsmen here, I'll have to choose again. It will be a waste of my time." Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, Sun Yukai could not help but roll his eyes in his heart. Lin Yuan's words clearly meant that he wanted to choose the best spirit craftsman. Lin Yuan's straightforwardness made Sun Yukai somewhat uncomfortable. Seeing that Lin Yuan was using class 4 creator resources to exchange for these talents, Sun Yukai called a few subordinates over to verify. After checking, Sun Yukai laughed out loud when he heard his subordinates report. "I have a total of 42 groups of such quality here. There are more than 8,000 spirit craftsmen above class 3. Young Master Lin, feel free to make your selection." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan inwardly lamented that it seemed his wish to select intermediate class 3 spirit craftsmen or higher was going to be dashed. More than half of these 200 individuals were intermediate class 3 spirit craftsmen, while less than 30% of them were above intermediate class 3. Lin Yuan quickly tapped on the selection device in his hand, and the captivity rings lit up. Those whose captivity rings did not light up were taken away by the attendant. Lin Yuan chose them to pass through the long corridor of the VIP room and send them to the martial arts hall that was connected to the VIP seats. Every VIP room here had a special martial arts hall. In this talent market, warriors were always the best sellers. The best way to gauge a warrior's strength was to provide them with a spacious arena, allowing them to fully unleash their abilities. After the first batch was selected, the second batch was quickly sent in. It only took Lin Yuan 5 minutes to choose the second batch of 200 spirit craftsmen, which surprised Feng Qian and Ding Tao. This time was too short. Lin Yuan couldn't possibly choose a spirit craftsman solely according to the information here, right? Lin Yuan had to pay a sum of spirit chi crystals for every spirit craftsman he chose. It would be a huge loss if he chose according to the labels here. Initially, Sun Yukai had assumed that Lin Yuan was making random selections. As a young man from a large faction, Lin Yuan did not care about the faction's resources and was recklessly squandering them to flaunt his status. This suited Sun Yukai's impression of these core members of the major faction's direct line of descent. Sun Yukai had been this arrogant when he was young. Since Lin Yuan had come through the Fortune Treasure Palace, these spirit craftsmen had to meet the standards even if it was to give face to Fortune Treasure Palace. Even if Lin Yuan chose randomly according to the labels, nothing would go wrong. Sun Yukai understood his commodities the best. When Lin Yuan finished selecting the 5th batch of spirit craftsmen, he could not help but think that something was wrong. Lin Yuan's seemingly quick and casual selections were, in fact, the most perfect choice. Sun Yukai did not believe that Lin Yuan had chosen it randomly. Chapter 3059, Rich Harvest. Lin Yuan's choices were mostly focused on intermediate class 3 spirit craftsmen and higher. As long as there were no major problems, spirit craftsmen above class 3 and higher would be selected by Lin Yuan. Among the 5 batches, there was a pinnacle class 3 spirit craftsman whose soul possessed a type of soul worm. Once this soul worm wandered around in his soul, this spirit craftsman would go crazy and would require a long time to recover. Before the soul worms acted up, it was impossible to see any problems from the outside. However, Lin Yuan did not choose this particular pinnacle class 3 spirit craftsman. Those low class 3 spirit craftsmen that were chosen either possessed excellent bloodlines or exhibited some exceptional qualities beyond the ordinary. It could be said that Lin Yuan had indeed chosen all the outstanding targets. It was indeed strange. Sun Yukai even entertained the suspicion that there might be a traitor among them who had provided Lin Yuan with detailed information about the commodities in advance. Otherwise, Lin Yuan would not have been able to see through the situation of these spirit craftsmen. However, Sun Yukai quickly dismissed this thought as soon as it arose in his mind. All the employees who had access to comprehensive information about the commodities here are individuals Sun Yukai brought from his own family. It was impossible for these people to betray him. Moreover, even if Lin Yuan obtained the complete information of the commodities, the batches of spirit craftsmen that were sent over were all randomized. If he did not investigate them one by one, it would be impossible to match them. Could it be that Lin Yuan had talent in detection? It seemed to be the only reason that made sense. If Lin Yuan had not promised to trade with grade 4 creator resources, Sun Yukai would have immediately called for a halt. At that moment, Lin Yuan had already chosen the 16th batch of spirit craftsmen. In this batch, he encountered an early stage class 4 spirit craftsman for the first time. This early stage class 4 spirit craftsman was extremely expensive, more than 10 times more expensive than a pinnacle class 3 spirit craftsman. If Lin Yuan were to use spirit chi crystals to trade, he would need hundreds of thousands of them. If not for the fact that this early stage class 4 spirit craftsman had a lifespan problem, he would have been sold for a higher price. A spirit craftsman with the bloodline of an earth-bending land imp was very good at constructing the main structure of buildings, and they possessed fine skills in sculpting as well. Lin Yuan chose this earth elemental land imp with a lifespan of less than 600 years without hesitation. In terms of ability, this early stage class 4 spirit craftsman with the earth-bending land imp bloodline was comparable to Hu Chuan. However, as a local spirit craftsman of the sky beyond the clouds, his skills and forging style must be very different from Hu Quan's. Communication between the two could allow them to grow tremendously. Using true data, Lin Yuan could see the lifespan of this early stage class 4 spirit craftsman with the earth-bending land imp bloodline. In fact, his captivity rings information did not mention the issue of lifespan at all. Feng Jian and Ding Tao obviously knew this early stage class 4 spirit craftsman. Those factions that had invested in this talent market, they could rent people from Sun Yukai in large quantities. The Fortune Treasure Palace had rented this spirit craftsman before. Feng Jian and Ding Tao were aware that this spirit craftsman did not have much lifespan left. The two of them knew very well that reminding Lin Yuan was equivalent to breaking the rules. However, when they recalled Wang Ying's instructions, Feng Jian and Ding Tao looked at each other and Ding Tao spoke first. "Young Master Lin, if you buy this class 4 spirit craftsman, he shouldn't be able to serve you for long. At most, it will only be a few hundred years. I'm sure you prefer to buy spirit craftsmen who don't have any problems with their lifespan." Ding Tao's reminder to Lin Yuan was not subtle. When Sun Yukai heard Ding Tao's words, he looked displeased. "Ding Tao, isn't that a little against the rules? Others might not know the rules here, but as the receptionists of Fortune Treasure Palace, you should be aware." Ding Tao was aware that her actions just now might have displeased Sun Yukai. However, compared to Sun Yukai's dissatisfaction, Ding Tao was more concerned about whether Lin Yuan would think that the Fortune Treasure Palace and Sun Yukai had teamed up to deceive him. To a certain extent, reminding Lin Yuan was equivalent to expressing goodwill to him. "Sir Sun, young Master Lin was brought here by our Fortune Treasure Palace and he has already conducted a large transaction. Hence, we're responsible for young Master Lin and your reputation. Otherwise, if young Master Lin wants to purchase talents again in the future, he won't even consider you, Sun Yukai." Despite his dissatisfaction, Sun Yukai did not express it. The only possible reason for the Fortune Treasure Palace to protect Lin Yuan like this was that, in the eyes of Wang Ying, Lin Yuan held more importance than Sun Yukai himself. Wang Ying was a sly old fox. Sun Yukai did not want Wang Ying to be dissatisfied with him in the future. Lin Yuan thanked Ding Tao politely. When chosen by Lin Yuan, Wang Xian was stunned for a moment before his face lit up with excitement. Having been trapped here for more than 400 years, Wang Xian's lifespan was less than 1,000 years when he was forced to wear the captivity ring. At that time, he was not considered a high-quality commodity yet. He had only made a breakthrough in his spirit craftsman ability after being captured. It wasn't until Wang Xian broke through to become a Class 4 spirit craftsman that he had the opportunity to be put up for sale despite having less than 600 years left in his lifespan. Wang Xian was afraid that the young man who had just selected him might lose interest upon learning that he only had a few hundred years left to live. A few hundred years of lifespan meant that there was no potential left. A laborer with such a limited lifespan wasn't worth selling at such a high price. When Ding Tao pointed out the problem of his lifespan, a bitter expression appeared on Wang Xian's face. He thought that the young man who had chosen him would now abandon him. Unexpectedly, the young man said with a calm expression, "It's fine. I have some means to increase lifespan here. A Class 4 spirit craftsman is already qualified for me to use such methods to increase his lifespan. If Manager Sun has talents with outstanding abilities who don't have much lifespan left, you can sell them all to me. Apart from me, I don't think anyone else would approve of the high price you set. On the other hand, I'm willing to accept everything without deliberately asking for the price to be lowered." Ever since encountering Lin Yuan, Sun Yukai, Ding Tao, and Feng Qian were often surprised. All of them knew very little about Lin Yuan's situation and only knew that Lin Yuan's faction must be extremely powerful. Moreover, Lin Yuan was not the only prodigy nurtured by this faction. The quiet girl accompanying Lin Yuan, despite her young age, had reached such a level making her equally outstanding in the sky beyond the clouds, where she was considered among the top talents. There were basically methods to increase lifespan in the hands of every powerful person with an inheritance. However, which faction would be willing to use such a method for a servant that they had bought? Sun Yukai said excitedly, "Sir Lin Yuan, I have a lot of such talents. If you don't mind, I can show you all of them. It's just that there aren't many spirit craftsmen among them." This conversation was just a small interlude. After Lin Yuan confirmed his choice, Wang Xian was brought away. Wang Xian heard everything Lin Yuan just said. The fact that this young man not only chose him but also intended to increase his lifespan left Wang Xian pleasantly surprised. Lin Yuan had invested resources in him, so he would only value him in the future. Apart from Wang Xian, Lin Yuan also had new gains in the selection of spirit craftsmen. Among these spirit craftsmen, there was also a high class 4 spirit craftsman. For some reason, this high class 4 spirit craftsman's body was incomplete and was unable to recover. The physical impairment would affect his work. Without both hands and both feet, at most, he could only use their teeth to hold a pen and sketch a design. The high class 4 spirit craftsman could tell from the wound on his arm that there was still poison in his body that had not been removed, causing the wound to still be festering. From the wound visible at the severed part of the arm of this high class 4 spirit craftsman, it was apparent that there were toxins remaining in his body, preventing the wound from healing and causing it to fester. Sun Yukai explained to Lin Yuan, "Young Master Lin, his design ability is extremely strong, especially in designing large-scale buildings and mechanisms. You've bought so many spirit craftsmen, so you should understand how important design is in the use and construction of mechanisms. With his design, even if a pinnacle grade 3 creator forges it, they will be able to construct mechanisms at high grade 4 quality. I've experimented with that before. If not for the fact that cleaning up the poison and maintaining his roots requires spirit chi, I would have raised his price even higher. Besides here, in other talent markets, it's practically impossible to purchase a spirit craftsman of this level. Even if you plan on hiring one, you will have to make an appointment in advance." When Lin Yuan used Morbius omniscient eyes to examine this high class 4 spirit craftsman, Lin Yuan confirmed that he had the ability to heal him. Not only that, but he could also use the Jasmine Lily, which had already reached the Holy Spirit level, to regrow the limbs of this high class 4 spirit craftsman after removing the effects of the poison. This was something that others might find difficult to accomplish, but Lin Yuan only needed to pay a small price to do it. With this high class 4 spirit craftsman, many things that Hu Chuan could not resolve with his own abilities in Sky City could be easily resolved. Lin Yuan ignored Sun Yukai's sales pitch and walked over to the high class 4 spirit craftsman. "You're called Zhu Xiaodan, right? In the future, if you work diligently under me, I will give you a chance to stand up again despite your severed limbs. Are you willing?" Zhu Xiaodan was Lin Yuan's most powerful spirit craftsman. Apart from Hu Chuan, Lin Yuan placed the most importance on the Zhu Xiaodan. This was also the reason why Lin Yuan was willing to spend time communicating with Zhu Xiaodan. When Sun Yukai mentioned Zhu Xiaodan's injuries, his expression turned gloomy. It was obvious that Zhu Xiaodan was very concerned about his injuries. Lin Yuan had bought Zhu Xiaodan and did not want him to lead a muddle-headed life under his command. Therefore, Lin Yuan made a promise to Zhu Xiaodan. Certainly, Lin Yuan would also request a promise from Zhu Xiaodan in return for the promise he made. Zhu Xiaodan was not very happy. To him, leaving this place meant simply exchanging one location of discrimination for another. The fact that a high-class 4-spirit craftsman could only draw designs was truly a mockery. If it weren't for being betrayed and having his species wiped out, losing 2 legs and an arm, with his talent, he would probably have already become a class 5 spirit craftsman by now. When Zhu Xiaodan was first captured and brought here, he had used his talent and ability to fight for Sun Yukai. He wanted to see if Sun Yukai could help him get rid of the remaining poison in his body and help him regenerate his broken limbs after removing the remaining poison in his body. It was not that there were no methods to regrow limbs in the sky beyond the clouds, but the price to regrow limbs was often very high. If Zhu Xiaodan was a class 5 spirit craftsman, Sun Yukai would be willing to invest in it. However, he was only a disabled high-class 4 spirit craftsman. Sun Yukai had no way to verify Zhu Xiaodan's potential. As a businessman, Sun Yukai would never engage in a deal that would incur losses. Hence, Sun Yukai directly rejected Zhu Xiaodan and did not give him any preferential treatment. Instead, he treated him as an inferior product that was extremely difficult to sell. From Sun Yukai's perspective, lowering the price of selling talent was simply not an option. Without lowering the price, Zhu Xiaodan knew just how difficult it was for him to be sold off. Those buyers would basically give up on buying Zhu Xiaodan just by looking at his appearance. Zhu Xiaodan sensed Lin Yuan's attitude toward Sun Yukai and knew that Lin Yuan was definitely a big shot from a large faction. There was no need for such a big shot to lie to him. This place was called the talent market in the outside world, but in fact, they could not be considered talents here at all. He was just a servant that was sold at will. When Zhu Xiaodan saw that Sun Yukai had rejected him and even told him about his market price in disdain, he was already in despair. However now, he could see hope. If he could grow back his limbs, he would still have a chance to become a class 5 spirit craftsman. Master, even if you don't give me a chance to regrow my limbs, I will do my best for you. Moreover, you have given me this opportunity, and I am determined not to let you down. In the future, I will definitely strive to create value for both you and the faction I am loyal to. Zhu Xiaodan knew that this was a rare opportunity for him. If he did not seize this opportunity quickly, the young man in front of him might immediately change his mind. Zhu Xiaodan had an extremely high EQ and had always been good with words. Upon hearing Zhu Xiaodan's words, Lin Yuan was in a very good mood. He turned around and said to Sun Yukai, Mr. Sun, I've already chosen all the spirit craftsmen. I wonder if I should pay the price of these spirit craftsmen first or continue choosing gourmets and weavers. Sun Yukai did not expect Lin Yuan to need gourmets and weavers. He had been counting, and Lin Yuan had chosen more than 3,600 spirit craftsmen. If he wanted to trade for all these spirit craftsmen, he would need to pay an extremely huge amount of resources. Sun Yukai felt that even the Fortune Treasure Palace would find it a little difficult to fork out so many resources at once. Under such circumstances, the Fortune Treasure Palace would no longer be able to vouch for Lin Yuan. Chapter 3060, 100 million Spirit Chi Crystals. Sun Yukai said seriously, Your Excellency Lin Yuan, you have chosen more than 3,000 spirit craftsmen from me. If this deal is successful, you will be my biggest customer. From now on, I'll make an exception and give you a 10% discount on all talents. I've never given such a discount to any faction before. Feng Jian and Ding Tao, who were well aware of Sun Yukai's personality, were extremely surprised by his words. Sun Yukai was actually willing to give up the profits. It was like seeing the moon in broad daylight. Sun Yukai was not lying. Lin Yuan was indeed the first person to receive such treatment. Of course, the prerequisite for Lin Yuan to receive this treatment was that this transaction could proceed smoothly. Sun Yukai seemed to be genuinely interested in forging a serious relationship with Lin Yuan. For Diverse City, Lin Yuan appeared exceptionally mysterious, but in truth, Sun Yukai was equally mysterious. It was said that Sun Yukai came from a hidden faction and his approach to befriending Lin Yuan differed from his usual method of connecting with clients. Sun Yukai had not taken the initiative to give discounts to Lin Yuan because he wanted to maintain a customer relationship. Instead, it was an attempt to befriend Lin Yuan with his identity as a member of a hidden faction. Lin Yuan sensed Sun Yukai's thoughts and said with a smile, In that case, I'll thank Mr. Sun in advance. The price of these 3,000 plus spirit craftsmen has already been marked in advance, so it shouldn't be difficult to calculate. Since we're prioritizing the transaction before selection, let's complete the delivery as soon as possible. When Lin Yuan mentioned the payment, he was very straightforward and dispelled the last trace of doubt in Sun Yukei's heart. It also strengthened Sun Yukei's desire to befriend Lin Yuan. Young Master Lin, since you're so straightforward, I also feel that we hit it off very well. Therefore, I'll also give you a 10% discount on this batch of spirit craftsmen. Master Lin, don't let the modesty of my discount fool you. When you consider it carefully, it amounts to a significant sum. Essentially, it's like I'm gifting you over 70 spiritual craftsmen. These over 70 spirit craftsmen are almost equivalent to the value of treasure that has been passed down for generations. Sun Yukei's heart ached as he made the decision to offer Lin Yuan a discount. However, if he could befriend Lin Yuan, it would be a price he was willing to pay. Giving away over 70 spirit craftsmen all at once was too much even for Sun Yukei to endure. Upon seeing Sun Yukei's pained expression, Lin Yuan felt amused. Brother Sun, since you're being so generous, I feel I should make some gesture in return. Let's forego the discount for these spirit craftsmen, shall we? We can apply discounts to the talents I trade with later. Brother Sun, as long as you bring out those hidden treasures for me to trade when the time comes, I'll be satisfied. Lin Yuan's address of Sun Yukei changed from Mr. Sun to Brother Sun, which showed his attitude and willingness to befriend Sun Yukei. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, Sun Yukei smiled so much that his eyes narrowed. He waved his hand enthusiastically. Brother Lin, since I've offered this discount, rest assured I can afford it. You must be new to Diverse City, right? If there's anywhere you want to go, I can be your guide. I guarantee that I'll be more professional than the receptionists of Fortune Treasure Palace. Upon hearing Sun Yukei's words, Feng Qian and Ding Tao's expressions changed. What did Sun Yukei mean by this? Why was he fighting with Fortune Treasure Palace for no reason? Fortune Treasure Palace was now Lin Yuan's guide. Even if Sun Yukei wanted to befriend Lin Yuan, he wouldn't go so far as to snatch Fortune Treasure Palace's connections, right? Moreover, it was Fortune Treasure Palace that had recommended Lin Yuan to come here to purchase talents. Sun Yukei had completed such a large transaction largely because of Fortune Treasure Palace. Sun Yukei's lack of gratitude was one thing, but to behave in such a shameless manner was truly beyond acceptable. Feng Qian and Ding Tao were furious about this matter and they would definitely report it to Wang Ying. Just as the hot-tempered Ding Tao was about to speak up, Feng Qian grabbed her by the sleeve. Feng Qian shook her head at Ding Tao. It was true that Sun Yukei had done something immoral, and even though their statuses were not on par with his, they could still confront him for the sake of Fortune Treasure Palace. In matters of interest, they were not just receptionists for Fortune Treasure Palace and they could represent the interests of Fortune Treasure Palace itself. However, if conflict were to occur, it would definitely impact Lin Yuan's shopping experience regardless of how Sun Yukei reacted. Lin Yuan had yet to finish his shopping at Sun Yukei's place. Their top priority was to serve Lin Yuan well. Everything else was not as important as serving Lin Yuan well. If the conflict between Ding Tao and Sun Yukei displeased Lin Yuan and made him dissatisfied with Fortune Treasure Palace, he and Ding Tao would still be punished regardless of their motives, even if it was to protect Fortune Treasure Palace's interests. For Lin Yuan, Sun Yukei's invitation had no drawbacks whatsoever. In Diverse City, Sun Yukei's reputation was much higher than Fortune Treasure Palace's manager, Wang Ying. Lin Yuan addressed Sun Yukei as Brother Sun, which meant that he was willing to accept Sun Yukei's goodwill. Feng Qian had always been very tactful, and this was where Feng Qian was stronger than Ding Tao. Sun Yukei's invitation had two intentions. Firstly, he genuinely wants to invite Lin Yuan to strengthen their relationship. If he relied on this transaction alone, he and Lin Yuan could only work together and not become friends. Sun Yukei was aware that he was poaching from Fortune Treasure Palace. If Wang Ying heard about this, she would definitely settle scores with him. Sun Yukei was not afraid of Wang Ying. He and Fortune Treasure Palace's interests were tied together. No matter how dissatisfied Wang Ying was, they would have to cooperate. Otherwise, Fortune Treasure Palace would suffer more losses than him. Right now, there were many factions in Diverse City that wanted to join them, and the Traveling Dragon Palace even proposed to invest more in exchange for shares. It was just that the Traveling Dragon Palace had been expanding too much recently and did not have the ability to invest. Sun Yukei did not want to be trapped in the Traveling Dragon Palace, as the relationship may become too close for comfort. The bizarre plant demon hall and traveling dragon palace had reached a point where they would not rest until one of them died. The local tyrant of Extreme Wood City, Grey Smoke Stronghold, had seized the opportunity and firmly latched onto the traveling dragon palace and was determined to drive them out of Extreme Wood City. While the overall strength of traveling dragon palace was indeed stronger than Grey Smoke Stronghold, the latter's influence ran deep within Extreme Wood City and was not something traveling dragon palace, an outsider who barged in, could deal with. If traveling dragon palace did not insist on taking such a big step, Sun Yukai would have been very willing to get closer to them. Lin Yuan did not reject Sun Yukai's good intentions. From Lin Yuan's point of view, he only needed to choose for his own benefit. Fortune Treasure Palace was only a faction that served him. If Fortune Treasure Palace really had the intention to control him, Lin Yuan would strip away his relationship with it without hesitation. Brother Sun, I'll have to trouble you in the future. I have to disturb you. While Sun Yukai and Lin Yuan were conversing, Sun Yukai's subordinates had already calculated the price. Lin Yuan gave Sun Yukai the spirit chi crystals beforehand and instructed him to convert the prices into spiritual energy crystals. The exchange ratio between honor-absent dollars and Class 4 creator resources was very transparent. There was no possibility of tampering with it in secret. Looking at the price calculated by his subordinate, Sun Yukai's expression changed. Sun Yukai first asked his subordinate, "Have you applied the 10% discount?" The man, who was as round as Sun Yukai, hurriedly replied, "Master, I've already completed the discount and even calculated the price on both sides. If there's a problem, I can take responsibility." Upon hearing this, Sun Yukai turned to Lin Yuan and said, "Brother Lin, according to the spirit chi crystals you just took out, you need 27,634,372. If you think it's too much, I can help you arrange an installment payment. Moreover, I won't charge you any interest during the installment period. However, you won't be able to take all these spirit craftsmen away at once. You have to take these spirit craftsmen away in batches according to the installments. Dozens of factions in diverse city have invested in this place. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain myself. I hope you understand." Based on Sun Yukai's understanding of Grade 4 creators, obtaining these spirit chi crystals required 300 Grade 4 creators to work for decades. It was difficult for a Grade 4 creator to produce these resources even over a lifetime. Sun Yukai was afraid that Lin Yuan would feel pressured if he took out such a large number of spirit chi crystals. Previously, Sun Yukai had never offered installment plans when dealing with any faction or individual. This was the second time Sun Yukai had given Lin Yuan preferential treatment. Lin Yuan smiled and shook his head, "Brother Sun, I prefer to settle transactions in one go rather than opt for installment plans. Over 20 million chi crystals is not a significant sum for me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have used these spirit chi crystals to trade for spirit craftsmen. However, it will be a little troublesome to count these spirit chi crystals." Lin Yuan took out his spatial equipment and handed it to Sun Yukai, "Brother Sun, I have 100 million spiritual chi crystals of the same standard as before here. Get your subordinates to count the spiritual chi crystals that need to be paid from inside and return this spatial equipment to me. Apart from spirit craftsmen, I'm also interested in gourmet and weavers. However, I don't need that many of them, hence I'll be extremely picky about their abilities. Brother Sun, I hope that the gourmets and weavers you provide for me are above Class 4. If not, I'll have and choose from the gourmets and weavers who are at the pinnacle of Class 3. When Sun Yukai received the spatial equipment from Lin Yuan, he felt that his hands were heavy. The moment Sun Yukai received the space equipment, he immediately probed it with his spiritual power and indeed found stacks of spirit chi crystals piled up like mountains. These spirit chi crystals in the space equipment hadn't even been sorted much. Sun Yukai looked at the exquisite spatial equipment in his hand as if he was holding the lives of the 5 Grade 4 creators in his hands. Originally, Sun Yukai had already held Lin Yuan in high regard, but now, Lin Yuan's status in his mind has undoubtedly risen even further. Sun Yukai's hidden faction would never allow the younger generation to wander around with so many spirit chi crystals. However, Lin Yuan was indifferent to these spirit chi crystals and did not take them seriously. Lin Yuan's nonchalant attitude could not be faked. If it was, Lin Yuan would most likely not dare to give this spatial equipment containing 100 million spirit chi crystals to him. Sun Yukai handed this spatial equipment to his subordinates. His subordinates had the same bloodline as him and were his trusted right-hand men. There shouldn't be any issues with having these subordinates count the spirit chi crystals. Even though Feng Qian and Ding Tao had witnessed Lin Yuan exchanging spirit chi crystals for spiritual ingredients in Fortune Treasure Palace, they were still extremely shocked by Lin Yuan's actions. From last night until now, Lin Yuan had spent more than 40,000,000 spirit chi crystals. After spending 40 million spirit chi crystals, Lin Yuan did not stop spending. Instead, he excitedly prepared to spend more. At that moment, Feng Qian and Ding Tao understood why even Ling Muzhuo, one of the three palace masters, treated Lin Yuan with such an attitude. If Sun Yukai had only wanted to befriend Lin Yuan previously, he now wanted to latch onto Lin Yuan's coattails. Now, he would not hide the talents in his hands at all. After a brief inquiry, Sun Yukai addressed Lin Yuan directly, "Brother Lin, I only have 3 gourmets above class 4 and 6 weavers above class 4. However, there are significant problems with 1 of the gourmet and 3 of the weavers. If it were anyone else, I definitely wouldn't say anything. However, I wouldn't dare to hide anything from you." The gourmet and the 3 weavers came from the same faction. The young master of this faction blinded a young girl when he was traveling. This girl's faction took revenge after the incident and blinded everyone in that faction. Therefore, the gourmet and the 3 weavers had lost their sight, which greatly affected the 4 of them. The other 2 gourmets and weavers' roots were more or less injured. I didn't spend any resources to heal them. Haha, I'm a businessman. I won't engage in anything without cost-effectiveness. What if I cure them, but then they can't be sold? Won't I be in trouble? How about this? I'll bring you the 2 gourmets and 3 weavers who aren't blind. I really don't recommend you buy the other 4. Feng Qian and Ding Tao were surprised by Sun Yukai's attitude toward Lin Yuan. Sun Yukai had never advised others not to buy talents from him. No matter how big the problem was with his subordinates, Sun Yukai would always brag. Lin Yuan had the Jasmine Lily, whose recovery ability was not just regrowing severed limbs. Instead, it could activate the genetic model to repair the missing parts of the body. Even if the gourmets and weavers were blinded by some special means, Lin Yuan was confident that their injuries could be healed. 3 Class 4 gourmets and 6 Class 4 weavers were enough to serve the core members of Sky City. Brother Sun, regardless of whether I will choose them or not, bring all 9 of them up here so I can take a look. Chapter 3061, Traveling Dragon Palace's Chance. Although the Jasmine Lily's abilities were astonishing, Lin Yuan was not sure if he could use the blind gourmet and the 3 weavers without checking them for himself. Sun Yukai had already reminded Lin Yuan, so when Lin Yuan said so, Sun Yukai naturally did not refuse. While Lin Yuan was selecting these weaver and gourmets, Sun Yin, who was also in Diverse City, had already come into contact with Traveling Dragon Palace. Traveling Dragon Palace's current predicament was extremely obvious. All the members were striving to the utmost to overcome the challenge and working hard for the expansion and development of Traveling Dragon Palace's factions. Traveling Dragon Palace only had one backbone, and it was controlled by the Burning Sea Soaring Dragons. This caused Traveling Dragon Palace's internal affairs to remain undisturbed despite such a huge incident. If Sun Yin was still a Grade 4 creator, Traveling Dragon Palace's attitude toward him in times of trouble would not be as warm as it was now. However, Sun Yin was a Grade 5 creator, an existence that was enough to be the pillar of a top faction. If Sun Yin was willing to help Traveling Dragon Palace, there was a chance that the faction would be able to break through the current predicament. Traveling Dragon Palace's Great Palace Master was not in Diverse City, he presided over Extreme Wood City. The Great Palace Master of Traveling Dragon Palace, accompanied by 16 attendants, remained in Extreme Wood City and did not dare to leave. He was afraid that powerful individuals from Grey Smoke Stronghold might attack Traveling Dragon Palace's branch in Extreme Wood City as soon as they left. The two sides had already clashed a few times with their martial forces, and they no longer cared about their dignity. After Sun Yin revealed his identity as a Grade 5 creator, Yu Di, the second Palace Master of Traveling Dragon Palace, personally received Sun Yin. It was obvious how much Yu Di valued Sun Yin. Sun Yin did not accept Yu Di's invitation. Instead, he lowered himself and raised Lin Yuan's status. "I'm sorry, but I'm accompanying my young master to Diverse City. I already have a faction that I'm loyal to, hence I can't join Traveling Dragon Palace. Moreover, Mr. Yu Di, there are many situations that I don't have the authority to decide. I need my young master to make the decision." A Grade 5 creator came to Diverse City, and this Grade 5 creator made contact with Traveling Dragon Palace through the Dragon Plum family. As one of the Palace Masters, Yu Di naturally harbored many thoughts in his mind. However, Yu did not expect this grade 5 creator to have joined another faction as a servant. If Sun Yin was willing to join Traveling Dragon Palace, let alone a guardian, he could even become a palace master there. It was rare for a grade 5 creator to be willing to join a faction and submit to the people of that faction. However, such a situation could prove one thing. The faction that made this class 5 creator willingly submit must be extremely powerful. Most likely, this faction was stronger than Traveling Dragon Palace. As for whether it was stronger than Grey Smoke Stronghold in Extreme Wood City, Yu was not sure. Traveling Dragon Palace's rush to expand its influence in Extreme Wood City had been a mistake. Extreme Wood City's veteran faction, Grey Smoke Stronghold, was stronger than Traveling Dragon Palace had imagined. Furthermore, they were extremely low-key. It was not until Traveling Dragon Palace and Grey Smoke Stronghold had a conflict that they found out that there was a grade 5 creator presiding over Grey Smoke Stronghold. However, Traveling Dragon Palace was stuck there, with resources already invested in Extreme Wood City that could not be taken back. Initially, Grey Smoke Stronghold refrained from taking action against Traveling Dragon Palace, allowing them to expand their influence without restraint. The purpose was to absorb the resources invested by Traveling Dragon Palace after driving them away. At present, Traveling Dragon Palace could barely hold on, and if this dragged on, they would definitely lose. Since inviting Sun Yin to join Traveling Dragon Palace as a guardian was not feasible, Yu immediately changed his direction. Sir Sun Yin, may I know why your young master is heading to Diverse City? Although the current situation of my Traveling Dragon Palace is unfavorable and the bizarre plant Demon Hall has been casting covetous glances at us, all factions in Diverse City are aware that the bizarre plant Demon Hall is merely a subordinate of Traveling Dragon Palace. If your young master has something to do in Diverse City, I think our Traveling Dragon Palace can handle them on his behalf. Yu had always been straightforward in nature. He did not know Sun Yin before and there was no emotional connection between them. There was naturally no need to engage in that kind of emotional bonding. If he tried to befriend Sun Yin, it would seem too fake. If he wanted to befriend Sun Yin and the young master that Sun Yin mentioned, it would be better to express it directly. Sun Yin must have his own motives for taking the initiative to contact Traveling Dragon Palace through the Dragon Plum family. Sun Yin did not immediately respond to Yu. Instead, he said with a faint smile, the bizarre plant Demon Hall is indeed not Traveling Dragon Palace's match. Traveling Dragon Palace has already proven this in its confrontations with the bizarre plant Demon Hall. However, according to what I know, the bizarre plant Demon Hall and Grey Smoke Stronghold have been secretly communicating and have become allies. I think it won't be long before the bizarre plant Demon Hall attacks Traveling Dragon Palace. If I were the leader of the bizarre plant Demon Hall, I would definitely set the time at the upcoming trade fair in Traveling Dragon Palace. Sun Yin had been communicating with Lin Yuan and obtained some information from him. This information came from Fortune Treasure Palace, they were all confidential information. Sun Yin couldn't obtain this information from the Dragon Plum family. Sun Yin did not expect the situation in Diverse City to be so complicated and the seemingly calm city to be filled with undercurrents. Sun Yin had thought that Lin Yuan would be displeased that he had recommended him to such a place, but he did not expect Lin Yuan to have the intention to participate in this dispute. This was the main reason Sun Yin came to see Yu. Otherwise, if Sun Yin wanted to participate in Traveling Dragon Palace's trade fair, there was no need for him to meet Yu at all. As long as he revealed his identity, Traveling Dragon Palace would take the initiative to invite him. While the members of the Dragon Plum family were unaware of the information Sun Yin mentioned, Yu was well aware of it. Yu looked at Sun Yin and guessed Sun Yin's intentions. In the end, Yu, who could not tell anything from Sun Yin's face, said frankly, "That's right, the bizarre plant Demon Hall has indeed contacted Grey Smoke Stronghold in Extreme Wood City. The two sides might have reached a certain cooperation to target our Traveling Dragon Palace. May I know what advice Sir Sun Yin has for me? If you are willing to help our Traveling Dragon Palace get through this crisis, we will be extremely grateful. I hope that you can inform your young master of our request. Once Traveling Dragon Palace survives this crisis, we'll find a way to repay you, no matter what." While Yu was speaking these words, he adopted a very humble attitude, indicating his sincere desire to seek help. It would be foolish to adopt an arrogant attitude in front of a grade 5 creator as it served no purpose whatsoever. It was best to set aside his pride. Even if he did not get the help he wanted, establishing a good relationship with Sun Yin would still be advantageous. The worst outcome for Traveling Dragon Palace would be to give up all investments in Extreme Wood City and return to Diverse City. It was equivalent to wasting tens of thousands of years of development. However, Even if Traveling Dragon Palace was at its lowest, it wouldn't be defeated by the bizarre plant demon hall in Diverse City. The bizarre plant demon hall did not have the qualifications to defeat Traveling Dragon Palace. If Traveling Dragon Palace was really so easy to defeat, they would not have suppressed the bizarre plant demon hall until they almost disappeared from Diverse City in the first place. Sun Yin had expected Yu Di to engage in some negotiation, but he was surprised by Yu Di's straightforwardness. Sun Yin said seriously, "It won't be difficult for my young master to help your Traveling Dragon Palace in overcoming this crisis. If he decides to lend a hand, not only can he ensure your Traveling Dragon Palace's survival and flourishing in Diverse City and Extreme Wood City, but he can also eliminate Grey Smoke Stronghold as an obstacle to your Traveling Dragon Palace. However, my young master has never been one to engage in unprofitable deals. If he were to help your Traveling Dragon Palace to such an extent, what could you offer in return for my young master?" At this point, Sun Yin coughed twice and continued. "Don't assume that my young master is doing this to target Traveling Dragon Palace. With his capabilities, there's no need for him to engage in such speculative endeavors. This kind of opportunity isn't easily obtained. Those struggling factions would be eager for such a chance, yet no one comes to their aid. Now that your Traveling Dragon Palace finally has this opportunity, it is best to seize it." With that, Sun Yin did not choose to stay any longer. He left Yu Di a contact number and prepared to leave. He would wait until Yu Di had established his bottom line and contact him. Then, he would inform Lin Yuan about Yu Di's bottom line and let Lin Yuan make the decision. Yu Di was a smart person. At this moment, he already understood Sun Yin's intentions and goals. Yu Di believed that the faction behind Sun Yin was extremely powerful enough to help Traveling Dragon Palace resolve their predicament. However, the goal of this faction was already extremely obvious. This faction did not seek any benefits from Traveling Dragon Palace. Their sole interest lay in acquiring Traveling Dragon Palace itself. Yu Di could not make a decision on such a big matter. Yu Di solemnly received the communication fey that Sun Yin had given him and spoke respectfully. "Sir Sun Yin, I will contact you before tonight. Regardless of the outcome, our Traveling Dragon Palace hopes to form a deep friendship with you." Sun Yin smiled and shook his head. "If your Traveling Dragon Palace is willing to accept my young master's help, we will become a family from now on. If you reject my young master's offer, he won't say much more. Nonetheless, there will be no further communication between us and Traveling Dragon Palace. Even without Traveling Dragon Palace, my young master would not mind nurturing another faction in Diverse City. How can a faction with a grade 6 creator lack the help of a faction?" Sun Yin could see the conflict in Yu Di's heart. Before he left, Sun Yin added fuel to the fire and revealed two extremely useful pieces of information. One was that even if Traveling Dragon Palace did not agree, they would support a new faction in Diverse City. When the time came, this new faction supported by Diverse City might form a competitive relationship with Traveling Dragon Palace. The other was that they had a grade 6 creator. It was impossible for Traveling Dragon Palace not to know what benefits they could obtain by relying on a grade 6 creator. If Traveling Dragon Palace wasn't foolish, they would know how to make the right choice. Especially given Traveling Dragon Palace's current predicament. With no one to lend support, their plan to expand into Extreme Wood City has failed. Eventually, they might only become a second-rate faction within Diverse City. At that time, perhaps the bizarre plant Demon Hall would not be able to suppress Traveling Dragon Palace, but the other factions in Diverse City would. Sun Yin's words made Yu Di's expression change drastically, especially when he heard the words Grade 6 Creator. Yu Di knew very well what a Grade 6 Creator signified. In the entire East universe, there were only a few Grade 6 creators after all. No matter which one it was, they were all existences that ruled over a region and suppressed all species. Yu Di didn't believe that Sun Yin would lie about such matters. If Traveling Dragon Palace truly wished to submit to the power behind Sun Yin, any falsehoods Sun Yin uttered would eventually be exposed. After joining the faction, they would immediately be able to sense if this faction had the foundation of a Grade 6 creator. After Sun Yin left, Yu Di couldn't calm down for a long time. Once he regained his composure, he immediately contacted his elder brother. Yu Tao had just finished a meeting that left him both infuriated and powerless. During this meeting, Yu Tao and the 11 guests from Traveling Dragon Palace discussed the current situation, forcing him to acknowledge the failure of his decisions. Knowing he was destined to fail, Yu Tao no longer wanted to struggle. He aimed to maintain dignity, ensuring that Traveling Dragon Palace wouldn't be disgraced like a homeless dog upon their return to Diverse City. There were no other benefits. As the faction's leader, Yu Tao found it difficult to make such decisions directly. Yu Tao regretted taking such a big step back then. If he had listened to Yudi's advice and avoided such a bold move, Traveling Dragon Palace would have been much more prestigious in Diverse City now. Even the officials at City Lord Manor would probably have retreated in fear. Just as Yu Tao was in a difficult situation and about to take full responsibility, he received a message from Yudi. Yu Tao's previous style was almost completely opposite to Yudi's. Back then, Yu Tao was very dissatisfied with Yudi's conservative approach, but now, he felt that Yudi might actually be more suitable to lead Traveling Dragon Palace. Could something have happened in Diverse City for Yudi to contact him now? Yu Tao had just connected when he heard Yudi's trembling voice. Brother, I might have found a way to get Traveling Dragon Palace out of this predicament and defeat Grey Smoke Stronghold. However, if we use this method, Traveling Dragon Palace will have to pay the price of freedom. Do you think we should seize this opportunity? Chapter 3062. Decision and Cleanup. Before Yudi contacted Yu Tao, he had thought about it seriously. Yudi believed that asking Traveling Dragon Palace to give up their freedom to join this faction was not a bad thing. On the contrary, it was an opportunity. This was because there was a Grade 6 creator in this faction. Even if Traveling Dragon Palace was not in a predicament, they could still consider making such a choice just to obtain the protection of this Grade 6 creator. No matter how he looked at it, this matter was a win-win situation. Hence, he took the initiative to contact Yu Tao. Otherwise, as the second in command, Yudi would not have easily decided to let Traveling Dragon Palace join another faction. Upon hearing this, Yu Tao frowned. After a while, he asked Yudi in an unfriendly tone, "Is this faction a local faction of Diverse City?" Yu Tao's first reaction was that Diverse City's local factions intended to leverage Traveling Dragon Palace's current predicament to threaten them. There were factions in Diverse City that were comparable to or even stronger than Traveling Dragon Palace. However, Traveling Dragon Palace couldn't possibly resort to joining them just to survive this crisis. Doing so would immediately make them a laughingstock in Diverse City. Could it be that the City Lord of Diverse City, Zhao Chen, had taken the initiative to contact Yudi? The City Lord Manor of Diverse City was the undisputed strongest faction in Diverse City. Apart from being the City Lord of Diverse City, Zhao Chen was also born into a powerful species and had many connections. Zhao Chen had interacted with Yu Tao a few times before. During Traveling Dragon Palace's heyday, Zhao Chen had attempted to recruit Yu Tao and proposed a joint development under the leadership of the City Lord Manor. At that time, Traveling Dragon Palace was in the limelight, so Yu Tao rejected Zhao Chen without hesitation. Yudi knew Yu Tao very well and understood that Yu Tao had asked such a question because he didn't agree with his idea. Yu Tao most likely felt that some faction in Diverse City wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to exploit Traveling Dragon Palace. Yudi said without holding back, "Brother, a Grade 5 creator came to me through a small faction called the Dragon Plum family. At first, this person didn't express anything. It was when I attempted to recruit this Grade 5 creator to join Traveling Dragon Palace that they directly mentioned our predicament. He then asked if Traveling Dragon Palace needed protection and claimed that the faction behind him could help us survive this crisis. I haven't agreed to it. I came to you immediately to discuss it. You just asked if this faction is a local faction of Diverse City. I can confirm that it's not because Diverse City can't handle such a huge fish." When Yu Tao heard that a Grade 5 creator had found Yudi, his expression softened. This meant that Yudi was not taking desperate measures out of desperation. "Second brother, it's not impossible for the factions in Diverse City to hide a Grade 5 creator. Why would you say that Diverse City can't accommodate this faction? Could it be that this Grade 5 creator has shown exceptional qualities?" Upon hearing this, Yudi surmised that Yu Tao was quite concerned about Traveling Dragon Palace joining a local faction in Diverse City. Yudi could not help but feel helpless. Even at this point, Yu Tao was still acting impulsively. "Brother, this Grade 5 creator didn't show any exceptional qualities. He only revealed that he came to Diverse City with his young master. It shouldn't be long before they leave. No faction in Diverse City can hide a Grade 6 creator. If it were possible, then the City Lord Manor wouldn't be the sole dominant faction in Diverse City. More than half of the city lords in the other megacities are suppressed by other factions." Yu Tao trembled when he heard Yudi's words. What faction actually had a Grade 6 creator presiding over it? Moreover, their Grade 5 creator had the identity of a servant. Yudi's guess was right. Yu Tao indeed disliked Traveling Dragon Palace being controlled by Diverse City's local factions. However, if Traveling Dragon Palace relied on a faction with a Grade 6 creator, it might not necessarily be a bad thing even in their peak days. Second brother, the matter of traveling Dragon Palace has always been decided by the two of us. If we make a decision on this matter, we don't need to discuss it with the others in the faction. To tell you the truth, I have already made up my mind to give up on traveling Dragon Palace's investment in Extreme Wood City and return to Diverse City like a stray dog. Our traveling Dragon Palace can no longer hold on. Since this Grade 5 creator is in contact with you, you'll have full authority to communicate with him. If we can really rely on this faction with a Grade 6 creator, will this faction be able to give traveling Dragon Palace some resources to suppress Grey Smoke Stronghold? As long as traveling Dragon Palace can gain a firm foothold in Extreme Wood City, the subsequent benefits will be much greater than the initial investment. Upon learning that this faction had a Grade 6 creator presiding over it, Yu Tao no longer considered whether traveling Dragon Palace would submit to this faction, but whether this faction would still be willing to take traveling Dragon Palace under their wing after understanding their current predicament. Yu Di said after a moment of silence, "Big brother, the entire traveling Dragon Palace is in a state of panic now. Once this matter is confirmed, it will give our core members a lot of strength. Wait for me to contact this Grade 5 creator. If everything is confirmed, why don't we announce this to boost the cohesion of traveling Dragon Palace?" Upon hearing this, Yu Tao did not speak immediately. Instead, he pondered for a moment before responding. "Second brother, you should have already sensed that our traveling Dragon Palace has been infiltrated by other factions. Many factions have already planted people in traveling Dragon Palace. Apart from that, there are also many individuals within traveling Dragon Palace who have become disloyal. They act against the interests of traveling Dragon Palace and take the initiative to contact other factions. These individuals are only a small fraction that has surfaced. Many others remain hidden in the shadows and haven't revealed themselves. I think it is necessary to get rid of these individuals from traveling Dragon Palace to ensure the survival of all our members after this calamity. Otherwise, if our traveling Dragon Palace is really under the command of this Grade 6 creator, internal problems are bound to arise. If this affects future operations, the gains will not make up for the losses." In the past, Yu Tao had always believed that traveling Dragon Palace was extremely united under his leadership and there was no discord. However, after this incident, Yu Tao realized how many shortcomings existed within traveling Dragon Palace. He might as well take this opportunity to get rid of all these shortcomings once and for all. Yu Di had previously suggested this to Yu Tao, but the latter had consistently refused to acknowledge any internal issues within traveling Dragon Palace. This time, Yu Di decided not to divert the topic. Now that Yu Tao had come to this realization on his own, it was truly the best outcome. "Brother, I know what to do. I'll contact this Grade 5 creator and discuss the matter of affiliation with him. I'll carefully consider and agree to the other parties' requests and conditions, without informing you of every detail. You stabilize the development of traveling Dragon Palace in Extreme Wood City first, and then you'll also be responsible for cleaning up the remaining factions. Big brother, I know everything you have done has been for the good of traveling Dragon Palace. This failure has indeed caused a lot of losses for us. However, this does not mean that your management is problematic. I believe that traveling Dragon Palace will become better and better under your leadership." With that, Yu Di ended the call. He took a deep breath and prepared to contact Sun Yin. On the other end of the line, Yu Tao could feel his brother's concern for him. Although he did not know if the faction that Yu Di mentioned was really willing to help traveling Dragon Palace, Yu Tao's heart was much more at ease than before. Since the other party took the initiative to contact Yu Di, as long as traveling Dragon Palace met their demands, they should be willing to help traveling Dragon Palace. Traveling Dragon Palace might have fallen into a predicament, but it still had a lot of potential. At present, Lin Yuan had already selected the gourmets and weavers. 3 Class 4 and above gourmets and weavers had been chosen. The eyes of the 3 gourmets and weavers could be healed. Facing Lin Yuan's choice, Sun Yukai tried to persuade Lin Yuan again. However, seeing Lin Yuan determined to proceed with the trade, Sun Yukai turned to Feng Qian and Ding Tao and said, "I've already reminded you, brother Lin. Don't let Wang Ying come looking for trouble with me later." Sun Yukai said this with a smile, but Feng Qian and Ding Tao both understood that there was more to his words. Sun Yukai was trying to tell them that anyone would take the initiative to rope in someone like Lin Yuan and ask for Fortune Treasure Palace not to target him because of this matter. After joking with Feng Qian and Ding Tao, Sun Yukai asked Lin Yuan, "Apart from these weavers, gourmets and the spirit craftsmen you just chose, do you have any other needs?" "Apart from weavers and gourmets, I also have many niche lifestyle class spirit chi professionals. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't sell these spirit chi professionals at all. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan asked curiously, Brother Sun, may I know what these niche lifestyle class spirit chi professionals are referring to? I'm interested in those functional talents. To be honest, I'm out to establish a faction and don't lack resources, but I urgently need high-quality talents. Otherwise, I wouldn't have bought so much right from the start. Lin Yuan's words were very sincere, and Sun Yin revealed a look of understanding. Sun Yin had always speculated about Lin Yuan's identity. Now, it seemed clear that Lin Yuan belonged to a hidden faction with deep foundations. As a direct descendant, Lin Yuan needed to prove himself by establishing his own faction. Currently, he was in the early stages of doing so. The more Sun Yin helped him now, the more Lin Yuan would owe him. Soon, Sun Yin brought a large group of niche lifestyle class spirit chi professionals. To put it bluntly, they were actually captives of species with special bloodlines. These individuals could use their unique bloodlines to perform tasks that ordinary lifestyle class spirit chi professionals could not. They were much more valuable than the average professionals. Lin Yuan selected a portion of these talents, resulting in a fruitful harvest. After completing the talent transaction, Lin Yuan didn't stay any longer. The newly acquired talents were stored in spatial equipment. Although they were completely under Lin Yuan's control, they were not yet qualified to enter the Spirit Lock spatial zone. The gourmets would not be directly controlled by Lin Yuan, the spirit craftsmen would be under Hu Quan's supervision, while the weavers would be managed by Wen Yu. Sun Ningxiang would oversee the lifestyle class spirit chi professionals with special functions. Among the spirit craftsmen, some possessed abilities stronger than Hu Quan. Lin Yuan's decision to recruit them indicated his intent to use them extensively. However, he didn't want Hu Quan to feel undervalued. Lin Yuan recognized Hu Quan's capabilities, particularly his management and learning abilities. He preferred to nurture Hu Quan, who had been with him since the early days of Sky City, rather than placing these newly recruited craftsmen in significant positions. After Lin Yuan left with Chu Xi, he didn't immediately return to Fortune Treasure Palace. Instead, he took Chu Xi to Diverse City to taste various delicacies. Noticing Chu Xi's solemn expression, Lin Yuan said seriously, Chu Xi, you're still uncomfortable because those professionals were sold, right? This goes against the rules of the Radiance Federation where we lived. However, it's completely acceptable in the sky beyond the clouds and is tacitly approved by all factions. Being tacitly approved by all factions doesn't necessarily mean it's right, but this set of rules has been in place for a long time here. Even if you completely control the sky beyond the clouds, you can't stop it. Explicit prohibitions will only drive it underground. Don't forget that factions in the Scarlet Territory trade Blue Dians as commodities right under the Blue Dian clan's noses. You need to adapt to the sky beyond the clouds and do as the Romans do. Chu Xi nodded. Brother, I do feel uncomfortable about this, but it won't affect me. Instead, it helps me understand the sky beyond the clouds better. Now, I have another reason to work hard, to ensure that neither I nor those dear to me will be treated as commodities and sold at will. Lin Yuan saw the determination in Chu Xi's eyes and felt gratified. In Diverse City, due to its diverse population, there were all sorts of peculiar foods, some with excellent flavors, though their preparation methods were hard to stomach. The delicious food eased Chu Xi's emotions, and by the time they returned to Fortune Treasure Palace, it was evening. When Feng Qian and Ding Tao returned to Fortune Treasure Palace, they immediately sought out Wang Ying to report everything that had happened that day. Chapter 3063 Diverse Cities Auction. During the day that Feng Qian and Ding Tao accompanied Lin Yuan out, Wang Ying was very worried that Feng Qian and Ding Tao would not be able to serve Lin Yuan well. Feng Qian and Ding Tao were Wang Ying's trusted subordinates. However, Wang Ying knew that the higher a person's status, the higher their requirements. If Feng Qian and Ding Tao's service did not satisfy Lin Yuan, he would inevitably be dissatisfied with Fortune Treasure Palace. Seeing the concern on Wang Ying's face, Ding Tao hurriedly said, Sister Wang Ying, our operation with young Master Lin today went very smoothly. Young Master Lin gained a lot and has returned to his residence in Fortune Treasure Palace. Feng Qian and I have completed our mission perfectly. Wang Ying relaxed at this but did not fully trust Ding Tao's words. Instead, she turned to look at Feng Qian. After Feng Qian nodded in confirmation, Wang Ying smiled and said, The two of you have done well today. I will inform Palace Master Ling about your successful completion of the mission. Palace Master Ling has been paying close attention to this matter. Your ratings will be confirmed in 3 months. At the beginning of next year, as long as nothing goes wrong, you will become the person in charge of other cities' fortune treasure palaces. Since it's your first time serving young Master Lin and he's satisfied with your work, I'll leave the subsequent reception to the two of you until he leaves Diverse City. After receiving young Master Lin, I can make the decision to let you rest until the handover of the managers next year. Ding Tao was overjoyed, but Feng Qian felt a wave of pressure. During her time with Lin Yuan, Feng Qian sensed that he was easygoing, but serving someone of his stature was not easy. Moreover, Sun Yukai had invited Lin Yuan. Even if Ding Tao and she wanted to continue receiving Lin Yuan, they might not always have the chance. After much consideration, Feng Qian told Wang Ying about how Sun Yukai had tried to recruit Lin Yuan in front of her and Ding Tao. When Feng Qian mentioned this, Ding Tao also recalled Sun Yukai's provocation and said unhappily, "Sister Wang Ying, you don't know how arrogant Sun Yukai was when he invited young Master Lin. He didn't consider that the people from Fortune Treasure Palace were still present." Although Wang Ying was a little displeased, she had expected Sun Yukai to recruit Lin Yuan. Sun Yukai was not an idiot. He was a disciple of a large faction, adept at speculating and seeking opportunities. As soon as Sun Yukai came into contact with Lin Yuan, he realized his value. Wang Ying was surprised that Sun Yukai hadn't recruited Lin Yuan sooner. Lin Yuan's influence was not in Diverse City, so he wouldn't stay there long. Lin Yuan had definitely come to Diverse City to interact more with its factions. If Fortune Treasure Palace forcefully stopped Lin Yuan from interacting with other factions, they would be at a disadvantage. Wang Ying only needed to provide the best service to Lin Yuan and not worry about anything else. Ling Muzhuo had reminded Wang Ying of this, fearing she might try to interfere with Lin Yuan's interactions with other factions. "I understand the situation you are talking about. Based on my understanding of Sun Yukai, he will send a large number of resources later to thank us for recommending such a good client. We have a cooperative relationship with Sun Yukai. Moreover, young Master Lin's actions are not something we can control. Just allow Sun Yukai to do what he wants. The two of you can continue serving young Master Lin. If there's anything you need to do, I'll inform you." Feng Qian knew that Lin Yuan intended to participate in Traveling Dragon Palace's trade fair, so she told Wang Ying about this. "Sister Wang Ying, Fortune Treasure Palace has a good relationship with Traveling Dragon Palace. Do you think we should contact Traveling Dragon Palace and help young Master Lin obtain the resources he saw there?" When Wang Ying heard Feng Qian's words, she first looked hesitant before frowning. Fortune Treasure Palace was indeed connected to Traveling Dragon Palace. Previously, when Traveling Dragon Palace was in a predicament, their second leader, Yu Di, had sought her out, hoping Fortune Treasure Palace could help them overcome the crisis. Wang Ying had rejected Traveling Dragon Palace without thinking. Firstly, Wang Ying felt that Traveling Dragon Palace was taking too big a step. They had already invested a lot of resources, making it impossible to escape unscathed. Furthermore, Bizarre Plant Demon Hall and Fortune Treasure Palace were in a cooperative relationship. If Fortune Treasure Palace helped Traveling Dragon Palace, it would completely antagonize Bizarre Plant Demon Hall. After careful consideration, Wang Ying gave up on improving her relationship with Traveling Dragon Palace. She had already rejected Yu Di previously. What would happen if she clashed with them now? Lin Yuan was very capable. Even without the help of Fortune Treasure Palace, he could still trade for what he wanted. Since Fortune Treasure Palace couldn't help Lin Yuan much, it was better not to do anything unnecessary. Feng Qian was indeed very smart, but sometimes being too smart wasn't a good thing. "Feng Qian, you just told me how much young Master Lin spent on Sun Yukai. Do you think young Master Lin needs our help? Traveling Dragon Palace organized this trade fair to gather resources to resolve the crisis we are facing now. If Fortune Treasure Palace helps, it will just mean we're helping young Master Lin provide resources to Traveling Dragon Palace. Traveling Dragon Palace has put all their trump cards up for sale. How can we afford these things? Let's not talk about this anymore. We cannot take the initiative to contact Traveling Dragon Palace. The purpose of Fortune Treasure Palace is to avoid participating in the disputes of other factions. Once Fortune Treasure Palace gets involved in these disputes, we will no longer be able to do business with all the factions in the future. Feng Qian, when you're in charge of Fortune Treasure Palace in the future, don't forget its foundation." With that, Wang Ying waved her hand, indicating that Feng Qian and Ding Tao could leave. Actually, before Ding Tao mentioned this matter, Wang Ying had already asked Lin Yuan if he had any intention of interacting with Traveling Dragon Palace. Back then, Lin Yuan had not responded. It seemed that even if Lin Yuan wanted to contact Traveling Dragon Palace, he would most likely not want to use Fortune Treasure Palace's channels. After Chu Ci returned, she entered the Spirit Lock spatial zone and prepared to reorganize her direction. Lin Yuan counted the talents he had traded and had higher expectations for Sky City's future development. These 3,000 spirit craftsmen allowed Sky City's development to proceed quickly, and many war fortresses could be constructed. Winter couldn't help but say, "Young master, your companion Lord Totem God is able to produce resources. Otherwise, no matter how powerful you are, without the creator methods, it would be difficult to obtain many resources. The only way to obtain resources with strength is to become a star pirate or plunder other factions. Only with so many resources can Sky City develop so quickly." Winter's words sounded like flattery, but in reality, he had no intention of flattering at all. Instead, he was genuinely impressed. Lin Yuan smiled and said, "Winter, no matter how many resources I can produce here, I can't spend them without the four of you. This trip to Diverse City has greatly improved Sky City. This time, I intend to support Traveling Dragon Palace to achieve control over Diverse City and its surrounding cities. This will enable Sky City to extend a tenacious tentacle to the outside world. But if we decide to support Traveling Dragon Palace, we will inevitably face conflicts." Winter's tone was extremely serious when he replied, "Young master, since you've decided to develop Sky City externally, conflicts are inevitable. Traveling Dragon Palace is an excellent choice for you to control Diverse City. There are not many factions in the entire city that suit your needs. Sun Yin has already helped you get in touch with the leaders of Traveling Dragon Palace. If Traveling Dragon Palace wants to submit, we can begin to understand their situation. Whether to support Traveling Dragon Palace or not depends on your wishes." While Winter was talking to Lin Yuan, Sun Yin sent a message on the thoughts letter paper. Lin Yuan smiled when he saw Sun Yin's message. Traveling Dragon Palace was already willing to submit. It was just that Sun Yin was not clear about Traveling Dragon Palace's current predicament. Yu Di wanted to meet Lin Yuan, but Lin Yuan rejected him. Now was not the best time to meet Yu Di. Lin Yuan replied to Sun Yin through the thoughts letter paper. "Lin Yuan, since you've finished discussing with Traveling Dragon Palace, why don't you stay there for the next few days? Traveling Dragon Palace is in a predicament. We can't just sit back and do nothing. Tell Traveling Dragon Palace to announce that they've recruited a grade 5 creator." Lin Yuan had asked Sun Yin to do this in response to Traveling Dragon Palace. If Traveling Dragon Palace announced to the public that a grade 5 creator had joined them, their enemies would probably not be able to handle this news. Bizarre Plant Demon Hall would definitely take new actions. Tomorrow, Sun Yuki would invite him to participate in a talent auction held by the Diverse Talent Market supported by Diverse City. The talent auctions held at Diverse Talent Market usually consisted of criminals who had offended the power of the city lord. Such auctions would only appear once every few hundred years. Lin Yuan had arrived just in time, so it could be considered a coincidence. Lin Yuan's original intention for going to Diverse City was to buy Traveling Dragon Palace's blessed land. Since he had the opportunity to obtain more high-end resources, Lin Yuan would definitely not reject it. The next morning, Feng Qian and Ding Tao prepared breakfast for Lin Yuan on time and asked if he wanted them to show him around Diverse City. However, Lin Yuan declined their offer. Feng Qian and Ding Tao had not mentioned to Lin Yuan that the Diverse Talent Market was about to hold an auction, which had specific entry requirements. Fortune Treasure Palace did not have the right to enter, but Sun Yuki did. Sun Yuki was waiting for Lin Yuan at the entrance of Fortune Treasure Palace. When he saw Lin Yuan, he smiled and reached out to give him a big hug. Seeing that Lin Yuan had no intention of reciprocating, Sun Yuki did not feel embarrassed. "Brother Lin, this trade fair organized by the Diverse Talent Market is the most grandiose one I've seen since I came to Diverse City. Many of the goods are not local but obtained from other places by the city lord. At that time, there will probably be many people competing for them. Moreover, the purchasing power of different resources will vary in this competition. Brother Lin, if you keep trading with grade 4 creator resources, the other factions won't be able to compete with you." At this point, Sun Yuki put away his usual kind smile and spoke in a serious tone. "The city lord of Diverse City is not a good person. He doesn't have any real business acumen, but he has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. There will definitely be people who will raise the price maliciously in this auction. They will only stop when the city lord is satisfied. Brother Lin, I suggest you don't get too carried away. Most of the factions in this auction are here to have fun unless they have resources they really value. Basically, the final transaction price of the auction will be comparable to, or even higher than, the actual purchase price. Lin Yuan couldn't help but think. The city lord of Diverse City had given Sun Yukai a bad impression. Of course, Sun Yukai might have said that because of his competitive relationship with the city lord and his inclination to discredit him. Lin Yuan and Sun Yukai had only made one transaction, so he could not use this alone to determine Sun Yukai's character. Lin Yuan had his eyes on the top talents, so price was nothing to him. Sun Yukai had too few high-end talents. If Sun Yukai had sufficient high-end talents, Lin Yuan would be willing to buy them even at a higher price. Lin Yuan did not mind the city lord raising the price maliciously. As long as it was a talent that caught his eye, Lin Yuan would choose to buy it even if he had to spend more. Of course, this was only if the price was not too ridiculous. If it was, Lin Yuan would not be a sucker. When Lin Yuan arrived at the diverse talent market, he realized it was completely different from Sun Yukai's talent market. The diverse talent market was guarded by a large number of factions belonging to the city lord. There were people standing guard everywhere. In contrast, apart from the attendants at the entrance, there had been hardly any security at Sun Yukai's place. Sun Yukai looked at the lineup of the diverse talent market and said disdainfully, "Ha, Zhao Chen really likes to show off. These people standing guard here are just for decoration. Other than that, they have no other use. The real security is carried out by top experts." Zhao Chen most likely sent the three worshippers from the city lord's residence over. Chapter 3064. Poison Bee Wine and Fire Spirit Wine. From Sun Yukai's words, Lin Yuan gathered that Sun Yukai was very familiar with Diverse City's city lord, Zhao Chen. Moreover, his words were filled with disdain for Zhao Chen. This disdain came with a hint of fear. This indicated that Zhao Chen could suppress Sun Yukai. Otherwise, Sun Yukai's talent market would not be so far away from Diverse City. As the city lord of a megacity, it was not a bad thing to be particular about ostentation. If he did not show off at all, it would weaken his authority. Lin Yuan joked with Sun Yukai, "Brother Sun, from what you're saying, it sounds like you have some enmity with the city lord of Diverse City. If you take me there, will the two of us be chased out of the city lord manor?" Sun Yukai hurriedly replied, "Brother Lin, my relationship with Zhao Chen isn't that bad, but we're competitive in business. Privately, we have a mutual understanding. If I had a grudge against a narrow-minded guy like Zhao Chen, why would he invite me? After all, Fortune Treasure Palace didn't receive Zhao Chen's invitation. Rumor has it that Zhao Chen had vouched for a faction and wanted Fortune Treasure Palace to support this faction. Wang Ying rejected this, making Zhao Chen feel embarrassed. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, Fortune Treasure Palace should have been given a few spots. Sun Yukai was showing Lin Yuan his connections and telling him that his relationship with the city lord was extremely close and not as bad as the rumors suggested. At the same time, he was proving to Lin Yuan that it was better for him to guide them than for Fortune Treasure Palace. As soon as Sun Yukai finished speaking, he heard a sharp voice say, "Mr. Sun, long time no see. In Diverse City, only you dare to speak ill of City Lord Zhao like this. The last time I visited, you said you liked my poison bee wine. A new batch has been brewed recently. Here are 20 bottles. Please accept them, Mr. Sun." The middle-aged man with long dark green hair and a pale face warmly handed a spatial equipment to Sun Yukai. To get close to Sun Yukai, this man had occupied the space beside Lin Yuan, which made Lin Yuan frown. Seeing that Winter was about to make a move, Lin Yuan signaled him to stop. This middle-aged man with long, dark green hair was clearly ignoring Lin Yuan. The latter was there for the talent auction and did not want to cause trouble and expose his presence. Sun Yukai always enjoyed being praised and receiving gifts. This was why people from various factions treated him with such respect. The main reason Sun Yukai was there was to accompany Lin Yuan. If Sun Yukai had not known that Lin Yuan intended to buy high-end talents, Lin Yuan would have bought all the high-end talents himself. Sun Yukai would not have attended such an occasion to support a competitor like Zhao Chen. This person had already affected Lin Yuan in order to please him. Although Lin Yuan did not say much, he was clearly dissatisfied. If it were him, he would not be happy either. The person giving the poison bee wine was the third elder of Bazaar Plant Demon Hall, responsible for handling their external affairs. Bazaar Plant Demon Hall had always been in conflict with Traveling Dragon Palace and had been suppressed by them in Diverse City. Now, with the conflict between Traveling Dragon Palace and Grey Smoke Stronghold, Bazaar Plant Demon Hall finally had some breathing space. It was obvious that Bizarre Plant Demon Hall's third elder, Chan Jing, had not come to curry favor with him. Sun Yukai could clearly see who was more important between Bizarre Plant Demon Hall and Lin Yuan. Ever since he had come to Diverse City to open the talent market, the talents that Bizarre Plant Demon Hall had bought from him were less than 1/30th of what Lin Yuan had bought. Bizarre Plant Demon Hall usually bought World Emperor/Divine Kingdom experts with no combat ability and whose roots were injured and without healing value. Although Bizarre Plant Demon Hall had also invested some shares in him, such a small shareholder was dispensable to Sun Yukai. Sun Yukai coughed heavily. One of the guards behind him immediately raised his hand and pushed away the third elder of Bizarre Plant Demon Hall. Sun Yukai said coldly, "Chan Jing, your poison bee wine does have some flavor, but this is not a reason for you to stop my friend. Take these 20 bottles of poison bee wine back." Sun Yukai's words stunned Chan Jing. Sun Yukai did not give Chan Jing a chance to speak and continued. "If you're sorry for your actions just now, you can give these 20 bottles of poison bee wine to my friend." Sun Yukai had always been tactful. Bizarre Plant Demon Hall recently had a chance to rise, and Sun Yukai did not want to become enemies with them because of Lin Yuan. Sun Yukai mentioned a way to salvage the situation. If Chan Jing was smart, he might use this opportunity to get close to Lin Yuan. Chan Jing took the initiative to befriend Sun Yukai but was treated like this. This made Chan Jing's expression turn very ugly. In his opinion, he had already lowered himself to befriend Sun Yukai, yet Sun Yukai treated him like this. Could it be that Sun Yukai had reached some kind of agreement with Traveling Dragon Palace to help them? Udi, the second leader of Wandering Dragon Palace, indeed had a better relationship with Sun Yukai than Bizarre Plant Demon Hall did. This time, he had only brewed less than 300 jars of poison bee wine. Sun Yukai did not accept his goodwill. Instead, he asked him to give the poison bee wine to this young man. Chan Jing felt insulted. This young man's lifespan was less than 100 years. He was just trying to curry favor with Sun Yukai and occupy this young man's position. Was there a need for him to compensate with 20 bottles of poison bee wine? Chan Jing took a deep breath. He was not going to continue standing there and embarrassing himself. There were already many people watching from the sidelines. Since Mr. Sun doesn't like to drink the poison bee wine anymore, leave this poison bee wine to those who like it. In the future, if Bizarre Plant Demon Hall brews any new wine, we will send it to Mr. Sun for him to grade. With that, he turned around and left, preparing to contact the other factions to send out the poison bee wine. Lin Yuan looked at the middle-aged man with long dark green hair in surprise. He realized that the man was from the Bizarre Plant Demon Hall. The Bizarre Plant Demon Hall had always been on opposing sides with Lin Yuan's enemies since he started preparing to take the Traveling Dragon Palace under his command. They were considered adversaries. This member of the Demon Hall tried to curry favor with Sun Yukai, but Sun Yukai's reaction showed that he genuinely considered Lin Yuan a friend. Sun Yukai watched Chan Jing leave without a care. He was not concerned about offending Chan Jing as long as Lin Yuan did not misunderstand his intentions. The third elder of the Bizarre Plant Demon Hall was really short-sighted. How could someone Lin Yuan valued so much not have any status? Brother Lin, the people from the Bizarre Plant Demon Hall are always like this. They are all a bit uptight. The faction is formed by a few special plant species, which are either extremely bloodthirsty and need a large amount of blood or contain violent venom and curse powers. If it's not necessary, don't get involved with this faction. However, the poison bee wine brewed by them is still delicious. Drinking this wine, which is brewed with special bee venoms, can activate the blood energy in your entire body and give you a unique feeling. I still have a few bottles. If you're interested, I can bring them out for you to try after the talent auction. Lin Yuan was not interested in the so-called poison bee wine at all. Besides being good at making clothes, Wen Yu was also an expert at brewing wine. Wen Yu had used spiritual ingredients from the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone to brew 7 or 8 outstanding wines. Lin Yuan rarely drank, but Lu Ji loved the excellent wines Wen Yu had brewed. Sun Yukai's preference for poison bee wine indicated that he likely enjoyed hard liquor. Lin Yuan took out a bottle of fire spirit wine from his spatial equipment and handed it to Sun Yukai. This fire spirit wine was brewed with high concentrations of spiritual qi, heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls that had already turned into elemental dolls, and dozens of fire-type spiritual ingredients. It was considered the best grade of hard liquor. The spiritual ingredients used to brew this wine all came from grade 4 and above creators, with some reaching the level of grade 5 creator resources. Creator resources above grade 4 were extremely precious. Using these resources to brew wine was extremely extravagant. Even grade 5 creators would hesitate to do so. Sun Yukai was experienced. When he saw the bottle of fire spirit wine, he struggled to maintain his calm expression. In Sun Yukai's eyes, wine was a beverage with certain medicinal value, making it quite expensive. The poison bee wine was already a good wine to him, but compared to the fire spirit brew Lin Yuan casually took out, the poison bee wine seemed low-end. Sun Yukai couldn't help but wonder if Lin Yuan regularly drank such exquisite wine. Using grade 4 creator resources to brew wine was a huge waste. The taste of the wine was the focus, and compared to potions brewed by creators, its effects were minimal. Such a precious item was casually given to him, aligning perfectly with his image of Lin Yuan, who had many spirit chi crystals. Brother Lin, I'm truly surprised by the wine you brought out. I've learned something new today. If it were anything else, I wouldn't accept it, but this bottle of wine really tempts me. I'm very curious about its taste. I won't stand on ceremony with you. From now on, if I have any professionals above class 4, I'll contact you directly through the fantasy crystal birthstone flower raiment you gave me. If you don't want them, I'll offer them to others. This interaction had brought Lin Yuan and Sun Yukai closer together. Everyone had already seen how Sun Yukai protected Lin Yuan. Anyone else wanting to greet Sun Yukai would have to consider Lin Yuan's presence. Brother Lin, the trade fair organized by the diverse talent market is divided into 3 venues. The floor we're on now is selling low-end resources that won't interest you. The real auction will be held on the 3rd floor, featuring outstanding class 3 professionals and those above class 4. There are less than 2 hours before the auction officially begins. Let's go to the top floor and wait. Shortly, the city lord of Diverse City, Zhao Chen, will likely come to see me. I can introduce Zhao Chen to you. Although Zhao Chen is selfish and a little jealous, once he acknowledges you, he's a good partner. Zhao Chen and I are cooperating is because I also acknowledge him. If you like Zhao Chen, you can interact more with him. If not, I'll send him away. Anyway, don't let him affect our relationship. Sun Yukai would never compliment someone who lacked power. Lin Yuan was surprised that Sun Yukai would recommend someone like this. Brother Sun, I'll inspect this Zhao Chen you mentioned. If he's an outstanding partner, I'm very willing to work with him. Lin Yuan was a bit surprised that Sun Yukai would introduce Zhao Chen to him. Lin Yuan was very willing to meet Zhao Chen because he had already decided to develop in Diverse City through Traveling Dragon Palace. Getting to know Zhao Chen was a good move for Lin Yuan's development in Diverse City. Otherwise, if Traveling Dragon Palace developed too quickly in Diverse City and attracted Zhao Chen's attention, Zhao Chen would definitely take action to prevent it. Of course, whether he would form a good relationship with Zhao Chen would depend on their interactions. Sun Yukai didn't say anything else. He was just building a bridge. It didn't matter if it succeeded or not. If it did, both Lin Yuan and Zhao Chen would owe him a favor. When Sun Yukai saw the delicacies placed in the guest room by the attendants, he took out the bottle of fire spirit wine Lin Yuan had given him and said with some heartache, rather than waiting here, why don't we taste this wine you gave me? I'm looking forward to its flavor. Brother, if you don't mind, can we let Zhao Chen try this wine later? He probably hasn't tasted anything this good before. Zhao Chen has very good tea. When he drinks it, ask him to let you taste it. Lin Yuan immediately understood what Sun Yukai meant. Sun Yukai took out this bottle of fire spirit wine to help him show his value in front of Zhao Chen. Sun Yukai had said that Zhao Chen was an extremely powerful person. If Lin Yuan did not display his foundation immediately, it would be very difficult for Sun Yukai to think of befriending him. Chapter 3065. Bring me along. After understanding Sun Yukai's intentions, Lin Yuan smiled and took out 3 more jars of wine. Brother, it's too dull to drink just one type of wine. Which one do you prefer among these 3 jars? I'll give you 10 jars later so you can drink to your heart's content when you go back. As he spoke, Lin Yuan placed the 3 types of wine on the table. Each one exuded a unique elemental aura, distinct from the fire spirit wine, and was top-notch. Sun Yukai, who always considered himself a connoisseur, realized he was far behind Lin Yuan. Not only did Lin Yuan present such excellent wines, but he also generously offered 10 jars. This gesture made Sun Yukai recognize Lin Yuan's extreme generosity. Initially, Sun Yukai intended to befriend Lin Yuan, but now his desire to do so had grown even stronger. Brother Lin, 10 jars are too much. Any one of these jars could be exchanged for a few pinnacle class 3 spirit craftsmen. I'll just taste them here. Even if you give me these wines, I wouldn't bear to drink them myself. Sun Yukei's words were sincere, not merely polite. He knew that even if he desired the wine, he would only gaze at it if it were brewed with creator resources. It wasn't that he couldn't afford it, but he knew creator resources were rare and shouldn't be wasted. Sun Yukei managed a large talent market, and many areas required resource allocation. As a faction aiming for healthy development, the larger it grew, the wider the gap in creator resources tended to become. Even with many creators in the faction, wasting creator resources was rare. Creators were proud and would be displeased by such waste. Sun Yukei and his faction couldn't suppress the creators, so avoiding waste was essential. If the ruling power could suppress the creators, individuals like Lin Yuan, who were direct descendants, might get away with wasting resources. Lin Yuan waved his hand. Brother Sun, the discount you've given me extends beyond these few bottles of wine. Don't hesitate to drink them. I'll send you 10 jars every year, Brother Sunday. You'll have plenty to drink. Lin Yuan took out a few jade pots and elegantly poured the wine. The mixed scents created a unique fragrance. The waiter at the door couldn't help but sniff the aroma flowing from the VIP room. Lin Yuan aimed to establish a firm foothold in Diverse City by controlling Traveling Dragon Palace. Maintaining a good relationship with Sun Yukei allowed him to acquire talents and ensure support if Traveling Dragon Palace faced problems. Although befriending Sun Yukei had significant benefits, given the powerful backing behind Sky Beyond the Clouds, both parties first considered whether their identities matched before forming connections. If Lin Yuan hadn't displayed wealth that shocked Sun Yukei and an attitude of not valuing creator resources, Sun Yukei wouldn't have made an effort to befriend him. Lin Yuan was well aware of this fact. Sun Yukei grabbed Lin Yuan's hand seriously. Brother, befriending you is the luckiest thing since I came to Diverse City. If you need anything in the future, just tell me. I'm well respected here. As Sun Yukei spoke, a handsome man in luxurious black and gold armor walked in. He had short hair and a tall figure. While his appearance was outstanding, his features were slightly inferior to Lin Yuan's. Both had noble temperaments, but this man's nobility had a strong sense of aggression, unlike Lin Yuan's peaceful aura. The man laughed and teased Sun Yukei. Sun Yukei, you claim to be respected in Diverse City. Why haven't I heard of this? I'm the one with the reputation here. With such fine wine, I have snacks that pair well with it. Would you let me have a few glasses? Zhao Chen had invited Sun Yukei only as a formality, not expecting him to come. Sun Yukei had never been interested in the auction of talents. This time, he came and brought someone with him. Zhao Chen was intrigued by Sun Yukei's companion and went to greet them, hoping to befriend them if they were qualified. Initially, Zhao Chen didn't think much of Lin Yuan. However, upon catching the scent of wine at the door, he carefully discerned the fragrance. Zhao Chen immediately became serious. Through the fragrance of the wine, Zhao Chen could smell the grade 5 creator's resources. Sun Yukei probably did not possess such resources. Even if Sun Yukei had such resources, it would be impossible for him to bring them here. Therefore, the only source of this wine could only be from the guest brought by Sun Yukei. Just as Sun Yukei had said, Zhao Chen was an extremely snobbish person. He was extremely indifferent towards those of lower status, showing no interest in befriending them whatsoever. However, once Zhao Chen had the intention to befriend someone, he would immediately take action. For example, in order to befriend Lin Yuan and show him his value, Zhao Chen had deliberately taken out these high-end snacks to pair with the wine. Zhao Chen's heart ached when he took out these snacks made from grade 4 creator resources. Zhao Chen had made his intentions clear to Lin Yuan that if Lin Yuan was not interested, Zhao Chen would not insist on befriending him. Lin Yuan was a little surprised by Zhao Chen's friendly personality. He could sense that Zhao Chen wanted to befriend him. Lin Yuan said with a smile, "It's a pity that there was only wine here but no snacks. Now that you've brought these snacks to complement our wine selection, it's only fitting for you to have a few drinks here." Sun Yukei was well aware of Zhao Chen's personality and his approach to things. He had expected that Zhao Chen would definitely do this after smelling the fragrance of the wine at the door. However, whether or not the two of them could successfully establish a friendship was not up to Zhao Chen, but Lin Yuan. When Lin Yuan responded to Zhao Chen and allowed him to stay at the table, it indicated that both of them showed an interest in befriending each other. Sun Yukei rolled his eyes at Zhao Chen. "Why, don't you agree that I have some influence in Diverse City? Besides you, who don't show me any respect in diverse city, most others do offer me some level of respect. As long as you don't make things difficult for me, there are very few things in diverse city that I can't do. Don't let Brother Lin think that I'm bragging when you say that. Zhao Chen knew that Sun Yukai's remark wasn't intended to offend him. Outsiders assumed that their relationship was extremely poor. Yet in fact, Zhao Chen and Sun Yukai were good friends. Moreover, Sun Yukai had shares in his talent market. The two of them were not only friends, but also good business partners. Sun Yukai's words served as an introduction of Lin Yuan, at least providing Zhao Chen with his name. Zhao Chen said to Lin Yuan in a friendly manner, "Brother Lin, if it is his own business, I might hinder it, but if what he's doing involves you, I'll lend a hand. I won't stand in the way, instead, I will also put in some effort to help you." When Lin Yuan heard the way Zhao Chen addressed him, he raised his eyebrows. He felt that the current interaction with Zhao Chen bore some resemblance to the worldly affairs he had experienced in his past life. Lin Yuan said to Zhao Chen, "Brother Zhao, I'm afraid I have to thank you in advance. I'll have to trouble you in the future." The three of them engaged in conversation one after another, creating a very pleasant atmosphere. If an outsider were here, they would never have thought that this was Lin Yuan's first time meeting Zhao Chen. They would even find it more unbelievable that Zhao Chen, the city lord of diverse city, was sitting here in his own establishment, chatting and laughing with a young man. During the conversation, Zhao Chen learned that Lin Yuan had the intention of purchasing high-end talents, and he jovially remarked on it, "Brother Lin, if you want to purchase high-end talents, you've really come to the right place this time. Apart from the creator auction, there will be auctions lasting 2 days where you can find what you're looking for. These talents don't actually belong to the East Universe. I obtained them from the battlefield in the South Universe through my species' strength. These people basically have very serious injuries on their bodies. Many of the auction items' roots have been severely injured. I didn't heal them, but disguised their condition instead. I can cheat others, but I definitely won't cheat you, Brother Lin. In a moment, I'll summon the person in charge of organizing this auction. If there are any issues with any of the items, I'll have him tell you truthfully so that you can make your choice." Zhao Chen didn't shy away from disclosing the source of these auction items to Lin Yuan, as it was his way of showcasing his capabilities to Lin Yuan. His bold approach to handling matters might appear ostentatious, but given his capabilities and talents, it facilitated his friendships with others who shared similar strengths. Of course, Zhao Chen's personality was not without drawbacks. Once Zhao Chen encountered someone whose background and strength surpassed his own, but harbored hostility towards him, it was very likely that he would cause big trouble given his personality. Upon hearing Zhao Chen's words, Lin Yuan's interest was piqued. It did not matter to Lin Yuan whether these talents were injured or not. Even without using his own strength, Lin Yuan still had so many grade 4 and grade 5 creators under him. As long as Lin Yuan wanted to, he could basically recover from the injuries of these talents. However, Zhao Chen only disclosed the injuries of these talents to him, and other factions participating in the auction were unaware of this information. If Lin Yuan wanted these talents, their prices would still be bid up high. However, Zhao Chen's actions were enough to show his sincerity. Lin Yuan did not intend to accept Zhao Chen's good intentions. If he did, it would be equivalent to owing Zhao Chen a favor. "Brother Zhao, there's no need to summon someone in charge. I'd rather not have the auction later interfere with the three of us enjoying our drinks. Whether or not I want to bid for these talents will depend on my judgment. If I like someone, I can help you push up the price a bit." Sun Yukai knew that Zhao Chen was very good at giving favors, and these favors often left no trace. When Sun Yukai first interacted with Zhao Chen, he inexplicably owed Zhao Chen a few favors, yet only realizing it later. Sun Yukai initially thought that Lin Yuan would also end up being at a disadvantage in his interactions with Zhao Chen, but to his surprise, it was Zhao Chen who ended up at a disadvantage instead of Lin Yuan. There were not many opportunities to see Zhao Chen suffer. Zhao Chen had originally wanted Lin Yuan to owe him a favor, but it had subtly become Zhao Chen owing Lin Yuan a favor. Zhao Chen had lived for tens of thousands of years. Although his bloodline might indicate that he was only in his prime, his experience was something that accumulated over time. On the other hand, Lin Yuan had only lived for a few decades, but he was already so outstanding in such matters. Sun Yukai became increasingly curious about the faction behind Lin Yuan. However, he knew very well that it was best not to speculate casually. It was impolite to speculate and pry into Lin Yuan's privacy, and Sun Yukai did not want Lin Yuan to misunderstand him. As for Zhao Chen, he knew his limits even after getting to know Lin Yuan. Sun Yukai was pleased to see the expression of defeat on Zhao Chen's face. Since Lin Yuan didn't need his help, Zhao Chen naturally wouldn't insist on doing so. Soon, the jars of wine that Lin Yuan took out were finished. Zhao Chen had initially thought about offering some of his own wine to entertain Lin Yuan, but he saw Lin Yuan bringing out several more bottles of wine. It was as if the wine itself was nothing to Lin Yuan. Zhao Chen once again realized Lin Yuan's foundation. It turned out that Lin Yuan had taken out so much wine not just to entertain him, but because Lin Yuan was likely to drink these things on a daily basis. Otherwise, since he had already successfully socialized with Lin Yuan bringing out these wines to entertain him would not further enhance their relationship. Despite having known Lin Yuan for only a short time, Lin Yuan's place in Zhao Chen's heart was already higher than Sun Yukai's. Zhao Chen had basically figured out the exact situation of the hidden faction behind Sun Yukai. Chapter 3066, Proof of Grade 6. The hidden faction behind Sun Yukai was very strong, but Zhao Chen was not weak either. In fact, the faction behind Zhao Chen was stronger than the one behind Sun Yukai. If Lin Yuan's current display of resources was genuine, then the power backing Lin Yuan was likely much stronger than the faction Zhao Chen currently belonged to. Zhao Chen had initially planned to meet Sun Yukai before catching up with his other old friends. However, he abandoned this idea and decided to stay with Lin Yuan until the auction ended. Currently, those being auctioned were all Pinnacle Class 3 Lifestyle Class Spirit Chi professionals, who appeared very outstanding on the surface. However, their aptitude was not very impressive. Lin Yuan looked at Zhao Chen and thought that if Zhao Chen had truly recruited these individuals from the South Universe battlefield, their talents shouldn't be this poor. After contemplating momentarily, Lin Yuan deduced that these people had likely been pre-screened. The truly outstanding talents were not with Zhao Chen. Based on his understanding of Zhao Chen, it was not that Zhao Chen did not want those talents, but he could not sell them even if he did acquire them. Lin Yuan speculated that there was likely significant competition within Zhao Chen's faction. He hadn't asked Sun Yukai about Zhao Chen's specific circumstances, but Lin Yuan felt his guess was close to the mark. Lin Yuan refrained from deliberately displaying his superior detection abilities in front of Zhao Chen. Having already traded numerous talents, he no longer harbored any intention to purchase individuals who didn't meet his standards. He also had no interest in raising prices for individuals he had no intention of buying. Sun Yukai was surprised to see Lin Yuan's lack of interest. In Sun Yukai's impression, Lin Yuan was someone who craved talents. Now that these Pinnacle Class 3 Lifestyle Class Spirit Chi professionals were in front of him, Lin Yuan had no reason to refrain from choosing. Considering Lin Yuan's exceptional investigative abilities, Sun Yukai wondered if Lin Yuan sensed something amiss with these auctioned talents. In Lin Yuan's view, an intermediate Class 3 lifestyle class professional with potential was much more important than these Pinnacle Class 3 professionals. If Lin Yuan were to purchase them, he would have to invest resources to nurture them. Conversely, if they were Class 4 lifestyle class professionals, their abilities would already be there. Hence, Lin Yuan wouldn't inquire about their potential and would only value their abilities. Zhao Chen had heard that Lin Yuan had purchased numerous talents from Sun Yukai. Yet, he hadn't participated in Zhao Chen's auction. Whether or not Lin Yuan won the bid was one matter, but his lack of involvement raised questions. Could it be that Lin Yuan was dissatisfied with the quality of the individuals Zhao Chen was auctioning off? Having established a connection with Lin Yuan, Zhao Chen noticed Lin Yuan's reluctance to participate in the auction. Therefore, he addressed Lin Yuan directly, "Brother Lin, do you not like these individuals? If you don't like them, just wait a bit. The talents up for auction later will likely be much more exceptional. The later stages of this auction will likely feature even more outstanding talents." Upon seeing that Zhao Chen had initiated a conversation with him, Lin Yuan said, "I have specific requirements regarding the potential of the talents I purchase. Brother Zhao, the talents being auctioned here have limited potential. After I buy them, I won't be able to further nurture them. I prioritize individuals with potential and talent, even if they come at a higher cost. Brother Zhao, given that you can obtain resources from the battlefield in the South Universe, I believe you can acquire talents with potential. No matter how severely damaged their roots may be, as long as they're alive, I'm willing to trade for them. Brother Zhao, do you want to help me with this?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Chen felt somewhat embarrassed. It turned out that Lin Yuan's lack of participation in the auction was for this reason. Lin Yuan's guess was correct. The faction behind Zhao Chen was not only limited to the East Universe, but also spanned across the South universe. In the South universe, they were more open-minded than in the East universe, and over 20 factions maintained a competitive relationship with Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen ranked only in the middle among these individuals. However, the top-ranking members in the faction had already claimed most of the top resources. Zhao Chen could only use those who had been left behind to benefit himself. As for those who could not compare to Zhao Chen, they did not even have these resources. If Zhao Chen wanted to strive for talented individuals on behalf of Lin Yuan, he had the ability to do so. However, doing so required him to compete with those stronger than him within the faction, which made Zhao Chen hesitant. While Zhao Chen was high profile outside, within the faction, he adopted a more reserved and cautious approach. Lin Yuan saw Zhao Chen's hesitation and was even more certain of his guess. Lin Yuan said, "Brother Zhao, I'm not asking you to help me get these resources for no reason. If you can help me get those outstanding Class 4 talents, I'll use all the Grade 4 creator resources to trade. If you can provide me with Class 5 talents, I can use all Grade 5 creator resources to trade. Every time you trade a Class 5 talent, I will provide you with a channel to trade for Grade 6 creator resources, so that you can trade for Grade 6 creator resources through me." Lin Yuan would not take the initiative to display Grade 6 creator resources, but he would not hide them either. He was saying this to provide Zhao Chen with leverage that could help him obtain these resources. Grade 6 creator resources were extremely rare for Zhao Chen's faction. It was even possible that the faction behind Zhao Chen did not have the ability to obtain them. After all, there were only a limited number of Grade 6 creator resources available, and most of the resources produced by them were in Lin Yuan's hands. The remaining resources were not enough for those top factions to split. Zhao Chen's original intention for establishing a connection with Lin Yuan was to see if he could make more deals with him in the future. However, Lin Yuan was no longer just doing business with Zhao Chen. Instead, he was investing in and nurturing Zhao Chen. After Lin Yuan said this, both Zhao Chen and Sun Yukai looked at Lin Yuan differently. They had both stretched their estimations of Lin Yuan to the limit, yet they never anticipated that the faction supporting him would possess a Grade 6 creator. If it wasn't a faction with a Grade 6 creator, they wouldn't have casually taken out Grade 6 creator resources to trade. The hidden faction behind Sun Yukai had never obtained the resources of a Grade 6 creator. The faction behind Zhao Chen did manage to acquire Grade 6 creator resources in the past, but it came at a great cost, as the elders of the faction sacrificed a great deal of prestige for it. If he could obtain a channel to trade Grade 6 creator resources from Lin Yuan, his status within the faction would definitely rise in an instant. Of course, this was on the premise that Lin Yuan's words were true. Otherwise, if he were to disclose this information to the faction and ended up not obtaining Grade 6 creator resources from Lin Yuan, the elders would think Zhao Chen was deceiving them and he would be in trouble. Originally, Sun Yukai was still treating Lin Yuan as an equal, but after Lin Yuan said this, Sun Yukai immediately lowered his attitude. When Lin Yuan controlled Traveling Dragon Palace, he had used the name of a Grade 6 creator. The fact that Traveling Dragon Palace was willing to be controlled by Lin Yuan was directly related to this. In the future, this news would definitely leak out and let Zhao Chen and Sun Yukai know. If Zhao Chen and Sun Yukai were to learn about the news from Traveling Dragon Palace rather than from Lin Yuan directly, they would likely feel that Lin Yuan was not forthright with them. Lin Yuan might as well just disclose the information directly to the two of them here. By saying these words in front of Sun Yukai, Lin Yuan was informing Sun Yukai that he could also acquire Grade 6 creator resources through him. However, if he wanted to trade for Grade 6 creator resources, he needed to have enough leverage. Otherwise, he would not be able to trade anything with Lin Yuan. Having been the city lord of Diverse City for so many years, Zhao Chen was extremely steady. However, after hearing Lin Yuan's words, Zhao Chen found it difficult to calm down. "Brother Lin, is what you said true? If you can guarantee to trade Grade 6 creator resources with me, even if it's just a few trades, as long as my faction knows that there is a chance to trade Grade 6 creator resources, I can help you secure Class 5 professionals." Lin Yuan looked at the excited Zhao Chen and said calmly, "It's inconvenient to display the resources of a Grade 6 creator, but these few drops of the essence blood of a pinnacle bloodline empress should be enough to prove to you that I have Grade 6 creator resources." Lin Yuan took out a crimson crystal bottle. There were 3 drops of blood with a hint of rose-red color in it. He opened the bottle cap, and Zhao Chen and Sun Yukai could smell the essence blood of the pinnacle bloodline empress. While this essence blood may not be a resource directly created by a Grade 6 creator, only Grade 6 creator resources poured in abundance could facilitate a bloodline's growth to this extent. The two of them were completely unaware that these 3 drops of Bloodlines Empress Essence blood were actually released by Lin Yuan himself. Recently, Lin Yuan had been showing off that he had Grade 6 creator resources and leveraging the influence to establish connections with multiple factions. He remained entirely calm about this matter. After Lin Yuan had placed the elemental doll in the element well, the elemental potion that had been purified by the element well's water had reached pinnacle Grade 5 creator. Lin Yuan had already verified this with Sun Yin. In other words, as long as Morbius advanced further, producing Grade 6 creator resources was already a sure bet. To those experts, the potions produced by Grade 6 creators were as precious as the Spirit Chi potions. Those factions were not qualified to be picky at all, as being able to trade from them was already not bad. As long as Lin Yuan contracted another fey, he would be able to evolve Morbius and transform the Spirit Lock spatial zone. After contracting the Enlightenment Cicada, Lin Yuan's comprehension ability had greatly improved. In such a short period, he had comprehended a new willpower rune related to illusions, which allowed Lin Yuan to target a functional fey with abilities related to illusions. By contracting this fey and using resources to nurture it, Morbius' grade and quality would quickly increase and its evolution would be a matter of course. Zhao Chen forced himself to suppress the excitement in his heart, but his voice was still trembling. Yes, yes. The essence blood of these pinnacle Bloodlines Empresses can naturally prove it. From now on, I, Zhao Chen, will rely on you to nurture me, brother Lin. After speaking to Lin Yuan, Zhao Chen looked at Sun Yukai gratefully and remembered the huge favor he had done for him. If Sun Yukai had not taken the initiative to introduce Lin Yuan to him, it would have been very difficult for him to get to know Lin Yuan. Looking at Zhao Chen's grateful gaze, Sun Yukai was still a little stunned. Sun Yukai had no idea that Lin Yuan had a Grade 6 creator backing him. Even now, he was still inexplicably shocked. At the same time, he was pleasantly surprised. Now that he had gotten to know Lin Yuan, he would also be qualified to exchange for Grade 6 creator resources in the future. Sun Yukai would reveal this news to the hidden faction behind him. For a faction that had never obtained the resources of a Grade 6 creator, it was obvious how shocking the news was. His status in the family would be greatly improved. If the elders in the faction could obtain the resources of a Grade 6 creator, it was likely that their strength would have the potential to advance even further. Once the strength of the elders increased, the reputation and status of the hidden faction he belonged to would also advance further. Lin Yuan was certain of one thing, and that was that the sky beyond the clouds was the same as the main world. Those with high-grade creator resources had absolute authority. Of course, this was also very related to the resources and strength of high-grade creators. Lin Yuan did not know how fast Grade 6 creators could produce resources. In any case, Grade 5 creators produced resources very slowly. Once Morbius' grade advanced, it would be able to produce Grade 6 creator resources very quickly. The Grade 4 creator resources that were originally produced would directly become Grade 6 creator resources. By that time, Lin Yuan could use these Grade 6 creator resources not only to enhance the strength of his own people but also to trade with the outside world, acquiring resources that Lin Yuan couldn't obtain originally and quickly strengthen Sky City. For a long time to come, Sky City would be developing at a rapid pace. It wouldn't be long before Sky City could truly join the struggle for supremacy in the sky beyond the clouds with the resources of a Grade 6 creator. This auction lasted for a full day before Lin Yuan discovered a target that was worthy of his attention. Zhao Chen hurriedly told Lin Yuan when he saw him suddenly bid, "Brother Lin, this intermediate class 4 spirit craftsman that you are auctioning is indeed very outstanding, but his spiritual veins have already been severed. Now, I've managed to sustain them with medicinal ginseng, but they'll certainly perish in 2 days. It's better to leave such an auction item for others to bid for." Chapter 3067, Class 5 Breeder. When Zhao Chen spoke, he couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. This intermediate class 4 spirit craftsman, now up for auction, belonged to the agile hand brocade monkey species and had a highly esteemed emperor bloodline. Furthermore, he was still young and had significant potential for future development. If not for his imminent death and lack of healing prospects, Zhao Chen's faction would not have let go of such talent. Zhao Chen wouldn't have been willing to use that valuable medicinal ginseng if it weren't for the worth of this spirit craftsman. He felt no remorse about deceiving those participating in the auction because it was a place where everyone relied on their judgment. Even if someone felt tricked, they wouldn't dare confront him. Initially, Zhao Chen's warning to Lin Yuan was just an attempt to establish a connection. Now, his reminder was motivated by self-interest. If Lin Yuan suffered a loss in this deal, he might not treat Zhao Chen favorably in the future. After careful consideration, Lin Yuan determined that the intermediate class 4 spirit craftsman could indeed be treated, though it would require some effort. He could manage it. In Diverse City, Sun Yin could assist. With Sun Yin's help, healing this spirit craftsman wouldn't be difficult. Sun Yin had a medicinal pill called the heart stabilizing pill. Dissolved in spirit fluid transformed from pure spirit qi, it became a potion capable of restoring spiritual veins. This pill could heal the spirit craftsman's injuries. The heart stabilizing pill was refined using a strange flame, an unconventional method among creators. Many grade 5 creators specialized in traditional potion concoctions and couldn't refine pills with strange flames, making the heart stabilizing pill a high-level resource. Zhao Chen's faction had grade 5 creators, but their resources were reserved for the faction's elders. They wouldn't provide such resources to a captive, regardless of his talent. Brother Zhao, I'm very interested in the auction items now. I have many ways to heal spiritual veins. I'm going to purchase him. If he can be cured, I'll keep him by my side. If he can't be cured, it's fine. Lin Yuan prepared to bid. Zhao Chen hurriedly reminded him, Brother Lin, even grade 5 creator resources might not be enough to recover his spiritual veins. Besides, he doesn't have much time left. When Lin Yuan expressed his intent to buy, Zhao Chen reiterated his warning. Lin Yuan could spend his creator resources freely, but Zhao Chen didn't want to be blamed if things went wrong. I brought a grade 5 creator with me to Diverse City. With their help, I can definitely heal him. Upon hearing this, Zhao Chen's face displayed shock, and Sun Yukai beside him reacted similarly. Could it be that Lin Yuan traveled with a grade 5 creator as his servant? If so, Lin Yuan might indeed heal the spirit craftsman. Zhao Chen seized the opportunity to curry favor with Lin Yuan and immediately placed a bid. Despite organizing the auction, Zhao Chen couldn't directly pull items from the auction process without affecting his reputation in Diverse City. Thus, to please Lin Yuan, Zhao Chen had to bid himself. Watching Zhao Chen bid, Sun Yukai thought even someone as shrewd as Zhao Chen could be confused. Zhao Chen wasn't smart in this matter. Lin Yuan had already made a deal with Zhao Chen, provide Lin Yuan with talents, and Zhao Chen would receive grade 6 creator resources. Given this, Zhao Chen's attempt to curry favor this way might cause Lin Yuan to misunderstand his intentions. Sun Yukai wouldn't have done the same. Sun Yukai wanted to remind Zhao Chen that despite Lin Yuan's youth, he was astute. However, reminding Zhao Chen might be perceived as biased. In the end, he kept silent. Lin Yuan said, I know how to bid for things that interest me, Brother Zhao. I appreciate your kindness. With that, Lin Yuan began to bid. Many factions valued this intermediate class 4 spirit craftsman. Zhao Chen highlighted his merits, especially his Emperor Agile Hand Brocade Monkey bloodline. Every piece of equipment crafted by a spirit craftsman from this species was a work of art and could be sold for a high price. Ultimately, Lin Yuan had to bid at least twice the base price to win this intermediate class 4 spirit craftsman, leaving Zhao Chen somewhat intimidated. Zhao Chen felt that he had tricked Lin Yuan and was afraid that he would be displeased. However, Lin Yuan continued to drink as though nothing had happened. Later on, he bid for many talents that he was quite interested in. Lin Yuan had successfully implanted the image of taking creator resources lightly into Zhao Chen's mind. At the same time, it also increased Sun Yukai's understanding of Lin Yuan. Although Lin Yuan's actions seemed like a waste, he had actually exchanged a lot of resources for Sky City's development. These high-end resources were not so easy to obtain, and they were exactly what Sky City lacked the most. At the same time, Lin Yuan also wanted to show off his skills to Zhao Chen and Sun Yukai so that he could obtain a stable channel to trade talents. Zhao Chen looked at the time and said, Brother Lin, the final 3 pieces of the auction are about to be auctioned. These 3 final items are all class 5 professionals. I think you should be interested in these 3 items, so I asked the auctioneer to highlight the shortcomings of these 3 items. This will reduce the bidding on these items and prevent you from overspending. Upon hearing this, Sun Yukai thought that Zhao Chen's approach was indeed quite clever, but perhaps not thorough enough. If it were him doing this, Sun Yukai would only take action without deliberately emphasizing anything. When Lin Yuan saw the description of these items, he would naturally know his intentions. Zhao Chen's actions were a little lacking in consideration. However, it was most likely because Zhao Chen had not tried to please others before. This time, Lin Yuan did not reject Zhao Chen's favor. Brother Zhao, thank you for your consideration. While Lin Yuan was talking to Zhao Chen, he saw the Class 5 gourmet being auctioned off. This Class 5 gourmet looked intact, but Lin Yuan could sense many bloodthirsty energy fluctuations from her body, indicating there were many parasitic life forms in her body. This gourmet was an ordinary-looking woman with shoulder-length chestnut-colored hair. She was pressing her chest with a frown as if she was enduring the intense pain in her body. The auctioneer kept introducing the Class 5 female gourmet. This Class 5 gourmet had been parasitized by the bloodline-corroding insect queen. Although the insect queen was already dead, there were still many insect offspring left in her body. These insects escaped the control of the insect queen and ran amok in the Class 5 gourmet's body. If not for the chains made of insect suppression stones that wrapped around the female Class 5 gourmet's body, the insects in her body would have eaten this Class 5 gourmet long ago. The heart-corroding blood threads insect queens were extremely valuable insect species feys. After the insect queen died, every offspring had the chance to transform into an insect queen. However, if these offspring wanted to successfully transform, they needed to consume a large amount of blood energy. The heart-corroding blood thread was a functional insect species fey. The insect molting it produced had the ability to fuse insect species feys. After this Class 5 gourmet's heart-corroding blood threads offspring were taken out, Lin Yuan could use the blood-type spiritual ingredients he had obtained from the land of Bloodian ancestors to nurture several insect queens. These spiritual ingredients that could fuse bloodlines were of great research significance to creators. Without sufficient blood-type spiritual ingredients, these heart-corroding blood threads offspring were worthless. It was also extremely difficult to lure the insects out of this Class 5 gourmet's body. Despite being a Class 5 professional, there were fewer bidders now and it was not as intense as it was when bidding for Class 4 professionals. Many factions were very curious at this moment. Could it be that the city lord of Diverse City had changed his ways and was now pointing out the shortcomings of the auction items himself? In the past, no matter how big a problem there was with his items, Zhao Chen would never reveal it. When they saw that Lin Yuan had been bidding non-stop, the factions quickly gave up on bidding as Lin Yuan's previous bids had been crazy. This allowed Lin Yuan to bid for this female Class 5 gourmet at a very reasonable price. The female gourmet glanced at Lin Yuan's VIP room with a hopeful expression. She wondered if the person who bought her could help her cleanse the heart-corroding blood thread in her body. The second finale item was also a gourmet. This gourmet was good at making raw food. None of the core members of Sky City had the habit of eating raw food. However, many of the creators who joined Sky City later were interested in raw food due to their different bloodlines. Lin Yuan bid for the gourmet, whose soul had been injured and was a little silly. When the final item was brought up, the scene became lively. Many factions were unconcerned about the various injuries on this professional's body because this Class 5 professional was a rare and precious breeder. Breeders were very good at cultivating plants. Apart from knowledge, specific bloodlines were required to become this kind of professional. Breeders were even stronger than creators of the same level when it came to helping plant-type life forms reproduce. They had some methods that even creators could not compare to. Zhao Chen said, "This breeder is someone I fought hard to acquire from my faction, all to boost the reputation of the diverse talent market. Otherwise, this talent market opened by me, the city lord, will be inferior to Sun Yukai's. In order to fight for the sale rights of this breeder, I competed with my cousin. This breeder is an outstanding existence in the entire South Universe battlefield. Grade 4 creator resources will be able to heal his injuries. Brother Lin, if I had known earlier, I wouldn't have put this breeder up for auction at all. Instead, I would have exchanged resources with you." The breeder on the stage was a short but sturdy old man. He stood there with a calm expression, fully aware of his worth. Regardless of which faction purchased him, he knew they would treat him well to ensure his efficiency. As long as he worked hard to help nurture plant-type feys, he could expect significant benefits. The old man preferred to be bought by a faction specializing in plant-type feys, like Bizarre Plant Demon Hall. He knew they would cherish him. Conversely, other factions might not value him as much. However, as a commodity, he had no say in who would buy him. If the Bizarre Plant Demon Hall knew of his existence, they would undoubtedly be willing to spend a considerable amount of money. Currently, Bizarre Plant Demon Hall had the highest bid. Zhao Chen, wanting to secure a good price, had informed several factions in advance about the auction. He had specifically informed Bizarre Plant Demon Hall about this Class 5 breeder to incite fierce bidding. Due to their unique bloodlines and resources, the Bizarre Plant Demon Hall experts found reproduction extremely challenging. This Class 5 breeder was practically a savior for them, arguably more valuable than a Grade 5 creator. Despite their conflict with Traveling Dragon Palace, Bizarre Plant Demon Hall pooled all their resources. They even agreed to several unreasonable treaties with Grey Smoke Stronghold and borrowed honor-absent dollars. The Bizarre Plant Demon Hall's representative, Wu Xian, was one of the faction's 4 rulers. Chan Jing, an elder of Bizarre Plant Demon Hall, attended the auction as her follower. Nervously, he asked, "Madam, do you think the resources we prepared will be enough to secure this Class 5 breeder?" Wu Xian, swinging her long brown braid that resembled a scorpion tail, replied, "Zhao Chen informed us about this Class 5 breeder deliberately. He must have told Traveling Dragon Palace as well. To maximize this breeder's value, Zhao Chen will take many measures. Do you really think Traveling Dragon Palace will let us win the bid so easily?" Chapter 3068. So it was him. Wu Xian gritted her teeth at the mention of Traveling Dragon Palace. Traveling Dragon Palace's suppression of Bizarre Plant Demon Hall over the years had almost caused Bizarre Plant Demon Hall to leave Diverse City. If not for the fact that Bizarre Plant Demon Hall had to pay a huge price to move out of Diverse City, Wu Xian would have probably made the decision to leave. Wu Xian originally thought that Bizarre Plant Demon Hall would continue to live in Diverse City and that Traveling Dragon Palace's suppression of Bizarre Plant Demon Hall would continue. Unexpectedly, in order to expand, Traveling Dragon Palace actually went beyond Diverse City to develop in other large cities. In the process of developing their forces, they provoked Extreme Wood City's major faction, Grey Smoke Stronghold. The 2 sides fought to the death in Extreme Wood City. Only then did Bizarre Plant Demon Hall see the light. If not for that, even if he knew that this Class 5 breeder was being auctioned, Wu Xian would not have dared to come here to fight for this Class 5 breeder. Even though most of Traveling Dragon Palace's resources had been transported to Extreme Wood City, Traveling Dragon Palace's resource trade fair had yet to begin. However, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Under such circumstances, it was very likely that Traveling Dragon Palace would fork out more resources than Bizarre Plant Demon Hall. Chan Jing's expression darkened when he heard Wu Xian's words. "Palace Master, my cousin has been contacting Extreme Wood City. My cousin said that Grey Smoke Stronghold is about to launch a thunderous attack on Traveling Dragon Palace. Grey Smoke Stronghold has also joined forces with many factions to issue an ultimatum to Yutao. Yu should also know the situation in Extreme Wood City. He shouldn't have any intention of targeting Bizarre Plant Demon Hall anymore, right? I will ask the manager of Diverse Auction House to see if Traveling Dragon Palace has anyone participating in this auction. I just gave Manager Lu 2 jars of poison bee wine. He will definitely help with such a small favor." When Wu Xian heard this, she wanted to say that the auction for this Class 5 breeder had already begun. What was the point of asking now? Could it be that there was still time for Bizarre Plant Demon Hall to gather resources? Bizarre Plant Demon Hall had already begun to resist Traveling Dragon Palace. But because they were suppressed by Traveling Dragon Palace all year round, Bizarre Plant Demon Hall was still very afraid of Traveling Dragon Palace. This fear had basically fused into their bones and was very difficult to eliminate in a short period of time. Before long, Chan Jing, who had left to look for Manager Lu, returned happily. "Palace Master, I asked the manager of Diverse Talent Market and he said that Traveling Dragon Palace's people were not present. Traveling Dragon Palace has always been high profile, so we need to show our hand now. Traveling Dragon Palace knows about the news but has given up on suppressing Bizarre Plant Demon Hall. I think Traveling Dragon Palace is already at the end of its rope and can't take out any extra resources. If Traveling Dragon Palace wanted to suppress Bizarre Plant Demon Hall, the competition for resources between the 2 sides would also determine if Traveling Dragon Palace would truly end up suppressed by Bizarre Plant Demon Hall. Once Traveling Dragon Palace was suppressed by Bizarre Plant Demon Hall, Traveling Dragon Palace's reputation would completely collapse." Wu Xian relaxed and began to bid. However, not long after, she realized that the bidding sounds were once again coming from the VIP room where the 2 Class 5 professionals had just been bid. The people in this VIP room had bought no less than 20 talents in this trade fair. There was a bid for every talent. Even if the premium was more than double, they would not relent. They were like lunatics. Now, the factions in the VIP room had their eyes on this Class 5 breeder. If it was any other auction item, Wu Xian would most likely give up due to the current conflict between Bizarre Plant Demon Hall and Traveling Dragon Palace. However, this Class 5 breeder was too important to Bizarre Plant Demon Hall. Even if bidding might offend this resource-rich faction, Bizarre Plant Demon Hall had to fight to the end. What Wu Xian and Chan Jing did not know was that Yu De had made up his mind to bid for this Class 5 breeder after learning of his existence. Although this class 5 breeder was not very useful to the Wandering Dragon Palace, it did not matter if he was useful or not. This class 5 breeder could not be left to Bizarre Plant Demon Hall. If Traveling Dragon Palace let Bizarre Plant Demon Hall win this class 5 breeder, it would be equivalent to telling the other factions in Diverse City that Traveling Dragon Palace had been kicked out of the ranks of the top factions in Diverse City. Yu De had not come because he had used Sun Yin to establish connections with a faction with a grade 6 creator. Yu De no longer cared about Bizarre Plant Demon Hall. There was naturally no need to deliberately target forces that they did not care about. As long as he could gain a firm foothold in Extreme Wood City with the help of this faction with a grade 6 creator, all the previous resources would be worth it. Traveling Dragon Palace had become a force that spanned 2 cities. It was much stronger than the other first-rate factions in Diverse City. At that time, Traveling Dragon Palace would deal with Bizarre Plant Demon Hall with lightning speed and not give the fiends a chance to secretly move out of Diverse City. After bidding again and again, Wu Xian looked at Lin Yuan's VIP room with a livid expression and cursed. Damn it! Who's the one who's still targeting this class 5 breeder despite the double premium? Since the price had doubled, Wu Xian did not continue bidding. Bizarre Plant Demon Hall could no longer withstand such a price. The other party did not hesitate to raise the price endlessly. Wu Xian could not help but think, can it be that Zhao Chen is deliberately raising the price because Traveling Dragon Palace did not come? Thinking of this, Wu Xian hurriedly shook her head. As the city lord of Diverse City, there was really no need for Zhao Chen to do this. This did not benefit Zhao Chen at all. Moreover, the situation of the 2 class 5 professionals who had been bid for was too bad. Zhao Chen could not let such goods stay in his hands forever. Wu Xian said after a while, Chan Jing, go and find out who's sitting in this VIP room later. It's best if you can directly communicate with the faction that bid for this class 5 breeder and see if you can spend resources to hire this breeder to serve Bizarre Plant Demon Hall for a few months every year. Chan Jing looked at Wu Xian awkwardly. This was not a pleasant job. It was not difficult for him to come into contact with this faction. He could send Manager Lu a few more jars of poison bee wine later and get Manager Lu to help introduce him. Among the 1,000-odd types of bee poison in the poison bee wine, a few had certain addictive and soul-stimulating effects. This was the key to the poison bee wine that the major factions had been passionate about all these years. The addictive nature of the poison bee wine secretly increased its value. However, even if he successfully came into contact with this faction, how could he ask this faction to lend this class 5 breeder to Bizarre Plant Demon Hall? What if this faction was not a local faction of Diverse City? With Zhao Chen's ability, it was not difficult for him to invite the factions outside of Diverse City to participate in the trade fair. He knew that this mission was not easy to do. But since Wu Xian had given the order, Chan Jing could not refuse. Chan Jing originally thought that it would not be difficult to contact this faction through Manager Lu. But after finding Manager Lu and making his request, Manager Lu actually rejected it without thinking. He did not even accept the poison bee wine that he had sent over, which made Chan Jing feel a little awkward. Old Lu, we're old friends. I've helped you a lot before. Why are you rejecting me now that I'm begging you? Seeing Chan Jing's displeased expression, Manager Lu knew that he had obtained many benefits from Chan Jing, so he smiled apologetically. Chan Jing, you're wronging me. You've helped me a lot, but I've also helped you a lot. I can't introduce you this time because the guest you want to see was brought here by Sun Yuki. The city lord specially instructed that this person be treated as an esteemed guest and not be disturbed by any factions. If I help you, the city lord will be unhappy. I still want to keep my position. At this point, Manager Lu's voice lowered. In the past, the city lord would welcome guests everywhere at such a trade fair, but this time, the city lord seems to have stayed with this VIP the entire time and accompanied him for 2 days. Do you want me to introduce you to such a person? Do you think my life is too easy? With that, Manager Lu patted Chan Jing's shoulder and left. Manager Lu looked calm on the surface, but he was extremely dissatisfied with Chan Jing. Who did he think he was? He actually dared to bring up the gifts he had given him previously. If not for Traveling Dragon Palace's loss of power and the possibility of Bizarre Plant Demon Hall rising, Manager Lu would have directly fallen out with Chan Jing. As the manager of the diverse talent market, he was also a top figure in the city lord manor. If the people from Bizarre Plant Demon Hall dared to make trouble for him, the city lord would naturally stand up for him. When Chan Jing heard Manager Lu mention Sun Yuki, he subconsciously thought of the young man walking beside Sun Yuki. Could it be that this young man was personally accompanied by the city lord of diverse city, Zhao Chen, for 2 days? Chan Jing could not help but shiver at the thought. At this moment, Chan Jing suddenly understood why Sun Yukai was so protective of this young man and even reprimanded him for falling out with him. Fortunately, manager Lu did not introduce him to this young man. If Zhao Chen had known about the previous conflict after meeting him, the methods Zhao Chen used to please this young man would definitely not be as gentle as Sun Yukai's. This matter had spread to Bizarre Plant Demon Hall. Wu Xian wanted him to befriend this faction and obtain the qualifications to rent this Class 5 breeder. Not only did he not do a good job but had also offended this young man with an extremely powerful background. Even if he was an elder of Bizarre Plant Demon Hall, his days in Bizarre Plant Demon Hall would definitely not be good. After participating in this trade fair, Lin Yuan was invited by Zhao Chen to the city lord manor. Zhao Chen knew that Lin Yuan had come to Diverse City for the first time and wanted to hold a banquet to entertain him. He had invited the reputable top factions of Diverse City to introduce Lin Yuan, but the latter rejected him. Lin Yuan had never been prepared to walk to the front of the stage and befriend the top factions in Diverse City. Traveling Dragon Palace was the one that should be developing in Diverse City. Traveling Dragon Palace was a top faction and was familiar with the other top factions in Diverse City. After leaving Diverse City this time, Lin Yuan would probably have fewer chances to revisit Diverse City. Diverse City was too far from north of the Lonely River. Even if it was winter, it would take a long time to travel. Lin Yuan did not want to spend too much time on the road. Seeing that Lin Yuan had no intention of getting to know the other factions in Diverse City, not only did Zhao Chen not feel regretful, but he was also very happy. If Lin Yuan did not interact with the other top factions in the city, he would come to him first if anything happened in the future. After treating Lin Yuan to the most luxurious banquet, Zhao Chen said softly, "Brother Lin, although my family has a grade 5 creator, I didn't have the chance to use the grade 5 creator resources. I'm a spirit contractor and several of my contracted feys are stuck at the breakthrough point. I need grade 5 creator resources to advance. You have a class 5 creator with you. Can you ask him to help me customize a batch of potions according to my feys' actual situations? I've accumulated a lot of resources over the years. I should be able to pay you. I'm willing to pay a premium of 1.5 times. You can choose any resources in my treasure vault." At this point, Zhao Chen's tone was basically pleading. Zhao Chen looked overbearing on the outside. But in fact, Zhao Chen was not overbearing. Zhao Chen's overbearingness was only the appearance he displayed in front of those who were inferior to him. In fact, Zhao Chen was flexible. Ever since he found out about Lin Yuan's means, he had never put on airs around Lin Yuan. Instead, he had always kept a low profile. Zhao Chen's attitude was so humble that even Sun Yukai felt inferior. Lin Yuan was very interested in the resources that Zhao Chen had accumulated over the years. Even if Zhao Chen did not make this request, Lin Yuan would most likely ask Zhao Chen if he was interested in trading spiritual ingredients for creator resources. Lin Yuan said casually, "The grade 5 creator beside me is good at refining pills with strange flames. Moreover, he has just become a grade 5 creator, so his ability is limited." Zhao Chen subconsciously thought that Lin Yuan was going to reject him. "Before I leave Diverse City, I'll send a rather experienced intermediate grade 5 creator over to your residence to help you evolve your feys. If you need anything, you can just tell him." Lin Yuan did not intend to publicize his relationship with Sun Yin. Ever since Sun Yin came into contact with the Dragon Plum family and moved into Traveling Dragon Palace, he was already standing on the surface. Lin Yuan and Sun Yin had not entered Diverse City together, so no one knew about their relationship. However, if Lin Yuan allowed Sun Yin to come to the City Lord Manor, his relationship with Sun Yin would be exposed. Sky City had many grade 5 creators, so it was easy for Lin Yuan to assign a grade 5 creator to a mission. Zhao Chen looked at Lin Yuan in shock. Even his father had to plead with grade 5 creators to work for him. Zhao Chen had grown up watching those grade 5 creators grow up in an advanced manner. How did an intermediate grade 5 creator become a tool that Lin Yuan could use at will? At that moment, Zhao Chen felt that his worldview had been overturned. Chapter 3069. The second element of utmost purity. Among the disciples of the secret aristocratic families that Zhao Chen knew, even the core direct descendants of the aristocratic families could not be nonchalantly assigned grade 5 creators. However, Lin Yuan could do it. Zhao Chen was very curious about Lin Yuan's identity. He thought, Lin Yuan is most likely the direct bloodline of that grade 6 creator. Otherwise, why would those grade 5 creators give Lin Yuan such respect? Zhao Chen had begged for this opportunity. When this grade 5 creator arrived at his residence, Zhao Chen would definitely treat this grade 5 creator well and strive to improve his feys. Zhao Chen would not hesitate even if he had to exhaust his resources in the end. As the city lord of diverse city, he had many channels to accumulate resources, but there were not many opportunities for grade 5 creators to customize potions. If he spent all his resources, he could still continue to obtain more. If his strength increased, his status and influence in the family would greatly increase. Brother Lin, thank you so much. If there's anything you want me to do in the future, I won't refuse. After saying that, Zhao Chen had his servants move the treasures in his treasury to the banquet hall for Lin Yuan to choose from. There was no price system for asking creators to concoct potions in the sky beyond the clouds. The creator could choose whatever resources they wanted. The deal would only be sealed after creator had chosen the resources. However, when they could obtain the potions depended on the creator's mood. Instead of saying that paying resources first was for the convenience of creators, it was more like a guarantee for the person who customized the potion. They did not have to be afraid that the creator they found might give up on their order one day. Soon, Lin Yuan saw Zhao Chen's collection. Many of the resources were very versatile and were very helpful to the core members of Sky City in strengthening their feys. The more resources Lin Yuan chose, the happier Zhao Chen would be. This meant that he would be able to order more potions from the grade 5 creator. If the grade 6 creator in the sky beyond the clouds did not take action, the resources from the grade 5 creators would be considered the peak. There was nothing in this world that grade 5 creator resources could not trade for. When Lin Yuan opened a brocade box, his eyes suddenly lit up. Inside the brocade box was a crystal emitting 5-colored brilliance. The crystal seemed to have countless tornadoes that were constantly being created and destroyed. This crystal emitting 5-colored brilliance was like a world, and the tornadoes were constantly destroying, creating, and forming things in this world. Zhao Chen actually had a pure variant of the wind element, which made Lin Yuan think of his contracted golden wings. Shiny also possessed an extremely pure variant of the wind element called the sacred golden wind. Any elemental energy to pure element variant had great dominance over that element. There was more than one purity variant of each element, and almost all purity variants of each element's purity variant were different. However, these pure elemental variants were able to digest and devour each other, thereby strengthening their own pure elemental variants. If Shiny absorbed the pure mutation of the wind element known as the 5-colored ripping wind, be it its bloodline or its control over wind elements would both greatly increase. Shiny had long been able to reach the Holy Spirit level. The reason Lin Yuan was not in a hurry to evolve Shiny was that he had been waiting for an opportunity to evolve Shiny. Lin Yuan had finally waited for this opportunity. Among all of Lin Yuan's feys, Shiny could be considered an extremely special one. Lin Yuan had spent a lot of effort on Shiny, which had the barren bloodline. In order to provide food for Shiny, Lin Yuan had worked with Long Tao to nurture a large number of dragon species to obtain dragon livers. It could be said that Shiny's food was the most difficult to provide among all Lin Yuan's feys. Lin Yuan had never mistreated Shiny and had high hopes for it. This allowed Shiny to absorb utmost pure elements when it reached the Divine Kingdom level. When Lin Yuan was communicating with Ling Muzhuo, he had deliberately mentioned utmost pure elements in order to find opportunities for Shiny. Lin Yuan remembered that Ling Muzhuo had said to him very seriously that utmost pure elements were the top elemental resources in this world. Even a grade 5 creator might not be able to find utmost pure elements of a certain type. Utmost pure elements were beneficial to any living being that matched their types. It was difficult for such resources to be obtained by individuals. Ling Muzhuo's words let Lin Yuan know how rare utmost pure elements were. At the same time, he knew very well that even if Fortune Treasure Palace really had a collection of pure elements, Ling Muzhuo would not take them out to trade with him. Ling Muzhuo cared so much about and valued those resources. It would be impossible to obtain them without some channels. When Lin Yuan first came to the sky beyond the clouds, his biggest channel was the Fortune Treasure Palace. For a moment, Lin Yuan gave up on the idea of searching for wind-type variants. To be able to see the 5-colored ripping wind at Zhao Chen's place today and for him to be willing to use the 5-colored ripping wind to trade was definitely a great opportunity for Shiny. When Zhao Chen saw that Lin Yuan had been observing the 5-colored ripping wind for a long time, he hurriedly said, "Brother Lin, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have taken out this pure wind-type element. The elders of the family had asked me for this 5-colored ripping wind before, but I didn't take it out." Lin Yuan now had a certain understanding of the secret aristocratic families in the sky beyond the clouds. Many factions within the secret aristocratic families had been passed down for countless years, and every faction insisted on their own interests. It was the same for everyone in every faction. Zhao Chen's so-called not taking it out was actually because the benefits given by the elders were not good enough. He and Zhao Chen had just met and Zhao Chen treated him like this because he had abundant resources. Lin Yuan had always been a very clear-headed person and would not lose himself in other people's flattery. Even so, Lin Yuan still accepted Zhao Chen's favor. Lin Yuan continued to choose some resources. After that, he returned to Fortune Treasure Palace and did not stay in the City Lord Manor under Zhao Chen's hospitality. Apart from the 5-colored ripping wind, Lin Yuan had also obtained a vine that could evolve the perfect touch wisteria. The vinewood true essence was as beneficial to vine species phase as it was to wine type phase. Furthermore, the vinewood true source was extremely gentle. It was not as dangerous as the 5-colored ripping wind. After Lin Yuan left, Zhao Chen happily stood in the sky garden of the City Lord Manor and looked at the night scenery below as he let out a happy sigh. He finally had a chance to increase the strength of his phase. Zhao Chen had contracted a few phase. Once the strength of these phase increased, Zhao Chen would be able to increase his ranking 10 years later so that he could obtain more authority and resources. The moment Lin Yuan returned to Fortune Treasure Palace, he entered the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone and summoned Shiny. Fey name, Golden Wings. Fey species, Baron species / Feather-winged species. Fey grade, World Emperor, 10/10. Fey type, Wind. Fey quality, Medium. Divine Kingdom grade, Medium. Abilities. Snapped neck falling death, when its sharp claws make contact with a target, the target's neck will be snapped. At the same moment, the golden wings will extract the target's soul and absorb the soul into its feathers. The soul will imbue the storm patterns on the feathers with intelligence. Flowing wind claws, when the wind elements in the golden wings feathers are released into the environment, it will be able to control the surrounding winds and manipulate it to attack its opponent. The attacked target will feel like it is being slashed by claws. After attacking a target, the golden wings will also be able to inject wind elements into its target through explosions and cause double the amount of damage. Rapid wind whistle, by flapping its wings to activate wind elemental energy, it will simultaneously let out a roar that causes both physical and elemental damage to a designated target. A headwind will also lower the target's speed. Each time a headwind is released, its own speed will be increased. Hurricane added protection, a vicious hurricane shield will be added to one's own body. Every time elemental damage is inflicted on it, the hurricane shield will absorb the damage before reflecting it. The hurricane shield can also absorb wind elemental energy from the surroundings to replenish the wind elemental energy in its body. Folded Wings Wind Valley, with the golden wings at the center, an environment charged with wind elemental energy will be formed. Wind elemental energy will be continuously produced in this environment. When it makes a sacrifice to this territory, the wind elemental energy will be absorbed into its bloodline and trigger a one-time explosion. Disappearing wind attack, its body will be combined with wind elements. Even a slight breeze will be enough for it to hide within. While it is hiding in the wind, it will be immune to damage as long as the wind remains. Revived seasonal winds, the wind element's state will be changed. The wind elements will gain powerful healing abilities. Targets will be healed wherever the winds exist. They will continue to heal as long as the wind does not stop moving. Swift wind death, the sharpness of wind elements will be activated. The wind elements will change into wild winds that will continuously attack the target until the target has been ground to pieces. The sharpness of the wind elements will have flowing wind claws tearing effects and snapped neck falling death's bone breaking effects. Elemental sword feathers, all the feathers will be elementalized. The pure elemental traits in the feathers will be activated. When the feathers are attacked and damaged, the wind flowing in the environment will naturally replenish the feathers. The feathers can be shot into the outside world and will have penetrating effects. Sacred Golden Wind, all the wind elements under its control will be transformed into Sacred Gold Wind. The Sacred Gold Wind will go beyond the regular elemental state. The lowest elemental state will have damaging and immunity effects. Exclusive skill. Unset state, when interacting with another Fey, the Golden Wings can copy the Fey's exclusive skill and triggered abilities. Unset state will then turn into the copied exclusive skill and triggered ability. The abilities can only be switched out once every lunar cycle. Wind's Descendant, by placing itself as the heart of all wind elements, it will become the eye of a hurricane and control all of the surrounding wind elements. It will become the master while all other winds will become its disciple. Summoning Wind Changing Spirit, use wind elements to accommodate other elemental energy and turn them into vassals of the wind elements. In extreme environments, the accommodated elemental energy can change its own attributes and allow it to become better affiliated with the environment as well as use elemental attacks of different elemental types. Whirling wind compression, use the energy in its body to compress and coordinate wind elemental energy. The wind elements will be tightly locked together and will resonate. Its ability to control wind elements will be stronger than that of the natural environment, and it will become stronger at controlling wind elements in different elements. The power of its abilities and exclusive skills related to wind will also be strengthened. Golden wind enters body, the sacred golden wind will be absorbed into the body and be used to change the body. The sacred golden wind will transform into sacred entities that command wind elements and will be able to suppress all inferior wind elements. In the transformed state, it will be able to comprehensively increase its energy and the characteristics it controls. Wind territory release, the sacred golden energy will be released into the surrounding environment. The environment filled with the sacred golden wind will be under its control, and the wind territory under its control will suppress life forms of other types. Each suppressed target will lead to an increase in the wind speed of the sacred golden wind in the wind territory. Divine Kingdom abilities. Sacred Golden Wind Nest, a large nest of faith power will be created in the Divine Kingdom. The sacred golden wind can be released from the body in the nest and condensed into sacred golden wind crystals. Shiny had already evolved to World Emperor X. In terms of Divine Kingdom evolution, Shiny was faster than all of Lin Yuan's feys. The reason why Shiny's Divine Kingdom evolved so quickly was because of the sacred golden wind that Shiny had. Shiny's Divine Kingdom had already produced wind-type life forms using sacred golden wind. Chime's Divine Kingdom was at a disadvantage when compared to Shiny. This made Lin Yuan realize the power of utmost pure elements once again. When Shiny was by Lin Yuan's side, it habitually changed its form. However, even when it changed its form, it could not stand on Lin Yuan's shoulder like Chime. If it stood on Lin Yuan's shoulder, Shiny's sharp claws would pierce through his shoulder. "Yuan, you said you have something good for me. What is it?" "I'll invite Chime to evolve the Divine Kingdom with me later. I want to make my Divine Kingdom stronger so that I can protect you." In the sky beyond the clouds, spirit contractors were so noble that some large clans would prioritize disciples with spirit contractor talents. It was not only because the contracted phase of the spirit contractors were stronger in combat. When the contracted phase reached the Holy Spirit level, the divine kingdoms of these creatures would be located around the contracted divine kingdoms and become the country's defense. When the divine kingdom was invaded, the defenses would prioritize helping to defend against the invaders. Shiny had been working hard for this. Lin Yuan looked at Shiny and thought, Shiny's temperament is completely different from when it was young. Chapter 3070. Vine Bloodline Metamorphosis. When it was young, Shiny was mischievous and playful. Back then, the Spirit Lock spatial zone was still small. All the life forms in the Spirit Lock spatial zone, the Golden Lotus Brocade Pearls included, were pranked by Shiny. This made Chime hate Shiny. It did not like to play with it at all. Now that Shiny had grown up, it no longer had the temperament it had when he was young. This made Chime enjoy increasing its strength with Shiny. Lin Yuan did not keep Shiny in suspense and took out the brocade box containing the 5-colored ripping wind. Before Lin Yuan could open the brocade box, Shiny sensed the pure wind element's aura inside. Shiny could not help but swoop down excitedly on Lin Yuan's head and dance around in a circle. Shiny could directly sense the benefits of the 5-colored ripping wind in the brocade box. It could even use this opportunity to reach the Holy Spirit level. There were some problems with the evolution of Shiny's Divine Kingdom. The main reason for this was that Shiny's Divine Kingdom did not have a Holy Spirit. Once Shiny's Divine Kingdom had a Holy Spirit, the situation would be completely different. With the Holy Spirit's support, Shiny's Divine Kingdom's evolution speed would definitely increase greatly from its original foundation. Furthermore, Shiny, who had absorbed the sacred golden wind, could easily absorb the 5-colored ripping wind, which was also an utmost pure wind element. With Shiny mastering 2 utmost pure wind elements, the evolution and breeding speed of the Divine Kingdom's life forms would increase. Lin Yuan opened the brocade box so Shiny could eat the crystallized 5-colored ripping wind. Shiny needed a certain amount of time to absorb the 5-colored ripping wind. It would not take too long for it to fuse with an utmost pure wind element. Even though Shiny had already grasped an extremely pure wind element, it was still rather difficult for it to absorb the 5-colored ripping wind. Shiny needed to use the sacred golden wine to fuse the 5-colored ripping wind with itself. While Shiny was absorbing the 5-colored ripping wind, Lin Yuan summoned Green Vine. Compared to its original body, Green Vine preferred to appear beside Lin Yuan in human form. The vinewood true source that Lin Yuan had traded with Zhao Chen was not only suitable for green vine but also for red thorn. However, compared to this kind of wood-type treasure, red thorn paid more attention to improving its fairy bloodline. Green vine had always been the strongest among Lin Yuan's feys. However, as increasing one's strength at the divine kingdom level required faith power, the speed at which green vine increased its strength had slowed down. Until now, green vine was still a step away from the Holy Spirit level. This made it a little depressed. Before stepping into the divine kingdom level, green vine was a fey that purely fought for a living. After reaching the divine kingdom level, it obtained a divine kingdom ability called Bloodline Abundant Harvest. The power of the divine kingdom's bloodline made green vine an expert at extracting bloodlines. As long as the corpse of any life form was placed in green vine's divine kingdom, green vine could refine the power of the bloodline by providing it with faith power. The strength of the bloodline power was also related to the faith power provided by green vine. The transformation of green vine from a pure combat type fey to a functional type fey was a good thing for Lin Yuan. After providing green vine with the vinewood true source, it was a sure bet that green vine would enter the Holy Spirit level. Compared to green vine improving its combat abilities, Lin Yuan hoped that green vine could strengthen its functional abilities. The higher the level he reached, the more Lin Yuan felt that functional abilities were more important than combat abilities. Of course, a large part of the reason Lin Yuan felt this way was that he had spring, summer, autumn, and winter by his side, so he did not have to worry about his own safety. If Lin Yuan could not even guarantee his own safety, he would definitely not think that way. Green Vine bowed to Lin Yuan. Yuan, it's been a long time. I realized that even with the large amount of resources you provided for me, the evolution speed of my divine kingdom still can't increase. The level of the divine kingdom is still miniature and the degree of evolution is less than 2%. As it spoke, Green Vine looked at Shiny in admiration. At the divine kingdom level, Green Vine found it difficult to move. Lin Yuan could sense Green Vine's distress and said seriously, "You've just reached the divine kingdom not long ago. Which life form in the sky beyond the clouds doesn't need a long time to evolve from the divine kingdom to the Holy Spirit level? You really don't have to belittle yourself. As long as you continue to work hard to improve like you are doing now, you will definitely be ahead of the others. Moreover, your bloodline is outstanding to begin with. Every vine can absorb something to strengthen itself. Season Cycle gave you the bloodline of a higher fairy after absorbing Season Cycle's bloodline. Even if you haven't reached the Holy Spirit level, you're still able to roll grades to fight." Lin Yuan could sense Green Vine's lack of confidence. What he needed to do now was to give it confidence. Lin Yuan took out the vine tree true source and said, "When you absorb it later, your bloodline should improve according to your current foundation. At that time, the evolution of your divine kingdom will definitely accelerate correspondingly. If you encounter suitable resources in the future, I'll provide them to you." Lin Yuan did not have much contact with Bizarre Plant Demon Hall. But because of Traveling Dragon Palace, Lin Yuan and Bizarre Plant Demon Hall were destined to become mortal enemies. Lin Yuan did not need to deal with Bizarre Plant Demon Hall personally. Traveling Dragon Palace would most likely be able to deal with them on their own. Bizarre Plant Demon Hall, a faction formed by plants, definitely had spiritual ingredients that could improve Green Vine and the Jasmine Lily. Even if they did not, the corpses of Bizarre Plant Demon Hall's experts would be quite beneficial to Green Vine. After clearing Bizarre Plant Demon Hall, Lin Yuan would use the resources he obtained to strengthen his feys and increase his strength. The development of the Faith Country was already on the right track. Every second, the Faith Country produced a large amount of faith power that would be stored by the realm Abyss Red Lotus. Through this faith power, Lin Yuan could raise the strength of all the core members of the Faith Country to Pinnacle Holy Spirit level. If one wanted to take another step forward after reaching Pinnacle Holy Spirit level, it was not something that could be achieved with just the accumulation of resources. It also depended on opportunities. When Green Vine saw the vine tree true source in Lin Yuan's hand, it happily took it and began to absorb it. When absorbing the vinewood true source, Green Vine transformed into its original form. Green Vine in its true form was huge and strange. The 8 vines contained special auras. These 8 auras were shocking and each of them surpassed the level of Green Vine. It was not easy to find items for Green Vine in the main world, but it was undoubtedly much easier to find items for Green Vine in the sky beyond the clouds. After continuous changes, Lin Yuan finally confirmed the existence of the 8 items that were most compatible with each other. This allowed Green Vines to develop in all aspects without any obvious shortcomings. The vinewood true source was extremely suitable for plant-type feys. It was not difficult for green vine to absorb the vinewood true source. After green vine changed into its original form, its aura began to break through continuously. The 8 vines of green vine became visibly thicker. To Lin Yuan's surprise, 4 new vines emerged from the main trunk of green vine. Green vine had 4 more vines and could absorb 4 more advanced items through these 4 vines, which was equivalent to multiplying the strength of the original green vine. This was the effect of the vinewood true source improving green vine's bloodline. The moment green vine reached the Holy Spirit level and condensed a Holy Spirit, its size tripled. A fierce and wild aura surged over. Lin Yuan used true data to investigate the Holy Spirit green vine. Fey name, Perfect Touch Wisteria. Fey species, Strong Armor Wisteria species / Long Wisteria species. Fey grade, World Emperor, 10/10. Fey type, Wood. Fey quality, Holy Spirit. Divine Kingdom grade, Miniature. Abilities. Forbidden growth. After contracting any life form, it can break the limit that comes with the contract. As long as it has sufficient energy, it will be able to continuously increase its power. When it has absorbed the maximum amount of energy, it will be able to comprehend a required willpower rune. Peak sturdiness. A large amount of the absorbed energy can be used up to increase the durability of the vines. When injured, the energy can also be used to repair the vines. Long vine application. Choose 2 vines that will be applied to 1 vine. The vine with the 2 vines applied on it will be able to gain the 2 vines' abilities. Paralyzing vine sap. When damage is sustained, the vine sap with paralyzing effects can be sprayed out from the wound. Brutally pushing out of soil. When faced with the opponent's defenses, the seed's sprouting strength can be activated to help to break past the opponent's defenses. Roots parasitic restraints. Pick a target and the target's body will become soil where roots will grow. The roots will absorb the target's vitality to cause harm to the target. Splitting illusionary spikes. When the illusionary spikes pierce a target's body, the illusionary spikes will turn into a seed that will germinate in the target's body and produce even more illusionary spikes. Avoidance wedge. Every time the Perfect Touch Wisteria is injured, a wedge will grow over its surface. Every 3 layers will turn into a sharp spike that will be able to increase the vine's effects while boosting them. Combined Vine's defense. Pick a target to apply to and help it to defend against external attacks. The Perfect Touch Wisteria's own vitality will be sacrificed to protect the target it is applied to. Climbing Vine Armor Transformation. Its body will transform into an armor and its body will be linked to the target's energy source. In its armor state, its bloodline will be boosted and the effects will show after the armor state is removed. Exclusive skill. Swallow Same source. Every vine will have the same grade and quality but they can be separated to act as individual entities. Every vine can consume something and take control of its attributes. The swallowed entity cannot be spat out but it can be replaced by an even higher level item. Once it gains attributes, the vine cannot be separated again. Broken Vine Replacement. When a vine is destroyed during combat, another vine can be picked to take on the damage instead to save the first vine. Energy Gather Illusionary Thorn. The energy within the vines can be gathered at a certain spot. An illusionary thorn comprised of energy will sprout from this spot. The illusionary thorn will be undetectable. Tactile Vinewood World. All of the wood-type energy and vitality stored within the vines will be released. The wood-type energy and vitality will transform into a large number of vines. The vines will intertwine and form a world of vines. The main body will fuse with this world to attack targets. Before the wooden world is broken, all the damage sustained by the main body will be reduced and shouldered by the wooden world. Entire body medium. Sacrifice the item that the vine had absorbed and release the source of the item through a medium. The released source will not have any knowledge but will possess all of its original power. Compare the proportion of energy that the source comprises of within the item to determine how long the released source will be able to remain outside. Vine Tempering Garrote. Use the long vines to garrote other life forms. If the target's bloodline is more elite than that of the Perfect Touch Wisteria, it can absorb the target's bloodline to strengthen its own bloodline. This will also strengthen every vine that has absorbed an entity through Swallow Same source. Divine Kingdom Abilities. Bloodline Abundant Harvest. When the divine tree growing in the divine kingdom consumes a corpse and its bloodline, fruits bearing the bloodline power will grow on the tree. The concentration of bloodline power in the fruit will be linked to the faith power supplied to the tree by the divine tree. The more faith power is supplied, the stronger the concentration of bloodline power in the fruits. Vine Bloodline Metamorphosis. Separate a portion of its vines and plant them in the divine kingdom. Implant the condensed bloodline fruits into the separated vines. The vines will undergo specialization according to the absorbed bloodline and become a special life form that wanders in the divine kingdom. Although life forms that do not grow from the divine kingdom will not be rejected by the divine kingdom and affect the natural evolution of the divine kingdom, their bodies will turn back into nutrients to nourish the divine kingdom after they die. The divine kingdom ability that Green Vine had obtained after reaching the Holy Spirit level, Vine Bloodline Metamorphosis, surprised Lin Yuan. This ability was a defensive ability against divine kingdoms. Lin Yuan had seen many divine kingdoms and holy spirits, but this was his first time seeing such an ability. Green Vine had always despised the slow evolution of its divine kingdom. However, with Vine Bloodline Metamorphosis, no matter how slow the evolution of Green Vine's divine kingdom was, its defense would be the strongest for a very long time. Not only that, but the special life forms produced through the vines and bloodline of Green Vine would not affect the subsequent evolution of the divine kingdom. After these special life forms died, they could still create value to nourish the divine kingdom. From a certain point of view, Vine Bloodline Metamorphosis could also be considered a special functional divine kingdom ability. Chapter 3071. We are already friends. Over the past few days, Lin Yuan had stayed in Fortune Treasure Palace and did not go out again. It was more difficult for Shiny to absorb the five-colored wind ripping than he had expected. A few days ago, an accident had almost happened during the absorption process. Fortunately, Shiny had sought Lin Yuan's help in time. Lin Yuan used a large number of wind-type Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls to enable Shiny to use the sacred metal wine to suppress the five-colored ripping wind. Otherwise, if the five-colored ripping wind suppressed the sacred gold wind's absorption, Shiny's essence would definitely be greatly affected. Lin Yuan, who had been worried about Shiny for the past few days, was not in the mood to accept Sun Yukai and Zhao Chen's invitations. Shiny's condition had stabilized and the sacred golden wind had completely suppressed the five-colored ripping wind. Shiny had already begun absorbing the sacred gold wind's energy as it began controlling the pure wind element. Lin Yuan was not even in the mood to participate in Traveling Dragon Palace's trade fair. In any case, even if Lin Yuan did not go, Sun Yin would still bid for the resources Lin Yuan needed. Wang Ying sat in her office with a horrible expression. She knew that Lin Yuan had participated in the high-end talent auction organized by Zhao Chen through Sun Yukai. Wang Ying also wanted to provide this channel to Lin Yuan, but she had not received an invitation from the diverse talent market. Lin Yuan had not gone out since he came back and he had been rejecting Feng Qian and Ding Tao's enthusiastic service. Wang Ying could not help but wonder if Lin Yuan was dissatisfied with Fortune Treasure Palace for not doing a good job. Ling Muzhuo was about to arrive. If Lin Yuan expressed his dissatisfaction with Fortune Treasure Palace in front of him, not only would Feng Qian and Ding Tao suffer, but she would also be implicated. Today was the day of Traveling Dragon Palace's trade fair. Lin Yuan had asked Fortune Treasure Palace for the opportunity to participate in the trade fair. Wang Ying wondered if she should use this as an excuse to meet Lin Yuan. She could use this opportunity to find out if Lin Yuan had any opinions about Fortune Treasure Palace. Just as Wang Ying was hesitating, there was a knock on the office door. Wang Ying nodded at the white tiger licking its claws at the door. The white tiger gently opened the door. Seeing that it was Feng Qian and Ding Tao standing outside the door, Wang Ying waved at them. Ding Tao said in fear, "Sister Wang Ying, Traveling Dragon Palace's trade fair is about to begin. Young Master Lin has no intention of setting off. Do you think we should remind young Master Lin? If young Master Lin doesn't have any intention of going, we can't really leave the quota we obtained from Traveling Dragon Palace empty. Traveling Dragon Palace is holding this trade fair to sell resources. If we remain idle because of this, Traveling Dragon Palace will definitely have objections." Wang Ying did not care if Traveling Dragon Palace had any opinions about her. She was more concerned about Lin Yuan's attitude. Wang Ying asked Feng Qian and Ding Tao, "Did you see young Master Lin when you went to deliver food to him last night?" Feng Qian was the first to speak. "Sister Wang Ying, we didn't see young Master Lin, but we saw young Master Lin's guard. That guard didn't want the food we sent over, but he asked us to prepare some dragon liver and phoenix blood. I think young Master Lin must have been hindered by something these few days and doesn't really have any objections about us. If young Master Lin really has any objections about us, he won't take resources from Fortune Treasure Palace anymore. I think we need to invite young Master Lin. If we really did something wrong, we can find out from young Master Lin and correct it in time." Feng Qian had never been afraid of anything happening. The first thing she would do when something happened was to think of a solution. She was not as flustered as Ding Tao. Wang Ying stood up. "Let's go and meet young Master Lin together." Coincidentally, Fortune Treasure Palace has just received a new batch of resources. If young Master Lin is interested, we can trade this batch of resources. Feng Jian once again felt Wang Ying's cautious attitude toward Lin Yuan. Feng Jian had thought of currying favor with Lin Yuan, which meant she would seduce him. As a receptionist of Fortune Treasure Palace, she had obtained an extraordinary friendship with Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan was very young and the life forms who had lived for less than 100 years had limited experience, especially those who came from wealthy families. It was rare for them to develop feelings at such a young age. However, Feng Jian quickly gave up on this evil thought. Firstly, Lin Yuan's status was too noble and he had guards by his side. Secondly, once she did this, the impact would be too great. Since she represented Fortune Treasure Palace, Wang Ying would not spare her. After thinking about it, Feng Jian did not have any strange thoughts about Lin Yuan. Her and Ding Tao's looks could be said to be the best, but Lin Yuan did not seem to be enthusiastic about their looks. His attitude was polite and distant. At that time, even if she really took action, she would most likely end up in failure. Wang Ying had just arrived at Lin Yuan's residence with Feng Jian and Ding Tao when she saw Lin Yuan walking out with his guards. Wang Ying immediately went forward and said warmly, "Young Master Lin, I've seen that you haven't gone out for the past few days. I wonder if it's because Fortune Treasure Palace has done something wrong. If there's really anything that we didn't do well, we will definitely correct it seriously so that you won't have any bad feelings in the future. In addition, I just received a batch of supplies 2 days ago. These supplies are qualified to be displayed as exhibits. If you're interested, I can take you to see this batch of supplies after you participate in the trade fair." Wang Ying did not play any tricks on Lin Yuan because she knew that being sincere to Lin Yuan was her ultimate move. For someone like Lin Yuan who even Ling Muzhuo cared so much about, there was no need for her to care about her pride in front of Lin Yuan. Zhan Lu, the person in charge who was far away in Treasure City, had made 2 consecutive jumps in his rating because he had gotten close to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan raised his eyes and looked at Wang Ying seriously. He could sense Wang Ying's fawning and enthusiasm toward him, so much so that Wang Ying was willing to trade the resources she had just received with him. Lin Yuan had always been kind to such people. The news of him sending a grade 5 creator to Diverse City to help Zhao Chen concoct potions would definitely spread. It could not be hidden from Wang Ying. Lin Yuan had already passed down the order. The intermediate grade 5 creator heading to Diverse City was Zhou Yan, who was familiar with Sun Yin. Although Zhou Yan did not become a class 5 creator naturally because of her talent and had used some special methods, her ability was definitely one of the best among the intermediate grade 5 creators. Many thanks to Manager Wan for thinking of me immediately after obtaining the resources. In a few days, an intermediate grade 5 creator will head to Diverse City. At that time, I can introduce this intermediate grade 5 creator to you. If you need any grade 5 potions, you can trade with her directly." Wang Ying's heart skipped a beat. Although Lin Yuan did not say what his relationship with this intermediate grade 5 creator was, Lin Yuan's words were equivalent to making decisions for the grade 5 creator. Wang Ying's serious reception of Lin Yuan was to help Ling Muzhuo and fight for some opportunities for herself. At first, Wang Ying thought that the opportunity she wanted could only be given to her by Ling Muzhuo. However, she did not expect Lin Yuan to be willing to provide her with an opportunity so that she could obtain the help of an intermediate grade 5 creator. At a time like this, Wang Ying naturally could not pretend to be polite and reject Lin Yuan. She hurriedly bowed to express her gratitude. "Young Master Lin, thank you for your appreciation and favor. Thank you for being willing to help me get to know this intermediate grade 5 creator and trade with them. From now on, if you come to me about Fortune Treasure Palace's internal affairs, I will definitely help you. Even if it's something outside of my duty, I will help you privately." Feng Jian and Ding Tao were very envious. Both of them were surprised that Lin Yuan would use a resource like a grade 5 creator to repay Wang Ying. This could no longer be described as generosity. As a high-level manager of Fortune Treasure Palace, Wang Ying had a chance to come into contact with grade 5 creators. However, Wang Ying needed the honor points of Fortune Treasure Palace to ask these grade 5 creators for help. Honor points could only be obtained by contributing to Fortune Treasure Palace. Honor points were too precious and were accumulated very slowly. It would take thousands of years to accumulate enough honor points to find a grade 5 creator to help. Moreover, it was only to gain a grade 5 creator's help. When a class 5 creator helped, they had to give additional resources. Wang Ying had always criticized Fortune Treasure Palace for treating grade 5 creators too well. These Grade 5 creators had joined Fortune Treasure Palace to receive the faction's support. But in fact, they had not given much back to Fortune Treasure Palace. Of course, Wang Ying only dared to complain in her heart and did not dare to say these words out loud. If those Grade 5 creators heard this and were offended, Wang Ying would not be able to bear the consequences even though she was a senior member of Fortune Treasure Palace. In any faction, the creators were the highest level members. Lin Yuan said, "Manager Wan, I've always liked to make friends. If you're willing to treat me like this, I think we can be considered friends now. I've always been generous to my friends. If you have any problems in the future, you can look for me." Lin Yuan had never said this to Zhang Liu. Firstly, Zhang Liu had his own selfish motives when he interacted with Lin Yuan, and the latter could clearly sense it. Secondly, Zhang Liu did not have the ability and qualifications to be friends with Lin Yuan. However, Wang Ying was different. Wang Ying could already hold sway in Fortune Treasure Palace. There was not much difference between her and Ling Muzhuo, a palace lord of Fortune Treasure Palace. There were many things that Lin Yuan could not ask Ling Muzhuo for help, but he could trouble Wang Ying. When Wang Ying communicated with him, she mentioned Ling Muzhuo more than once. This meant that Wang Ying was on Ling Muzhuo's side. Ling Muzhuo had nothing to worry about when Lin Yuan communicated with Wang Ying in the future. Wang Ying wanted to befriend Lin Yuan, but she had never thought that she could become friends with him. She was too lucky to be friends with him. There was no need for Lin Yuan to lie to her about such matters. She would have another way out in the future. Wang Ying did not forget about Feng Qian and Ding Tao as she said, "Young Master Lin, I've been arranging for Feng Qian and Ding Tao to serve you for the past few days. What do you think of them? It won't be long before Feng Qian and Ding Tao head to other cities to be managers of Fortune Treasure Palace there. When you reach the city where Feng Qian and Ding Tao are, you can arrange for them to receive you." Feng Qian and Ding Tao revealed grateful expressions when they heard Wang Ying's words. The two of them were very glad that they could follow Wang Ying. Wang Ying could still think of them at a time like this. Winter looked at Wang Ying and thought, Wang Ying is a very smart person. She's able to help her subordinates at the same time without making young master annoyed. This was because Wang Ying's words were all for Lin Yuan's sake. Lin Yuan looked at Feng Qian and Ding Tao, causing their chests to tighten. The two of them are very attentive and considerate. If I have the chance in the future to go to the city where the two of them are, I will definitely stay in Fortune Treasure Palace. Feng Qian and Ding Tao were overjoyed. They were not happy because Lin Yuan said that he wanted to settle down in their city, but they were happy because of Lin Yuan's evaluation of them. Lin Yuan's evaluation of the two of them guaranteed an increase in their rankings. Feng Qian and Ding Tao did not care if Lin Yuan would come to their cities after this because it was a distant matter. Zhao Chen did not know that Lin Yuan was preparing to go to Traveling Dragon Palace to participate in this trade fair, so he had a lot of opinions about Traveling Dragon Palace. Traveling Dragon Palace was a local faction in diverse city. They represented the power of city. In order to develop Traveling Dragon Palace, Zhao Chen secretly invested a lot of resources into it. If not for this, Traveling Dragon Palace would not have developed so quickly in these years. Zhao Chen had invested so much effort into Traveling Dragon Palace. While Traveling Dragon Palace appreciated it, they did not follow Zhao Chen's wishes to cultivate in diverse city. Instead, they stubbornly wanted to develop in Extreme Wood City. Developing a faction in Extreme Wood City would be equivalent to transferring a large number of resources from diverse city to Extreme Wood City. Zhao Chen had sought out Traveling Dragon Palace's first palace master, Yu Tao, several times. Yu Tao's attitude toward him was very good, but what was the use of having a good attitude? Yu Tao was unwilling to give up on his plan to develop in Extreme Wood City. In order to deal with the trouble he encountered in Extreme Wood City, he had basically sent most of the foundation of diverse city to Extreme Wood City. The more Zhao Chen thought about it, the angrier he became. If not for Traveling Dragon Palace's influence, Zhao Chen would not have been able to resist attacking it. Now, Traveling Dragon Palace was not holding this trade fair to sell resources to promote the development of diverse city but to use the city's resources to fill the hole in Extreme Wood City and fight Grey Smoke Stronghold to the death. Chapter 3072. Traveling Dragon Palace's message. Grey Smoke Stronghold had been cultivating in Extreme Wood City for so many years. It was also a veteran faction and had existed for much longer than Traveling Dragon Palace. This was not the first time Zhao Chen suspected that the city lord of Extreme Wood City was involved in the battle between Grey Smoke Stronghold and Traveling Dragon Palace. The origins of the city lord of Extreme Wood City were very mysterious, and he had a high status in the honor-absent parliament. Zhao Chen had very little contact with the city lord of Extreme Wood City. He had no enmity with the city lord and did not think that the city lord would do such a thing. However, the current situation of resources flowing out of diverse city was too serious. Zhao Chen had no choice but to think about it. As the city lord of diverse city, Zhao Chen had to be responsible for the factions under him. If the faction behind him knew about the outflow of resources from diverse city, he would more or less be questioned. Under such circumstances, Zhao Chen naturally would not attend Traveling Dragon Palace's trade fair. Fortune Treasure Palace did not reveal that Lin Yuan was going to participate in the trade fair. With Sun Yin's permission, Traveling Dragon Palace only released the news 2 hours before the trade fair began. He revealed that a Grade 5 creator would participate in the trade fair. In the future, this Grade 5 creator would stay in Traveling Dragon Palace as a sponsor. Yu Di, the second palace master of the Wandering Dragon Palace, did not deliberately publicize this news after releasing it. This news quickly spread throughout diverse city. The factions that had been qualified to attend this trade fair were overjoyed. They were all hoping to get a chance to come into contact with this Grade 5 creator. Those factions that had not intended to participate in the trade fair started to have ideas. In order to meet this Grade 5 creator, they began to use their connections to fight for the right to participate in the trade fair. Ding Tao and Feng Qian had already left with Lin Yuan. Wang Ying had just heaved a sigh of relief when she received this news. Many factions were asking Fortune Treasure Palace for a spot. There were only 5 spots in Fortune Treasure Palace, and more than half of them had been given to Lin Yuan. Even if those factions promised them great benefits, Wang Ying could not reduce Lin Yuan's quota. Wang Ying thought for a moment and sent a message to Feng Qian and Ding Tao, asking them to carefully serve Lin Yuan and see if they could get in touch with this Grade 5 creator and strive to foster their relationship with this Grade 5 creator to turn her into a special honor guest of Fortune Treasure Palace. Feng Qian and Ding Tao often did this kind of thing. The two of them had always been very good at it. Otherwise, Feng Qian and Ding Tao would not have become subordinates that Wang Ying valued so much. She would not even hesitate to use her own favors to help the two of them. Zhao Chen was surprised when he received the news. According to Zhao Chen's information, Traveling Dragon Palace was already at the end of its rope. All the resources that could be mobilized had been used up. In the end, Traveling Dragon Palace played the Grade 5 creator card. This was something Zhao Chen did not expect. Traveling Dragon Palace had brought out a Grade 5 creator. With this Grade 5 creator helping them, regardless of whether Traveling Dragon Palace could gain a place in Extreme Wood City while being targeted by Grey Smoke Stronghold. Factions like Bizarre Plant Demon Hall and Diverse City would definitely not dare to target Traveling Dragon Palace. If Zhao Chen were to become enemies with Traveling Dragon Palace, after knowing that a Grade 5 creator was on Traveling Dragon Palace's side, Zhao Chen would think of a way to repair his relationship with Traveling Dragon Palace. The old man beside Zhao Chen asked softly after reporting the news, "Lord, do you think we should go to Traveling Dragon Palace? They sent us 3 invitations, but you have yet to respond to them." The old man was very clear about Zhao Chen's attitude toward Traveling Dragon Palace. It could be described as disgust, but he also knew that Zhao Chen would definitely go to Traveling Dragon Palace after news of a Grade 5 creator presiding over its spread. A Grade 5 creator had appeared in Diverse City. Be it friend or foe, the city lord had to come into contact with him. "Uncle Fu, let's go to Traveling Dragon Palace. When we reach Traveling Dragon Palace, inform Yu Di to introduce this Grade 5 creator to us. Tell him that as long as he introduces us to this Grade 5 creator, I'll forget everything that happened before." Traveling Dragon Palace had contacted him many times when they were transferring resources. Yu Di had been explaining to him, hoping he would not misunderstand them. Traveling Dragon Palace had no intention of transferring resources outside. No matter how well Traveling Dragon Palace developed, if it wanted to develop in Diverse City, they would have to rely on him. Because Zhao Chen had to serve Lin Yuan for the past few days, he was thinking about how to receive the Grade 5 creator that Lin Yuan had sent over. Thus, he had temporarily put off his response to Traveling Dragon Palace. Yu Di had sent 3 invitations without his explicit statement. 2 of them were personally sent by Yu Di, which was enough to show Yu Di's attitude. Zhao Chen felt that Yu Di had no reason to refuse just introducing him to this Grade 5 creator. The old man called Uncle Fu bowed and said, "I'll definitely relay the city lord's words, but it's hard to say if Yu Di will agree to it. After all, when Traveling Dragon Palace was in a predicament, we did not help them. It's only to be expected that Traveling Dragon Palace is going to make a move now." Zhao Chen heard the old man's words and said firmly, "Yu Di is a smart person. He wouldn't do such a thing. Uncle Fu, you've been with me for more than 6,000 years. If you can befriend the Grade 5 creator who presides over Fortune Treasure Palace and give me a chance to trade creator resources with them, I'll give you a share of the creator resources I've traded and help your 2 phase bloodlines improve. The old man called Uncle Fu's full name was Chen Fu. He was the one Zhao Chen valued the most among all his subordinates in the past few thousand years. Chen Fu was the most considerate when it came to handling matters, which made Zhao Chen feel very comfortable. Chen Fu was not a member of Zhao Chen's family. He was a member of the mercenary group that Zhao Chen had saved during a training session. When this mercenary group was attacked by the Star Pirates, Chen Fu was the only one left. Seeing that Chen Fu was quite capable, Zhao Chen kept him by his side. In the end, Chen Fu took a blow for him during one of his trips and got seriously injured. Zhao Chen started to train Chen Fu after that incident. During the training process, Zhao Chen found that Chen Fu was very capable. He was not a reckless man who only knew how to fight. Zhao Chen and Chen Fu signed a master-servant contract and he controlled Chen Fu's holy spirit. Zhao Chen trusted Chen Fu completely, otherwise he would not have promised to give Chen Fu Grade 5 creator resources. Of course, there was another reason why Zhao Chen would make such a decision. The intermediate Grade 5 creator that Lin Yuan was about to send over would provide Zhao Chen with sufficient creator resources. If Zhao Chen wanted to obtain Grade 5 creator resources, he could just speak to the Grade 5 creator that Lin Yuan had sent over. He did not need to think of a way to persuade the Grade 5 creator in Traveling Dragon Palace. Hearing Zhao Chen's words, Chen Fu got very excited. Zhao Chen had saved his life and had always treated him generously, so Chen Fu was both respectful and grateful to Zhao Chen. But now Zhao Chen was willing to provide him with Class 5 creator resources, which made Chen Fu feel that he was willing to die with him. Being able to follow Zhao Chen was his own good fortune. City Lord, thank you for nurturing me. After my 2 phase bloodlines improve, I will definitely share your worries. Many factions were suspicious of the news that Traveling Dragon Palace had spread 2 hours before the trade fair began. They had a feeling that Traveling Dragon Palace did not want more people to come and support them, so they deliberately released fake news. Especially factions like Bizarre Plant Demon Hall, who had a grudge against Traveling Dragon Palace, were most unwilling to believe that Traveling Dragon Palace had such ability. If the domineering Traveling Dragon Palace really had such ability, how could they give Bizarre Plant Demon Hall a chance to rise? They would have probably suppressed Bizarre Plant Demon Hall long before they showed signs of rising. As their opponent, Bizarre Plant Demon Hall knew Traveling Dragon Palace very well. Coupled with their cooperation with Grey Smoke Stronghold, they clearly knew the predicament of Traveling Dragon Palace. Thus, Bizarre Plant Demon Hall felt that Traveling Dragon Palace was lying. However, after Zhao Chen arrived, Yu Di personally received him. When he received Zhao Chen, Yu Di did not show any abnormal behavior. This made the various factions led by Bizarre Plant Demon Hall doubt the authenticity of the news. Traveling Dragon Palace definitely did not dare to lie to Diverse City's city lord. Ever since Traveling Dragon Palace wanted to develop in another city, Zhao Chen's attitude towards Traveling Dragon Palace was not good at all. Zhao Chen could not help Traveling Dragon Palace. Zhao Chen came and even entered Traveling Dragon Palace. He participated in this trade fair very respectfully, causing the situation to become confusing. The first thing Yu Di said when he saw Zhao Chen was, "Brother Zhao, I am really sorry Traveling Dragon Palace has been troubling you for the past few decades." When Yu Di said this, his tone was extremely sincere and his expression was filled with guilt. Unlike Yu Tao, who had always been at odds with Zhao Chen, Yu Di had always been on good terms with Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen had always treated Yu Di as sort of a younger brother. In the early years, he had given a large amount of resources to Traveling Dragon Palace because of Yu Di. When Traveling Dragon Palace decided to develop their influence in Extreme Wood City, Zhao Chen immediately went to Yu Di to dissuade him. But Traveling Dragon Palace's leader was not Yu Di but Yu Tao. Yu Di could not dissuade his brother in terms of decision-making, so Traveling Dragon Palace still developed in Extreme Wood City. It was precisely because of this that the relationship between Zhao Chen and Yu Di started to become distant. Yu Di really hoped to ease his relationship with Zhao Chen. If not for the fact that his brother Yu Tao was not in Diverse City, Yu Di would not have had the chance to say this. Zhao Chen looked at Yu Di and sighed softly as he said, "Now that Traveling Dragon Palace has its own fortuitous opportunity, you might have a chance to establish yourselves in Extreme Wood City in the future. Even if you want to talk about what happened before, it shouldn't be you mentioning it to me. It should be your brother. Audi, I have something to ask you." Is it true that Traveling Dragon Palace has a grade 5 creator? Yu De hurriedly said, how can Traveling Dragon Palace send fake news at a time like this? If we upload fake news on this matter, Traveling Dragon Palace's reputation in Diverse City will be completely ruined. I will not do such a thing. Traveling Dragon Palace has indeed gained a grade 5 creator as a guest, and this grade 5 creator will appear at the trade fair. Zhao Chen nodded and waved at Yu De, indicating that there was no need to keep him company. Then he walked in with Chen Fu and a few other servants. Zhao Chen had not expected Yu De to greet him at the door. However, he did not ask Yu De to introduce him to this class 5 creator. He still wanted Chen Fu to contact Yu De. Zhao Chen could sense that Yu De wanted to improve their relationship, but Traveling Dragon Palace's actions had seriously infringed on his interests, even affecting his status in the family. Under such circumstances, Zhao Chen had no reason to forgive Yu De. Furthermore, when Yu Tao returned, the person in charge of Traveling Dragon Palace would still be Yu Tao and not Yu De. Yu Tao might even command Traveling Dragon Palace to do something that would go against his interests. Although Zhao Chen was still angry at Traveling Dragon Palace, there was a grade 5 creator holding down Traveling Dragon Palace. As long as Traveling Dragon Palace was still a faction in Diverse City, Zhao Chen was prepared to disregard the past and cooperate with Traveling Dragon Palace. However, the cooperation between the two sides would no longer be one-sided nurturing by Zhao Chen. Instead, it would be a mutually beneficial choice. In order to make the bidding between Traveling Dragon Palaces more intense, it was not an auction like the diverse talent market where every distinguished guest had their own private room. Instead, there was an open-air auction. Zhao Chen hated this kind of environment. There were always people around him who wanted to greet and chat with him. Zhao Chen hated useless socializing the most. Chen Fu knew what Zhao Chen was thinking. So whenever someone wanted to talk with Zhao Chen, Chen Fu would stop them for him. Zhao Chen's purpose in coming to this auction was to meet the grade 5 creator who had become a guest of Traveling Dragon Palace. He was not interested in anything else. When Zhao Chen saw Lin Yuan, who was sitting diagonally behind him, he immediately revealed a warm smile. He quickly walked in front of Lin Yuan and found a seat beside him to sit down and chat with him. At this moment, Zhao Chen was no longer as stern as before. Instead, he became extremely lively. Everyone vaguely felt that Zhao Chen was deliberately trying to curry favor with the young man in front of him. 2 reception officers of the Fortune Treasure Palace sat beside this young man, indicating that he was a guest of Fortune Treasure Palace. When did such a big shot come to Diverse City? Moreover, Zhao Chen and this young man obviously knew each other, so many people began to guess Lin Yuan's identity. Chapter 3073. The feeling of being protected. However, compared to Lin Yuan's identity, everyone was more concerned about the grade 5 creator who was presiding over Traveling Dragon Palace. Since Traveling Dragon Palace had made this grade 5 creator famous, they would most likely show up later. Among the present factions, those with power were interested in establishing connections with this grade 5 creator. On the other hand, those without power were motivated by the idea of admiring the charisma of this grade 5 creator. Indeed, even witnessing their charisma would be worthwhile. Brother Lin, are you here to meet this grade 5 creator of Traveling Dragon Palace or to exchange resources here? Lin Yuan smiled and said, I'm not very interested in this grade 5 creator from Traveling Dragon Palace. Compared to this grade 5 creator, I'm more interested in the foundational resources that Traveling Dragon Palace is selling. I have plans to acquire all of these blessed lands. To others, Lin Yuan's words would likely come off as boastful and insincere, as who wouldn't want to make connections with a grade 5 creator in this world. However, Lin Yuan maintained such an attitude toward grade 5 creators. Moreover, with so many factions present, Lin Yuan actually expressed his intentions to acquire all the blessed lands. Lin Yuan's words sounded very pretentious, but Zhao Chen was extremely convinced by them. Zhao Chen was well aware of Lin Yuan's power and foundation. Since Lin Yuan could easily dispatch a grade 5 creator, he naturally wouldn't be too interested in this grade 5 creator from Traveling Dragon Palace, as he did not lack grade 5 creator resources at all. When Yu De revealed the identity of this grade 5 creator, he did not emphasize the level of this grade 5 creator. Most likely, the grade 5 creator from Traveling Dragon Palace was a beginner grade 5 creator. Brother Lin, there are many factions here who have their eyes on these blessed lands. At that time, you will have to compete with other factions and spend a lot of resources to outbid them. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan replied indifferently, I don't mind investing these resources. With creators in place, the creator resources can be obtained endlessly. Acquiring the blessed lands is all that matters. Traveling Dragon Palace was now a faction supported by Lin Yuan. No matter how much Lin Yuan spent to obtain these blessed lands from Traveling Dragon Palace, he wouldn't suffer any losses. Since Lin Yuan already planned to invest resources into Traveling Dragon Palace, even if the final transaction price negotiated by other factions was higher, it wouldn't have any impact on Lin Yuan. As soon as Lin Yuan arrived at Traveling Dragon Palace, Sun Yin noticed Lin Yuan and asked for instructions. Lin Yuan gestured for Sun Yin to act on his own and not ask for his opinion. Sun Yin had previously appeared in Diverse City, so it was inevitable that some people would recognize him when he appeared in the public building this time. The fact that a creator like Sun Yin, who had previously appeared in Diverse City, had suddenly become a guest of Traveling Dragon Palace was unlikely to arouse the suspicion of the various factions. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, Zhao Chen looked envious. Given Zhao Chen's background, he rarely envied others. However, Zhao Chen was indeed envious of Lin Yuan now. Among all the people Zhao Chen knew, Lin Yuan was the most generous. Zhao Chen had also interacted with disciples of secret elite families whose power far exceeded his own. While they may behave arrogantly, none of them treated creator resources with the same indifference and used grade 4 creator resources as recklessly as Lin Yuan. If Lin Yuan were to use grade 4 creator resources as he did when bidding for talents, there wouldn't be any faction in Diverse City qualified to compete with him. Zhao Chen would not let go of any opportunity to please Lin Yuan. Brother Lin, I have some connections with Traveling Dragon Palace. I wonder if you are interested in meeting the new guardian of Traveling Dragon Palace after the trading session ends? If you have such thoughts, I can help introduce you. Zhao Chen's main reason for saying this to Lin Yuan was to hopefully have Lin Yuan owe him a favor. Lin Yuan wasn't accustomed to casually owing people favors, and he also didn't see the need to meet with Sun Yin, who was one of his subordinates. There was a high chance that Sun Yin might reveal a flaw in his attitude during their encounter and thus revealed the depth of their relationship to others. For Lin Yuan, this situation would bring him no benefits and leave him owing Zhao Chen a favor for no reason. Brother Zhao, I don't plan to stay in Diverse City for too long. So I won't be getting acquainted with this guardian of Traveling Dragon Palace anymore. After I leave Diverse City, I won't have much chance to interact with this grade 5 creator. However, when the grade 5 creator I dispatch to Diverse City arrives, I can arrange for her to interact with Traveling Dragon Palace. Perhaps, the two of them can form a good friendship. Grade 5 creators were typically very arrogant. If they did not feel that the other party had a status that was comparable to theirs, they wouldn't even consider the idea of forming any sort of relationship with the other party. Zhou Yan and Sun Yin had a good relationship, so when Zhou Yan arrived in Diverse City, they were bound to interact with each other. By mentioning it now, even if it was observed that Zhou Yan and Sun Yin interact, it wouldn't seem strange. Upon hearing this, Zhao Chen couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed, realizing that he couldn't fulfill his intention of extending a favor to Lin Yuan. It was too difficult to get a favor from Lin Yuan. Based on Zhao Chen's understanding of grade 5 creators, they were indeed as arrogant as Lin Yuan had said. Zhao Chen planned to meet this grade 5 creator of Traveling Dragon Palace through Sun Yin, but he was not certain that this grade 5 creator would even pay attention to him. However, since he had the chance to meet a grade 5 creator, Zhao Chen would not give up no matter what. Befriending another grade 5 creator would give him a channel to obtain grade 5 creators' resources. It would be enough for him to go further along the path to success in the future. During Zhao Chen's conversation with Lin Yuan, the entire room suddenly fell silent, and Lin Yuan looked up to see Yu Di stepping forward. Yu Di walked in front with an extremely humble posture while Sun Yin followed behind him. With the way Yu Di, the second palace master of the Traveling Dragon Palace, was treating this person, it was obvious who this person was. Without waiting for Yu Di to introduce himself, Sun Yin said loudly, "Everyone, your presence at the trading event held at Traveling Dragon Palace is a great honor for us. Allow me to express my gratitude to each of you for gracing this occasion with your presence. Thank you all for your willingness to attend and support this event. In order to express our gratitude, we will auction off 20 more pills that I personally refined at the end of this trade fair. Each of these pills has a different effect. I hope that they can be of practical help to everyone during the process of increasing your strength." Sun Yin's words caused many people to gasp. At the same time, Zhao Chen's face revealed a surprised expression. Zhao Chen thought that Traveling Dragon Palace had somehow gotten a grade 5 creator and paid a huge price to invite him to stand up for them. However now, it seemed that that was not the case. This grade 5 creator was sincerely helping Traveling Dragon Palace. He was even willing to use grade 5 creator resources to help Traveling Dragon Palace. Many factions in diverse city had intentions of attacking Traveling Dragon Palace. However, after the grade 5 creator had spoken those words, it was likely that no one would dare to do so anymore. Zhao Chen looked at the seats of Bizarre Plant Demon Hall. The expressions of the two masters of Bizarre Plant Demon Hall were exceptionally ugly. The plan of Bizarre Plant Demon Hall to target Traveling Dragon Palace simply could not proceed any further. Zhao Chen had already made up his mind. After this trade fair ended, he would take the initiative to suppress Bizarre Plant Demon Hall, which could be considered as doing a favor for Traveling Dragon Palace. With this grade 5 creator expressing support for Traveling Dragon Palace, giving them a favor would be equivalent to giving this grade 5 creator a favor. Sun Yin didn't give Yu Di a heads up before saying these words. When Yu Di heard Sun Yin's statement, he was pleasantly surprised and couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. It felt so good to have someone protecting him. Traveling Dragon Palace used to be a faction that was controlled by Yu Di and his brother, Yu Tao. With Traveling Dragon Palace under someone else's control, Yu Di couldn't help but feel uneasy despite knowing that Traveling Dragon Palace was controlled by a faction with a grade 6 creator presiding over, and it was a huge opportunity for them. However, Yu Di no longer had such thoughts now. Upon sensing the attitudes of the various factions present, Sun Yin could not help but reveal a look of enjoyment. Sun Yin's biggest fear by Lin Yuan's side was losing his freedom. However, the reality proved that being by Lin Yuan's side not only didn't strip him of his freedom but also granted him more opportunities. Yu Di took charge of the trade fair, and while doing so, he hosted it with great enthusiasm and felt no pressure whatsoever. Even though Traveling Dragon Palace had gotten out of their predicament, the resources that Traveling Dragon Palace had invested in Extreme Wood City had been completely wasted. At present, Traveling Dragon Palace was facing a shortage of resources. If Traveling Dragon Palace wanted to quickly develop again, they needed to raise their resources. Obviously, these resources couldn't be obtained by simply asking Sun Yin. Not only that, if Sun Yin stayed in Diverse City in the future, Traveling Dragon Palace would have to fork out resources to support Sun Yin. Under Yu Di's instigation, the trade fair hosted by Traveling Dragon Palace was exceptionally successful. Part of the reason for this success was that various factions were deliberately inflating prices as a gesture of goodwill toward Traveling Dragon Palace. The other reason was that Lin Yuan's bid was too high. As long as someone made a bid, Lin Yuan would raise the price even higher. If not for the fact that Zhao Chen was sitting beside Lin Yuan and seemed to be very familiar with him, Yu Di would not be able to help but wonder if Lin Yuan would be able to afford such a crazy bid. Although it was difficult to find a blessed land and opportunities were needed to obtain one, it was not to the extent of overpricing all the low-grade and mid-grade blessed lands. It was worth noting that the bidding conditions for the blessed lands of Traveling Dragon Palace required the use of resources from grade 3 creators or higher, and bidding with honor absent dollars was not allowed. Sun Yin saw the doubt in Yu Di's eyes as Lin Yuan continued to bid. He wondered what Yu Di's expression would be if he knew that Lin Yuan was the one who had taken Traveling Dragon Palace under his wing. As Lin Yuan did not want to appear in public, Sun Yin did not reveal Lin Yuan's identity to Yu Di. After completing the trading fair, Lin Yuan chose not to remain in Diverse City. Instead, Sun Yin was temporarily left behind in Diverse City by Lin Yuan. He would help Lin Yuan deal with the remaining matters in Diverse City. Lin Yuan had a large number of talents that he had purchased. He planned to bring these talents to the north of the Lonely River and put them to use as soon as possible. Lin Yuan met up with Ling Muzhuo, who had come to Diverse City after the trade fair. Ling Muzhuo wanted to invite Lin Yuan to travel in the North Universe, but Lin Yuan rejected him. Lin Yuan, who had not developed well in the East Universe, did not want to take such a big step. At the moment, it was most important to focus on developing in the East Universe. Moreover, Lin Yuan had been away for such a long time that the Astronomical Parliament had been delayed. Lin Yuan was in a hurry to return to Sky City to hold the next Astronomical Parliament meeting. The three members who had just joined the Astronomical Parliament, be it Jingbai, Zhou Yu, or Ru Yi, had already experienced earth-shattering changes in their lives. The three of them had fulfilled their wishes by joining the Astronomical Parliament. Jingbai had already become the actual controller of the purifying water illusion snakes. As Kong Huan had firmly controlled a snow-covered fox Sir through his emotions, the status of the alluring foxes had greatly increased among the members of the snow-covered foxes. Kong Huan's ability to assist Jingbai has been increasing steadily. The first thing Jingbai did after controlling the purifying water illusion snakes was to develop and increase the overall strength of the younger generation. Members of the snow-covered fox had the ability to transform individuals from other species outside the fox species into members of their own species. In order to allow the purifying water illusion snakes to better survive in the territory of the snow-covered foxes, Jing Bai discussed with Kong Huan to make the purifying water illusion snakes as a dependent species of the alluring foxes. Kong Huan valued the potential of the purifying water illusion snakes and was willing to do Jing Bai a favor. Every time Lin Yuan communicated with her, he would ask about Jing Bai's situation, which meant that he cared about him a lot. Hence, Kong Huan was very willing to extend this favor to Jing Bai. After the purifying water illusion snakes became a dependent species of the alluring foxes, they could be considered to have completely integrated into the territory of the snow-covered foxes. They would even have the opportunity to engage in trade with other dependent species of the snow-covered foxes within their territory. Out of respect for the alluring fox's reputation, other dependent species of the snow-covered foxes refrained from taking advantage of the purifying water illusion snakes during their trading cooperation. This allowed the purifying water illusion snakes to develop rapidly. Although Jing Bai was young, he was extremely talented in the ways of the world. Jing Bai gave a large portion of the resources obtained from the purifying water illusion snakes to the alluring foxes, who were not good at trade. This was not only to express his gratitude to Kong Huan but also to let her introduce more trading channels to the purifying water illusion snakes so that both sides could achieve a win-win situation. Kong Huan's greatest fear was that despite doing so much for Jing Bai and investing her own resources to support him, Jing Bai would show no gratitude or reciprocation. This was undoubtedly something that Kong Huan was unwilling to accept. Chapter 3074. Li Hen and Li Cheng. Jing Bai's subsequent actions made Kong Huan realize that she had been overthinking. Jing Bai was a very clever person and was very grateful to her. If Jing Bai was successful in the future, he would definitely not forget the effort she put into nurturing him today. Kong Huan had personally intervened using the reputation of the alluring foxes to help establish channels for the purifying water illusion snakes and allowed them to fully utilize the trade talent of their species and conduct large-scale trade with the other fox species. As a result, Jing Bai was also able to quickly bring prosperity to the purifying water illusion snakes shortly after taking control of it and completely ended those rumors that were unfavorable to Jing Bai. Zhou Yu had obtained Pinnacle Holy Spirit war weapon from Lin Yuan, which allowed his tribe to eliminate all the enemies that threatened their safety, thus saving his sister from being defiled by that cursed elder from the Tailbind tribe. Zhou Yu had communicated with Su Yiren before the end of the last astronomical parliament. Su Yiren had always had the habit of leading newcomers to the astronomical parliament. Su Yiren told Zhou Yu in all seriousness that a Pinnacle Holy Spirit war weapon could only ensure the safety of the tribe for a short period. However, if he wanted the tribe to achieve significant development, the best approach was to strengthen the tribe. Without any resources, the best way to strengthen the tribe was to seek support from a formidable tribe and use their strength as a platform for their own development. Zhou Yu listened to Su Yiren's words and discussed with his father about leading their tribe to move far away. Eventually, they chose to align with another tribe that had experts at Pinnacle Holy Spirit level presiding over it. There were 3 Spirit Territory experts in the tribe, and only one of the 3 experts had reached the Pinnacle of Holy Spirit level. With the presence of a war weapon at the Pinnacle of the Holy Spirit level in their possession, this tribe posed no threat to the one Zhou Yu belonged to. In case of a conflict, Zhou Yu's tribe possessed the capability to contend with them. This powerful tribe was said to be the dependent species of another powerful species. If they temporarily attached themselves to them, there would undoubtedly be more opportunities in the future. If this tribe was not influential enough to accommodate Zhou Yu's tribe, they could still align with the faction behind them and gradually develop their tribe from there. Zhou Yu had obtained a lot of resources from Lin Yuan and could use them to develop quickly. However, the foundation of his tribe was too shallow. It would be very difficult to develop it in a short period of time. Hence, it was best to restrain their sharpness and slowly develop. Unless it was absolutely necessary, it was best to avoid giving the impression that their tribe relied on others unless absolutely necessary. Otherwise, if they were targeted by some expert or faction, it would be dangerous if the other faction's influence exceeded the pinnacle of the Holy Spirit level. In the sky beyond the clouds, Zhou Yu was just a minor character. He had no chance of rising in the established life trajectory and development path. There were too many insignificant characters like Zhou Yu. Even after all this time, Zhou Yu remained deeply grateful to Lin Yuan. He felt fortunate to have been chosen by that organization hidden among the constellations and to have become a part of it. Ever since Zhou Yu destroyed the Tailbind tribe with that pinnacle Holy Spirit level war weapon, Zhou Yu had become the leader and decision-maker. Even Zhou Yu's father, the chief of the tribe, had to take the initiative to discuss with Zhou Yu when something happened. Little Yu, our tribe doesn't have much accumulation to begin with. We thought that we would be able to gather a large amount of resources from the Tailbind tribe's spoils of war, but we didn't expect that their resources would be used to increase that old thing's strength. He didn't hesitate to spend a lot of money to hire a grade 3 creator to help concoct the targeted spirit fluid and spent all his resources. We have finally arrived here after a long journey. Our entire tribe can only maintain a basic standard of living, and we are at our wits' end. With the guard your master arranged for you, it should be relatively easy to seize this mine from their hands. Securing this mine means we won't have to worry about resources for at least 50 years. Upon hearing his father's words, Zhou Yu could not help but sigh. Father, you mean that our Forbidden Feather tribe has to snatch this mine? Apart from fire copper, we have already discovered derivative life form fire spirit crystal copper in this fire copper mine. There were powerful factions that were all eager to lay their hands on this mine. Both the Frost Rat tribe and the Spirit Serpent tribe had declared their intentions to claim it. Our Forbidden Feather tribe is ultimately outsiders. Even if we are under the protection of the terrifying Turtle tribe, none of the local factions have any affinity towards us. If we forcefully fight for this mine, not only will our Forbidden Feather tribe's trump card be exposed, but it will also attract the attention and criticism of other factions. I don't see the need to facilitate that. Moreover, my master arranged for the guards to be by my side to protect my safety, not for me to use the guards to snatch resources. During the journey, you and the tribe have basically exhausted the few resources in the tribe, but you have already established a foothold here. As long as the people of the tribe are more diligent, they won't have to worry about earning resources. In the future, if there are any high-profile matters, I'll seek assistance from the guards my master arranged for me. Moreover, my master mentioned that I have the potential to become a creator and he will stimulate my talent as a creator. Zhou Yu had no choice but to come up with the same lie as Ta Lei in order to justify the presence of the war weapon Lin Yuan arranged for him and to make the existence of this pinnacle Holy Spirit level war weapon reasonable in his possession. Zhou Yu had always thought that his father was a very wise and far-sighted person, but after he revealed that he had a guard at the pinnacle of the Divine Kingdom by his side and had used this guard to annihilate the Tailbind tribe, his father began to become obsessed with the power of this guard. When he encountered problems, he always wanted him to rely on this guard to resolve them. Hence, Zhou Yu knew that he could not rely on his father to develop his tribe in the future. Zhou Yu needed to identify and cultivate one or two right-hand individuals from within the tribe. Fortunately, his sister was smart enough to give him some advice on many things. However, Zhou Yu did not let his sister interfere in the affairs of the tribe. Instead, he let her focus on improving her strength. Perhaps Zhou Yu's father was feeling impatient due to years of suppression within the tribe, but in Zhou Yu's heart, the Forbidden Feather tribe was already developing very quickly. In a gorgeous palace, a young girl was reading a thick book. Smoke curled up in the palace, and a few carps of various colors raised in the palace pool jumped out of the water from time to time, emitting waves of spirit qi. The two maids beside Ru Yi were afraid of disturbing Ru Yi from reading. They even tried their best to make their breathing sound softer. However, Ru Yi's mind was not on the book in her hand at all. A week ago, Ru Yi had already confirmed that her body had completely recovered. Now that Ru Yi could successfully mobilize her bloodline and had become a normal individual, she could focus on enhancing her own strength. Previously, she had already revealed to her mother and father that her body was gradually recovering, but she was recovering too quickly. Ru Yi planned to delay informing her family about her true condition until later. When the time came, she intended to involve her family in putting on a show together. There were too many people in the Carp Mystic Palace. If she did not let her parents accompany her to put on a show, it would inevitably cause some trouble. Ru Yi's curse had always troubled her and made her even want to give up her life. However, after the curse was completely removed, Ru Yi realized that both her spirit and soul had improved after resisting the curse for a long time. The few carp growing in his bedroom were all life forms that she would use to contract spirits in the future. In the past, Ru Yi could not activate her bloodline to increase her strength. Now that she had obtained this opportunity again, she was prepared to spend most of her energy on increasing her strength in the future. Only when her strength reached a certain level could she seek other things. Under normal circumstances, disciples from large factions were often obsessed with relying on their family clans. They liked to rely on their family clan's prestige and believed that the family clan's strength was their own strength. However, Ru Yi, who had suffered before, did not think this way. No matter how strong her parents were, there would be times when they could not protect her. For example, the Carp Mystic Palace had not helped her much in the matter of breaking the curse and restoring her body. Instead, she relied on Lin Yuan to give her a new life. Now that her body had recovered, the collateral descendants who usually pretended to care for her would definitely be very angry. Yi did not think that they would have any true feelings for her. Yi forced herself to calm down and finish reading the book in her hand. After reading it, she told the two maidservants standing beside her, "Go and prepare dinner. After dinner, I'm going to the carp pool to pick a few more carp. The two of you will accompany me." After sending her two maidservants away, Yi stretched her back in satisfaction. She was looking forward to the next meeting among the constellations. Yi really wanted to thank the majestic figures sitting on the golden seats in person. In a room with a luxurious frame but simple furnishings, a thin woman was applying medicine to a middle-aged man lying on the bed while crying. The middle-aged man's back was crisscrossed with scars. A few new wounds filled the scars, completely moistening the clothes on his back. Dark red blood could be seen seeping out from the cracks of the armor. Such a serious injury caused the middle-aged man's breathing to become a little weak. "You, don't cry. I'm from a collateral family. This is my fate. It's just that you haven't had a good life since you followed me." The thin woman named Yu bit her lower lip and tried her best to suppress her emotions, but she could not help but lose control of her emotions. "It doesn't matter to me whether you can live a good life with Li Hen or not. You know I've never been someone with great ambitions coveting anything. However, their direct descendants are too much of a bully. They don't want us to live at all." Upon hearing her words, Li Hen's eyes darkened, but he still tried to explain, "You, young Master Li Qian's is indeed a little naughty by nature. He likes to cause trouble. As his guards, we have been punished for him many times. However, young Master Li Qian's will give some compensation every time he's punished. Give little Cheng the potions young master rewarded this time. It should be enough to help little Cheng strengthen the few wolf beasts he contracted. Little Cheng is a spirit contractor. He will definitely be more promising than me in the future. Now that I'm suffering, it's equivalent to paving the way for little Cheng." When Li Hen said this, he deliberately made himself appear more relaxed. Yu had always thought that Li Hen was a person who only knew how to be loyal to his species, but in reality, Li Hen was not like that. Li Hen also had his own selfishness and bottom line. It wasn't easy for Li Hen and Yu to get this child. In the bloodline of the Shadow Heavenly Wolves, only those who had made contributions were allowed to have children. Li Hen and Yu were able to have this child because Li Hen risked his life to exchange for it. Because of his damaged roots, Li Hen could no longer go to the abyss to help the myriad shadow wolves search for resources. However, Li Hen was acutely aware that if he wanted to raise offspring and ensure they had the strength to not become dispensable logistics personnel within the clan, they must earn resources through their own abilities. That was why Li Hen had chosen to be a follower of those young masters of the direct descendant, and he had been one for decades. In the past few decades, he had been injured as a follower of Li Qian's, the ninth young master of the direct descendant of the family. In fact, the injuries he had suffered were no less than the injuries he had suffered during his years of exploration. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't explore the abyss and the medical resources in the family weren't provided to him for free, Li Hen wouldn't have asked Yu to help him bandage his wounds and make her worry for nothing. No one knew better than Li Hen how difficult it was to be by the young master's side. When Yu heard Li Hen's words, her eyes were filled with sorrow. She reached out and gently stroked the scar on Li Hen's back, then said to Li Hen in a sorrowful tone. "Li Hen, you've been unconscious for 2 days. You probably don't know that little Cheng has been chosen by the 6th young master. He's preparing to let little Cheng study with him when school starts next month. 6th young master is one of the most valued direct descendants in the family." When the 6th young master mentioned the name of the small town, the family issued a decree directly. We didn't even have the chance to refuse. At this point, Yu was already sobbing uncontrollably. Among all the direct bloodline young masters of this generation of the myriad shadow wolves, the 6th young master, Li Qian, was a direct bloodline young master who did not take the collateral bloodline seriously. Every holiday, Li Qian would pick a suitable age follower from the family's collateral relatives to bring to Holy Feather Academy to work as a study companion. At first, the collateral relatives thought that this was an excellent opportunity, but gradually, Li Qian would bring a few followers with him every time he took a break. Then, news of the deaths of those followers came one after another. This made the collateral descendants no longer view it as an opportunity. Seeing that no one from the collateral branches volunteered to serve as attendants, Li Qunli took the initiative to select individuals himself. The collateral branches had no right to refuse. Chapter 3075. Yuan Qi Ambition. Ru could already imagine what would happen to Li Cheng. She regarded Li Cheng as her life. In order to earn resources for Li Cheng, Ru had worked as hard as Li Hen. However, once the direct descendants gave the order, there was no way to refuse. Ru knew that she couldn't protect Li Cheng. If it weren't for the fact that she had to heal Li Hen's injuries, she would most likely have fallen into a zombie-like state. Upon hearing her words, Li Hen was stunned. He ignored the pain in his back and stood up. Li Hen asked excitedly with reddened eyes, "The clan really gave such an order?" Ru knew that it wasn't that Li Hen didn't believe her, but that Li Hen was also in a state of uncontrollable emotions like her. She threw herself into Li Hen's arms and said with tears in her eyes, "Li Hen, we're about to lose Little Cheng. Little Cheng doesn't know about the clan's orders yet, but I think the news will reach his ears soon. What do you think we should do?" Li Hen comforted Ru briefly and came to the area where the members of the direct descendants lived with red eyes. What Ru saw was Li Hen, who was critically injured and barely clinging to life. She knew what Li Hen had done. Li Hen had gone to look for the direct descendants, hoping that they could retract their order and not let Little Cheng be the sixth young master's study companion. Looking at the current situation, not only did the direct descendants of the clan reject Li Hen, but they also punished him with martial force. Ru bandaged the wounds on Li Hen's body again and felt sad. If news of Little Cheng's death spread in the future, Ru was not prepared to continue living in such a clan. It was just that Ru was a little reluctant and worried about Li Cheng. It was dark in the house late at night, and Li Cheng already knew the news. Ru left to accompany Li Cheng. When Li Hen, a man who used to brush off even severe injuries during explorations in the abyss, woke up, tears of warmth streamed down his face involuntarily. In the darkness, Li Hen extended his hand and gazed at his scarred palm. He felt overwhelmed by a profound sense of helplessness. At this moment, Li Hen, who was most loyal to his clan, actually had the thought of abandoning his clan. Li Hen wanted to rebel against his clan and take Li Cheng and Ru far away. Even if he had to join a mercenary group and become one of those precarious mercenaries, it would still be much better than now. However, such thoughts were just wishful thinking for Li Hen. For the clan, disciples from collateral branches were seen more as tools than lives. After all, tools didn't have the right to rebel, did they? If Li Hen were to truly act on his rebellious thoughts, the clan might just kill him, Ru, and Little Cheng. At this moment, Li Hen really wanted to endure the pain in his body and meet his only son, Li Cheng. However, as a father, Li Hen only felt deep sorrow for his own incompetence. He lost the courage to see Li Cheng as he was afraid that he would see Li Cheng's terrified and disappointed expression. It was said that men did not cry easily. Li Hen, who had always hated tears, cried extremely sadly as a father. After crying for a long time, Li Hen made a wish in his heart. If he could leave the myriad shadow wolves and stop Li Cheng from becoming the follower of the cruel sixth young master, he was willing to exchange everything. Thinking of this, Li Hen couldn't help but laugh at himself. It didn't seem like everything he had was anything. His cheap life was simply worthless. Under the dim night sky, there were 5 young men and women sitting by a river. Behind the young men and women, elemental phantoms of different postures appeared. 4 of the 5 elemental phantoms looked rather condensed, but one was extremely illusory. This illusory elemental phantom belonged to an ordinary-looking woman. The expressions of the other 4 people were normal when they manifested these elemental phantoms of different postures, but the expression on this woman's face was extremely difficult. Large drops of sweat fell from their foreheads. The other figures sensed the woman's state and looked at her with contempt and mockery. A coquettish laugh sounded. "Meng, your talent is really too poor. With your talent, it's meaningless even if you practice behind us every day. If I were you, I wouldn't persevere anymore. If I continue like this, I'll only embarrass myself. Although you're a direct descendant, your bloodline power is so weak. I really don't know how you were born and raised. If the clan hadn't carried out the test, I wouldn't have been able to help but wonder if your bloodline is impure." This woman with a coquettish voice looked very sweet, but her words were filled with an unconcealable viciousness. It could be said to be an extremely vicious act to openly question the bloodline of any species that valued bloodlines. Those whose bloodline was questioned in such a clan would be mocked and isolated. Closely following this charming female voice was a clear male voice, "Third sister, don't say that. Before Yuan Qi condensed the elemental shadow, she was a genius valued by the clan's elders. It's said that the elemental shadow that might awaken contains 2 elements. By that time, who in our generation could compare to Yuan Qi? It's just the way the wind blows. The same elders who were once thrilled are now furious. Yuan Qi elemental awakening is already so late, and even condensing the elemental shadow is extremely difficult for her. How could someone like her possibly bear the clan's high expectations? Speaking of which, among the talents in our clan's generation, third sister, you are undoubtedly the most outstanding one. This clear male voice was very pleasant to the ear, but the words he said were filled with flattery. His words were filled with flattery towards the charming female voice and contempt for Yuan Qi. It was unknown if it was because of the young man's admiration or his instinct to curry favor with the powerful, but every time they came to the elemental river to cultivate together, such evil words would always sound. All right, we're all from the same generation. Yuan Qi poor talent didn't hinder your matters, nor did she snatch your resources. This rough voice seemed to be helping Yuan Qi out of the predicament, but the topic quickly turned back to Yuan Qi. Yuan Qi, you know your own talents best. I advise you not to force yourself any further. It's a waste of the clan's resources for you to come to the elemental river to absorb the elements. Among the 9 main lineages, our lineage is the weakest. Don't you feel guilty for occupying these resources without any value? If you don't tell the clan yourself, I will report it to the clan. Upon hearing this rough voice, the ordinary-looking Yuan Qi pursed her lips tightly. Yuan Meng, I know that you've already reported to the clan more than once that you want to deprive me of the opportunity to absorb elemental energy here. The reason the clan didn't agree with you is because the clan hasn't given up on me. As a direct descendant, I should enjoy these resources. Why should I give these resources to others? You can say whatever you want about me, but I'll never miss a single session of our cultivation here. After saying that, Yuan Qi stood up and left the place, not letting herself continue to be entangled in trouble. By the time she left, blood had already seeped out of Yuan Qi tightly clenched fists. Yuan Qi felt that her elemental body, which seemed to never be full, had fallen into a deep sense of powerlessness. Her body absorbed elemental energy at an extremely fast rate, far surpassing the few fellow clan members who recently advanced in strength alongside her. However, when the elemental energy was absorbed into her body, it was as if it had disappeared out of thin air. Yuan Qi was sure that she had absorbed the elemental energy into his body. With such a massive amount of elemental energy, it wouldn't simply vanish into thin air. Yuan Qi was understandably perplexed by this. Although she didn't understand his situation, Yuan Qi didn't tell the clan about this. Her water-type lineage was the weakest among the 9 main lineages. Due to some historical reasons, it had always been suppressed by the other main lineages. There was only one elemental river suitable for the younger generation left, and Yuan Qi felt like she was wasting the clan's resources with his current situation. Originally, those few individuals who were against Yuan Qi didn't harbor such strong opinions about her. It was because she had absorbed the elemental energy in the elemental river too quickly recently that these individuals were dissatisfied and thought that she was snatching resources. In Yuan Qi's heart, she had never taken his clan seriously. What Yuan Qi cared more about was the improvement of her personal strength. Only by improving her own strength could she obtain everything. Her grandfather, father, and mother had contributed everything to the clan, but in the end, they did not receive anything. She also did not receive much preferential treatment either. The clan was still providing her with resources because they were unwilling to give up on her talent. Once she made the clan feel that she was worthless, the clan would definitely abandon her without hesitation. Just like how they had abandoned her father back then. When she thought of this, Yuan Qi felt a chill in her heart, and at the same time, she also felt a wave of hatred. However, Yuan Qi felt a deep sense of helplessness in her heart. She was indeed very ambitious, but her strength was clearly not worthy of her ambition. She wondered how many more times she could come to the elemental river. If the clan saw that Yuan Qi hadn't made any progress or achievements, they might soon stop allowing her access to the elemental river. Yuan Qi's expression darkened when she thought of this. Yuan Qi silently thought to himself that if this world could provide an opportunity for her to rise and have enough strength to dominate everything, she would be willing to exchange everything for it. Yuan Qi had always admitted to being an extremely ambitious person. However, having ambition without strength was equivalent to being a joke. Because Yuan Qi's parents and grandfather were already dead, she had not received much care from her aunt's clan when he was young. However, she had received a lot of eye-rolling. Her aunt had always wanted her to give up on going to the elemental river to train because if she had voluntarily given up, her younger brother would have a chance to go to the elemental river to train. Regardless of how Yuan Qi aunt persuaded her, she refused to give up this opportunity. As a result, Yuan Qi had been beaten multiple times by her aunt and uncle. Even her younger brother would openly target her. Yuan Qi quietly let the elders in the clan discover the truth of his abuse. Only then was she able to break away from her aunt's clan and return to the old house where she had lived with her parents when she was young. As soon as Yuan Qi returned home, she found that her aunt had come to look for her. Yuan Qi aunt could only be visiting her for one reason, as Yuan Qi suspected. She listened as her aunt spoke in a commanding tone. "Little Qi, your unyielding personality is exactly the same as your big brother, but you've already tried everything you need to try. With your condition, there's no point in you going to the elemental river. Little Dong has already awakened his elemental veins, and you haven't even condensed the elemental shadow yet. Even if you occupy this opportunity, the elders of the clan won't let you occupy it for long." Upon hearing her aunt's words, Yuan Qi felt a chill in her heart for no reason. Was this her so-called relative? Yuan Qi suddenly felt that her aunt didn't seem to be from the same species as her. She was more like a blue Dian who was ready to suck on her at any time. There were many rules in the clan, and the most taboo one was to contradict one's elders. Yuan Qi took a deep breath and said softly, "Aunt, my opportunity was obtained for me by my father and mother. It is also related to my own talent. Even if I forcefully give up the opportunity, I don't believe that Yuan Dong's talent is worthy of it. Aunt, we're the closest blood relatives in the clan. Why can't you see me doing well? Not only have you mistreated me for so many years, but you've also been depriving me of opportunities. You've also snatched so many things my parents left me." Yuan Qi calmly asked the one thing that she had wanted to know the most in all these years. When the woman standing in front of Yuan Qi heard this, she directly cursed loudly, "If it weren't for the fact that your father, mother, and that old man loved you so much when you were born and had been collecting supplies for you everywhere, they wouldn't have died. If the two of them hadn't died, how could our lineage be suppressed so badly? This is all you're doing, you cunning little girl. You even begged the elders to reclaim some of the resources left by your parents. If it weren't for you taking away those resources, little Dong wouldn't have taken so long to awaken his elemental veins." Upon hearing her aunt's words, the last bit of hope in Yuan Qi's heart was completely cut off. It turned out that her aunt had always hated her father, who was known as the guardian of the lineage, and her mother, who had saved her aunt and uncle's lives more than once. In her aunt's eyes, taking back the resources her parents had left for her was like doing something outrageous. To think that when she had been treated coldly by her aunt and uncle, she had been reflecting on what she had done wrong. Now, it seemed that she had been too stupid. "Aunt, I'm tired. You can go back. No matter what, I'm still one of the 5 people chosen and nurtured by the clan. You're affecting my advancement and slowing down the speed at which I condense the elemental shadow. I don't think you want me to get an elder from my clan to chase you away, right?" Chapter 3076. Breeder Han Qin. After saying this, Yuan Qi looked at her aunt with a smile. She scolded him in front of the small house where her parents used to live before leaving. The smile in Yuan Qi's eyes was ice cold, but soon, Yuan Qi sighed deeply. No matter how much she hated her aunt, there seemed to be nothing she could do. Without strength, she could only submit to the clan. Once the clan gave up on her and prevented her from coming to the elemental river to absorb energy, the first person who would not let her off would most likely be his aunt. How ironic was this? Yuan Qi, who didn't have the ability to resist, could only place all her hopes on the wishes she had made. However, she was unaware that the wishes she had made one after another were like butterflies, gently flapping their wings and affecting her fate. On the way back, Lin Yuan interacted with the people he had bought. Although Lin Yuan had bought these individuals, he realized he only controlled their destinies and couldn't completely change their hearts. However, it was not difficult to get these people to calm down. Most of the talent roots that Lin Yuan had purchased had been damaged, and many of them had been severely injured. As long as Lin Yuan healed their injured roots and promised them a future, they would be able to serve him obediently. Not only did Lin Yuan heal their injured roots, but he also displayed his strength. Apart from that, he also promised them a bright future. At the same time, he promised these talents many resources. As the saying went, kindness and power were the best way to win people's hearts. Lin Yuan would have to rely on these people to work for him in the future. These people could be considered the backbone of Sky City. The resources Lin Yuan promised to these talents were the very resources he intended to provide to them. Only by providing resources to allow these people to grow as quickly as possible could they contribute more to Sky City. There were no troublemakers among these talents, so they saved Lin Yuan the trouble of making an example out of them. These talents had previously belonged to various factions. They became captives after their factions were defeated and were sold as commodities, tamed for resale. Even the most arrogant individuals had their pride ground down through this process. As for those who had not lost their pride, most of them had already been dealt with during the taming process. Those with unyielding pride didn't need enemies to act against them. They would sabotage their own future paths. Building the floating island whales was more important than building the Spirit Lock spatial zone. In the future, the construction of the Spirit Lock spatial zone would definitely not be handed over to Hu Chuan anymore. Although there were no Class 5 Spirit Craftsmen among the Spirit Craftsmen that Lin Yuan had purchased, there was a High Class 4 Spirit Craftsman. The High Class 4 Spirit Craftsman was Zhu Xiaodan, whose body was incomplete. Lin Yuan had already used the Jasmine Lily to restore Zhu Xiaodan's broken legs and arm. Apart from Zhu Xiaodan, Wang Xian, the early-stage Class 4 Spirit Craftsman who had a lifespan of less than 600 years was also extremely outstanding. Wang Xian's lifespan issue had also been resolved by Lin Yuan. Zhu Xiaodan and Wang Xian knelt in front of Lin Yuan gratefully and thanked him for giving them a new life. Not only did Lin Yuan let Wang Xian contract a lifespan mouse, but he also let Zhu Xiaodan contract one. This was both a gift from Lin Yuan and a way for him to control the two of them so that they could not betray him. Master, I will use my long lifespan to repay your kindness. The two of us are lucky to be in this blessed land. We will definitely do our best to build this blessed land. If you have any requests or thoughts, you can tell us directly. The two of us will try our best to fulfill them. Apart from thanking Lin Yuan, Zhu Xiaodan and Wang Xian were also very excited that Lin Yuan valued them and entrusted them with such an important task. The job of a spirit craftsman was to build facilities and decorate the environment. The fact that Lin Yuan was willing to provide the two of them with such an environment where the spirit chi was extremely dense meant that he recognized their abilities. As spirit craftsmen, it was a blessing to be recognized by their master when everything was not under their control. Moreover, in such an environment, be it strength, potential, or bloodline, they could all be imperceptibly improved. I only know your spirit craftsman level now, but I don't know your style. How about this? We'll build 2 botanical gardens here to plant high-end spirit plants. The two of you will build the botanical gardens separately to let me understand your style first before entrusting you with different responsibilities. You can choose from the other Class 3 Spirit Craftsmen. Each of you can choose 100 Class 3 Spirit Craftsmen to be your assistants. Although Lin Yuan had made Zhu Xiaodan the leader and Wang Xian as his support, Lin Yuan still gave them a chance to compete to allow the two of them to promote each other in the competition. Wang Xian was someone who cared a lot about reputation. Lin Yuan could let Hu Chuan communicate more with Zhu Xiaodan and Wang Xian regarding the abilities of the spirit craftsman. However, even if Zhu Xiaodan and Wang Xian did not say anything, it would still be difficult for Hu Chuan to lead Zhu Xiaodan and Wang Xian. Be it the Sky City outside or the Spirit Lock spatial zone, they both needed a spirit craftsman to preside over. Hence, there was no harm in separating Zhu Xiaodan and Wang Xian and letting them be in charge of different parts. Wang Xian and Zhu Xiaodan heaved a sigh of relief. This was their first time working under Lin Yuan, and they were afraid that he would ask them to do something too difficult. It was not that Wang Xian and Zhu Xiaodan were not confident in their abilities. Their abilities were very solid. Otherwise, they wouldn't have obtained the corresponding rating from Sun Yuki. However, styles had always been based on wisdom. No matter how confident Zhu Xiaodan and Wang Xian were in their abilities, they could not guarantee that Lin Yuan would take a fancy to their styles. In their eyes, Lin Yuan was definitely from a powerful species. With such a background, Lin Yuan had seen countless styles. If Lin Yuan really looked down on their designs, would they still be able to receive such good treatment from him in the future? Furthermore, the two of them did not have any emotional foundation with Lin Yuan and had been bought by Lin Yuan with money. If Lin Yuan did not like their performance, he could spend some resources on this so-called talent market and buy another spirit craftsman. Wang Xian and Zhu Xiaodan were prepared to do their best to meet Lin Yuan's requirements. This was especially true for Wang Xian. He felt particularly anxious because his level as a spirit craftsman didn't compare to Zhu Xiaodan's, even though Lin Yuan might prefer his style. In comparison, he would likely still appear inferior to Zhu Xiaodan. Lin Yuan could tell that they were nervous, but he did not say anything. It was a good thing for the two of them to maintain their nervousness because Lin Yuan wanted to see their full strength. If Zhu Xiaodan and Wang Xian's spirit craftsman abilities were not up to Lin Yuan's standards, Lin Yuan would not have given such an important place like the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone to them to forge. Lin Yuan knew very well that with his friendship with Sun Yukai and Zhao Chen, it would not be difficult for him to obtain talents in the future. After arranging Wang Xian and Zhu Xiaodan, Lin Yuan called the Class 5 breeder over. The moment Lin Yuan won the bid for Han Qin, he knew that as long as this young man did not sell him in the future, his honor and humiliation would all be on this young man. Although Bizarre Plant Demon Hall had not won the bid for him on the auction stage, Han Qin couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. He knew very well that Bizarre Plant Demon Hall would only give him the best treatment if they bid for him. However, after entering the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone and learning about Lin Yuan's foundation, he immediately changed his mind. Breeders were extremely close to nature. It was a blessing for plant-type feys to have breeders nurturing them. Similarly, every breeder was proud of nurturing an outstanding plant-type fey. Han Qin had a special bloodline. Every time he nurtured an outstanding plant-type fey, he would receive feedback from them, allowing his affinity with the plant to increase. The environment he was in now could easily nurture all kinds of outstanding plant-type feys. In such an environment, he could even nurture those rare plant-type feys that he could not nurture previously. Under the enhancement of such an environment, his value was actually not inferior to a true grade 5 creator. To be able to be in such an environment, it was needless to say what kind of foundation Lin Yuan had. Anyone with a discerning eye could easily tell. He bowed respectfully to Lin Yuan. "Hello, young master. During this period, I've already cultivated a few extremely good plant-type feys. I wonder if young master is interested in taking a look." Han Qin was just as nervous as Wang Xian and Zhu Xiaodan. He was afraid that Lin Yuan would not care about him. Since Lin Yuan was in control of his own fate, there was naturally no hope for him in the future if he did not value him. Lin Yuan did not show any arrogance and spoke politely. "If Elder Han can become a Class 5 professional, even if you are not a creator, you are still a capable person. You don't have to be so reserved with me." Lin Yuan's attitude toward Zhu Xiaodan and Wang Xian was similar to his attitude toward Han Qin. However, compared to Zhu Xiaodan and Wang Xian, Lin Yuan's attitude toward Han Qin was much friendlier. Before Wang Xian and Zhu Xiaodan became Class 5 spirit craftsmen, they could not be considered the true core members of Sky City. Hu Chuan could become a core member of Sky City as a Class 4 spirit craftsman because Lin Yuan had brought him to the sky beyond the clouds from the main world. However, Han Qin was different. Just like how breeders could not replace creators, creators could not replace breeders either. Regardless of whether it was inside the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone or in the Sky City's zone, he was extremely valuable. Lin Yuan had many plant-type feys that required him to breed. Regardless of whether it was the business flourishing flower, green vine, or the jasmine lily, Lin Yuan's plant-type feys would grow stronger faster with his help, and their bloodlines would mutate more easily. It was even possible that Han Qin could facilitate the inheritance of their excellent bloodlines acquired through continuous mutation when the three of them bred offspring. When Han Qin sensed Lin Yuan's attitude toward him, he was pleasantly surprised. Lin Yuan had addressed him as Elder Han, so he knew that Lin Yuan would not treat him badly. Moreover, Lin Yuan had already allowed him to contract the lifespan mouse and obtain an endless lifespan. This was a joyous occasion for Han Qin, who didn't have much lifespan to begin with. In fact, before he was captured, Han Qin had already begun to search for a way to increase his lifespan. However, methods to extend lifespan were hard to come by, and Han Qin didn't hold a particularly high status in the South universe. As for the spiritual ingredients that could increase one's lifespan, they were basically all taken by grade 5 creators. Hence, Han Qin could only obtain relatively low-end resources to increase his lifespan. Anyone who felt that their lifespan was about to run out would feel a deep sense of powerlessness and reluctance to part with this world. As a Class 5 breeder, Han Qin had already achieved great success, so every day he lived was a pleasure. Even if he was caught and sold, Han Qin had never been mistreated. "Young master, I'm not reserved, but I have to show you respect in front of you. I hope that I can help you solve your problems and do my best to nurture more outstanding plant-type feys by your side in the future." Lin Yuan said in a very serious tone, "If you work hard for me in the future, I won't treat you badly. In the future, whether it's nurturing plant-type feys or breeding again, you can tell me directly if you need anything. Perhaps I can help you improve one day." If he gave the resources of grade 6 creator to Han Qin, it would be difficult for Han Qin not to improve. Lin Yuan did not call him over to assign him a mission. Instead, he wanted to know the situation at the border between the South Universe and the East Universe, which was the so-called South Universe battlefield. Han Qin, do you have any relatives in the South Universe? Upon hearing this, Han Qin shook his head. Young master, my clan was destroyed more than 30,000 years ago. I no longer have any relatives. I have been alone for over 30,000 years. Later on, I joined a faction called 100 Herb Cliff. It provoked an expert in the process of actively attacking other factions. This expert joined forces with many factions to destroy 100 Herb Cliff. I came here after dealing with 2 factions in succession. The faction that sold me wasn't the faction that captured me directly. There are many such opportunistic factions at the intersection of the 4 universes. This faction that has the ability to buy and sell me is quite capable. They have some power in the South Universe battlefield. Chapter 3077, 5-Colored Cut. At this point, Han Qin's face revealed a humiliated expression. If not for the fact that I was not strong enough and couldn't resist, as a lifestyle class professional with the ability to breed, I definitely wouldn't let these people trample on me like this. However, Han Qin immediately shut his mouth. Fortunately, he was not strong enough to resist. Otherwise, he would not have only suffered such light injuries. Like the other 2 Class 5 gourmets who were auctioned together with him, because they were stronger than him, they resisted fiercely and suffered extremely serious injuries to their roots. Lin Yuan did not know much about the faction behind Zhao Chen, as he did not tell him much. However, Lin Yuan had a certain understanding of the faction behind Zhao Chen now. Since Han Qin said that the faction behind Zhao Chen had considerable power in the South Universe battlefield, Lin Yuan began to value his cooperation with Zhao Chen. Upon seeing that Lin Yuan was so interested in the South Universe battlefield, Han Qin said, "Young master, the intense battle in the South Universe battlefield is like a meat grinder. There are many factions around. These factions relied on the South Universe battlefield to make a fortune. In the end, most of them died on the battlefield. Those factions that have endured and survived for a long time have now become giants. They have long spread their influence outside the South Universe battlefield. Young master, if you have enough powerful martial force in your hands, you will definitely be able to gain a lot from the South Universe battlefield." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan shook his head lightly. Lin Yuan's business was very big now. As a faction that was holed up in north of the Lonely River, Sky City had already spread its business to Diverse City. The new members of the Astronomical Parliament in the 4 universes were also considered Sky City's extensions. Under such circumstances, Sky City didn't need to expand its influence further. The gains from the South Universe battlefield could be obtained by Lin Yuan through the consumption of creator resources. There was really no need for Lin Yuan to spend any more effort on the South Universe battlefield. Developing in the South Universe battlefield may not be viable. However, if there's an opportunity in the future, we can support a faction located there. Lin Yuan let Han Qin stay in the Spirit Lock spatial zone for the time being. When they reached north of the Lonely River, he would let him report to Sun Ningxiang first. Compared to the Spirit Lock spatial zone, Sun Ningxiang undoubtedly needed Han Qin's help more. Lin Yuan communicated with the other 2 Class 5 gourmets after helping them recover from their injuries. Among all the lifestyle class professionals, gourmets undoubtedly had the lowest status. However, Lin Yuan still gave the 2 Class 5 gourmets the respect they deserved and made them contract lifespan mouses. The 2 gourmets were extremely grateful to Lin Yuan. While Lin Yuan was in Diverse City, Autumn had already taken care of all the subsequent matters in the Scarlet Territory. Autumn had always been very direct and preferred to tackle problems with a swift and decisive approach. If not for that, the situation in the Scarlet Territory would not have been resolved so quickly. Naturally, Autumn had resolved the matter so quickly because he wanted to meet Lin Yuan after knowing his schedule. After all, after the matter was resolved, Autumn still had to lead the hunting team to hunt star pirates. Lin Yuan decided to rest in Treasure City. Before he could return to north of the Lonely River, Shiny had successfully absorbed the pure wind elemental 5-colored ripping wind and stepped into the Holy Spirit level. Lin Yuan summoned Shiny. Although its feathers were still golden, they were already circulating with 5-colored light. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the flowing 5-colored light was actually a layer of wind that was moving at high speed. The rapidly flowing wind was none other than the 5-colored ripping wind that Shiny had just absorbed. The sacred golden wind, which was also a pure wind element, evolved from Shiny's roots during his evolution. While Shiny had indeed grasped the 5-colored wind ripping during the digestion process, it was mostly to strengthen the root power of the sacred gold wind. The 5-colored wind ripping that circulated around the feathers would eventually converge in the holy golden wind that appeared between Shiny's claws. Shiny didn't enter a mimicry state. At that moment, its body could be described as covering the sky. It was unknown if it was because it had absorbed the 2 pure wind elements, but the baneful aura that suffused Shiny's body was no longer as obvious as before. Instead, it had the unique agility of an elemental holy spirit. Shiny was not used to its doubled body size, so it quickly transformed into its human form and stood beside Lin Yuan. Yuan, my newly obtained divine kingdom is especially powerful. I've always wanted to improve my combat strength, and I've finally done it. Shiny had a mischievous personality when it was young, but after it grew up, it had become extremely composed. The divine kingdom ability obtained from stepping into the Holy Spirit level could make Shiny so excited. It was enough to show that the divine kingdom ability was not simple. Lin Yuan wanted Shiny to obtain a functional divine kingdom ability. However, compared to functional divine kingdom abilities, Shiny loved combat more. Lin Yuan used Morbius True Data to probe Shiny. Fey name, Golden Wings. Fey species, Baron species / feather-winged species. Fey grade, World Emperor, 10/10. Fey type, Wind. Fey quality, Holy Spirit. Divine Kingdom grade, Medium. Abilities. Snap neck falling death, when its sharp claws make contact with a target, the target's neck will be snapped. At the same moment, the golden wings will extract the target's soul and absorb the soul into its feathers. The soul will imbue the storm patterns on the feathers with intelligence. Flowing wind claws, when the wind elements in the golden wings feathers are released into the environment, it will be able to control the surrounding winds and manipulate it to attack its opponent. The attacked target will feel like it is being slashed by claws. After attacking a target, the golden wings will also be able to inject wind elements into its target through explosions and cause double the amount of damage. Rapid wind whistle, by flapping its wings to activate wind elemental energy, it will simultaneously let out a roar that causes both physical and elemental damage to a designated target. A headwind will also lower the target's speed. Each time a headwind is released, its own speed will be increased. Hurricane added protection, a vicious hurricane shield will be added to one's own body. Every time elemental damage is inflicted on it, the hurricane shield will absorb the damage before reflecting it. The hurricane shield can also absorb wind elemental energy from the surroundings to replenish the wind elemental energy in its body. Folded Wings Wind Valley, with the golden wings at the center, an environment charged with wind elemental energy will be formed. Wind elemental energy will be continuously produced in this environment. When it makes a sacrifice to this territory, the wind elemental energy will be absorbed into its bloodline and trigger a one-time explosion. Disappearing wind attack, its body will be combined with wind elements. Even a slight breeze will be enough for it to hide within. While it is hiding in the wind, it will be immune to damage as long as the wind remains. Revived seasonal winds, the wind element's state will be changed. The wind elements will gain powerful healing abilities. Targets will be healed wherever the winds exist. They will continue to heal as long as the wind does not stop moving. Swift wind death, the sharpness of wind elements will be activated. The wind elements will change into wild winds that will continuously attack the target until the target has been ground to pieces. The sharpness of the wind elements will have flowing wind claws tearing effects and snapped neck falling death's bone breaking effects. Elemental sword feathers, all the feathers will be elementalized. The pure elemental traits in the feathers will be activated. When the feathers are attacked and damaged, the wind flowing in the environment will naturally replenish the feathers. The feathers can be shot into the outside world and will have penetrating effects. Sacred Golden Wind, all the wind elements under its control will be transformed into Sacred Gold Wind. The Sacred Gold Wind will go beyond the regular elemental state. The lowest elemental state will have damaging and immunity effects. Exclusive skill. Unset state, when interacting with another Fey, the Golden Wings can copy the Fey's exclusive skill and triggered abilities. Unset state will then turn into the copied exclusive skill and triggered ability. The abilities can only be switched out once every lunar cycle. Wind's Descendant, by placing itself as the heart of all wind elements, it will become the eye of a hurricane and control all of the surrounding wind elements. It will become the master while all other winds will become its disciple. Summoning Wind Changing Spirit, use wind elements to accommodate other elemental energy and turn them into vassals of the wind elements. In extreme environments, the accommodated elemental energy can change its own attributes and allow it to become better affiliated with the environment as well as use elemental attacks of different elemental types. Whirling wind compression, use the energy in its body to compress and coordinate wind elemental energy. The wind elements will be tightly locked together and will resonate. Its ability to control wind elements will be stronger than that of the natural environment, and it will become stronger at controlling wind elements in different elements. The power of its abilities and exclusive skills related to wind will also be strengthened. Golden wind enters body, the sacred golden wind will be absorbed into the body and be used to change the body. The sacred golden wind will transform into sacred entities that command wind elements and will be able to suppress all inferior wind elements. In the transformed state, it will be able to comprehensively increase its energy and the characteristics it controls. Wind territory release, the sacred golden energy will be released into the surrounding environment. The environment filled with the sacred golden wind will be under its control, and the wind territory under its control will suppress life forms of other types. Each suppressed target will lead to an increase in the wind speed of the sacred golden wind in the wind territory. Divine Kingdom abilities. Sacred Golden Wind Nest, a large nest of faith power will be created in the Divine Kingdom. The sacred golden wind can be released from the body in the nest and condensed into sacred golden wind crystals. 5-colored cut, contains the sacred golden wind in the body in the Divine Kingdom and gathers the power of the body through faith power. It adds a cut-off skill to all attacks. When the target's defense is greater than the target's attack, the 5-colored wind ripping can break through the defense and cut off the energy in the target's body, spiritual energy, and even soul. The target's elemental energy is weaker than the target's own, so it can't defend against the target's attack. Upon seeing Shiny's newly obtained Divine Kingdom ability, 5-colored cut, Lin Yuan knew why Shiny was so excited. The 5-colored ripping wind was the purest wind element. Elements of the same level must also be pure to match it. There were many life forms in the world with stronger wind elemental abilities than Shiny's, but how many of them had pure elements? The 5-colored wind ripping had completely fused into Shiny's body. Shiny's body was already able to produce 5-colored wind ripping like it produced sacred golden wind. Therefore, even if it consumed the 5-colored wind ripping, it wouldn't affect Shiny's much. As Lin Yuan observed its abilities, Shiny revealed a conflicted expression in its human form. Lin Yuan said when he saw its hesitant look, "Shinies, if you have any thoughts or concerns in your heart, there's no need to hide them from me. Just tell me directly." Lin Yuan originally thought that Shiny's conflicted expression was because it had a need for resources after stepping into the Holy Spirit level. Shiny's was no longer conflicted when it heard Lin Yuan's words. "Yuan, compared to staying in the Spirit Lock spatial zone to increase my strength or in a nest like north of the Lonely River, I want to hunt star pirates by Autumn's side and train myself during the battle. Don't worry, I'll definitely listen to Autumn when I'm outside." When Shiny said that, it wore a look of longing and pleading. As a barren bloodline Fey, Shiny's was extremely ferocious due to its bloodline. Lin Yuan had been suppressing Shiny's ferocity for the sake of its safety. Now with Shiny's request and Autumn's presence ensuring its safety, there was no reason for Lin Yuan to refuse Goldwing's request. Apart from Shiny, Lin Yuan also summoned Green Vine and the other Feys that had stepped into the Holy Spirit level. He wanted to see if the Green Vine, Jasmine Lily and Remember Ling had any thoughts of training outside. If any of Lin Yuan's Feys had such thoughts, letting them accompany Autumn under Autumn's care would reassure Lin Yuan. However, in the end, only Shiny wanted to go out to train. The other fellows did not have such thoughts. Compared to fighting outside, Lin Yuan's other Feys actually hoped that he could accompany them more. Chimey, Genius, and the Jasmine Lily hated fighting. When Lin Yuan left Treasure City, he handed Shiny to Autumn and asked him to take care of it. "Young master, don't worry. If you hand over your contracted Fey to me, I will definitely take good care of its safety and not let anything happen to it." Chapter 3078. Astronomical Parliament Parliamentary meeting convenes again. Lin Yuan could sense Autumn's cautiousness from his words, but he did not want him to overly protect Shiny. Being overly protective of Shiny made it difficult for it to engage in life and death battles. This went against Shiny's goal of going out to train. "Autumn, you just have to ensure that Shiny doesn't die during the battle with the Star Pirates. Shiny has 2 utmost pure elements. Even if its roots become damaged, it can quickly recover as long as it has enough pure spiritual energy and elemental pearls. I hope that Shiny can obtain the growth it wants before it returns." After saying that, Lin Yuan reached out and stroked Shiny's head. As he looked at the determined Shiny, Lin Yuan suddenly felt like his son had grown up. Autumn nodded seriously when he heard Lin Yuan's words. He understood what he meant. Young master, if you trust me, I can also train Shiny to support its growth other than helping it to fight the star pirates. However, if I were to train Shiny, it would suffer to some extent. Before Lin Yuan could say anything, Shiny said in an extremely serious tone, Uncle Autumn, just train me well. I won't complain. I fought those people who were brought into the Spirit Lock spatial zone previously and realized that I couldn't defeat them at all. It's not that I'm lacking in ability, but I'm indeed not as skilled as them in combat, nor do I have the opportunity to fight often. Autumn knew that Lin Yuan would definitely agree to him training Shiny. Autumn was afraid that Shiny would not be able to withstand the pain. Now that Shiny had spoken, Autumn was completely relieved. After returning to north of the Lonely River, Lin Yuan went to his master, the Moon Empress, as usual. The Moon Empress knew that Lin Yuan was coming back and did not go into seclusion. She deliberately prepared to meet him. When the Moon Empress communicated with Lin Yuan through the fantasy crystal birthstone flower, she knew that Lin Yuan had benefited greatly and obtained many talents for Sky City. The Moon Empress was not surprised at all. Previously, Lin Yuan had already recruited many creators for Sky City, and they were at least grade 4. Dozens of creators arrived at Sky City, instantly solving Sky City's shortage of creators. Resources like spirit chi and elemental energy were indeed not lacking in Sky City, but high-grade creator resources were definitely not limited to this. The potions concocted by grade 4 and 5 creators often had special effects. Otherwise, Lin Yuan would not have been in such a hurry to recruit creators for Sky City. The Moon Empress said with a sigh, Little Yuan, you bring great benefits to Sky City every time you come back. Do you still remember the last time when you brought Xiling back? With Xiling ruling over the Wisdom Eye Brain Dragonflies, not only Wen Yu and I but even Su Yiren and Loyallan have been freed up. The Wisdom Eye Brain Dragonflies perfectly bears the burden of the operation of the Faith Country. As a creator, the Moon Empress could see the uniqueness of the Wisdom Eye Brain Dragonflies with just her eyesight. However, after the Moon Empress truly came into contact with the Wisdom Eye Brain Dragonflies, she realized that the value created by the Wisdom Eye Brain Dragonflies through their own abilities far exceeded her imagination. Otherwise, with the Moon Empress personality, she would not have praised the Wisdom Eye Brain Dragonflies in front of Lin Yuan. Master, I came back this time to provide Xiling with resources so that she can produce more Wisdom Eye Brain Dragonflies. How has the growth rate of Faith Country been? The Moon Empress said with a smile, the Crimson Heaven and Spinning Wings White Falcons are completely under our control now. These two species are doing their best to help develop the Faith Country. The two tribes on the spirit land of the Crimson Heaven and Spinning Wings White Falcons spontaneously gathered. While you were gone, the population of the Faith Country nearly doubled. The development in the past 2 months was even faster than the previous 6 months. However, even if there are demon insects maintaining order in the Faith Country, there are still many conflicts. Now that the Faith Country has reached a certain scale, it's impossible to maintain the stability of the Faith Country with martial force alone. I think we need to think of a way to maintain the stability of the Faith Country. The Moon Empress was very happy that the Faith Country could develop so quickly. However, the Moon Empress could see the problems that arose from the development of the Faith Country. As the saying went, 1,000-mile dam was destroyed by an ant's nest. If this matter was not handled perfectly, Sky City would sooner or later be in trouble. Lin Yuan was delighted. The faster the Faith Country developed, the faster he would accumulate capital. Lin Yuan had already anticipated that there would definitely be problems if so many tribes integrated into the Faith Country and directly multiplied the population of the Faith Country. It was normal that even the demon insects would be unable to solve such a problem. If it were in the past, Lin Yuan would definitely be worried if he knew about this situation. However, since the Jasmine Lily had absorbed enough energy and attained bloodline metamorphosis in the blood pool, its newly obtained Divine Kingdom ability could easily solve this problem. When the Jasmine Lily turned most of the people in the Faith Country into its believers or even fanatics, the Faith Country would become unified under the guarantee of firm faith. At that time, even without those demon insects, there would not be any safety hazards. Master, it won't take long for the internal order problems of the Faith Country to be resolved. No matter how many tribes the Faith Country suddenly integrates in the future, there won't be any problems even without targeted planning and incitement. I've found a solution. You can rest assured about that. This time, I've brought back a lot of talents for construction and development. With these people in Sky City won't have a problem of slow development due to the lack of high-end talents for a long time. This time, I won't leave until the Creators Creation Conference in the East Universe begins. During this period, I plan to help all the core members of Sky City increase their strength and enable everyone to reach the Holy Spirit level. When that time comes, Sky City will have sufficient capital and there will be no need to remain in this state of seclusion. Lin Yuan had always been the kind of person who liked to keep a low profile and make a fortune in silence. However, he kept a low profile only because of his personality. It was not that he could not keep a high profile. In an environment like the sky beyond the clouds, it was necessary to be high profile at times. Lin Yuan headed to the sky beyond the clouds with the intention of developing Sky City into a true overlord faction. When the Moon Empress heard Lin Yuan's plan, a smile appeared on her face. Lin Yuan had always been an extremely steady and sensible person. As a master, the Moon Empress had never worried about such matters. Little Yuan, once the other core members of Sky City have reached pinnacle Holy Spirit level, it will indeed be time for Sky City to make a name for itself in the sky beyond the clouds. After the Moon Empress arrived in the sky beyond the clouds, she had been helping Lin Yuan manage Sky City. No matter how powerful Wen Yu was, it would be difficult for her to make decisions without the Moon Empress. The Moon Empress' understanding of the sky beyond the clouds came partly from the information she had received from Lin Yuan and partly from the local members of the sky beyond the clouds that Lin Yuan had taken into Sky City. The Moon Empress basically called over a creator every day. Be it a grade 4 or 5 creator, the Moon Empress liked to communicate with them. This was because communicating with them was a process for the Moon Empress to absorb knowledge and broaden her horizons. Creators had always been extremely arrogant. They only communicated with people they thought highly of and did not like to share the knowledge they had. The Moon Empress had only interacted with these creators as a core member of Sky City and did not reveal that she was Lin Yuan's master. However, regardless of gender, these creators fell into a state of shock the moment they saw the Moon Empress. This was not because of the Moon Empress' appearance but because of her ability. The Moon Empress was the most senior person in Sky City but only had a lifespan of less than 120 years. To these creators, the Moon Empress and Lin Yuan were both newborns. She had become a grade 4 creator before reaching the age of 100. What kind of talent was this? Sun Yin's talent was already considered excellent. But at the age of 140 years, Sun Yin was not even a grade 3 creator, much less grade 4. The creator circle would usually talk about talent. Creators were a group that valued talent very much. Whether it was the Moon Empress' talent or her status as a core member of Sky City, these people all wanted to curry favor with the Moon Empress. Especially Zhong Ziyu. Every time he communicated with the Moon Empress, he would tell her many of his insights as a grade 5 creator. The creators who joined Sky City later did not know the Moon Empress status but Zhong Ziyu did. When Zhong Ziyu had just joined Sky City, he had been in time for the internal meeting of Sky City's members and knew the identity of the Moon Empress, Lin Yuan's master. All the core members of Sky City respected the Moon Empress. Zhong Ziyu saw Lin Yuan's attitude toward the Moon Empress. He brought several grade 5 creators to Sky City. The grade 5 creators were all weaker than him, but he still felt immense pressure. Although they were inferior to him now, it did not mean that they would continue to be inferior to him in the future. Especially when he heard that Lin Yuan had taken Sun Yin under his wing. Zhong Ziyu was a person who was extremely good at poaching. He would use any method to improve his status in Sky City. Communicating with these creators allowed the Moon Empress to grow rapidly. The Moon Empress also felt that she should display her strength when Sky City was strong enough and advance bravely in the subsequent eras. With the existence of the Faith Country, Sky City's development and the strength of its core members would not be delayed even if she remained hidden backstage. However, living in such a peaceful nest would inevitably change one's temperament. Once one's temperament changed, there would be a huge problem. The Moon Empress sent out the members of Sky City's combat sequence and reserve sequence to the area where the Faith Country was expanding to ensure its stability. Some of Sky City's core members had indeed been injured during the few conflicts and their roots had been damaged. However, the Moon Empress still did not cancel this order. The Moon Empress' goal was to ensure that the core members of Sky City would not become weaklings when something really happened to Sky City in the future. After chatting with the Moon Empress for a while, Lin Yuan ate at her place and went to look for Wen Yu. As Lin Yuan had been away for a long time, the Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meetings had been delayed. Fortunately, the Astronomical Parliament did not have a clear rule on how often it would be held. Otherwise, it would be equivalent to breaking their promise to the new members who had joined Sky City. Lin Yuan had informed Wen Yu in advance and she was already prepared when he arrived. As the crystal-like eye on Wen Yu's forehead lit up, the banquet among the stars resumed. Apart from Rui, all the members immediately entered the Astronomical Parliament. The moment Zhou Yu and Jing Bo appeared, they thanked Wen Yu, Lin Yuan and Lu Ji excitedly. Among all the astronomical parliament members that Lin Yuan had brought from the main world, Bei Su was the furthest away. Lin Yuan let Bei Su manage the lonely river while the others stayed by his side. It could be said that the astronomical parliament was held mainly for new members like Zhou Yu and Jing Bai. Lin Yuan asked the two of them, "Have the two of you encountered any trouble recently?" Upon hearing Lin Yuan's concern, Jing Bo explained the situation of the purifying water illusion snakes. Actually, Kong Huan had already told Lin Yuan everything that Jing Bo had told him. In the beginning, Kong Huan helped Jing Bo because it was Lin Yuan's arrangement. However, the relationship between the alluring foxes and purifying water illusion snakes gradually changed from relying on each other to a win-win situation. The alluring foxes did not have any talent in business, but the purifying water illusion snakes were extremely good at trading and mining. Kong Huan was deeply doted on by the snow-covered fox leader and was pregnant with his son. The territory bestowed by this snow-covered fox leader contained rich mineral resources. Under the cooperation of both sides, the alluring foxes became increasingly richer. The lives of the members became better and better. "Leo, I'm fine now. It's just that the purifying water illusion snakes need time to develop. The purifying water illusion snakes have been servile for too long. The members have lost their courage. What I have to do now is think of a way to stimulate their courage again." While saying this, Jing Bo's eyes were filled with humiliation and helplessness. Regardless of how far he could lead the purifying water illusion snakes after joining the astronomical parliament, the fact that the purifying water illusion snakes had been enslaved and oppressed by other branches of the illusion snakes for hundreds of thousands of years would forever become a humiliating history for the purifying water illusion snakes. Chapter 3079. The opportunity gained. Lin Yuan listened to Jing Bo's narration of the recent situation. He recalled what Kong Huan had told him and asked, "Jing Bo, I heard that although the snow-covered foxes only accept the fox species as their dependent species and are very cold to all species other than foxes, they treat the creators of other species extremely well. If you become a grade 2 creator, the purifying water illusion snakes should be able to develop faster, right?" Jing Bo's heart trembled when he heard Lin Yuan's words. He knew very well what kind of ability he had. He did not seem to have the talent to become a creator, nor had he learned anything about creators before. Why did Lin Yuan suddenly say that he could become a grade 2 creator? Could it be that Lin Yuan had the ability to make him a grade 2 creator? Jing Bo had always regarded Lin Yuan as a god, but he still found it hard to believe. Jing Bo said after careful consideration, "Leo, the snow-covered foxes does indeed treat creators of other species extremely well. Once a creator of another species is willing to join the snow-covered foxes, the snow-covered fox leaders will treat the creator's species more seriously than the other fox species. There was once a member of the snow-covered foxes who relied on the fact that one of their women was doted on by a leader and foolishly offended a creator. Although this creator who was slighted was only beginner grade 3, this snow-covered fox leader still executed this dependent species. Although grade 2 creators are nothing to the snow-covered foxes, if I can become a class 2 creator and join the snow-covered foxes, the treatment of the purifying water illusion snakes will still be superior to that of ordinary dependent species." Creators were indeed noble, but grade 2 creators were really lacking. In fact, to a powerful species like the snow-covered foxes, grade 3 creators were nothing either. The reason why the snow-covered fox leader executed this favored dependent species after a conflict with the grade 3 creator was because he needed to express his attitude towards the other creators. If he had not been bothered or sided with his dependent species, the creators from other species would never join him again in the future. There were several snow-covered fox leaders. Even if they did not join him, they could join the others. Therefore, every snow-covered fox leader expressed their love and respect for creators. Lin Yuan said this because he wanted to help the purifying water illusion snakes and alluring foxes to develop in the North Universe. Just like how Lin Yuan had nurtured Talei into a creator through genius, Lin Yuan could also nurture Jing Bo into a creator. Even though letting genius use connected tails to transfer a huge amount of creator knowledge to Jing Bo required a large amount of willpower and laws, the sacred sword-wielding queen's body had accumulated a sufficient volume. As the sacred sword-wielding queen continued to extract and absorb the bodies of the star pirates, the power of law and wills would continue to accumulate and increase. Just the infusion of knowledge could only allow Jing Bo to become a pinnacle grade 2 creator. If he wanted to advance further to grade 3, Jing Bo needed to concoct more potions and study them. Kong Huan would provide resources to help Jing Bo. Jingbo would become a grade 2 creator at such a young age and be willing to submit to the leader who Kong Huan served. As long as he was not a fool, this leader would definitely focus on nurturing Jingbo. The younger the creator, the more valuable they were and the higher the upper limit they might reach in the future. Moreover, Jingbo had Kong Huan's help and Kong Huan's recommendation. In that case, I'll bestow you with an opportunity. When you return to the real world to digest this opportunity, you can become a true pinnacle grade 2 creator. After becoming a grade 2 creator, the subsequent improvements will depend on you. Wen Yu, Lu Ji and the others were not surprised by Lin Yuan's ability because he had helped Ta Lei and Buletin Po become creators. However, to Jingbo and Zhou Yu, Lin Yuan's ability was superior to even that of gods. Creators had an extremely high status in the sky beyond the clouds, but Lin Yuan was able to create a creator, allowing a fellow who had never come into contact with creator knowledge to reach the heavens in a single step. In Lin Yuan's eyes, a pinnacle grade 2 creator was a nobody. But in Jingbo and Zhou Yu's eyes, a grade 2 creator was a supreme figure. This was especially so for Zhou Yu. No matter how down and out the purifying water illusion snakes were now, they had still been glorious in the past, unlike her species that had always been at the bottom. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's reward for Jingbo, Zhou Yu could not help but reveal a look of admiration. However, when it came to Lin Yuan, Zhou Yu also had her own opportunities. Lin Yuan rewarded Zhou Yu with a war weapon that Jingbo did not have. Zhou Yu knew that she should not take the initiative to ask for resources from Lin Yuan. It was very likely that he would think that she was too greedy. However, Zhou Yu really wanted to become a creator. Zhou Yu wanted to become a creator not because creators had a high status and could obtain any power but because the development of the Forbidden Feather tribe had already fallen into a predicament. Zhou Yu could not lead the Forbidden Feather tribe to glory just by relying on that pinnacle spirit territory war weapon. Even though Zhou Yu knew that it was not good to ask Lin Yuan for such a reward, she could not help but say after much consideration, "Liu, is it possible for me to become a creator as well? The current Forbidden Feather tribe is attached to a powerful tribe. Apart from my sister, the Forbidden Feather tribe basically doesn't have any acceptable prodigies. However, my sister reveals her talent, it's very likely that we won't obtain the recognition of this large tribe but will be tainted by their experts." Previously, the Forbidden Feather tribe was targeted by Tailbind tribe because the leader of Tailbind tribe took a fancy to my sister. When you looked at Zhou Yu who was asking Lin Yuan for an opportunity. Not only did she not feel that there was anything wrong with her, but she also felt that she was very smart. In the sky beyond the clouds, not only did Zhou Yu not have a strong background, but her talent was also not outstanding. If one wanted opportunities, one had to fight for them. If Zhou Yu did not fight for the opportunity, she would soon be marginalized in the astronomical parliament and become a dispensable existence. Although the astronomical parliament was a faction formed by elites, there were not many people in the entire faction. However, this did not mean that Lin Yuan could take care of everyone in the astronomical parliament. Wen Yu felt that Lin Yuan was willing to pull Zhou Yu into the astronomical parliament because of Zhou Yu's attitude toward her sister. For the sake of her sister, Zhou Yu was willing to use everything she had to make a deal. Wen Yu felt that this was the reason why Lin Yuan was willing to give Zhou Yu a chance. Otherwise, Zhou Yu would definitely not be qualified to join the astronomical parliament. Since Lin Yuan had chosen Zhou Yu, he would be willing to help her. Moreover, Lin Yuan had always liked people who knew how to take the initiative to fight for their opportunities. Zhou Yu joining the astronomical parliament was definitely the greatest opportunity in Zhou Yu's life. Lin Yuan looked up at Zhou Yu. He saw the excited and conflicted expression on her face and said with a smile, "Indeed, with the current situation of the Forbidden Feather tribe, only by becoming a pinnacle grade 2 creator will you have a chance to help the Forbidden Feather tribe open up a new future. When you return to the real world, I will also bestow this opportunity to you." Lin Yuan was a little surprised by Zhou Yu's initiative to fight for this opportunity. In fact, even if Zhou Yu did not take the initiative to fight for it, he was willing to give this opportunity to Zhou Yu. Just as Wen Yu had thought, Lin Yuan had chosen Zhou Yu because there was a certain similarity between them. It was this closeness that made Lin Yuan feel compassionate towards her. Zhou Yu hurriedly thanked Lin Yuan as she said, "Liu, if I become a pinnacle grade 2 creator, I can join this large tribe and help the Forbidden Feather tribe integrate into this large tribe as a dependent species. I can also ensure that the Forbidden Feather tribe will not be persecuted." When she said this, Zhou Yu's tone was extremely firm. This was because Zhou Yu knew very well that no matter how talented her sister was, she would not be more attractive to a faction than a grade creator as young as her. Her father was inexperienced and could not help her in the development of the Forbidden Feather tribe. It was solely on her to find ways to develop the Forbidden Feather tribe, and integrating into a large tribe was undoubtedly the best way to find opportunities. Zhou Yu did not tell Lin Yuan about her arrangements and thoughts because she was not sure if it was right or wrong for her to be indecisive about integrating into this large tribe. It had to be known that joining this tribe as a pinnacle grade 2 creator was completely different from relying on this tribe. However, only by joining this tribe could they better use this tribe as a springboard. The astronomical parliament was already halfway done when Ruyi finally arrived. When Ruyi arrived, she immediately apologized to Lin Yuan. "I'm really sorry. I was with my mother before the meeting started and couldn't find a reason to leave immediately." Wen Yu's furrowed brows relaxed. If that was the case, there was really nothing to blame Ruyi for. If Ruyi forcefully participated in the meeting when she was with her mother, the astronomical parliament would most likely be exposed. Ruyi came from a powerful faction. Ruyi's parents were definitely experts. When Ruyi joined the astronomical parliament, they could feel a trace of energy unique to sacred source life forms guiding Ruyi. The astronomical parliament was held at the last minute, and there was a time difference between the four universes. If Ruyi did not want to expose the existence of the astronomical parliament, she had to pay more attention. Ruyi heaved a sigh of relief when Wen Yu, Lin Yuan, and Lu Ji understood her. However, when she thought about how similar situations might happen in the future, Ruyi could not help but say, "Leo, as a member of the astronomical parliament, I will definitely participate in the astronomical parliament parliamentary meetings many times in the future. However, I can't act like a thief every time I participate. This won't work forever. I have to find a suitable reason without exposing the organization. Moreover, once they find out about my recovery, they will definitely dig into the root of the problem. I won't be able to hide it even if I want to." Ruyi was very nervous when he said this. She was afraid that she would be kicked out of the astronomical parliament after saying this. Ruyi's body had indeed recovered because of the astronomical parliament. She had already fulfilled her wish. However, if she was kicked out of the astronomical parliament, who knew if this health would be retracted? Furthermore, Ruyi knew very well what kind of opportunity the astronomical parliament was. Once such an opportunity was missed, it would probably be difficult to encounter it again in this lifetime. Wen Yu did not speak immediately but looked at Lin Yuan. She wanted to see what intentions Lin Yuan had. When Lin Yuan was in the main world, he did not allow the astronomical parliament's information to leak out because he was inexperienced at that time. From Lin Yuan's point of view, the astronomical parliament's existence was too mystical. Once outsiders knew of its existence, it was very likely that they would have crooked thoughts. Furthermore, Lin Yuan did not have much power at that time. He could only rely on the Moon Empress. Unlike now, when spring, summer, autumn, and winter were by his side, Lin Yuan had blocked the astronomical parliament's information to prevent its members from revealing information that would affect Lin Yuan's safety and attract unnecessary trouble. However, the current situation was completely different from before. As long as Ruyi did not reveal the specific situation of the astronomical parliament and only sighed that she had joined a mysterious organization, Ruyi's parents and the others from the Myriad Carp Palace would not have too many objections even if they knew. After all, this faction had not done nothing. Instead, they had removed Ruyi's curse that had left them helpless. Even if the factions behind Ruyi wanted to use Ruyi to reach the astronomical parliament, they definitely would not be able to reach north of the Lonely River. Moreover, Wen Yu would be able to sense if this faction wanted to use this opportunity to investigate the astronomical parliament. At most, she would just cut off their connection with Ruyi. Other than that, there would be no other losses. Lin Yuan said to Wen Yu after some thought, "You can find a suitable reason. As long as you don't reveal the specific situation of the astronomical parliament and don't let it be affected, you can make up any other reason." When Ruyi heard Lin Yuan's words, she felt relieved. "Leo, thank you for your understanding. I just need to find a reason that can convince my parents. As for the others from the Myriad Carp Palace, they won't ask about me. If any of them dares to have any ideas about me, they won't be able to stay in Carp Mystic Palace anymore. My parents will definitely thank the person who broke my curse. I hope you can give me a chance to thank you." Ruyi came from a powerful faction. Even though Lin Yuan was her benefactor, she still had her own pride and confidence when she spoke. This was completely different from Zhou Yu and Jingbo. Chapter 3080. Are Yu Yi's reason? In Lin Yuan's opinion, Are Yu Yi's appropriate pride and confidence were not a bad thing. Lin Yuan was not interested in Ruyi's parents' thank you gift, but he felt that he could try to work with the Carb Mystic Palace through Ruyi. However, even if they wanted to cooperate, it was not because Lin Yuan took the initiative to contact the Carb Mystic Palace through Ruyi. Instead, it would be because the people in the Carb Mystic Palace knew of Lin Yuan's existence and took the initiative to contact him. Ruyi's parents were so concerned about their daughter's health that they would definitely try to come into contact with people or factions who would help her recover. Ruyi's parents should know very well what kind of abilities the person or faction that could help Ruyi remove the curse had. Ruyiota, there's no need for you to be grateful. If your parents have the intention of interacting with the person who helped you break the curse, you'll be the messenger. The distance between us is too far. I can't meet your parents, nor can I bring them into the astronomical parliament. Ruyi hurriedly said, Leo, just have to let me find a reason. As for the rest, I can arrange it so that the organization won't be exposed. After talking to Jingbai, Zhou Yu, and Ruyi, Lin Yuan nodded at Wen Yu. It was time for the astronomical parliament to accept new members. Wen Yu began to use the power of the stars to search for those wishes. Soon, two figures were pulled into the place where the stars gathered. The two of them had passed Wen Yu's preliminaries. The moment they were pulled into the gathering place of the stars, Wen Yu, Lin Yuan, Lu Ji, and Su Yiren, who just took her seat on the golden chair not long ago, received detailed information about them. One of them came from the West Universe and the other was actually close to the Abyssal World. The two of them joining the Astronomical Parliament allowed the Astronomical Parliament to have members all over the sky beyond the clouds. These two people were called Li Hen and Yuan Qi. Li Hen was a very tragic character. Most of the people who joined the Astronomical Parliament were filled with tragedy. One would only use everything they had to pray when one was in despair. A collateral member like Li Hen, who had been oppressed by the direct descendants for most of his life, had sacrificed his life for them. In the end, he could not even protect his own son. The scars left by the punishments doled out to collateral descendants did not push Li Hen into despair. Li Hen's son, Li Cheng, was Li Hen's hope. The reason why Li Hen would use everything he had to pray was very simple. That was because Li Cheng, whom Li Hen regarded as his hope, was about to become a plaything because of the willfulness of the young master of the family clan's direct descendants. In the end, he would die. This was the reason why Li Hen no longer regarded the glory of his family as his responsibility. He would not hesitate to betray his family. Li Hen happened to be at the intersection of the four universes and Lin Yuan was very interested in the Abyssal World. The life forms from the four universes were enemies with the life forms from the Abyssal World. Every time the Abyssal life forms invaded the sky beyond the clouds, there would be a disaster. To Abyssal World life forms, the life forms from the four universes were also enemies. This was because people from the four dimensions would plunder the resources in the Abyssal World when they entered. At the same time, they would kill and enslave those Abyssal life forms. Advanced Abyssal life forms were extremely intelligent. There were also many local factions in the Abyssal World. Entering the Abyssal World was a very dangerous thing. Once one was targeted by those powerful Abyssal life forms, their bones would be buried in the Abyssal World. However, Lin Yuan did not mind. Firstly, it was because Sky City had high-end combat power like spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Secondly, the passageway controlled by Li Hen's faction was extremely low in danger. Otherwise, this family would not have relied on this Abyssal World passageway to exist and develop for millions of years. If Lin Yuan wanted Li Hen to join the Astronomical Parliament, it was not a single choice. Lin Yuan also needed to satisfy Li Hen's needs and save Li Cheng, who had already been chosen by the Li family's young master to become a page boy. It was not an easy task to save Li Cheng. The clan that Li Hen was from was very powerful and had experts above the Holy Spirit realm. The only way to let Li Hen, a collateral descendant of the family, gain the right to speak was to let Li Hen's value exceed the requirements of the young master. The difference in status between the direct and collateral descendants of Li Hen's faction was huge. If not for the fact that Li Hen's bloodline was on the verge of awakening and Lin Yuan could use the Class 5 creator resources to awaken Li Hen's bloodline, he would not have accepted Li Hen. However, even if he helped Li Hen awaken his bloodline and increased Li Hen's value in the clan, Lin Yuan still was unsure if Li Hen's clan would cherish him. Once Li Hen awakened the bloodline in his body, his combat strength and potential would greatly increase. A clan cared about the status between a collateral relative and a direct descendant. In essence, it was a concern for the bloodline. In Li Hen's clan, it was very difficult for the direct descendants to awaken their bloodlines. Although the collateral descendants who awakened their bloodlines were still inferior to the direct descendants who were highly valued by the clan, they were still considered top figures in the clan. As long as Li Hen tried his best, Lin Yuan felt that Li Hen would be able to protect his son from becoming the young master's plaything. After all, the bigger the clan, the more they cared about the warriors who could increase the clan's foundation. If Lin Yuan helped Li Hen awaken his bloodline and Li Hen still could not protect his son Li Cheng, there was nothing else that Lin Yuan could do. It was impossible for Lin Yuan to ask spring, summer, autumn and winter to go to the intersection of the four universes to save Li Cheng. Li Hen's value lay in his position and the clan he was in. Once Li Hen left this tribe, he would be of no use. Yuan Qi and Li Hen had suffered the same fate. Although Yuan Qi was a direct descendant of the family and was valued by the family, after Yuan Qi's parents died, she suffered more from the persecution of her relatives. In Lin Yuan's eyes, Yuan Qi Ant's family was a family of vampires. The fact that Yuan Qi had been looked down upon and discriminated against by so many other prodigies had a lot to do with Yuan Qi Ant stealing Yuan Qi resources. If Yuan Qi had not been robbed of so many resources by her aunt's family, she would not still be unable to awaken her extremely special elemental sacred body. Yuan Qi parents had not disclosed the condition of Yuan Qi physique to the outside world. They had been desperately searching for resources outside to prepare resources for Yuan Qi to awaken her body composition. Yuan Qi Ant probably knew about this as well. Otherwise, she would not have kept hiding Yuan Qi talent during the family clan's aptitude test for the younger generation. She wanted to transfer everything that belonged to Yuan Qi to her own child. However, unlike those ordinary victims, Yuan Qi's heart was filled with ambition. This kind of ambition was not nurtured by circumstance. It was something that had been in Yuan Qi's heart since the beginning. An ambitious person was more likely to succeed than an unambitious person. Lin Yuan valued Yuan Qi's ambition very much. It was much easier to help Yuan Qi than Li Hen. Yuan Qi was a direct descendant who had high hopes in the clan. As long as he helped Yuan Qi awaken her physique, Yuan Qi family lineage would definitely attach great importance to her. Yuan Qi lineage was the weakest among the few lineages in the clan. It was very necessary for a prodigy like Yuan Qi to appear to change the state of her lineage. What an ambitious person like Yuan Qi needed the most was a platform that allowed her to fully display her ambitions. Once Yuan Qi displayed her elemental sacred body, even the elemental clans she belonged to would treat her as a pillar of support and nurture her, let alone her own lineage. The elemental species had offended the fairy institution in the West universe. The fairy institution had always been suppressing the elemental species. The elemental species was originally extremely powerful, but because of a huge battle with the fairy institution hundreds of millions of years ago, the strongest expert in the species was killed by the fairy institution and was trapped in a place like the Abyss of Doom where elemental energy was scarce. If not for the fact that the elemental species had a way to make elemental rivers, they could also make elemental rivers in places where there were few elements. The elemental clan's legacy in the Abyss of the Last Days was probably about to wither completely. Previously, Lin Yuan had only heard about the fairy institution's domineering behavior from others, but he had never seen it with his own eyes. The elemental species experience allowed Lin Yuan to fully understand how domineering the fairy institution was. Yuan Qi's elemental holy body was related to water. Lin Yuan only needed to provide Yuan Qi with large amounts of water elemental heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls and pure spirit Qi, and Yuan Qi's elemental sacred body would naturally awaken. Once Yuan Qi awakened her elemental sacred body, she would become the pride of the entire elemental species. The discrimination of Yuan Qi Ant's family against geniuses of the same age, as well as Yuan Qi's difficult situation in the clan, would be completely resolved. Li Hen and Yuan Qi were both extremely surprised by the space they were in. Wen Yu had already communicated with the two of them and let them know why they were here. When Yuan Qi heard Wen Yu's words, she subconsciously revealed a wary expression. People like Yuan Qi, who was full of ambition, were usually very vigilant. Li Hen asked excitedly, "Can you really save my son Little Cheng? If you can save Little Cheng, I'll do anything." Li Hen's words were very humble. But no one present, including Yuan Qi, looked down on Li Hen. Li Hen's actions reminded Yuan Qi of her father. Her father had risked his life to obtain resources and finally died because of this. She was also risking his life to fight for a future. Lin Yuan looked at Li Hen and said in an extremely serious tone, "Helping you save your son was your wish when you came here. We will naturally have to do our best to help you achieve it. However, you should know very well what kind of attitude your faction has towards the direct descendants. If I want to help you get your son back from the young master of the direct descendants, at the very least, I have to make your family feel that you are more valuable than the sixth young master. This is the only way to help you save your son. You should know how difficult it is." Lin Yuan's words made Li Hen's ecstatic expression freeze. How could he enable his value to surpass sixth young master in the eyes of the family? The sixth young master was studying at Sacred Feather Academy. Among all the young masters of the direct descendants, he was the one who was highly valued. Meanwhile, he was just a collateral relative. As he understood the family clan's situation, the hope that had been ignited in Li Hen's heart was instantly extinguished by more than half. Lin Yuan could not help but say when he sensed the change in Li Hen's emotions, "You don't have to be too pessimistic. If there was no way to satisfy your wish, you wouldn't be here. If your bloodline crosses from the pinnacle bronze helmet to silver helmet and reach golden helmet, how do you think your authority in the family will be?" Lin Yuan's understanding of the bloodline of Li Hen's race came entirely from Li Hen's memories. This kind of understanding was extremely one-sided. Therefore, he still had to ask Li Hen himself to determine what kind of change would happen to his status in the family after his bloodline improved. When Li Hen heard Lin Yuan's words, he could not help but feel incredulous. What? He could directly upgrade his bloodline from bronze helmet to golden helmet. The hurdle of the silver helmet basically stopped most of the collateral members of the family clan. He had only been a member of the exploration team previously. 925. Once they reached silver helmet, they could become the captain of a small team. Those members who had reached pinnacle silver helmet could already be treated as direct descendants in the clan. If one reached golden helmet and received the family's honor, their status would be comparable to a core member. The offspring of a branch family member with a golden helmet bloodline could even use the clan's resources to study in a large school. If his bloodline reached pinnacle silver helmet, he might not be able to save little Cheng from the sixth young master. However, if he reached golden helmet, no matter how unwilling sixth young master was to let little Cheng go, the elders in the family would definitely not allow such a thing to happen. "Lord, if my bloodline can reach golden helmet, little Cheng's safety will definitely be resolved. After ensuring little Cheng's safety, I'm willing to do whatever you want me to do, even if you want me to expose the landmark of my family's abyssal world passageway." Li Hen gritted his teeth as he said this. Compared to being disheartened by his family, Li Hen actually hated his family more. No matter how big the difference in status between the direct and collateral branches was, Li Hen could accept it in such an environment. What Li Hen could not accept was the persecution of his son by the members of the direct branch. Li Hen was certain that he had fulfilled his duty as a collateral member of the family. For this, he had been on the brink of death many times. But what did all of this do for him? Lin Yuan replied calmly, "This kind of gathering happens every once in a while. This gathering will solve your problem first. As for the rest, we'll talk about it at the next gathering." Lin Yuan turned to Yuan Qi and said with a faint smile, "The wish you made is to have shocking power and achieve true power in the clan, right?" Yuan Qi's ambition had been exposed by Lin Yuan, so she did not feel ashamed at all. Not only did Yuan Qi not feel ashamed, but she also admitted it very frankly, "That's right. If I have to use everything I have to exchange for something, what I want most is power. Without power, everything will be taken away." Chapter 3081. Yuan Qi Body Composition. Yuan Qi words were definitely not spoken casually. They came from the bottom of her heart. Yuan Qi used to have the wealth left behind by her parents, but because her aunt had the right to raise her, the wealth left behind by her parents was taken away from her and she was helpless. Yuan Qi elemental clan also had distinctions between the direct descendants and collateral relatives. Although the direct descendants of the clan could not take the lives of the collateral relatives as they pleased, dangerous tasks were all done by the collateral relatives. A decision made by a clan, or even a casual order, would cause a collateral branch to pay with their lives. Since her life and wealth could be deprived of power, power became what Yuan Qi wanted the most. As for her strength, Yuan Qi had already given up on her body composition, which was like a bottomless pit that only knew how to absorb elemental energy without any feedback. Yuan Qi could not understand why those elements seemed to disappear into thin air when they entered her body. If this elemental energy had been absorbed into her body and reacted, she would not have been so passive in the family. Yuan Qi did not think that Lin Yuan could give her unparalleled power in the clan, so she was very pessimistic about her situation. All investments had to seek a return. With her situation, she could not give any useful feedback to the organization among the stars. Yuan Qi was ambitious but not arrogant. She could see through herself. Yuan Qi still had a sliver of hope because she had learned from Lin Yuan and Li Hen's conversation that Li Hen was not as valuable as she was. However, Lin Yuan was willing to help Li Hen improve his bloodline. Yuan Qi looked at Lin Yuan apprehensively, not knowing if she would be able to receive his pity. Thinking that her request was a little too greedy, Yuan Qi hurriedly changed her words. Even if I don't have supreme authority, it's fine as long as I can maintain my position in the clan and be nurtured by the family. Keeping her clan's position to nurture her was Yuan Qi's bottom line. Once she failed to keep this position, she would end up in the hands of her aunt's family. Her ending would definitely not be good. When Lin Yuan heard Yuan Qi's words, he could not help but feel a little amused. Yuan Qi was looking down on the astronomical parliament's ability and had no choice but to lower her requirements. Compared to Yuan Qi's cowardly appearance, Lin Yuan preferred Yuan Qi's ambitious appearance. In Yuan Qi's elemental species, as long as Lin Yuan helped Yuan Qi awaken her body composition, her talent would definitely match Yuan Qi's ambition. The elemental sacred body could be said to be the supreme foundation of the species where vitality was located. The elemental species had been suppressed for so many years and had always been in a difficult situation. In the face of such a body composition that could allow the species to rise, as long as the ruler of the elemental species was not too muddle-headed, they would know to nurture and take good care of Yuan Qi. When the entire elemental species placed their future on Yuan Qi, she would naturally have supreme power in the family. Protecting your position in the family won't make things easier for you in the family, right? After all, you're using everything you have to exchange for an opportunity. At this time, I hope that you can choose to fight for it with all your might rather than give up the opportunity. If you're not greedy enough, how can you match your ambition? It's not a bad thing to be ambitious, as long as your ambition isn't targeted at our organization. Yuan Qi was stunned when she heard Lin Yuan's words. For a moment, she did not understand what he meant. But very quickly, Yuan Qi came back to her senses. The purpose of this existence sitting on the golden chair in front of her saying these words was to fulfill her ambition and give her supreme power in the clan. Although Yuan Qi did not know what Lin Yuan was going to do, he had clearly become her last straw to clutch it. Yuan Qi expressed her gratitude to Lin Yuan and waited for him to make further arrangements. She did not ask Lin Yuan how he could fulfill her ambitions and obtain power in the clan. From this incident, it could be seen that Yuan Qi was extremely shrewd. It was no wonder. Yuan Qi had grown up in such an environment. If she was not shrewd, she would have been eaten up by her aunt's family long ago. She would not have been able to find an opportunity to escape her aunt's family's control. Lin Yuan valued Yuan Qi's shrewdness. He could not help Yuan Qi obtain shrewdness with resources. The shrewder Yuan Qi was, the easier it would be for her to help Lin Yuan in the future. Lin Yuan asked, "Ever since you started absorbing elemental energy, you should have discovered what is special about your body composition, right? Do you know why the elemental energy that you absorbed with great difficulty disappeared into thin air after entering your body and didn't help your strength at all?" Lin Yuan's question hit deep in Yuan Qi's heart. She had no idea why, and this had always been Yuan Qi's secret. Yuan Qi did not know how Lin Yuan knew her secret so quickly, and it seemed like Lin Yuan also knew the reason. Yuan Qi said in a low voice, "Lord, the condition of my body has been troubling me for a long time. If you know why my body is in this state, I hope you can enlighten me." As Yuan Qi spoke, the expression on her face was extremely bitter. At first, Yuan Qi thought that her condition was because her body was extremely special. She absorbed elemental energy very quickly and her conversion rate of elements was also extremely high. With this, her strength would definitely increase extremely quickly. But in the end, Yuan Qi realized that the situation was not what she had imagined. Although her body absorbed elemental energy quickly, she could not allocate it as she pleased. This caused the few direct descendants who had been nurtured by the family with her to be filled with hostility toward her. No matter what the reason was, Yuan Qi wanted to know an answer from the bottom of her heart. Judging from the expression on Yuan Qi's face, she did not think that her special physique was a good thing, but a bad thing. This made Yuan Qi feel extremely inferior. Lin Yuan could not help but think that Yuan Qi's aunt's family had really committed a sin. If it was not for the fact that Yuan Qi's aunt had always wanted to snatch the assets left behind by Yuan Qi's parents, she would not have suppressed Yuan Qi in many ways and allowed the family to learn about Yuan Qi's talent. Even if the elemental species lacked elemental energy, they would have definitely nurtured Yuan Qi on account of her talent. After seeing Yuan Qi's life experiences, Lin Yuan knew that Yuan Qi was attached to her aunt's family after her parents died. Moreover, this attachment was very deep. If Yuan Qiant and her family treated Yuan Qi well, she would have helped her younger brother after she rose to prominence. Not only is it not a bad thing for your body to be in such a state, but it's also a good thing. As a direct descendant of the elemental species, you should have heard of the elemental sacred body, right? The condition of your body is a sign of the awakening of the elemental sacred body. However, because your elemental sacred body could not absorb enough pure elemental energy, someone might have done something to you when you showed that your body composition was extraordinary, causing your body composition to be in such a silent state. I have a way to activate your body composition and completely awaken your elemental sacred body. After awakening your elemental sacred body, your status in the clan will definitely rise. At that time, it won't be an exaggeration to say that you will have supreme authority. When Lin Yuan said this, he sensed that Wen Yu's condition was gradually deteriorating and her spiritual energy was showing signs of overdraft. Without giving Yuan Qi any time to react, Lin Yuan signaled Wen Yu to transmit all the resources through Star Spirit Seat before ending the Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting. The Astronomical Parliament already gained 5 new members after Lin Yuan came to the sky beyond the clouds. These 5 new members were all over the sky beyond the clouds, allowing the Astronomical Parliament to have people in various regions. Lin Yuan had never been stingy with his help to the members of the Astronomical Parliament. Everyone who joined it had fulfilled their value regardless of whether they followed Lin Yuan or not. Lin Yuan had already done what he needed to do and would continue to provide resources to the new members. However, how far the members of the Astronomical Parliament could go in the end depended on themselves. After the Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting, Wen Yu recuperated as usual. Lin Yuan had not seen Bloodlove for a long time. Now that Lin Yuan had the resources, he felt the need to nurture Bloodlove first. Lin Yuan contacted Bloodlove through the Thoughts letter paper and told her that he had returned to Sky City and asked her to look for him. However, Bloodlove was not at north of the Lonely River. Instead, she had crossed the Lonely River and was hunting south of it. As a blood-type Fey, Bloodlove required a large amount of blood as food. All life forms in north of the Lonely River could become citizens of the Faith Country, so Bloodlove did not hunt there. It would take at least a day for Bloodlove to rush back, so Lin Yuan called Endless Summer over. Endless Summer and Listen had built Sky City's trade network together and were currently at north of the Lonely River. Endless Summer was very excited to receive Lin Yuan's summoning. It had not had the chance to communicate with Lin Yuan for a long time. In just 5 minutes, Endless Summer arrived in front of Lin Yuan. After Endless Summer arrived, Lin Yuan immediately used True Data to check on her. Fey name, Endless Mystical Dream Summer. Fey species, Bunched Flower species / Hydrangea species. Fey grade, World Emperor, 10/10. Fey type, Wood / Mind. Fey quality, Medium. Divine Kingdom grade, Miniature. Abilities. Shooting Spears of Summer, the flower vines will become shafts while the flowers will become blades. The spears will be able to pierce armor and pierce targets. Flower Sleet, every flower petal will be able to cause damage to targets. The flower petals will also be able to absorb blood to replenish energy. 3000 Shooting Spears, 3000 spears will shoot out immediately. When one spear makes contact with a target, the other spears will gather at that spot as well. Midsummer Cage, a cage will be created using flowers and vines. Inside the cage will exist a world of its own that Endless Summer will be able to control. Mind Halt, influence a target's mind and cause the target to become instantly confused and prevent the target's mind and soul from working together. Flower Tree Execution, the roots will grow and form a chain around a target. When the roots pierce a target's body, it will continue to grow and drain the target's energy. The drained energy will be stored as fruits. Willow Flower Sky Cover, release all the energy and vitality inside the body and allow it to grow freely. Willow flowers will grow all over the area. The more flowers that grow, the stronger one will be. The willow flowers will also be able to drain energy from targets. Blooming Summer Link, the targets in contact with its flower petals would be nourished by its blooming summer energy. All of the flora and fauna life forms will begin germinating and their injuries will be naturally healed. Boosting and healing the flora and fauna will also increase its own energy and recovery. Magical Dream Finger, the energy in the blooming flora and fauna will be transformed into mind energy and gathered in its finger through which to supply the energy to targets. The mind energy's attack on the target will put the target's mind and soul in a dream state. The target can only be awakened through a special method. Dream Stealing Forced Change, it will enter the mind of the affected target and read the target's past to forcefully change the target's circumstances. This will alter the target's present. After changing the target's circumstances, it will experience backlash once the target leaves the dream state. Exclusive skill. Flourishing flowers. As powers increase, the number of flowers will also multiply. The flowers will also be able to cause more damage. 1,000 openings of the mind. The heart will open 1,000 times and increase control over spiritual power. End of summer. Change its body into summer and concentrate all the power of summer into one point before finally releasing the attack. Life form shrivel. The flower vines will be able to absorb energy from other life forms. When the energy absorbed reaches its limit, it will present itself as a vest that can defend against attacks. Tree core cycle. Let its body contain as much of the tree core as possible and form a cycle in its body. The cycle of the tree core will provide it with a huge amount of energy and speed up its energy recovery. Thriving summer territory. Regardless of the environment, its own energy will be used to trigger and bring forth a thriving summer. Its surroundings will form a thriving summer territory where it will be protected. All targets in the territory will be nourished and boosted by the thriving summer. Divine Kingdom abilities. Embroidered flowers form hearts, its body will take root in the Divine Kingdom. Faith power will be used to trigger the main body and cause flowers to bloom on the main body. The faith power will combine with the flowers to form flower jades that contain tree cores. The tree cores are able to revive plant-type life forms. The revived plant-type life forms will go on to provide it with energy and faith power. Chapter 3082, Guilt toward Blood Love. When Endless Summer reached the Divine Kingdom level, her bloodline underwent a metamorphosis and evolved into Endless Absolute Dream Summer. The Divine Kingdom ability, Embroidered Flowers Form Hearts, was highly valued by Lin Yuan. Embroidered flowers form hearts had great strategic significance in reviving other plant creatures through the condensation of faith power. Furthermore, these creatures, once nourished by Endless Summer, would provide a portion of their faith power to her. Endless Summer used faith power to form a flower domain, which was not a significant consumption for her. With the help of breeder Han Qin, Endless Summer and Han Qin could breed and save many endangered plant-type creatures, creating a paradise for them in Sky City. These endangered plant life forms were a considerable resource for Lin Yuan. When Endless Summer saw Lin Yuan, she bowed. Long time no see, young master. Looking at the handsome young man before her, Endless Summer couldn't help but think of the first time she saw Lin Yuan. Back then, she had been on the verge of breaking through to Myth 3 and transforming into a human, but she had been plotted against by a stinky crow and nearly lost her life. Blood Love had coincidentally brought Lin Yuan to save her. During that battle, Blood Love had just reached Myth Breed and couldn't do much. Lin Yuan was the one who had truly saved her. Since then, her fate had changed. She had even stepped into a realm she could not previously understand. It had only been a few decades since she first met Lin Yuan. If she had not encountered Lin Yuan in the Endless Forest and faced danger, she would still be at Myth 3 and not even close to reaching Creation Breed. Endless Summer did not underestimate herself but saw reality clearly and remembered her origins. In the early years, it was exceedingly dangerous for her to reach Myth Breed. Everyone who joined Sky City could be described as extremely lucky. None of Sky City's members had to worry about the tribulations they would face during their great advancement. Anti-Summer, it has indeed been a while since we last met. Looking at your current state, your improvement in strength has been very stable. Even with embroidered flowers form hearts, it would not be easy for her Divine Kingdom to reach intermediate. Endless Summer smiled and said, "Isn't it all thanks to you, young master? Ever since you brought Jiling back, everyone now has plenty of time. Although the 20-odd wisdom eye brain dragonflies you arranged for listen and I have some problems with their decision-making, they do not make any mistakes in execution and can perfectly resolve small problems." Lin Yuan did not meet many people when he returned to Sky City this time. Almost everyone he met praised Jiling and the wisdom eye brain dragonflies. They had indeed brought many conveniences to Sky City's development. Lin Yuan was definitely lucky to have the wisdom eye brain dragonflies under his command. To a certain extent, this was a small probability that could not be replicated. The wisdom eye brain dragonflies, nurtured in an intermediate blessed land, had a certain uniqueness. They were not easily encountered or subdued. Until now, Lin Yuan had never seen a species comparable to the wisdom eye brain dragonflies. Anti-Summer, it's been some time since you and Listen built the Faith Country's trade system. Is its current development going smoothly? Endless Summer replied quickly, "Young master, the Faith Country's trade system is mainly built by Listen. You know how capable he is. The trade system has been almost fully constructed without any accidents. Once we arrange the recently expanded parts, listen and I will be basically done with our work. After that, I just need to deepen the business network and develop the economy vigorously so that the social system in the faith country can be completely formed. Endless summer played a huge role in the construction of the trade system. In front of Lin Yuan, she did not take the credit but gave more credit to Listen because he had indeed played a leading role in its construction and development. She had been supporting Listen alongside Gulang. When talking about the development of the faith country's trade system, Endless Summer even praised Gulang. He was a young man with many ideas. Initially, Gulang was inferior, but now he had grown to a level comparable to her. Lin Yuan had heard from Wen Yu that Listen, Endless Summer, and Gulang had enabled the faith country's trade system to develop extremely quickly and steadily. Listen, Gulang, and Endless Summer may not have seemed to do much, but they were key contributors to the rapid and stable production of faith power in the faith country. Lin Yuan spoke to Endless Summer after chatting for a while. Auntie Summer, you've been at the Divine Kingdom level for quite some time. As long as you have enough faith power, you can reach the Holy Spirit level. Previously, I was training in the sky beyond the clouds and didn't stay in Sky City much. Now, I'll be staying in Sky City for a long time. Apart from asking you about the development of the faith country, I also have plans to help you reach the Holy Spirit level. Endless Summer could not help but tremble when she heard Lin Yuan's words. Was it finally her turn to obtain this opportunity? The last time Lin Yuan had returned to Sky City, he had held an internal meeting with the core members. During this meeting, Lin Yuan had said that he wanted to help the core members of Sky City reach the Holy Spirit level one after another. Endless Summer did not expect that it would be her turn so soon. Endless Summer hurriedly thanked Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan took out the tree cores condensed from the Holy Spirit trees he had traded in Fortune Treasure Palace and handed them to Endless Summer as he said, Auntie Summer, before I provide you with faith power to produce Holy Spirits in your divine kingdom, I plan to let you absorb these tree cores to strengthen your foundation. Even if it's very difficult for you to advance your bloodline after reaching the Holy Spirit level, this will still be extremely beneficial to you. Endless Summer was Lin Yuan's true ally. She was one of the first people to follow Lin Yuan and was a senior figure in Sky City. When Endless Summer first joined Lin Yuan, Sky City had not been established, and she had been the #1 expert by Lin Yuan's side. Although her strength had been marginalized, her importance in Lin Yuan's heart had not diminished at all. Endless Summer was extremely sensitive. When she saw Lin Yuan take out the tree cores, she understood what he meant. Endless Summer was extremely touched. When she reached the World Emperor/Divine Kingdom level, she had already obtained a powerful Divine Kingdom ability. She really hoped that she could obtain another powerful Divine Kingdom ability because this would enable her to create more value for Sky City in the future. Endless Summer would need quite some time to absorb the tree cores, which were the core of tree-type phase energy. These tree cores were Holy Spirit plant life forms, and their levels were higher than Endless Summer's. It would take at least a month for Endless Summer to absorb the 6 tree cores completely. Before Endless Summer could finish absorbing the first tree core, Blood Love rushed back. Blood Love hurriedly greeted Endless Summer. The two were sisters who had experienced life and death together. Their relationship could no longer be described as just friends. Even though Blood Love had awakened her bloodline and become the little princess of Heavenly Family Cottage, the relationship between Endless Summer and Blood Love had not changed. Blood Love's blood energy was extremely dense. It was obvious that she had eaten a hearty meal before returning. In the past, Lin Yuan would have felt uncomfortable when he sensed Blood Love's blood energy. But now, he completely understood the rules of this world. Blood Love was a carnivorous creature, so it was normal for her to hunt for food. Lin Yuan felt a little guilty toward Blood Love because all life forms in north of the Lonely River had become citizens of the Faith Country. In the Faith Country, Blood Love did not have a chance to eat her fill. Even getting a normal meal required her to cross the Lonely River to the south. As a blood-type Fae, eating large amounts of food was a way for Blood Love to increase her strength. After greeting Endless Summer, Blood Love turned to look at Lin Yuan, and a beautiful smile appeared on her evil and beautiful face. Blood Love had not seen Lin Yuan for a while and missed him very much. Lin Yuan, it's been too long. After saying that, Blood Love handed over more than 20 precious instruments to Lin Yuan. These precious instruments had been forged by Blood Love through her Divine Kingdom ability, Day Forging Furnace. The quality of these precious instruments was extremely high because there were sufficient spiritual ingredients in the sky beyond the clouds. In addition, Blood Love's Divine Kingdom could promote the fusion of spiritual ingredients and refine spiritual ingredients through the energy of celestial bodies. This allowed Blood Love to maximize the value of these spiritual ingredients. Blood Love's ability to create spirit chi with day forging furnace was comparable to a beginner grade 5 creator. As Blood Love's strength continued to increase, her ability to forge precious instruments through day forging furnace would also increase. Lin Yuan took a deep breath and said, "Blood Love, we haven't seen each other for a while. It's been hard on you. You even have to cross the lonely river to eat." Blood Love hurriedly said, "Lin Yuan, you're being too polite. I'll just go and eat once every month or so. Even if I use the day forging furnace to forge a precious instrument, I won't be delayed at all." Lin Yuan already felt a little guilty. But after hearing what Blood Love said, he felt even more guilty. Using day forging furnace to forge a precious instrument would also consume a large amount of energy. Blood Love only satisfied her energy needs and no longer considered increasing her strength. In Lin Yuan's understanding, Blood Love had always been a person who valued the improvement of her strength. "Blood Love, you usually need a lot of blood for food. I didn't think this through. Recently, I have arranged for people to hunt star pirates. Everything is going smoothly. These evil star pirates are all very strong. Their flesh and blood can be the best source of energy for you. In the future, after capturing the star pirates, I will assign a portion of them to you so they can be your food. In addition, I can also provide you with a large number of blood-type spiritual ingredients to absorb so that you can increase your strength as soon as possible. I obtained these blood-type spiritual ingredients from the bloodlines. Their grade is extremely high. With these blood-type spiritual ingredients, you'll be able to make up for my previous debt very soon." When Blood Love heard that Lin Yuan could help her solve her food problem, she was extremely happy. However, when she heard Lin Yuan say that he owed her, the smile on her face could not help but disappear. "Lin Yuan, ever since I became your path protector, you have never owed me anything. To be honest, I owe you and have not fulfilled my duties of being a good path protector. My achievements today, including finding my parents and resolving the knot in my heart, are all because of you. If you insist on saying that you owe me something, I should be the one feeling guilty. All the core members of Sky City are doing their jobs and contributing to the development of Sky City. I don't have the talent or brains to do those things, so I haven't been of much help. If I hadn't obtained this Divine Kingdom ability to help me forge some precious instruments, I really don't know what other uses I would have." Blood Love's words were extremely serious. Previously, she had felt that way. Now, day forging furnace could help to forge precious instruments, making Blood Love very happy. Lin Yuan did not say anything else, but the guilt in his heart did not decrease much. Indeed, Blood Love could not help Lin Yuan as much now compared to the past. However, it was undeniable that Blood Love had indeed saved Lin Yuan's life more than once. If he had to say it, Blood Love was definitely part of the most important group of people in Lin Yuan's heart. All right, all right, all right. I won't say such things again. On the other hand, if you have any needs in the future, you must tell me. Otherwise, I will inevitably have things I fail to consider." Lin Yuan took out the blood-type spiritual ingredients he had obtained from the land of Bloodlines ancestors so that Blood Love and Endless Summer could absorb them first. Unlike Endless Summer, Blood Love did not need to slowly absorb the tree cores and digest their energy. She could directly absorb the blood-type energy from these spiritual ingredients. Chapter 3083. Changes caused by the Astronomical Parliament. The purer the blood-type energy in these spiritual ingredients, the faster Blood Love would absorb them. When she saw the spiritual ingredients that Lin Yuan took out, Blood Love could not help but ask in surprise, "Lin Yuan, where did you get these blood-type spiritual ingredients? These are too high-end. Based on the energy in these blood-type spiritual ingredients, I'm certain that my bloodline can improve further on its current foundation. I originally thought that it would take a long time for my bloodline to improve." Upon sensing Blood Love's surprise, Lin Yuan could not help but smile. There were also heavenly family feys in the sky beyond the clouds, but they were not as rare as in the main world. Apart from species, there were also individual life forms born in the Blessed Land. These individual life forms were benchmarked against the heavenly family feys. The wisdom eye-brain dragonflies were bred by Xiling, the insect queen. Initially, only Xiling was born in this blessed land, and she could be considered one of the heavenly family feys. The reason the heavenly family feys in the sky beyond the clouds were not as mystical as those in the main world had a lot to do with the world's level. The level of the sky beyond the clouds was so advanced that it was impossible for the heavenly family feys to control the celestial bodies there to represent natural phenomena. Heavenly family feys born in the sky beyond the clouds, such as the wisdom eye brain dragonfly, possessed the ability to represent a natural phenomenon when they descended to a small world. Obtaining these blood-type spiritual ingredients can be considered a huge opportunity for me this time. Apart from the blood-type spiritual ingredients I gave you, I still have many more. In the future, you will have access to these blood-type spiritual ingredients for your use. You and Endless Summer can stay here to enhance your strength during this time. I'll take care of the rest of Sky City after I help the two of you increase your strength. Bloodlove looked up at Lin Yuan. When she was in the main world, she had relied on Lin Yuan to obtain many resources. In the end, it was the same in the sky beyond the clouds. Bloodlove was very eager to increase her strength. When she did, she would have the chance to go out with Lin Yuan to train in the future. While Lin Yuan was helping Bloodlove and Endless Summer increase their strength, the core members of the Astronomical Parliament had completely digested the benefits they had obtained from Lin Yuan. Both Jingbai and Zhou Yu had now become genuine pinnacle grade 2 creators. They had undergone a complete transformation in their level compared to before. Lin Yuan had nurtured Jingbai and Zhou Yu into pinnacle grade 2 creators through genius, essentially allowing them to turn the tide and use their status as pinnacle grade 2 creators to seek development. Apart from Li Hen, who had just joined the Astronomical Parliament, the other members of the Astronomical Parliament were not very old. Becoming a pinnacle grade 2 creator at such a young age was impressive no matter where it was, even among the snow-covered fox clan. Jingbai sensed the creator knowledge that appeared out of thin air in his mind. After confirming that he had become a genuine pinnacle grade 2 creator, he immediately contacted Kong Huan. He hoped that he could establish a relationship with the snow-covered fox leader through Kong Huan. Kong Huan was giving Jingbai some face. Firstly, Kong Huan had the intention to befriend Jingbai. Secondly, Lin Yuan had used some unknown method to turn Jingbai into a pinnacle grade 2 creator, which showed how much Lin Yuan valued him. As a result, Kong Huan's desire to befriend Jingbai grew even stronger. Introducing a young pinnacle grade 2 creator and recommending talents to the snow-covered fox leader whom he served was an act that could please this leader. In the past, Kong Huan had been helping Jingbai because of Lin Yuan. Now, Jingbai could actually repay her to a certain extent. As long as Jingbai could improve his abilities as a creator in the future and reach grade 3, Jingbai would be able to help her in some matters. Zhou Yu relied on his identity as a pinnacle grade 2 creator to easily join the tribe. The tribe leader did not receive him personally, but an elder of the tribe had been helping him. The Forbidden Feather tribe went from a dispensable existence that merely attached themselves to the super tribe to becoming their core dependent species. Thus, the Forbidden Feather tribe believed that they could rely on this super tribe as a springboard so they could quickly develop. Upon sensing that many members of the tribe had become somewhat arrogant and domineering due to their awareness of the tribe's rise, Zhou Yu quickly asked his father to put a stop to this trend. The Forbidden Feather tribe was only doing well because of the war weapon that Lin Yuan had provided and the fact that he had helped him become a pinnacle grade 2 creator. Internally, they did not possess formidable strength. Even if the Forbidden Feather tribe really became stronger, their members should not become arrogant and domineering, as such behavior was very likely to bring disaster to the Forbidden Feather tribe. Zhou Yu had already vaguely guessed why Lin Yuan would spend so many resources to nurture him. It was impossible for Lin Yuan to nurture him for altruistic purposes. Rather, it was because Lin Yuan wanted to uncover his value. Yi was born into a powerful faction, the Carp Mystic Palace in the South Universe, which meant she never had to struggle for her own development. At that moment, Yi's thoughts were as complex as Zhou Yu's and Jingbai's. She was contemplating how to deceive her parents and explain that her body had completely recovered. Sensing that Lin Yuan might interact with the Carp Mystic Palace in the future, Yi decided she could tell her parents that she had accidentally joined a secret faction, and it was this faction that helped her get rid of the curse. As long as she didn't reveal the existence of Sky City, she believed it would be fine. If she provided other reasons, her parents would not be fooled. To make them believe her and even facilitate a collaboration with Sky City, Yi had to be convincing. Regardless of what happened, her parents would not blame her. With some trepidation, Yi told her mother, Lan Xiang, that she had completely recovered. During this period, Yi had already subtly hinted to her mother that her health was improving. Lan Xiang's eyes widened in surprise when she heard Yi say that her body had completely recovered. She found it unbelievable. After all, Yi had nearly died some time ago because of her condition. Even now, Lan Xiang still had lingering fears when she thought about it. Recently, Yi's treatment had not been much different from before. After so many years of using this method to heal Yi's body, How could she suddenly recover? Yi told Lansiyang the reason she had just thought of. Mother, I was chosen by an organization by chance and joined it. They have already helped me remove the curse from my body. If you don't believe me, you can use your spiritual energy to sense the condition of my body. You can tell at a glance that I'm not lying. With that, Yi reached out to her mother. Lansiyang was usually afraid that her spiritual energy would wash over Yi's body and make her feel uncomfortable. Upon hearing Yi's words, Lansiyang really couldn't care less anymore and immediately used her spiritual energy to investigate Yi's body. After probing, Lansiyang realized that Yi's situation was really as she had said. The curse in her body had completely disappeared. As a mother, Lansiyang did not immediately think about why this faction wanted her daughter to join them. Regardless of whether this faction had good or bad intentions, this faction had saved Yi's life and allowed her to have a healthy life. In fact, even if the faction really had evil intentions, Lansiyang would accept it. Lansiyang hugged Yi tightly. When she thought about how much she owed Yi all these years and how difficult it had been for Yi, she could not help but cry. Upon feeling her mother's warm embrace, Yi reached out and hugged Lansiyang. In the future, I can also cultivate to increase my strength. I don't know if I can still keep up with the standards of my peers in the palace after starting so late. At this point, a stern expression flashed across Yi's teary face. As the daughter of the leader of Carp Mystic Palace, it was not that she did not have any peers, but that these peers were all collateral relatives. As everyone in the Carp Mystic Palace knew that she had been cursed from a very young age and that she couldn't cure herself, many of her peers showed respect on the surface. However, behind her back, they didn't hesitate to play tricks. If she hadn't recovered, Yi wouldn't have bothered with these collateral relatives because the huge Carp Mystic Palace had to be passed down. Even though Yi had recovered, she would not suppress the development of these collateral relatives. On the contrary, she would provide more resources to them. However, the premise was that they did not harbor any disloyalty toward her. Otherwise, Yi did not mind letting these collateral relatives know how powerful she was. Lansiyang tried her best to calm down after her excitement and joy. Then, she asked, "Daughter, I wonder if I can make contact with the faction you joined? They removed the curse from your body and helped you to regain your health. It's only right and proper for us to express our gratitude." Yi had already expected Lansiyang to say that. "Mother, the faction is extremely mysterious and the leader doesn't like to be disturbed. If you and father are planning to thank the organization I joined, why not prepare the gratitude gift and hand it over to me? I'll take care of passing it on." Yi knew very well that Lin Yuan did not care about the gratitude gift from her parents. Additionally, 2 more members had joined the astronomical parliament, and Lin Yuan was able to help them activate their bloodlines and awaken their body composition. As someone born in the Myriad Carp Palace, Yi admitted that she was knowledgeable, but she was still shocked by Lin Yuan's handiwork. Yi got her parents to prepare a gratitude gift purely to express her gratitude to the members sitting on the golden seats in the astronomical parliament. She wanted to convey that although she had just joined the astronomical parliament recently, she already had a sense of belonging to it. Upon hearing Yi's words, Lansiyang did not ask about the situation of Yi's faction. She could sense that Yi actually knew about it and had no intention of telling her. Whether it was because Yi had her own little secrets or harbored some truths that were difficult to share, Lansiyang could understand. Lansiyang would observe Yi's condition in the future. She only needed to confirm that this faction did not have any ill intentions towards Yi. The faction had easily done something that the Carp Mystic Palace had not been able to do for so many years. From this, it was enough to prove that the faction was extraordinary. By joining this faction, Yi might even be able to bring some resources to the Carp Mystic Palace in the future. To help Li Han activate and upgrade his bloodline from Pinnacle Bronze Helmet to Golden Helmet, Lin Yuan provided him with a large amount of resources. Li Han's son, Li Cheng, was chosen to follow the 6th young master of Li Han's faction a few months later. Even with Lin Yuan's best resources, it would still take some time for Li Han's bloodline to evolve from Pinnacle Bronze Helmet to Golden Helmet. When Li Han saw the supplies Lin Yuan provided, he couldn't help but excitedly kowtow to the stars in the sky through the window. Li Han had never dared to imagine that Lin Yuan would provide him with these resources. Having just joined the astronomical parliament, Li Han still harbored some doubts about Lin Yuan's words. He didn't believe Lin Yuan could help his bloodline advance to Golden Helmet. Looking at the resources now, Li Han believed they could definitely help his bloodline improve. Once his bloodline was upgraded to Golden Helmet, he would be able to request his clan to keep Li Cheng by his side. This mysterious faction among the constellations was not only saving his son but also his wife. Li Hen knew very well that he currently didn't have the ability to protect the resources on hand. He needed to find an opportunity to take over the mission of the clan's exploration team to enter the abyss and then enhance his strength within it. This way, he could find a perfect reason for his sudden breakthrough to the Golden Helmet bloodline. Staying within the clan while his bloodline evolved to Golden Helmet would attract too much attention and inevitably invite covetous glances. Having planned everything, Li Hen fell into a deep sleep. The first thing Yuan Qi did after waking up was to make sure that what she had just experienced among the stars was real. Yuan Qi saw a ring with a blue gem embedded in it and felt the spatial fluctuations coming from it. She knew the ring was a piece of spatial equipment. Moreover, it did not belong to her as she had never owned such an exquisite thing. Chapter 3084. Spider Sundial Protection. After using her spiritual energy to check the internal space of the ring and seeing the resources inside, Yuan Qi confirmed that everything she had experienced among the constellations was real and that the parliament truly existed. The elemental species were suppressed by fairy institution. The entire elemental species could not produce such high-quality resources as the spatial ring. Yuan Qi remembered that the man sitting on the golden seat had said her body composition was an elemental sacred body. If this meeting among the constellations was real, then what this person said was most likely true. Could the resources stored in the ring allow her to awaken her elemental sacred body? When the elemental species absorbed pure elemental energy and spirit qi of the same attribute, they could easily refine it. Yuan Qi took out a pearl that sparkled with a beautiful luster and tried to absorb the pure and abundant water element energy contained within it. When the pure water element energy entered her body, Yuan Qi felt a sense of comfort she had never felt before. Due to Yuan Qi's special body composition, 1/5 of the resources were absorbed in just a few hours while Yuan Qi was absorbing the water-type heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls and spirit qi crystals with all her might. During the process of absorbing the pure water element energy and spirit qi, Yuan Qi felt her composition absorbing these energies faster. Just as Yuan Qi was about to continue absorbing, she heard the hurried sound of someone knocking on the door of her old residence. Yuan Qi couldn't help but frown fiercely. There was no way such impolite knocking could be anyone else. It could only be the aunt who wanted her dead. In the past, her aunt would come every few days to find trouble with her. Her aunt was extremely petty. After deciding that Yuan Qi shouldn't enjoy the resources left by her parents, her aunt had been racking her brains to get them back. Yuan Qi frowned. Deep down, she didn't want to engage with her aunt. Nevertheless, her aunt had already sought her out, and it wouldn't be appropriate for Yuan Qi to decline the meeting. The elemental species still placed considerable emphasis on blood relations and inheritance. Yuan Qi didn't want her aunt to use this to attack her in the future. Hence, she reluctantly walked out of the old residence and opened the door. Yuan Qi was surprised to see not only her aunt but also her uncle and younger brother present. The three of them still wore evident disdain towards her, but alongside the disdain, there was also a hint of delight. However, they didn't immediately broach the subject of her relinquishing her opportunity. Their abnormal behavior made Yuan Qi frown even more. Yuan Qi, you insolent brat, this morning you were still so smug toward me. You probably don't know that the clan intends to strip you of your qualification to train at the elemental river. Let's see how long you can remain smug. Once you lose the chance to head to the elemental river to increase your strength, you will no longer be valued by the clan. When the time comes, watch how I deal with you. Upon seeing the woman's mean and arrogant look, Yuan Qi's heart tightened. Yuan Qi didn't doubt the authenticity of the words at all. Once her clan gave up and no longer allowed her to train at the elemental river, her aunt would be able to use some connections to regain custody over her. By then, not only would the resources left by her parents no longer belong to her, but even her safety would be at the mercy of her aunt. Fortunately, she had joined that faction. She would soon be able to awaken her elemental sacred body and shock the clan. At that moment, Yuan Qi's gratitude towards the astronomical parliament intensified. Her aunt's family came here for a simple reason. They were here to give her an ultimatum and used intimidation to make her hand over all the resources she had. Moreover, even if she did not hand them over, they would not care too much because she would soon be abandoned by her clan. At that moment, Yuan Qi no longer had the slightest bit of restraint toward her aunt. Why are you here again after leaving this morning? I remember that the seventh elder said not to let you bother me again. If you keep coming here and delay my cultivation to increase my strength, I'll contact the seventh elder and get him to chase you away. As soon as Yuan Qi finished speaking, the strong-looking young man standing at the door said disdainfully, "Sister, why are you still looking for the seventh elder? Back then, the seventh elder discovered your talent and nurtured you to become a direct descendant of the clan. Based on your recent performance, the seventh elder will probably regret it to death. My talent is better than yours. It's too selfish of you to stand there and not give me a chance to improve." Yuan Qi really didn't want to argue with her aunt's family anymore. Selfish? Was it selfish to use the resources left behind by her parents to increase her strength? Moreover, most of the resources had actually been snatched away by her aunt. It was also truly despicable that her brother, who benefited from her resources, would speak such heartless words. If that's what you want to say, leave quickly. Who knows what will happen tomorrow? If the clan really wants to give up on me, the clan's elders will inform me. There's no need for you to worry. Little Qi, we are all family. Why do you have to be so hostile toward us? You're really breaking your aunt's heart with this behavior. For so many years, with our older brother and sister-in-law gone, no one has properly educated you. Once we become your guardians again, we'll make sure you get back on the right path." Yuan Qi knew her uncle was skilled at saying grandiose things, but in reality, many of the bad ideas were actually his. Her aunt was not very shrewd. If she hadn't joined the astronomical parliament and become a member, Yuan Qi would have definitely been very afraid of these threats. But now, Yuan Qi didn't take the visit of her aunt's family seriously at all. Even if she could not awaken her elemental sacred body before heading to the elemental river tomorrow morning, she could definitely do it the next day. By then, she would become the hope of the clan, and the resources of the elemental species would be poured into her. Yuan Qi would then have the power that she had always wanted. As long as her strength continued to grow and she gained more recognition from the elemental species, Yuan Qi was confident she could eventually gain control over her aunt's family. Since they explicitly expressed a desire for her demise, Yuan Qi wouldn't hesitate to reciprocate. With Lin Yuan's help, the new members of the astronomical parliament fulfilled their wishes and changed their fates. They were progressing in a positive direction. The better these members developed, the greater the benefits for the astronomical parliament. Although Sky City was currently holed up in the north of the Lonely River, the astronomical parliament had enabled Sky City's factions to encroach on the border between the four universes and the abyss. Half a month later, Lin Yuan looked at blood love, which was resonating with the main celestial body and absorbing energy from it. He could not help but exclaim. As blood love absorbed blood type energy and strengthened its blood type bloodline, its light type bloodline as a heavenly family fey also increased simultaneously. Lin Yuan had provided blood love with faith power, allowing it to successfully step into the Holy Spirit level. It had condensed a Holy Spirit in the Divine Kingdom and obtained a new Divine Kingdom ability. Lin Yuan used Morbius True Data to investigate blood love. Fey name, Mother of Bloodbath. Fey species, Tarantulas/Jade Spider species. Fey grade, World Emperor, 10/10. Fey type, Natural, Light/Blood. Fey quality, Holy Spirit. Divine Kingdom grade, Miniature. Abilities. Execution Sting. Through the 8-sharp calicity, the blood and light energy will be injected into the target to control their blood while simultaneously purifying them. Eyes of Senluo. The spider eyes look directly at the core of the blood inside the target and anticipate the target's next movements based on the blood flow. At the same time, the spider eyes can look through the target to a certain extent. Funeral of Light. After killing a target with a strong enough soul, the target's soul can be momentarily controlled by light energy. Once the light dries up with soul energy, the target can become a temporary controllable zombie. Spider form attachment. Condense its own blood energy into a blood core which can overload the attacks from the outside world. When the spider core is shattered, the light energy within can restrain a target. Blood control. Call down belts of sunlight from the sun to restrain and attack targets while activating the blood energy in the target's body. The flow of fresh blood in the target's body can be momentarily controlled. Hug of Dawn's Light. Take an energy from the sun and swallow it to temporarily increase its power. The light energy can also be used to slowly heal injuries. Sunlight Drapery. Activate the stored energy in the body during combat. A jade sundial with the carving of a sun on it will appear behind the Mother of Bloodbath. Every time the energy in its body is used, half of the energy will be taken from the sun. The jade sundial will defend against damage caused by the outside world. Hanging Sun Net. With the sun at the center, its energy will be used up to activate the sun's energy. The energy from both entities will form a net. The target trapped in the sun net will be restrained temporarily before being released to the surface of the sun. Foundry Day Falling Attack. Use the energy in its body to communicate with celestial bodies and obtain their support. When the energy supplied by the celestial bodies is activated, the target can be attacked from a long distance away. The attacked target will be cleansed and free of impurities. Beautiful Day Condensed Essence. Exclusive Skill. Desire Spider Form. Increase its affinity for light energy so that the body will not reject excessive light energy, but will transform it into hair that can store the light energy. After the devoured light energy tempers inside the body, light energy can be absorbed directly into the body. Concealed Spider Shadow. Stop the flow of its own blood energy, conceal its aura, and transform it into the form of nothing. It can then use the sun as its eyes to survey the surrounding environment. External Blood Bone. The Calicary will be fused into other young phase bodies so they can become its blood bones. The strength of the external blood bone cannot be higher than the strength of the target being pierced. The dark type curses or negative soul type effects of the target can be purified. Rich Light Trial. When causing damage to a target, the target will also be injected with light element that will have a deadly purging effect. Sundial Sage. Its bloodline will be used to change other spider species life forms. All spider species phase aside from dark type ones will be protected by the sun. When these spider species phase provide it with faith power, its bloodline power will be extraordinarily boosted. Application Support. It will be applied to other life forms and its energy will support the target's attacks and defenses. Its support will not affect the application abilities of other life forms. After the application, the target will gain its bloodline and will be boosted by celestial bodies. Divine Kingdom Abilities. Day Forging Furnace. The spiritual ingredients will be absorbed into its body and the energy from the celestial bodies will temper the spiritual ingredients. The spiritual ingredients will be transformed into precious instruments through the most appropriate techniques. When flesh life forms are being tempered, the life form's physique will improve rapidly as long as it is able to handle the energy from the furnace. Spider Sundial Protection. Spider type phase that have been transformed by their own bloodlines will release a special light type energy after being specially transformed in the Divine Kingdom. This energy can affect other phase to become their believers. While providing faith power to themselves, it will also expel the other faiths of the target and make the target their fanatic believer. Lin Yuan was very surprised by the Divine Kingdom ability that Blood Love had obtained after reaching the Holy Spirit level. Spider Sundial Protection had the same effect as Immortal Spirit Jump that the Jasmine Lily had obtained after reaching the Holy Spirit level. Both abilities aimed to turn the phase that believed in them into fanatical followers, providing significant faith power. The Jasmine Lily and Blood Love were both considered targets by the official factions of the four universes. Ironically, this ability was exactly what Lin Yuan needed. Spider Sundial Protection was linked to Blood Love's exclusive skill, Sundial Sage. It was very easy for Blood Love to transform a spider species Fae with her bloodline. Blood Love used her Sundial Sage to modify spider species life forms and obtain faith power from them. Chapter 3085. A rune suitable for the Enlightenment Cicada. Blood Love had modified more than 1,000 spider species life forms with her Sundial bloodline. After obtaining their Divine Kingdom ability, these spider species life forms would soon be able to enter the Divine Kingdom and transform it, allowing a large number of life forms in the Faith Country to become fanatics of Blood Love and produce a significant amount of faith power. Jasmine Lily alone struggled to produce a large number of fanatics in a short period, but with Blood Love's help, it became feasible. Blood Love, who had reached the Holy Spirit level, brought Lin Yuan an unexpected surprise. Since Blood Love had already learned a lot about the sky beyond the clouds from Lin Yuan, she realized that her newly obtained Divine Kingdom ability had made her a wanted criminal there. However, Blood Love still liked her new Divine Kingdom ability. This was because her ability, Spider Sundial Protection, could help Lin Yuan significantly. Lin Yuan, with my new Divine Kingdom ability, I can only stay in north of the Lonely River from now on. If I go out and let others discover my Divine Kingdom ability, I will become a wanted criminal. Many people will surely be eager to cause trouble for me. Just as creation masters could see through phase abilities and exclusive skills in the main world, high-grade creators could see through other phase Divine Kingdom abilities. Even if they were not creators, it was very likely that some phase exclusive skills, abilities, and even Divine Kingdom abilities had a certain level of detection ability. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan nodded. This Divine Kingdom ability, extremely useful to the Faith Country, was indeed a huge restriction for Blood Love and deprived her of the opportunity to show her face. Lin Yuan knew that Blood Love had a very adventurous spirit. He thought for a moment and said to her, Blood Love, you're currently operating across the 4 universes. Once you're discovered, it will immediately attract fatal consequences. From now on, I will provide you with sufficient food. Don't cross the lonely river to look for food at the other end. When we explore the abyss later, I'll bring you along. Blood Love did not care much about this. Although she could only stay in north of the lonely river in the future, all her restraints in the sky beyond the clouds were here. More importantly, being in north of the lonely river would not hinder her strength improvement and she could still be of help to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, my spider sundial protection requires a large number of high-quality spider species feys. I can transform them very quickly, so I need you to help me prepare more. From now on, I'll help you convert more life forms in the Faith Country into fanatics. Lin Yuan had stored many high-quality feys from various species while conducting trades, and there were many spider species feys among them. Later, I'll sort out all the spider species feys I have. There will be at least 10,000 of them, enough for you to use for a while. I'll help you find spider species feys with potential in the future. Blood Love looked at Endless Summer, who was still absorbing the tree cores, and did not stay there any longer. Instead, she went to look for Wen Yu. Blood Love planned to have Wen Yu find the members of the Wisdom Eye Brain Dragonfly and spread these spider species feys that she had modified throughout the Faith Country to ensure their safety. As soon as Lin Yuan returned to Sky City, he asked Lu Ji to bring the 3,000 spirit craftsmen he had brought back to report to Hu Chuan. Previously, Hu Chuan had been complaining that he did not have enough manpower. Now that Lin Yuan had filled Hu Quan's manpower needs, the number of spirit craftsmen that Hu Chuan could manage had increased nearly tenfold. Not long after Blood Love left, Hu Chuan came to see Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan was not surprised by Hu Quan's visit, in fact, he had expected it sooner. As Hu Chuan looked at Lin Yuan, who sat there with a thoughtful expression, his face showed a complex mix of emotions. Excitement and anticipation mingled with a sense of heaviness. Previously, with only 300 to 400 spirit craftsmen under his supervision, Hu Chuan had often felt that their number was insufficient, leading to inefficiency. Tasks that should have taken a month dragged on for half a year. Despite his constant complaints about the lack of manpower, Hu Chuan did not feel pressured in the previous environment. But now, with Lin Yuan replenishing Sky City with thousands of spirit craftsmen, the weakest of whom were Class 3. The situation had changed drastically. The Class 3 spirit craftsmen in the sky beyond the clouds were different from those in the main world. If a Class 3 spirit craftsman from here were placed in the main world, they could already reach the level of a Class 4 or even Class 5 spirit craftsman. When Hu Chuan first joined Lin Yuan, he was barely considered a Class 3 spirit craftsman by the standards of the sky beyond the clouds. Now, Hu Chuan was at the early stage of Class 4, still a certain gap away from an intermediate Class 4 spirit craftsman. Among the new spirit craftsmen Lin Yuan had added, some were even stronger than Hu Chuan, making his position as a leader seem somewhat forced. While Hu Chuan was pleased that Sky City had so many spirit craftsmen to develop rapidly, he also felt immense pressure. Upon seeing Lin Yuan, Hu Chuan bowed and said, "Young master, I've already settled the spirit craftsmen you brought over. They've integrated into Sky City and can start working at any time." Gritting his teeth, Hu Chuan continued in a serious tone. "I've divided young master's spirit craftsmen into 14 teams, each with more than 300 people. This structure is most suitable for large-scale projects. I've selected 13 leaders for these teams, and I'll continue to lead the spirit craftsmen under me as the team leader of Team 14. What do you think?" Before Hu Chuan could finish, Lin Yuan interrupted, "Uncle Hu, if I wanted to make such arrangements, I wouldn't have asked them to look for you. I guess you don't really understand what I mean. The reason I got these spirit craftsmen to look for you is so you could manage them. Uncle Hu, do you think you can't manage these spirit craftsmen well?" Hu Chuan sensed Lin Yuan's deep trust in him. However, there was a significant gap between him, a spirit craftsman from a small world, and the local spirit craftsman from the sky beyond the clouds. Hu Chuan had experienced this gap when communicating with the new spirit craftsman. "Young master, I have no problem managing these few thousand spirit craftsmen, but in terms of ability, I can't compare to a few Class 4 spirit craftsmen. If I manage them, it will be very difficult for them to trust me. I'm afraid this will cause the entire team to disband. If I'm just leading one of the teams, then I might barely be able to win their trust." In Lin Yuan's heart, Hu Chuan had always been a confident person, so he was somewhat surprised to hear him express these concerns. Lin Yuan smiled and said, "Uncle Hu, I bought these spirit craftsmen from the talent market in diverse city. They will guarantee absolute loyalty here. Even if your abilities are not as good as theirs, they can only harbor thoughts in their hearts and not dare to show them openly. Uncle Hu, didn't you always say you wanted to learn the spirit craftsman techniques of the sky beyond the clouds? From my understanding, spirit craftsmen here are usually closely related to bloodlines. Some species are very suitable to work as spirit craftsmen because of their bloodline, but there are still many special methods for you to learn. You might not be as capable as them now, but you can grow. You're all class 4 spirit craftsmen. Are you going to continue being inferior to them in the future? Lin Yuan's words made Hu Chuan extremely excited. He knew that Lin Yuan valued him and intended for him to oversee all the spirit craftsmen, even though Lin Yuan's current ability was inferior to theirs. Otherwise, Lin Yuan wouldn't have been so resolute in affirming him when he had taken the initiative to relinquish his authority. Lin Yuan secretly thanked himself for not letting Wang Xian and Zhu Xiaodan accompany him to find Hu Chuan. Otherwise, encountering Zhu Xiaodan, a pinnacle class 4 spirit craftsman, might have truly shattered Hu Quan's morale. Previously, Hu Chuan didn't know the origins of these spirit craftsmen. Now that he did, his heart was much more at ease. If these spirit craftsmen were under Lin Yuan's control, at the very least, it ensured that when managing them, they wouldn't act against his intentions and impede progress. Hu Chuan was very confident in his learning ability. He had never had a master to guide him, but after following Lin Yuan, Night Leaning Moon was the only one who had taught him. Hu Chuan had no understanding of mechanics initially, but he had mastered Night Leaning Moon's mechanics in just a few months. Even Night Leaning Moon was surprised by his learning ability. Now that he had come to the sky beyond the clouds, he had access to more spirit craftsman knowledge. These spirit craftsmen of various species, even those with lower levels than him, could become his teachers and help him acquire more knowledge. Originally, Hu Chuan was depressed, but now he realized this was a huge opportunity. Since Lin Yuan trusted him so much, he had to respond to that trust. Young master, I certainly won't be inferior to them. It won't take long for me to master their abilities and improve my spirit craftsman skills. The improvement of a spirit craftsman's abilities didn't have a clear dividing line like that of a creator, where the degree reached and the potions concocted could lead to great advancement. The grading of a spirit craftsman was extremely complicated, involving many different systems. Hu Chuan believed he was qualified to become a class 5 spirit craftsman in the sky beyond the clouds. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan smiled and asked, Uncle Hu, do you still have the confidence to lead the entire spirit craftsman team? Hu Chuan pounded his chest. Young master, since you trust me so much, I certainly won't disappoint you. I would like to recommend Lu Tong as the manager of Team 14 Spirit Craftsmen. I brought Lu Tong up from the main world. Among all my disciples, Lu Tong is the most talented. Team 14 is filled with seniors I brought from the main world. As the team leader, Lu Tong will definitely be able to convince the masses. As the commander-in-chief, I will definitely lead these 14 spirit craftsmen teams well. Hu Chuan then told Lin Yuan about his future plans for the spirit craftsman's work. Due to the previous lack of manpower, Hu Chuan couldn't implement many of his plans. Now that he had these spirit craftsmen, he was extremely excited to carry them out. Many of Hu Quan's plans were developed in collaboration with Zhong Ziyu, and Lin Yuan didn't interfere too much in this regard. After Hu Chuan left, Lin Yuan was contemplating which fey to strengthen when he suddenly entered a mysterious state. A willpower rune appeared in Lin Yuan's sea of spiritual energy. The rune carried a sense of transparency, imbued with an enlightening essence that applied to all things. Ever since he had contracted the enlightenment cicada, Lin Yuan had comprehended 3 willpower runes. Comprehending the willpower rune was now as easy as drinking water for him. Lin Yuan looked at the willpower rune he had just comprehended with joy. It was the most special one yet and very compatible with the enlightenment cicada that Morbius had just spirit-locked. Lin Yuan summoned the enlightenment cicada and used Morbius' true data to investigate it. Fey name, enlightenment cicada. Fey species, transparent winged species / spotted winged species. Fey grade, bronze, 10/10. Fey type, natural. Fey quality, legend. Abilities. Comprehension enlightenment. Through the smell emitted by the target and its cry, it can temporarily increase the target's comprehension of nature and the target's own comprehension ability, greatly increasing the target's comprehension. Enlightenment protection. During the process of enlightenment, the target can be prevented from suffering the backlash of external forces. Exclusive skill. Indestructible cicada. when your body is damaged by external forces and dies, its antenna will integrate into the natural environment and become a part of it. After a period of time, it can be reborn in this environment. The moment, the Enlightenment Cicada could absorb Lin Yuan's willpower rune at any time. In fact, Lin Yuan had previously comprehended a willpower rune that was suitable for the Enlightenment Cicada. However, it was much inferior to this transparent rune. Ever since the Enlightenment Cicada had been spirit-locked by Morbius, it had become closer to Lin Yuan. Upon sensing the existence of Lin Yuan's newly comprehended transparent rune, the Enlightenment Cicada danced around Lin Yuan's finger. It clearly wanted to absorb this willpower rune so that its life level could undergo a transformation. Chapter 3086. Genius. Last piece of the puzzle. Lin Yuan stretched out his hand, and the Enlightenment Cicada landed on his fingertip. The frequent flapping of the Enlightenment Cicada's wings made Lin Yuan's fingers tingle. Lin Yuan looked at the Enlightenment Cicada's anxious expression and smiled, "Little fella, the willpower rune I comprehended was prepared for you. You can absorb it at any time. When I bring you to absorb this willpower rune to advance to fantasy breed, I will provide you with the other energy you need." When it saw that Lin Yuan allowed it to absorb the willpower rune, the Enlightenment Cicada welcomed the willpower rune and merged with it. The sound of cicadas chirping echoed from time to time. Lin Yuan crushed a large number of spirit chi crystals to provide the Enlightenment Cicada with a large amount of pure spirit chi. It did not take long for the Enlightenment Cicada to complete its transformation. The appearance of the Enlightenment Cicada that had stepped into fantasy breed mostly stayed the same from before. The name of the Enlightenment Cicada also mostly stayed the same in true data. The bloodline of feys like the Enlightenment Cicada was extremely high. It was very difficult for their bloodline to undergo mutations when they stepped into fantasy breed. Enlightenment Cicada obtained a new exclusive skill after stepping into fantasy breed. It was called Cicada Epiphany Molting. Cicada Epiphany Molting, when it sheds its shell, a portion of its enlightenment power will condense on the shell. The enlightenment power on the shell can be directly absorbed by other feys. There are no side effects to increase the epiphany power of other feys in a short period of time. Cicada Epiphany Molting had the same effect as Comprehension Enlightenment. In terms of ability, Cicada Epiphany Molting was an enhanced version of Comprehension Enlightenment. Comprehension Enlightenment required the Enlightenment Cicada to personally cast it on the target, but Cicada Epiphany Molting was a product of the Enlightenment Cicada. The Enlightenment Cicada could be produced every once in a while. When the Enlightenment Cicada used Comprehension Enlightenment on a target, the increase in the target's epiphany power would continuously decrease. However, Cicada Epiphany Molting did not have such side effects. Apart from using the Cicada Epiphany Molting, Lin Yuan would also give a portion to Sky City's core members. With the help of the Cicada Epiphany Molting, not only could his master, the Moon Empress, comprehend more willpower runes and contract more feys according to her combat system, but she could also improve her path as a creator. At grade 4, the improvement of a creator's ability could be said to be closely related to their comprehension. Previously, Lin Yuan had suppressed the Enlightenment Cicada's grade. Now that it had become a fantasy breed, Lin Yuan could let it increase its strength as it pleased. The Enlightenment Cicada's grade continued to rise as it absorbed the pure spirit chi provided by Lin Yuan. When it reached Diamond X/Fantasy V, the Enlightenment Cicada's advancement speed slowed down. Even other feys at the Enlightenment Cicada's level would need some time to settle down if they wanted to charge towards the myth breed. Lin Yuan investigated the Diamond X/Fantasy V Enlightenment Cicada. Fey name, Enlightenment Cicada. Fey species, transparent winged species/spotted winged species. Fey grade, Diamond, 10/10. Fey type, Natural. Fey quality, Fantasy V. Abilities. Comprehension Enlightenment. Through the smell emitted by the target and its cry, it can temporarily increase the target's comprehension of nature and the target's own comprehension ability, greatly increasing the target's comprehension. Enlightenment Protection. During the process of enlightenment, the target can be prevented from suffering the backlash of external forces. Barrier Breaking Cicada Chirp. When protecting a target through enlightenment, if the target is stuck at a certain level and can't advance, it can help the target break through the limitation by consuming its own root's power. Contract Symbiosis. Contracts with a life form. When contracted with this life form, it will be able to obtain the growth speed of the life form. The life form contracted with it can also obtain a similar level of comprehension. Cicada Artifact Body Transformation. Allows oneself to enter a dormant state and transform into an artifact. When there is enough energy to nourish the body that has turned into an artifact, it can speed up the formation of the cicada molt. Comprehension curse uses one's own comprehension ability to restrict the target. When the target's comprehension ability is weaker than one's own, it will restrict the target's comprehension ability, causing the target to lose all comprehension. Exclusive skill. Indestructible cicada. When your body is damaged by external forces and dies, its antenna will integrate into the natural environment and become a part of it. After a period of time, it can be reborn in this environment. Cicada epiphany molting. When one sheds their shell, a portion of their enlightenment power will condense on the shell. The enlightenment power on the shell can be directly absorbed by other Holy Spirit realm cultivators. There are no side effects to increase the enlightenment power of other living beings in a short period of time. From Bronze X/Fantasy V to Diamond X/Fantasy V, the Enlightenment Cicada had obtained a total of 4 abilities. In Lin Yuan's opinion, each of these 4 abilities appeared more important to Lin Yuan than the last. The Silver ability, Barrier Breaking Cicada Chirp, and the Elite ability, Enlightenment Protection, were linked abilities. Since each phase epiphany power varied, so did the things they sought to comprehend. This often caused the final outcome of the epiphany to be different. Enlightenment Cicada might not necessarily be able to comprehend what it wanted through the enhancement of comprehension enlightenment. However, Barrier Breaking Cicada Chirp could forcefully break through the barrier at the cost of one of the Enlightenment Cicada's roots, allowing the target to comprehend what they wanted to comprehend. Lin Yuan would use this ability carefully because he did not want it to affect the Enlightenment Cicada's safety. Once the Enlightenment Cicada's roots were damaged, it would probably be very difficult to recover. Lin Yuan would only ask the Enlightenment Cicada to spend a large amount of roots power to help him break through the barrier if he had no other choice. Of course, not every use of the Enlightenment Cicada's barrier-breaking cicada chirp required a significant expenditure of roots power. It was possible that there were many times when one was just a step away, they could successfully achieve comprehension with the help of the Enlightenment Cicada. The Gold ability, Contract Symbiosis, was the Enlightenment Cicada's own opportunity. At the same time, it could also bring opportunities to other life forms. The speed at which the Enlightenment Cicada increased its strength was extremely slow. This was very related to the advanced bloodline level of the Enlightenment Cicada. However, with the Contract Symbiosis, the Enlightenment Cicada could increase its growth speed through other life forms. Similarly, it could bestow profound comprehension upon other life forms. The moment Lin Yuan saw the Enlightenment Cicada Gold ability, he subconsciously thought of Genius. Genius' strength had originally increased extremely quickly. The reason it was stuck at the myth breed and could not step into the Holy Spirit level was that Genius' comprehension was limited. It could be said that comprehension was Genius' greatest limitation. If Genius became the contracted object of the Enlightenment Cicada's Contract Symbiosis, Genius would provide growth speed, and the Enlightenment Cicada would provide comprehension for Genius. Genius would be able to completely break free from the shackles of its bloodline and truly soar into the sky. By then, Genius, who had sufficient comprehension, achieving the status of a Grade 5 creator was not only feasible, but it might even become a Grade 6 creator. Lin Yuan continued to look at the Enlightenment Cicada's Platinum ability, Cicada Artifact Body Transformation, which was different from the exclusive skill of ordinary phase. The Enlightenment Cicada transformed itself into an artifact that could not become a contractor's weapon. Instead, it made it easier for the Enlightenment Cicada to absorb the surrounding energy faster and let it produce the Cicada Molt. Cicada Epiphany Molting had a great effect. Even a true Grade 6 creator would go crazy over this effect. The Enlightenment Cicada had obtained a skill that could quickly produce Cicada Epiphany Molting, which was very meaningful to Lin Yuan. It greatly increased the value of the Enlightenment Cicada. During normal days, Lin Yuan would let the Enlightenment Cicada spend most of its time in the Cicada Artifact Body Transformation state. The Diamond ability, Comprehension Curse of the Enlightenment Cicada was equivalent to a curse. The Enlightenment Cicada could use its astonishing comprehension ability to suppress the target and restrict the target's comprehension ability. The Enlightenment Cicada may not be formidable as many life forms of the same level could defeat it. However, in terms of comprehension, there were probably very few life forms in the world that could compare to it. With Lin Yuan's help, the Enlightenment Cicada had become more intimate with Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan said, "You've already reached Diamond X/Fantasy V. Even if there are enough resources for you in the future, it will be extremely difficult for you to increase your strength because of your bloodline. You can choose a partner with Contract Symbiosis. I'll recommend one to you later. This partner can definitely increase your strength quickly. At the same time, it also needs the comprehension you provide for it." As Lin Yuan's contracted object, the Enlightenment Cicada would not reject Lin Yuan's words. Lin Yuan's discussion with the Enlightenment Cicada stemmed from his respect for the Enlightenment Cicada, so the Enlightenment Cicada wouldn't refuse Lin Yuan's suggestions. To be honest, Enlightenment Cicada was looking forward to Lin Yuan arranging a companion for it. Once the Enlightenment Cicada chose a partner through contract symbiosis, it could no longer change the partner it chose. The Enlightenment Cicada had complete trust in Lin Yuan and was certain that he would not trick it. Lin Yuan summoned Genius and was about to introduce Genius to the Enlightenment Cicada when he realized that Genius was already playing very well with it. Genius could be considered a social expert among all Lin Yuan's feys. Lin Yuan did not expect the Enlightenment Cicada to be so familiar with Genius during the time it was in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. After Lin Yuan told the Enlightenment Cicada that Genius was the companion he had chosen for it, the Enlightenment Cicada happily signed a contract with Genius. Without needing Lin Yuan to explain too much to Genius, the latter understood the deeper meaning behind Lin Yuan's decision to let the Enlightenment Cicada form a contract with it. Upon sensing the astonishing comprehension it had suddenly obtained, Genius said excitedly, "Yuan, I wasn't confident in your high expectations. I was afraid that I wouldn't be able to reach your expectations. Now I can finally pick up the confidence I lost. I can confirm that with such comprehension, I will be able to successfully step into the Holy Spirit level soon." Among all Lin Yuan's feys, Genius had the softest voice, but it was indeed the most mature and stable one. Lin Yuan had rarely seen Genius so excited. "Genius, from now on, you and the Enlightenment Cicada will become the closest partners because of the contract. The Enlightenment Cicada is a new addition to our family. In the future, you have to take care of it in the Spirit Lock spatial zone." Lin Yuan let Genius and the Enlightenment Cicada return to the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Genius had to get used to his sudden increase in comprehension ability, and the Enlightenment Cicada had to consolidate its realm. After Genius contracted with the Enlightenment Cicada through contract symbiosis, its growth speed had increased greatly from its original foundation. It wouldn't be long before it could advance to myth breed and successfully increase its strength. After another half a month, Endless Summer finally finished absorbing the tree cores and successfully reached the Holy Spirit level. Endless Summer's Holy Spirit bloodline did not transform as she wished, but she obtained a very special Divine Kingdom ability. Clustering Heart Aperture activated the target's life potential. Without opening an additional heart aperture, when activating the target's life potential, it could allow the target to grow many times faster. Without sufficient energy supply, excessively increasing the target's growth speed would cause damage to the target's roots, only effective against plant-type feys. The Divine Kingdom ability that Endless Summer had obtained after reaching the Holy Spirit level was linked to the abilities and exclusive skills related to the heart aperture that Endless Summer had obtained previously. Endless Summer had opened more than 1,000 heart apertures, which could increase the growth speed of plant-type feys 1,000 times faster. Moreover, it was not just limited to one at a time. Instead, it could increase the growth speed of plant-type feys in an area. Many arrangements in Sky City required the growth of plant life forms. For example, the thriving summer rising cloud that Summer planted around the Lonely River required a period of growth. With clustering heart aperture, Endless Summer was able to help Summer upgrade the thriving summer rising clouds and allowed her to completely protect north of the Lonely River as soon as possible and make it a true top secret place. Compared to offensive Divine Kingdom abilities, Endless Summer preferred functional Divine Kingdom abilities. Now, Endless Summer had obtained the functional Divine Kingdom ability as she wished. Although this Divine Kingdom ability could not improve her combat abilities, it was very useful in Sky City. Endless Summer said softly, "Young Master, I've absorbed a portion of the tree core's energy and fed it to my Barren River Orchid Bud. The Barren River Orchid Bud has also reached 12 stars. Chapter 3087, Orchid Soul Tribute and Arakawa Assistant." After saying that, Endless Summer summoned its sacred source life form, the Barren River Orchid Bud, in front of Lin Yuan. Sacred source name, Barren River Orchid Bud. Sacred source species, source genus/sacred source species. Sacred source star grade, 12 stars. Sacred source type, wood/life. Abilities. Adjacent flowers on an orchid branch. When the Barren River Orchid Bud is grown in fertilized earth, its roots will spread far and wide to absorb all the nutrients from the earth. The nutrients will be turned into vitality that is stored in the Barren River Orchid Bud's body. Eventually, orchid flowers will sprout, followed by fruits. After the Barren River Orchid Bud produces fruits, it will activate its roots to grow a new body. The Barren River Orchid Bud will trap the energy in the soil in its roots and multiply it. The Barren River Orchid Bud can use the vitality stored in its body to replenish the energy of its contractor. 1 Orchid Leaf State, the vitality in the orchid leaves is very tough. When the vitality is injected into its contractor, the contractor's defense will be raised. 1 orchid flower state, the petals of the orchid petal will be able to extract vitality from the soil that can be injected into the bodies of others to heal their injuries. 3 orchid fruit state, every fruit produced will have the contractor's soul aura embedded in it. When the contractor's soul is injured, the orchid fruit can use the soul aura embedded to heal the contractor. Barren river heal, absorbs all the energy in the environment, causing the environment to enter a desert state. The energy in the environment can be enhanced by the orchid leaf state, orchid flower state, and orchid fruit state. Blessing of the orchid soul, sacrifice a portion of its body during its growth process, turning its body into an orchid soul in the area. The orchid soul can protect the life forms in the area and replace the life forms in the area to withstand the baptism of bad luck and the negative changes in its body. Barren River Guide, by channeling one's own energy into the environment, one can anchor 3 types of energy in advance. When changing the environment, these 3 types of energy will become the final energy that forms the environment. When Endless Summer summoned the Barren River Orchid Bud, Lin Yuan investigated it. The Barren River Orchid Bud's first ability was the most complex among all the sacred source life forms Lin Yuan had seen. However, whether in its orchid leaf state, orchid flower state, or orchid fruit state, all of its abilities were extremely clear. The orchid leaf state increased defense, the orchid flower state healed any life form's physical injuries, and the orchid fruit state healed soul level damage. Sacred source life forms with healing abilities were extremely rare in any environment. Lin Yuan had not explored the Barren River Orchid Bud for long before upgrading it to the ability of the Sacred Source 12 stars. Barren River Heal maximized the activation of the Barren River Orchid Bud's 3 states. To use the Barren River Heal ability, the surrounding environment had to be sacrificed. The more energy contained in the surrounding environment, the stronger the Barren River Heal ability. In Lin Yuan's opinion, the Barren River Orchid Bud would rarely have a chance to use this ability, especially in north of the Lonely River. If they encountered danger, even if Lin Yuan was not there, spring and summer could still resolve all the problems. There was no need for Endless Summer to use Barren River Heal. Moreover, the price of using this ability was too high. Lin Yuan could not allow the environment to change drastically, as he had spent a lot of effort creating the environment of north of the Lonely River. If Endless Summer used the Barren River Orchid Bud's second ability, Barren River Heal, it would turn north of the Lonely River into a desert. However, under certain circumstances, if Endless Summer left north of the Lonely River, the Barren River Orchid Bud could still protect an area by using Barren River Heal. The Barren River Orchid Bud's third function, Blessing of the Orchid Soul, was a protective ability. When the Barren River Orchid Bud sacrificed its body to form an orchid soul, the orchid soul would become the guardian of the life forms in the area, preventing them from mutating during the process of increasing their strength and bloodline evolution. It could also help these life forms avoid the invasion of bad luck and curses, making it a rather effective protective ability. The area the Barren River Orchid Bud could cover was extremely vast, with its roots extending nearly 2 million square meters. Hence, all life forms in this area could receive its protection. The area the Barren River Orchid Bud could cover represented the value of Blessing of the Orchid Soul. However, Lin Yuan was more interested in the Barren River Orchid Bud's fourth function. The Barren River Orchid Bud's fourth ability, Barren River Guide, allowed it to anchor 3 types of energy and then release them into the environment, transforming it to let these types of energy become the final energies that make up the environment. This ability could be considered a divine skill that could change the environment, easily transforming a harsh environment into one that was needed. There were many powerful species in the sky beyond the clouds. When the abyss life forms invaded the 4 universes, the native life forms of the 4 universes were doing the same thing. The reason the powerful species of the 4 universes did not invade the abyss on a large scale and establish their own territories there was that the abyss environment was unsuitable for the survival of all species. Even elemental-type life forms could not stay in the abyss for long. Furthermore, the 4 universes had never found a good way to change the environment of the abyss. However, Barren River Guide could change the abyss environment to be suitable for life forms in the sky beyond the clouds by anchoring the spirit chi, elemental energy, and vitality. Just this ability of the Barren River Orchid Bud was enough to prove its value. In the future, Lin Yuan would definitely explore the abyss. The Barren River Orchid Bud could help him change the environment of the abyss and allow him to establish his foundation. It was said that there were many resources in the abyss, which was also the reason all the species wanted to explore it. In Endless Summer's opinion, the most useful of the Barren River Orchid Bud's 4 abilities was Blessing of the Orchid Soul. Young Master, my barren river orchid bud has been nurtured into a pure support type sacred source life form. Her blessing of the orchid soul is currently the most useful ability. She should be able to protect the life forms north of the lonely river from now on. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan first acknowledged the barren river orchid bud's blessing of the orchid soul before speaking to Endless Summer in an extremely serious tone. Endless Summer, blessing of the orchid soul is indeed extremely powerful, but it is not the strongest among all the barren river orchid bud's abilities. Her strongest ability is definitely none other than barren river guide. After saying that, Lin Yuan explained the situation to Endless Summer. Endless Summer had always been a person with great foresight. After understanding the situation in the abyss, she immediately realized barren river guide's value. Young master, if you want to explore the abyss in the future, you must bring me along. Lin Yuan smiled and said, of course. If I want to explore the abyss, your sacred source life form's ability is extremely important. Endless Summer, you've already stepped into the Holy Spirit level. You are considered to have extraordinary strength in the entire sky beyond the clouds. Do you plan to stay north of the lonely river from now on, or do you plan to go out and develop? With your barren river orchid bud's ability, you will definitely be valued by any faction in the world. Endless Summer was surprised to hear Lin Yuan's words. Previously, Lin Yuan had always brought people to the lonely river from the outside, but this was the first time he had sent a core member of Sky City out. Endless Summer did not reply immediately. Instead, she asked Lin Yuan in an extremely serious tone, young master, do you think that staying north of the lonely river is beneficial to Sky City's development, or do you think that I need to go out for a walk? I'm willing to follow your arrangements and act according to your decisions. Lin Yuan was silent for a moment before he said, Endless Summer, whether you're north of the lonely river or outside, it will be very beneficial to Sky City. It's up to you to decide what to do. If you leave Sky City, I will use my connections to get you to join Honor Absent Palace and become a member. Then, you will use Honor Absent Palace's power to come into contact with the abyss first and develop there. However, you'll definitely encounter danger in the abyss, and we can't rely on the power of Honor Absent Palace to protect you. I'll give you some protection then. Lin Yuan suddenly had this thought after seeing the barren river orchid bud's functions. Previously, he had never thought of letting Endless Summer leave the lonely river. Lin Yuan could not spread his influence extensively to explore the abyss, so borrowing the power of Honor Absent Palace to let Endless Summer shine first was the best choice. Before long, Endless Summer would have an extraordinary status in Honor Absent Palace. Regardless of whether Lin Yuan wanted to explore the abyss or borrow Honor Absent Palace's official power in the East Universe, Endless Summer would be of great help to him. Endless Summer knew very well that much of her and Lisan's work north of the lonely river had been completed. Whatever remained, even without her presence and with Gulang assisting Lisan, could still be perfectly accomplished. If she continued to stay north of the lonely river, she would lose her ability to shine. Regardless of whether it was to repay Lin Yuan or for herself, Endless Summer did not want to be marginalized in Sky City. Endless Summer said firmly, young master, I'm willing to go to Honor Absent Palace and become a member to explore the abyss for you first. It was worth noting that Lin Yuan did not present Endless Summer with a difficult challenge, nor did he send her to Honor Absent Palace to fight alone. Instead, she was allowed to become a member of Honor Absent Palace. The members of Honor Absent Palace had a very high status there. Endless Summer only needed to follow the path that Lin Yuan had paved for her to achieve her goal. This was equivalent to Lin Yuan giving Endless Summer a wide stage to display her abilities. Others in Sky City did not have such an opportunity. This was an opportunity given to Endless Summer due to her sacred source life form. Lin Yuan smiled. There's no hurry. Go back and think about it before making a decision. It will take some time for me to help you become a member of Honor Absent Palace. Before it's confirmed, you can consider it carefully. If you have any thoughts, just tell me. While saying this, Lin Yuan began to ponder. He already had many channels in the sky beyond the clouds. The first was to use his bloodline connections to send Endless Summer to the Honor Absent Parliament to become a member. Fan Lu also took such a path. The second channel was to use his Grade 5 creator connections to recommend Endless Summer to the Honor Absent Parliament. These Class 5 creators were very respected in the sky beyond the clouds. The third method was to make use of Fortune Treasure Palace's connections. Based on Ling Muzhuo's attitude toward him, Ling Muzhuo would definitely not reject Lin Yuan's request for help. The fourth channel was to use the relationship with Diverse City's City Lord, Zhao Chen, to introduce Endless Summer into the Honor Absent Parliament. Zhao Chen himself held an important position there. Hence, the faction behind Zhao Chen must have an extremely high status in the honor-absent parliament. Otherwise, Zhao Chen, a direct descendant of the family clan, would not have been able to become the city lord of a city like Diverse City. Lin Yuan had already started to be involved with the faction behind Zhao Chen. As the cooperation between the two sides deepened in the future, the relationship between the two sides was destined to become closer. Lin Yuan felt that using Zhao Chen's channel to introduce Endless Summer into the honor-absent parliament was a good choice. Lin Yuan had already made up his mind to deepen his cooperation with the faction behind Zhao Chen and recruit talented individuals from Zhao Chen for Sky City. At present, Lin Yuan had already revealed his creation master resources to the faction behind Zhao Chen. Lin Yuan was sure that the faction behind Zhao Chen would want to be on good terms with him after finding out about his foundation. If he used the connections of the faction behind Zhao Chen to send Endless Summer to the honor-absent parliament, they would have to help solve any problems Endless Summer might encounter in the honor-absent parliament in the future. This was equivalent to saving Lin Yuan a lot of trouble, and it could also ensure that Endless Summer would not encounter any hidden dangers. Lin Yuan was not in a hurry to send Endless Summer to the honor-absent parliament. He would patiently wait for Endless Summer to make a decision before mentioning this matter to Zhao Chen. Now that Zhou Yan had arrived at Diverse City, she had most likely finished communicating with Zhao Chen. The latter would contact Lin Yuan very soon. When Zhao Chen contacted him, Lin Yuan would only need to mention this matter to him. Lin Yuan believed that if he mentioned this matter to Zhao Chen, the latter would definitely be very willing to help him. When meeting the Grade 5 creator Zhou Yan, Zhao Chen was already probably thinking about how to improve his relationship with him. Chapter 3088 Endless Summer's Abyssal World Plan. When Endless Summer heard that Lin Yuan wanted her to go back and think before making a decision, she had no intention of doing so. Endless Summer firmly said, "Young master, I've already thought it through. I'm very willing to go to the honor-absent parliament to explore the abyssal world for the sake of Sky City's development. Please let me go as soon as possible." Lin Yuan could tell from Endless Summer's expression that she was serious about this matter. "Since you've made your decision, I'll make the arrangements as soon as possible. Don't worry. Since I've arranged for you to go, I can definitely protect you. I'll also ask Winter to give you some life-saving methods. Even if you encounter danger in the abyss, you'll be able to deal with it." Not long after Endless Summer left, Lin Yuan received Sun Yin's message. "Young master, now that Traveling Dragon Palace has resolved all the problems in Diverse City, I would like to ask if you want to support the development of Traveling Dragon Palace in Extreme Wood City. Traveling Dragon Palace does not have any foundation in Extreme Wood City. It will be very difficult for Traveling Dragon Palace to gain a firm foothold in Extreme Wood City. Not only do we have to invest a large amount of resources in Traveling Dragon Palace, but we also have to provide them with powerful combat power as support. I have already met with Traveling Dragon Palace's first palace master, Yu Tao. The various factions in Extreme Wood City are treating Traveling Dragon Palace much worse than expected." Apart from these reports, Sun Yin also detailed the predicament Traveling Dragon Palace would face if they wanted to develop in Extreme Wood City. Even Yu Tao, who wanted Traveling Dragon Palace to expand beyond regions, gave up on this idea. Lin Yuan thought for a moment and felt that Traveling Dragon Palace still needed to head to Extreme Wood City to develop. This was because once Traveling Dragon Palace gained a firm foothold in Extreme Wood City and developed in the two giant cities, the significance of Traveling Dragon Palace would be completely different from now. Furthermore, Traveling Dragon Palace had already invested a lot of resources in Extreme Wood City. If they gave up halfway, the resources they invested would be wasted. Before he controlled Traveling Dragon Palace, its development in Extreme Wood City involved transferring the resources from Diverse City to Extreme Wood City. However, after he took control of Traveling Dragon Palace, he cooperated with Zhao Chen and allowed Traveling Dragon Palace to develop in Extreme Wood City. It was equivalent to the power of Diverse City invading Extreme Wood City. Lin Yuan did not believe that Traveling Dragon Palace had not been suppressed by Extreme Wood City's City Lord. If not for the City Lord's suppression, those forces that were enemies with Grey Smoke Stronghold would have taken the initiative to contact Traveling Dragon Palace. When Lin Yuan asked Sun Yin to negotiate with Traveling Dragon Palace, he had promised Yu Di that he would help Traveling Dragon Palace gain a firm foothold in Extreme Wood City. No matter the reason, if he retreated now, it would be equivalent to breaking his promise. Even if Yu Di and Yu Tao did not say anything on the surface, it was still very likely that they would fall out with each other. Lin Yuan replied to Sun Yin. Traveling Dragon Palace will continue to develop in Extreme Wood City according to the original plan. Tell Yu Tao and Yu Di that it will not change. Previously, I asked you to come into contact with Traveling Dragon Palace because you were the only one by my side who was able to do this. Now, I'll give you a choice. Do you want to continue staying in Traveling Dragon Palace or return to my side? If you choose to return, I will arrange for a grade 5 creator to take your place. After Sun Yin sent Lin Yuan a message through the fantasy crystal birthstone flower, he had been waiting on the side, hoping that Lin Yuan would contact him immediately. Upon seeing Lin Yuan's message, Sun Yin hesitated for a moment before hurriedly replying. Young master, compared to wandering outside, I prefer to stay by your side and accompany you at all times. Upon seeing Sun Yin's message, Lin Yuan prepared to send Si Shui to Diverse City. Si Shui was an intermediate grade 5 creator. In terms of grade, she was a minor grade higher than Sun Yin. Although it was only a small grade, it made Si Shui and Sun Yin's statuses look very different to outsiders. The reason Lin Yuan valued Sun Yin so much was that her potential was the strongest among all the intermediate creators under him. Moreover, Lin Yuan preferred people like Sun Yin who had a backbone to those who would lower their heads casually. Lin Yuan releasing Sun Yin was equivalent to giving Sun Yin power. Under such circumstances, Sun Yin was still willing to return to his side. Not only did this mean that Sun Yin was worth nurturing, but it also meant that Sun Yin was very smart. This made Lin Yuan even more willing to spend resources to nurture Sun Yin. The Moon Empress had been evaluating these creators who had joined Sky City. Among the grade 5 creators, Si Shui was the most uneasy. She was clearly not used to living in north of the Lonely River. This did not mean that Si Shui was not easy to control. After contracting the lifespan mouse and having her holy spirit controlled by Lin Yuan, Si Shui had absolute loyalty. Since Si Shui, an intermediate grade 5 creator, was not used to living in Sky City, he would let her go to Diverse City to handle some matters. Even though Si Shui and Zhou Yan were not on good terms, Lin Yuan did not intend to let Zhou Yan stay in Diverse City for long. After Zhou Yan helped Zhao Chen evolve his feys, Lin Yuan would let Zhou Yan return. It was a good opportunity for Traveling Dragon Palace to get in touch with a new grade 5 creator. It would also let Traveling Dragon Palace know what kind of power the faction they joined contained. After communicating with Sun Yin, Lin Yuan began to think about which fey he should nurture first. In the end, Lin Yuan chose Purple Afterglow. This was because Purple Afterglow had plans to reproduce with the kill food Sky Butterfly. Letting Purple Afterglow's grade advance further before reproducing would help ensure the strength of the bloodline of Purple Afterglow's descendants. Among all of Lin Yuan's feys, Purple Afterglow was the first to display breeding intentions. Just as Lin Yuan was about to summon Purple Afterglow, Zhou Yan sent him a message. Zhou Yan, Lord, the City Lord of Diverse City has made many requests. None of these were easy to achieve. I spent a lot of effort fulfilling them. However, it will take some time to concoct the spirit fluid. I might only be able to return to the north of the Lonely River in 3 months. Zhou Yan had offended Lin Yuan before she was recruited by him. She feared that Lin Yuan would hold a grudge against her. On the one hand, Zhou Yan was trying to claim credit. On the other hand, she was reminding herself that Zhao Chen would have to pay a huge price for this cooperation in the future. Otherwise, it would be too easy on Zhao Chen. Lin Yuan did not mind Zhou Yan's previous conflict with him. At that time, Zhou Yan had yet to join his ranks. In Lin Yuan's opinion, it was normal for a grade 5 creator to have a temper. Lin Yuan, Zhou Yan, you've worked hard. When you return, whatever resources you need will be given priority. Didn't you say that you were very interested in alchemists? I happen to have the complete alchemist legacy on hand. I can let you read it. Zhou Yan was shocked when she saw Lin Yuan's message. She admired Lin Yuan's way of doing things from the bottom of her heart. This feeling of being rewarded as long as she contributed to the faction was very satisfying. After talking to Zhou Yan, Lin Yuan summoned Purple Afterglow. Among all of Lin Yuan's feys, Purple Afterglow not only desired to reproduce the most but also preferred to live in human form. When Lin Yuan saw Purple Afterglow, he realized that it looked better than he remembered. Could it be that the nourishment of love could really improve one's looks? Lin Yuan used True Data to check on Purple Afterglow. Fey name, Purple Afterglow Beauty Goddess Butterfly. Fey species, Flash Butterfly species / Scaled Butterfly species. Fey grade, World Emperor, 9/10. Fey type, Spiritual / Soul. Fey quality, Elementary Divine Kingdom. Divine Kingdom grade, Miniature. Abilities. Silent Scale Powder, special scale powder with the ability to silence is released, and any target that comes into contact with the scale powder will be unable to use spiritual power abilities. The scale powder will also be absorbed into the target's spiritual power. Each time the target uses spirit chi, their spirit chi will end up cracking. Flashing scale dance, its images will be formed from the scale powder released into the air. It will be able to flash back and forth between itself and the formed images. While it is traveling, it can absorb energy from its surroundings to quicken the production of scale powder. Scale light butterfly image, scale powder in the wings will be used to refract light. When light fills its reflection, its charm will be boosted and it will gain absolute control over butterfly species phase. Beautiful god hallucination, when a target is being attracted and sees one as a beautiful god, one will be able to adjust according to the target's features and pick a life form to turn into the target's definition of unsightliness. If the target and the life form have a positive connection, it will disappear momentarily. If they do not have a positive connection, the target will attack the life form. Species praised beauty, when attracting a target and receiving its worship, the target's species will also be affected and instinctively feel positively about the purple afterglow beauty goddess butterfly. Beautiful god cutting wings, flap its wings to produce sequential cutting attacks. A special beautiful god engraving will be formed on the target's body. Every engraving requires 16 cutting attacks to be formed. The target with a formed beautiful god engraving will trigger its own emotions to the greatest extent. Anything related to energy will be prevented from moving in and out of the target's body. Beauty assessment plundering, when one's beauty stupefies a species and takes over that species' assessment of beauty, it can set the standard with its own beauty and become the definition of beauty for that species. Besides itself, the species would not see any other life form as beautiful. It would not detest and be repulsed by life forms that previously met their standards of beauty. Beauty dispersion, when other feys feel love for it, their amazement and recognition of its beauty will turn into a special scale powder that can be used to increase the power of other butter species life forms. This is only effective on butterfly species life forms with inferior bloodlines. Feathered insect command, it will have stronger mesmerization effects on insects and life forms with wings. Insects and life forms with wings will also easily begin worshipping it. Beautiful spirit transformation, all other life forms' recognition of its beauty will be sealed in and used to transform its body. It will also use its dreams as a weapon to take control of the faith, spirit, and soul of other species. Exclusive skill. Scale powder halo, the scale powder has strong reflective abilities and the target that lays eyes on the scale powder will be affected by the reflection. The target will start to feel dizzy and experience temporary blindness. Soul beauty goddess, by activating the power of the spirit and soul, the beauty will be increased to a limitless level. The target will be attracted and fall in love. The target will want everything of its object of its love on its own body and the target will want to collect everything connected to the object of its love. Beauty reaches every species, each time it receives the recognition of a species and becomes their standard of beauty, its charm would be eternally strengthened. Extreme mesmerization, when the mesmerizing ability is used on an entity, it can give up its scale powder in exchange for boosting its mesmerizing ability. Butterfly bloodline gift, a part of its bloodline will be gifted to other life forms and allow them to gain some traits of its bloodline. The bloodlines of other butterfly species phase will be activated to a greater extent. Spirit arrival application, choose a life form that has received its gift. The life form's life will be sacrificed. It will temporarily be able to use the life form's body as a medium to arrive. The duration of arrival is related to the concentration of bloodline in the life form's body. Divine Kingdom abilities. Beauty seal, make a judgment about beauty. It will assign a value to every life form's level of beauty. If other life form's beauty value is lower than its own, it can use its Divine Kingdom to seal the other life form's Divine Kingdom. Only a maximum of 2 entities can be sealed. When sealing the 2 entities, it will not be able to use any other ability apart from its Divine Kingdom ability. Lin Yuan couldn't help but feel helpless. It seemed that Purple Afterglow hadn't made any effort to improve its strength during this period. Not only had the grade of its Divine Kingdom not changed, but it also hadn't reached World Emperor X, remaining at World Emperor 9. It appeared that Purple Afterglow had focused its time solely on its partner. Lin Yuan didn't think there was anything wrong with this. Each of his feys had a different personality. Some were driven to work hard and increase their strength, while others, like Purple Afterglow, were not as enthusiastic about it. Lin Yuan wouldn't force Purple Afterglow. With Lin Yuan's physique and the faith power accumulated by the realm Abyss Red Lotus, it would be easy to increase Purple Afterglow's strength. If Purple Afterglow could produce offspring with its own bloodline, it would be its way of enriching Sky City's power. Chapter 3089. Purple Afterglow, who is good at gnawing. Purple Afterglow was not passionate about improving its strength but was extremely close to Lin Yuan. Purple Afterglow gave Lin Yuan a big bear hug. "Dad, help me raise my grade and quality so that I can have more children. I love you so much." Lin Yuan said in an extremely serious tone, "Apart from helping you increase your strength, I will also help the kill food sky butterfly increase its grade and quality. However, apart from breeding offspring, you must pay attention to nurturing your offspring in the future. Only then can you ensure that the species you nurture through your bloodline can last for a long time and even participate in the battle of the species." Purple Afterglow listened very carefully to Lin Yuan's teachings. If Purple Afterglow wanted to continue doing the bare minimum, it naturally had to raise its descendants well. Purple Afterglow had already made up its mind to become a professional nanny in the future. "Dad, don't worry. I will be extremely serious when it comes to raising my children. However, nurturing children requires resources. At that time, I will choose the most outstanding ones from all my children and send them to you so that you can nurture them." Purple Afterglow could be said to have raised its status to the extreme. When it said this, it did not feel embarrassed at all. "Dad, don't worry. I will be extremely serious when it comes to raising my children. However, nurturing children requires resources. At that time, I will choose the most outstanding ones from all my children and send them to you so that you can nurture them." Purple Afterglow could be said to have raised its status to the extreme. When it said this, it did not feel embarrassed at all. Lin Yuan definitely had to pamper his face, so he said helplessly, "No problem. In the future, I'll arrange for special creators to nurture your talented descendants. Now, I'll get the Realm Abyss Red Lotus to transfer a large amount of faith power into your body to help your divine kingdom condense holy spirits. Prepare yourself first." Lin Yuan summoned the kill food sky butterfly and said, "You and Purple Afterglow are about to have offspring. You've already advanced to World Emperor/Divine Kingdom. I'll help you and Purple Afterglow break through to the Holy Spirit level together. This way, I can guarantee that your descendants' bloodline will reach a very high level." The kill food sky butterfly thanked Lin Yuan in surprise. The kill food sky butterfly had inherited its memories from when it was still a kill food worm and clearly remembered how it had joined Lin Yuan's camp. It had never been an important figure in Lin Yuan's camp. But now, it had the chance to reach the Holy Spirit level. "Father, thank you for your help." Lin Yuan waved his hand at the kill food sky butterfly, indicating that it did not need to be so polite to him. As Lin Yuan activated the Realm Abyss Red Lotus, the boundless faith power it had gathered poured into the kill food sky butterfly and Purple Afterglow. Their strength and aura were increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. While Lin Yuan was evolving Purple Afterglow and the kill food sky butterfly, Si Shui came to bid Lin Yuan farewell. When Si Shui knocked on Lin Yuan's door, she felt relaxed and nervous. Si Shui and Yi He were old friends. When she first saw Lin Yuan, Si Shui had expressed her desire to become his subordinate. However, Si Shui really could not stay idle. She felt uncomfortable after staying in north of the Lonely River for a few months. However, when Lin Yuan really sent her out, she was afraid that Lin Yuan would not value her and that she would be marginalized in Sky City in the future. When Lin Yuan distributed the Grade 6 creator resources, she would not get her share. If that was the case, it would be awkward. Apart from bidding farewell to Lin Yuan, Si Shui also wanted Lin Yuan to show that her desire to submit was genuine. Lin Yuan had control over Si Shui's life and death after she contracted the lifespan mouse. There were many things that Lin Yuan did not need to do behind Si Shui's back. He allowed Si Shui to enter his room. As soon as she entered the room, Si Shui felt the majestic faith power infusing into the kill food sky butterfly and Purple Afterglow. Even as a grade 5 creator, Si Shui was still stunned by Lin Yuan's method of injecting faith power. With Lin Yuan's current abilities, he had the ability to create Holy Spirit experts in batches. This made Si Shui even more shocked by Lin Yuan's foundation. The moment Si Shui saw Lin Yuan, she immediately knelt on one knee and said respectfully, "Lord, it's been a long time since we last met. It seems like you've been well." Lin Yuan nodded at Si Shui and said, "Yi He has already told me about your situation in advance. He said that you've been traveling around all these years and are not used to living in Sky City. I can understand, and you don't have to worry about this. Also, the situation in Diverse City is complicated. Don't let your guard down when you go over." Yi He and Si Shui were extremely close friends. Furthermore, Si Shui had joined Sky City because of Yi. Yi had specially come to look for Lin Yuan twice for Si Shui. Judging from Si Shui's current state, she probably did not know about this. Since Yi wanted to give Si Shui a favor, Lin Yuan would help Yi and let Si Shui owe Yi a favor. Lin Yuan could tell that Yi was interested in Si Shui, and it most likely had romantic inclinations. However, Yi did not confess to her. Si Shui felt relieved. It was good that Lin Yuan did not blame her for this. From the looks of it, even if she left Sky City, she would not be marginalized. At the same time, Si Shui was extremely grateful to Yi. Lord, don't worry. I might not be able to guarantee anything else, but going to diverse city to do those related matters and nurture a faction will definitely result in any mistakes. You can rest assured about this. It's just that I don't know if everything should be done according to your specific instructions or according to my own method when we reach diverse city. According to my method, since Sky City's forces have already spread to diverse city, all the forces in there will know that Traveling Dragon Palace is supported by a powerful force as long as they are not stupid. Rather than letting those factions make wild guesses, should we directly display our strength and intimidate these factions? If you want Traveling Dragon Palace to develop in Extreme Wood City, I can talk to the City Lord of Diverse City directly. I think as long as the City Lord is not stupid, he will definitely be willing to cooperate. He won't let go of such a rare opportunity. Everyone had their own style of doing things. Si Shui's style of doing things had a sense of ingenuity. At certain times, using such a straightforward method would actually make things easier. As Sky City's City Lord, it was impossible for Lin Yuan to take care of everything like he did before. Lin Yuan only needed to make decisions on crucial matters. Otherwise, Lin Yuan would have been exhausted to death from all the work. Si Shui, I'll send you out to diverse city to handle some matters. Just follow your own style of doing things. However, you have to remember not to cause too much trouble. If you encounter something that you can't solve yourself, don't force yourself. Remember to report it immediately. Even if I'm busy and can't reply to you immediately, you can inform Wen Yu and the Moon Empress. They will tell you what to do. Lord, I will report regularly on any problems I encounter. You don't have to worry about this. When the time comes, no matter what orders Sky City has, you can give them to me immediately, Lord. Si Shui bowed to Lin Yuan and left Sky City. Not long after Si Shui left, Purple Afterglow reached the Holy Spirit level first. Purple Afterglow's overall appearance did not change much, but the color on its body became more beautiful than before. At the same time, just this slight change in color made Purple Afterglow's beauty increase by several folds. Lin Yuan investigated Holy Spirit Purple Afterglow. Fey name, Purple Afterglow Beauty Goddess Butterfly. Fey species, Flash Butterfly species / Scaled Butterfly species. Fey grade, World Emperor, 10/10. Fey type, Spiritual / Soul. Fey quality, Holy Spirit. Divine Kingdom grade, Miniature. Abilities. Silence Scale Powder, Special Scale Powder with the ability to silence is released and any target that comes into contact with the Scale Powder will be unable to use spiritual power abilities. The Scale Powder will also be absorbed into the target's spiritual power. Each time the target uses Spirit Chi, their Spirit Chi will end up cracking. Flashing Scale Dance, its images will be formed from the Scale Powder released into the air. It will be able to flash back and forth between itself and the formed images. While it is traveling, it can absorb energy from its surroundings to quicken the production of Scale Powder. Scale Light Butterfly Image, Scale Powder in the wings will be used to refract light. When light fills its reflection, its charm will be boosted and it will gain absolute control over butterfly species phase. Beautiful God Hallucination, when a target is being attracted and sees one as a beautiful god, one will be able to adjust according to the target's features and pick a life form to turn into the target's definition of unsightliness. If the target and the life form have a positive connection, it will disappear momentarily. If they do not have a positive connection, the target will attack the life form. Species Praised Beauty, when attracting a target and receiving its worship, the target's species will also be affected and instinctively feel positively about the Purple Afterglow Beauty Goddess Butterfly. Beautiful God Cutting Wings, flap its wings to produce sequential cutting attacks. A special Beautiful God engraving will be formed on the target's body. Every engraving requires 16 cutting attacks to be formed. The target with a formed Beautiful God engraving will trigger its own emotions to the greatest extent. Anything related to energy will be prevented from moving in and out of the target's body. Beauty Assessment Plundering, when one's beauty stupefies a species and takes over that species' assessment of beauty, it can set the standard with its own beauty and become the definition of beauty for that species. Besides itself, the species would not see any other life form as beautiful. It would not detest and be repulsed by life forms that previously met their standards of beauty. Beauty dispersion: when other feys feel love for it, their amazement and recognition of its beauty will turn into a special scale powder that can be used to increase the power of other butter species life forms. This is only effective on butterfly species life forms with inferior bloodlines. Feathered insect command: it will have stronger mesmerization effects on insects and life forms with wings. Insects and life forms with wings will also easily begin worshipping it. Beautiful spirit transformation: all other life forms' recognition of its beauty will be sealed in and used to transform its body. It will also use its dreams as a weapon to take control of the faith, spirit, and soul of other species. Exclusive skill. Scale powder halo: the scale powder has strong reflective abilities and the target that lays eyes on the scale powder will be affected by the reflection. The target will start to feel dizzy and experience temporary blindness. Soul beauty goddess: by activating the power of the spirit and soul, the beauty will be increased to a limitless level. The target will be attracted and fall in love. The target will want everything of its object of its love on its own body, and the target will want to collect everything connected to the object of its love. Beauty reaches every species. Each time it receives the recognition of a species and becomes their standard of beauty, its charm would be eternally strengthened. Extreme mesmerization: when the mesmerizing ability is used on an entity, it can give up its scale powder in exchange for boosting its mesmerizing ability. Butterfly bloodline gift: a part of its bloodline will be gifted to other life forms and allow them to gain some traits of its bloodline. The bloodlines of other butterfly species phase will be activated to a greater extent. Spirit arrival application: choose a life form that has received its gift. The life form's life will be sacrificed. It will temporarily be able to use the life form's body as a medium to arrive. The duration of arrival is related to the concentration of bloodline in the life form's body. Divine Kingdom abilities. Beauty seal: make a judgment about beauty. It will assign a value to every life form's level of beauty. If other life form's beauty value is lower than its own, it can use its Divine Kingdom to seal the other life form's Divine Kingdom. Only a maximum of 2 entities can be sealed. When sealing the 2 entities, it will not be able to use any other ability apart from its Divine Kingdom ability. Beauty god worship: with the target of the same bloodline, grade, and quality as well as a deviating Divine Kingdom, its grade, quality, and deviation will receive feedback from the target. This will enable its grade, quality, and deviation to improve. Lin Yuan had always thought that purple afterglow was feeding on its elders. Now, it seemed that purple afterglow was not simply feeding on its elders. The Holy Spirit purple afterglow had already started to eat its unborn descendants. Relying on the Holy Spirit Divine Kingdom ability, purple afterglow only needed to be a full-time nanny and nurture more offspring with the kill food sky butterfly, and purple afterglow's strength would increase rapidly. Moreover, the speed at which its strength increased would not be slower than that of Lin Yuan's other phase. When Lin Yuan arranged for grade 4 and 5 creators to help purple afterglow nurture its descendants, purple afterglow could even become the one with the fastest increase in strength among all the phase under Lin Yuan. To a certain extent, nibbling on one's offspring was not an embarrassing act. Chapter 3090, Body Summoning Holy Milk. Not long after purple afterglow reached the Holy Spirit level, the kill food sky butterfly also successfully reached the Holy Spirit level. The new Divine Kingdom ability that the kill food sky butterfly obtained after stepping into the Holy Spirit level was called Divine Power Amplification. Divine Power Amplification: the higher the evolution of the Divine Kingdom in the Divine Kingdom, the greater the amplification of its strength. During the battle, when one is attacked by the enemy, the strength it possesses will increase its defense. The Divine Kingdom ability Divine Power Amplification that the kill food sky butterfly obtained after stepping into the Holy Spirit level looked extremely simple, but it was extremely suitable for the kill food sky butterfly. The kill food sky butterfly was a fey that used its strength to fight. Although Lin Yuan had brought the kill food sky butterfly up from the main world, as the owner of one of the 3 supreme butterfly species fey bloodlines, the kill food sky butterfly's strength surpassed many feys of the same grade. It was impossible for the kill food sky butterfly to use strength to roll grades. Ever since Lin Yuan had taken the kill food sky butterfly under his wing, he had never mistreated it. In particular, Lin Yuan had been nurturing the kill food sky butterfly as his daughter-in-law. However, the other phase that Lin Yuan had contracted were too stunning, which made the kill food sky butterfly seem somewhat mediocre. However, the kill food sky butterfly basically did not have any chance to fight. Purple Afterglow could not bear to let its wife fight. Regardless of whether it was in the main world or the sky beyond the clouds, Purple Afterglow was very devoted to the kill food sky butterfly. However, Purple Afterglow needed to enrich the bloodlines of its descendants through the development of the divine kingdom ability beauty god worship. Lin Yuan would not take the initiative to get involved in these matters. He just needed to let Purple Afterglow and the kill food sky butterfly decide for themselves. Children and grandchildren had their own blessings. Lin Yuan was aware of this. After sending Purple Afterglow and the kill food sky butterfly back to the spirit lock spatial zone, Lin Yuan was about to summon Blackie to nurture it so that it could reach the Holy Spirit level. Diverse Cities City Lord, Zhao Chen, sent a message to Lin Yuan. The communication item that Zhao Chen had given Lin Yuan was more advanced than the fantasy crystal birthstone flower that he had obtained from Fortune Treasure Palace. It allowed him to communicate with Lin Yuan in a timely manner. However, Lin Yuan had no intention of trading more communication phase with Zhao Chen to replace the fantasy crystal birthstone flower. This was because the communication fey that Zhao Chen had given Lin Yuan was a pair of mother tongue lizards that could communicate over long distances. They could only communicate one way and were not suitable for Lin Yuan's needs. However, it was indeed much more convenient to communicate this way. Brother Lin, thank you for arranging this grade 5 creator for me. I've already finalized the contents of the deal with her. I've deliberately applied for a batch of resources from the family. I wonder what resources you are interested in. I can pass them to you through the family's channels. Lin Yuan did not stand on ceremony with Zhao Chen. Grade 5 creator resources were enough to trade for sacred body stones. What all the core members of Sky City needed the most were sacred body stones that could awaken their physiques. Brother Zhao, if you say that I need a lot of resources, can you help me get some sacred body stones with your connections? I need some top-notch resources like this that can awaken physiques. Zhao Chen was a little surprised when he heard this. Under normal circumstances, the stronger the faction, the more important the awakening of the physique of the members of the faction. The direct descendants of a faction like Lin Yuan should have awakened their bloodlines. Could it be because Lin Yuan was too young and had yet to awaken his bloodline? Zhao Chen had already decided to befriend Lin Yuan. After thinking for a moment, he gritted his teeth and said, Brother Lin, the sacred body stone isn't the only resource to awaken physiques. There's a resource that's better than the sacred body stone to awaken physiques. That's the body summoning holy milk. The body summoning holy milk is a product refined by demonic apothecaries. It is refined by refining the bones of those who have successfully awakened their physiques and adding materials like the sacred body stone. The success rate of awakening the physique with the body summoning holy milk can reach 100%. It's much better than using the sacred body stones. If you want to awaken your physique, I can get you a bottle of body summoning holy milk from my family. Even if you awaken your physique, you can still do it flawlessly. However, awakening one's physique is a huge matter. Brother Lin, I still suggest that we do it when the elders of the family clan are around because awakening physiques often come with many situations and requires someone to take care of them. Otherwise, even if the physique awakens successfully, there might be some sequelae that will cause irreversible effects on the body. Lin Yuan smiled and said, Big Brother Zhao, thank you for your concern. In terms of physique, I've already awakened it. The sacred body stones are for the people around me. My awakened physique did not require the sacred body stone nor did I use the body summoning holy milk you mentioned. I lack knowledge in this aspect. I want to ask if there's an obvious difference between using the body summoning holy milk and the sacred body stone to awaken the physique. Zhao Chen said seriously, Brother Lin, there's definitely a gap, and it's not small. A bottle of body summoning holy milk can only be refined with one sacred body stone. However, if the body summoning holy milk is sold, the price of a serving of body summoning holy milk will be at least 3 times that of the saint body stone. This is still a conservative estimate. You should know the difference between the two when I say this. And this is under the condition that the formula for the body summoning holy milk is revealed. Among all grade 5 creators, very few can become demonic apothecaries. As far as I know, even a grade 6 creator can't concoct the body summoning holy milk if they are not a demonic apothecary. In the entire East Universe and South Universe, there are no more than 3 demonic apothecaries who can concoct the body summoning holy milk. Even if we count the West and North Universes, there will definitely not be more than 7. Lin Yuan could not help but think, wouldn't these demonic apothecaries who can refine the body summoning holy milk be as rare as grade 6 creators? However, in terms of status, a grade 5 creator turned demonic apothecary could not be compared to a grade 6 creator turned demonic apothecary. Lin Yuan could not help but be curious about the demonic apothecaries. But in terms of ability, demonic apothecaries were much more popular than alchemists. After all, refining the body summoning holy milk that could help awaken body compositions was much more important than refining puppets. While Lin Yuan was curious about the change in profession from creator to apothecary, Zhao Chen was also shocked by what Lin Yuan had just said. Zhao Chen knew that there were only 2 ways to awaken one's body compositions, but Lin Yuan had actually used a third method to awaken his body composition. It was hard for Zhao Chen not to be surprised. Could it be that there was another way to awaken one's body composition that he did not know about? This was the difference in strength. Moreover, Lin Yuan was only a few decades old. The price to pay for awakening his physique at such a young age was definitely huge. Zhao Chen had interacted with direct descendants of factions that were stronger than his family clan. However, this was definitely the first time Zhao Chen had experienced such a sense of defeat when it came to resources. At that moment, Zhao Chen heard Lin Yuan ask, "Brother Zhao, I'm very interested in the demonic apothecaries you mentioned. I wonder what it takes for a grade 5 creator to become a demonic apothecary." Zhao Chen was not surprised that Lin Yuan did not know about the demonic apothecaries because he was too young. It was impossible to know everything at such an age. Moreover, the disciples of large factions at this age were usually filled with extremely exuberant curiosity. "Brother Lin, not all grade 5 creators can become demonic apothecaries. To become a demonic apothecary, you need to have mental strength that far exceeds that of other grade 5 creators. Moreover, you have an extremely strong affinity with plants. You have to be good at releasing and activating the energy in the plants. The most important thing is to ensure that the fusion rate of the concoction of spiritual ingredients exceeds 90%. If there weren't so many restrictions on becoming a demonic apothecary, the number of demonic apothecaries wouldn't be so low." Lin Yuan started pondering upon hearing Zhao Chen's words. If there were so many requirements and restrictions, then none of the creators who had joined Sky City had the qualifications to become a demonic apothecary. However, this was understandable. If anyone had the qualifications to become a demonic apothecary, they would have been eager to become a demonic apothecary before joining Sky City. Although there was no suitable candidate among the creators who joined Sky City later, Genius, who had merged with the Enlightenment Cicada, had the ability to do so. The fusion rate of spirit fluids and spiritual ingredients concocted by Genius had always been extremely high. It had already reached 90% a long time ago. As Genius comprehension improved, it was not difficult for its fusion to reach 94% during the process of concocting spirit fluids. Lin Yuan could try to nurture Genius into a demonic apothecary. This way, Sky City would have its own demonic apothecary. "Big Brother Zhao, since the secret recipe the body summoning holy milk is public, where can I obtain the related functions of a demonic apothecary?" Zhao Chen was astounded. Could it be that Lin Yuan had a grade 5 creator who could become a demonic apothecary? If that was the case, it would be too shocking. After some thought, Zhao Chen could not help but shake his head. He felt that Lin Yuan had asked him this out of curiosity. There are relevant books on the demonic apothecary legacy. "Brother Lin, if you're interested, I can help you find a complete set of books related to the demonic apothecary legacy. There's just a lot of prescriptions that I can't get my hands on." Although a portion of the demonic apothecary's prescriptions are public just like the spirit fluids concocted by creators, many of the potions are unique recipes developed by those demonic apothecaries. Lin Yuan said in a serious tone, "The complete legacy of the demonic apothecary is enough. There's no hurry for the prescriptions." When Zhao Chen heard Lin Yuan's words, his thoughts became active again. If Lin Yuan was only interested in the demonic apothecary legacy, then apart from the legacy, Lin Yuan should also be curious about the prescriptions. However, Lin Yuan was clearly not interested in the prescriptions at all. Could Lin Yuan really have a chance to create a demonic apothecary? He had just told Lin Yuan what standards he had to meet to become a demonic apothecary. From the bottom of his heart, Zhao Chen hoped that Lin Yuan could produce a demonic apothecary under his command. This way, it would be more convenient for him to trade with Lin Yuan in the future. His family had never had a channel to become a grade 5 demonic apothecary. If it was not for the fact that those demonic apothecaries would sell a batch of body summoning holy milk every once in a while, Zhao Chen's family would not have been qualified to obtain such a thing. In the sky beyond the clouds, even those factions that had the ability to transcend universes were divided into different levels. As the saying went, even brothers had to settle accounts clearly. Zhao Chen could not possibly owe Lin Yuan anything in the transaction. If Lin Yuan felt that he had taken advantage of him, how would he have the chance to trade in the future? Apart from the complete demonic apothecary inheritance and the prescriptions I've tried my best to gather, do you want a body summoning holy milk and 2 sacred body stones or 5 sacred body stones? The grade 5 creator that Lin Yuan had sent over had been helping Zhao Chen recently, but he had spent all the resources Zhao Chen had provided. So this reward was enough. Lin Yuan hesitated for a moment before speaking. I want a portion of body summoning holy milk and 2 sacred body stones. If Lin Yuan wanted to nurture genius into a demonic apothecary, it would be best if he could have practical potions for genius to study instead of letting genius explore everything on its own. Lin Yuan chatted with Zhao Chen for a while and planned to end the conversation only to hear Zhao Chen say cautiously, Brother Lin, I've received a private invitation to go to the intersection of the North and South universes to explore a top-grade blessed land. I wonder if you are interested in this top-grade blessed land? If you're interested, we can be guests. Perhaps we can take the opportunity to obtain some gains when those terrifying factions and species are fighting for this top-grade blessed land. Anything you can get in a top-grade blessed land is a treasure. Lin Yuan originally did not plan to leave north of the Lonely River in the near future. He wanted to settle down there for a period of time. However, this top-grade blessed land was too tempting for Lin Yuan. He knew very well how much benefits it would bring to Sky City. Those low and mid-grade blessed lands were worlds apart from high-grade blessed lands, let alone top-grade blessed lands. Resources could only be obtained by snatching. Zhao Chen had no intention of fighting over this top-grade blessed land. He only wanted to join in the fun. However, Lin Yuan did not think so. If it was possible that Lin Yuan intended to grab this top-grade blessed land. However, Lin Yuan still needed to discuss with Winter before making a decision on whether or not to fight for this top-grade paradise. If Winter was confident, Lin Yuan would fight for it. If Winter did not confirm this matter after finding out and had doubts in his heart, Lin Yuan would not hesitate to give up on snatching this top-grade blessed land from other factions. With Sky City's current development, there was no need for Lin Yuan to take the risk. He would use the Morbius to Spirit Lock a Fade to transform the Spirit Lock spatial zone. As long as they could produce grade 6 creator resources, the strength of spring, summer, autumn, and winter would steadily increase with Lin Yuan's help. After raising the upper limit of Sky City's strength, it would undoubtedly be much easier to fight for resources.